Shen Mo traverses into a future high martial world, only to discover that he's become a mere cannon fodder antagonist in an urban fantasy narrative, facing an immediate annulment of his engagement. He chuckles softly, turning to awaken the supreme soft rice system, which empowers him to grow stronger by indulging in the indulgences of the Empress. Shen Mo exclaims, "What? Such a delightful prospect exists. My wife, I am on my way. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the supreme divine body. Ding. You have mastered the overbearing ancient technique. Ding. You have obtained the sacred stone." Shen Mo, soft rice truly is delightful. Note, the female lead is a reincarnated Empress. Chapter 1. The Crossing and the Engagement Annulment. In Linhai City, at Tianhai Tower. Shen Mo, you worthless fool. You are utterly unworthy of being my fiancé. As Shen Mo regains consciousness, a sharp voice pierces the air, causing him to furrow his brow and gaze towards the source of the sound. What on earth? He's just arrived in this place. What fiancé? Shen Mo only recalls pulling an all-nighter, and after a flash of lightning and thunder, he finds himself here. Based on the web novels he perused in his previous life, Shen Mo surmises that he must have crossed over. However, what is this nonsense about being a fiancé? A sense of foreboding creeps into his heart. This beginning resembles that of a protagonist's tale of a worthless underdog's rise. In this day and age, does being a protagonist guarantee a favorable outcome? Wouldn't he be subjected to the relentless torment of numerous antagonists? A shiver runs down Shen Mo's spine as he hastily gazes across the room. At that moment, he catches sight of a young woman standing opposite him, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. Adorned in an expensive custom-made dress, reminiscent of a Lolita style, her demeanor exudes an extraordinary pride and indifference, her gaze towards Shen Mo akin to that of a person inspecting a mere insect. Goodness, could it be that I have truly become the protagonist? Where's my system? As these thoughts swirl in his mind, Liu Yufei, observing Shen Mo's appearance, feels an even greater disdain. Indeed, a worthless fool, and now he stands there dazed. Reflecting on the pressure the Shen family has exerted on her family to force this engagement, she is filled with indignation. Looking at Shen Mo, her voice turns frigid. "I have someone I adore already. Shen Mo, you are unworthy to be with me. I hope you will cease your pursuit of me henceforth. As for the Shen family present, I trust you will refrain from bothering my parents, as it would make things unpleasant for everyone. All present are dignified individuals. Why must we make ourselves so wretched?" Liu Yufei's expression radiates an exceptional arrogance. She deliberately chose this engagement banquet to declare her sentiments to Shen Mo and the Shen family, wishing to prevent them from coercing her family. Previously, the Liu family had to endure humiliation to appease the Shen family, demanding resources to enhance her ascension to A-grade talent. Now that she has achieved A-grade talent, there is no longer a need for compromise. As her words resonate, the expressions of the Shen family members grow increasingly grim. Earlier, the Liu family did not disclose that Liu Yufei was unwilling to be with Shen Mo. Furthermore, after utilizing the Shen family's resources to elevate her talent to A-grade, her announcement of an engagement annulment is tantamount to treating them as fools. Had Liu Yufei declared her disinterest in the engagement earlier, they would never have expended the Shen family's precious resources on her. So, is the Liu family planning to breach the contract? The head of the Shen family inhales deeply and states, "In that case, you Liu family must return the heart of angels provided by our Shen family. We shall never trouble you again." The Shen family is not devoid of families willing to ally through marriage. It was merely Shen Mo's foolish affection for Liu Yufei that prompted the proposal. Yet, after Liu Yufei ascended to A-grade talent, she has turned her back on them. It is well known that while there may be thousands of individuals with nearly A-grade talent in Linhai City, only around 1,000 possess true A-grade talent. Without the Shen family's invaluable resources, Liu Yufei would never have reached A-grade talent. Now, having benefited, she seeks to dismantle the bridge behind her. As the head of the Shen family speaks, an aging voice gently interjects, "Head of the Shen family, why trouble the young ones? Yufei has already made it clear. She does not favor Shen Mo and is unwilling to be with him. It is understandable for the young to be impulsive. How about this? I shall act as a guarantor for Yufei, and in 3 years, I promise to return a heart of angels to ensure your family's legacy of genius does not come to an end. What do you think?" As this voice resonates, an eerie silence envelopes the banquet. This elder is none other than the leader of the recruitment team for Linhai City's geniuses, reportedly a senior official from the provincial martial department. He has come personally to scout talent due to his appreciation for exceptional individuals. It appears that Liu Yufei has caught his attention. It is no wonder she has the audacity to directly refuse the Shen family at this engagement banquet. She has an ally. As whispers circulate among the guests, the members of the Liu family are beside themselves with joy. Liu Yufei had not consulted them about any matters beforehand. Her sudden declaration today has nearly driven them mad, yet they had no inkling that this foolish girl had a backing. Thank goodness. I thought Yu Fei was acting on impulse. Unexpectedly, she has a support system. Now we can breathe easy. The elder of the Liu family sighs in relief. They had no desire for Liu Yu Fei to be paired with the worthless Shen Mo, yet the Shen family possessed that heart of angels. They had no choice but to agree to the engagement, or else they would not have consented to this marriage. As these thoughts swirl through their minds, Shen Mo begins to piece together the situation. Although he searched extensively, finding no trace of his system, he realizes that he can still return to study it later. For now, he shall confront these ancient relics. How laughable, he scoffs. The Liu family has taken our Shen family's heart of angels. Its rarity is beyond words. Liu Yufei relied on this to elevate herself to A-grade talent, only to turn her back on us. What? If I were to invade your home and seize your assets, would I be able to repay you in 100 or 80 years? Let's not even entertain that notion. If I were to agree, I would immediately file for arbitration with the Martial Department and march into your home to confiscate your most prized possessions. Would you accept? Shen Mo provocatively gazes at the elder from earlier. It is said that he is a senior official at the provincial level. Can his father withstand such pressure? Regardless, he chooses to confront them first. His father remains silent, indicating that the situation is still manageable. Shen Mo discreetly glances at the head of the Shen family, who is yet to speak, clearly indicating that the elder is not someone to be trifled with. As Shen Mo's voice echoes, the elder's expression slightly tightens, and he glances in Shen Mo's direction. The Shen family status is somewhat unique. Thus, he must tread carefully. At that moment, the head of the Shen family quietly interjects, "Indeed, our Shen family is not a charity. We are not at your beck and call. Although Elder Chun serves as a guarantor, our Shen family does not accept this." Chapter 2. Is he merely a villainous pawn? The head of the Shen family spoke with an extraordinary decisiveness. If they had previously hesitated about whether to temporarily spare the Liu family, witnessing Shen Mo's concern for his clan brought him a measure of comfort. This unfortunate son had finally matured. Since he wished to sever ties with Liu Yufei, it was only natural for this father to exert every effort on his behalf. Otherwise, the entire Shen family would be left utterly desolate by the Liu family. As the head of the Shen family contemplated this, he turned to the people of the Liu family and declared, "You of the Liu family must either surrender the heart of the angel, or you shall not pass through this threshold." They had invited so many guests today, not to be humiliated by the Liu family. If the Liu family failed to produce the heart of the angel, they could not blame him for taking action. Upon hearing these words, Liu Yufei's countenance flickered with a hint of panic. She had not anticipated such resoluteness from the Shen family. Wasn't Shen Mo infatuated with her? Surely, with her firm rejection of their engagement, he would be distressed and strive to apologize, begging her to reconsider their relationship. In that scenario, she would have the upper hand to reject him with pride and exit adorned in glory. At that moment, the only one to suffer disgrace would be the Shen family. The Shen family had never denied Shen Mo's requests. How had the situation devolved into this? Meanwhile, Shen Mo had completed the integration of the memories in his mind, leaving him bewildered. This Shen Mo was truly exasperating. A quintessential sycophant? No, he was a veritable worshipper. He was on the verge of bestowing the entire Shen family upon the Liu family merely to win Liu Yufei's favor, while she hardly paid him any mind, offering him little more than a benign glance each day. Yet, he persisted, associating the heart of the angel with his endeavors to please Liu Yufei. Upon searching through his memories, Shen Mo discovered that the heart of the angel could cleanse one's inferior talents, replacing them with superior ones, albeit only for those possessing talents rated B or above. Otherwise, he would have utilized it long ago. The Shen family paid a hefty sum to procure this heart of the angel for Shen Mo, which he then nonchalantly offered to Liu Yufei, all because she had expressed a desire to attain an A-grade talent, while the Liu family hinted that if he presented the heart of the angel for her use, they would arrange a marriage with him. What a den of deceivers! Shen Mo thought, resolutely stating, "Liu Yufei, your family has declared that if you marry me, the heart of the angel shall be yours. I am astounded that you can still command such a steep price. One heart of the angel is enough to procure 10 of your Liu family. It is up to you to decide. Otherwise, you shall compensate us with a heart of the angel, or for the next 30 years, you and your Liu family shall serve the Shen family as laborers." Shen Mo cast a glance at Elder Chun, who was not far away. Since he was present, he would certainly not allow the Shen family to truly harm the members of the Liu family. Hence, Shen Mo swiftly proposed an alternative. Either your Liu family works for us to repay your debts, or you compensate us in kind. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, Elder Chen's expression tightened. If the Shen family were to forcibly detain Liu Yufei and the others, he could intervene. However, since Shen Mo was merely demanding repayment or servitude, he found it difficult to obstruct their course. Otherwise, it would genuinely amount to extortion, and he would have to bear the consequences. As he contemplated this, he regarded Shen Mo with newfound respect. This seemingly frivolous scion of the Shen family was not entirely devoid of merit. Meanwhile, Liu Yufei furrowed her brow, letting out a soft sigh. Her talent was exceptional. Were it not for her A-grade ability, he would not have meddled in the affairs of the Shen family. With this thought, he felt a twinge of resentment. After all, Liu Yufei's actions were rather ungracious. At that moment, a voice interjected. I wonder if this water spirit heart could be exchanged for the price of a heart of the angel? Luo Fan, unable to remain silent, stepped forward. He had previously stood beside Liu Yufei, but due to his unassuming demeanor, no one had paid him any heed. However, as he spoke, suddenly all eyes were upon him. This young man possesses remarkable cultivation, Elder Chen thought, astonished. Meanwhile, the gaze of the head of the Shen family and his associates turned toward Luo Fan, and their expressions shifted dramatically. Scoundrels! Their eyes grew frigid as they beheld the two holding hands. It turned out that Luo Fan had been standing side by side with Liu Yufei all along, and now, as he stepped forward, it became evident that they were clasping hands. This was utterly unforgivable in front of the Shen family. Liu Yufei and Shen Mo's engagement had not yet been annulled. She was still Shen Mo's betrothed, and yet she was holding hands with another man. Liu Yufei, is this the man you favor? This scoundrel? The head of the Shen family's gaze was icy. Liu Yufei gritted her teeth, standing tall as she declared, What scoundrel? Brother Fan is the one I adore. He is not a scoundrel at all. Shen Mo and I are not yet betrothed. At her words, the head of the Shen family laughed coldly. Good, good. What a splendid display from your Liu family, bringing a scoundrel to the engagement banquet. Well done indeed. The head of the Shen family regarded Liu Yufei and her companions as though they were a pack of corpses. As he spoke, Elder Chen sighed and produced a purple token from his possession, the Imperial Capital's Purple Order. I sincerely apologize, head of the Shen family. This matter indeed lies with Yufei. However, she is a person of importance to the Purple Division of the Imperial Capital, so I kindly ask for your forbearance. Elder Chen had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point, yet he knew that without the Purple Order, Liu Yufei and her companions might not leave this banquet hall unscathed. The head of the Shen family had clearly harbored murderous intent. Upon hearing his words, the head of the Shen family was visibly shaken. The Imperial Capital's Purple Order. His gaze turned frigid as he regarded the purple token, coldly stating, Very well. The Imperial Capital's Purple Order. You ought to choose your associates wisely. How could such a person be accepted? I shall seek redress from you in due time. As the head of the Shen family spoke, Elder Chen offered a slight bow, refraining from further comment. Meanwhile, Shen Mo's attention was fixated on the purple token. Chapter 3. The Ultimate System of Soft Power, Truly Delightful. What? This is not the item I previously encountered in a web novel? What was it called? Something like Urban Supreme? I have forgotten the exact title, but there indeed exists a purple order within it, and there is also a supporting character named Shen Mo. Shen Mo recalled this vividly, as he had previously vented his frustrations on this similarly named character. When Liu Yufei had annulled their engagement, he had experienced a fleeting sense of familiarity. What a twist of fate. It seems I have traversed into the story of this character who shares my name, becoming the ultimate sycophantic pawn. In Shen Mo's memory, the ultimate sycophant and cannon fodder met a most tragic demise. He perished for obstructing the romance between the male and female leads, this very pair of insufferable lovers before him, ultimately suffering a brutal fate. Not only did he meet his end, but the entire Shen family was also ravaged, all to facilitate the union of these two wretched individuals. Thus, he had transmigrated into the role of this sycophantic pawn, becoming an unwitting witness to the love between these two insipid characters. Upon seeing the purple Imperial Order presented, Shen Mo realized that there was no possibility of keeping this couple here today. The Purple Imperial Order of the Capital serves as a summons from the Martial Department's Purple Division. Possessing such a token nearly signifies one as a reserve member of the martial department. It was no wonder that Lu Yufei felt so emboldened. She believed the Shen family would not dare to act. Shen Mo scoffed. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The Supreme Soft Rice system has been activated. Please, host. Select your initial benefactor. The system is currently scanning, and there is an eligible candidate located 30 kilometers away. Please make haste. Shen Mo, what the hell? Is this system serious? He had searched long and hard for a system that had not materialized, only for this unexpected proclamation to manifest. What on earth was an initial benefactor? And what did it mean by a soft rice system? System, come forth. My stomach is perfectly robust. I have no need for soft rice. 30 kilometers away, amidst the vast expanse of heaven, a graceful silhouette stood, her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed upon the ironclad city below. According to her recent sensory perceptions, the fated individual she sought was situated right beneath her. Feng Linghuang's eyes narrowed. Feng Linghuang, the future Empress Xianhuang, had awakened her Xianhuang physique and, having just done so, already possessed an SS-level extraordinary talent. This was all due to the current technological limitations of Blue Star, which could only detect up to a 3S-level talent. In the future, as Blue Star's technology evolved, Feng Linghuang's power level would ascend to a 5S level. Her presence here was a result of her demise on the battlefield of myriad races a decade hence. No one anticipated that the current resurgence of spiritual energy would merely herald the onset of nightmares for Blue Star. A decade later, as the resurgence of spiritual energy reached its zenith, the battlefield of myriad races would open, and Blue Star would instantaneously become a battleground for formidable races from various realms. No one knew what they sought, yet they tirelessly infiltrated Blue Star, undeterred even by the outer chasms. Feng Linghuang's gaze was sharp. She sensed the fluctuations in her mind, a voice informing her that there existed someone below who could elevate her Xianhuang physique's power level and assist her in ascending to greater heights. She was already endowed with a 5S level talent. Should she progress further, her chances of thwarting the incursions of those formidable beings from myriad races would significantly improve. Blue Star must not be humiliated. Humanity must not be dishonored. With urgency, Feng Linghuang sped toward the city below. Meanwhile, Shen Mo felt the red dot within the system drawing rapidly closer. What the hell? Is this soft rice system truly that formidable? It even has an automatic benefactor feature? But what kind of benefactor could it possibly be? Surely it isn't some grotesque, corpulent creature? If that were the case, would he, a dashing and suave gentleman, truly sell himself for the sake of power? As Shen Mo pondered, Lu Yufei and Luo Fan assumed he had been cowed. Consequently, Lu Yufei arrogantly lifted her chin and declared to Luo Fan, "Brother Fan, let us depart." As Lu Yufei and Luo Fan prepared to exit the banquet hall, a flash of anger crossed the face of the head of the Shen family, who ultimately had no choice but to step aside. At that moment, Shen Mo spoke up. "Wait, did I permit you to leave? You think you can come and go as you please? Do you truly believe this is a restroom, where one can simply relieve themselves and depart?" Shen Mo's expression dripped with derision as he observed the red, nearing the banquet hall's exit. Now was not the time for hesitation. He must act. Damn it, forget about selling myself. First, I must vent my frustrations. How dare they flaunt their affair before him? As if he were some docile creature, unworthy of wrath? With a mocking demeanor, Shen Mo declared, "You may leave, but leave your A-level talent behind. What belongs to you should return from whence it came. This principle should be quite clear to you, no? Not even the Imperial Purple Order can prevent me from reclaiming what is rightfully mine." Shen Mo interrupted Elder Chun, who was about to speak. The elder's gaze darkened as he sighed heavily. "Young man, why must you be so obstinate? This will surely incur the wrath of the martial department of the capital. They value the abilities conferred by Lu Yufei's A-level talent above all else. Should it be rendered ineffective, the martial department will not take it lightly." Yet Shen Mo was indifferent to his warnings, focusing instead on the system prompt in his mind. "Ding! Your benefactor is about to arrive. Binding will be effective upon arrival, allowing you to claim a grand gift, the supreme divine body, the chaotic primordial body, and super 5-level talent capabilities, which will enhance alongside your own strength. With this, why should I fear the martial department of the capital? If they dare to target me due to Lu Yufei and her ilk, I shall make them my dogs." As Shen Mo contemplated these thoughts, Feng Linghuang had already arrived at the Tianhai Tower Banquet Hall. With a decisive push, she flung open the doors and strode in, immediately locking her gaze onto Shen Mo. "You are," before she could finish her sentence, Shen Mo had leaped toward her. Wife, you have finally arrived. Someone is bullying me." Shen Mo clung to Feng Linghuang, refusing to let go. Good heavens, such a stunning beauty! An absolute paragon of loveliness. A superlative beauty, undoubtedly exceeding a score of 99. Any deduction would be merely out of fear of inciting divine jealousy. Feng Linghuang stood stunned. She had just learned that a betrothal ceremony was underway here. What on earth was happening? As she processed the shock, the members of both the Liu and Shun families were equally taken aback. Chapter 4. I am willing to sell myself. What is the meaning of this? Their expressions reflected disbelief. How could this extraordinary woman, so clearly remarkable, have any connection to Shen Mo? Moreover, their interaction appeared strikingly intimate. In truth, Feng Linghuang was momentarily frozen, for as Shen Mo charged toward her, she suddenly sensed a voice echo in her mind. Ding! The Supreme Divine Phoenix Body has been unlocked. Current level, Shen level Phoenix Body, 3rd layer. You are 7 layers away from the next level, the Earth level Phoenix Body. Feng Linghuang was taken aback by the sound. As if in a dream, for the next decade, she would frequently sense a voice in her mind, though she could never quite discern it clearly. Yet now, she heard it distinctly. Her Xianhuang physique had leveled up. As Feng Linghuang absorbed this revelation, the members of the Liu family were equally perplexed. How had this astonishing beauty suddenly appeared? And why was Shen Mo referring to her as his wife? Their chemistry was undeniably palpable. The gaze of the crowd converged upon Liu Yufei, collectively questioning her credibility. Hadn't she claimed that Shen Mo had been persistently pursuing her? Yet, the current scene belied such assertions. If the girl across from her truly possessed the attributes of a girlfriend, who would ever find Liu Yufei appealing? The crowd's scrutiny drifted over Liu Yufei's figure. She lacked the beauty, the physique, and the allure that the other girl possessed. What audacity did Liu Yufei have to assert that Shen Mo favored her, that he was unable to let her go? Could it be that she was deliberately deceiving the angelic heart of the Shun family, leading the naive Shen Mo in circles? Indeed, in the eyes of onlookers, Shen Mo had become a foolish heir, naive and rich, an embodiment of a simpleton from a wealthy family. As the crowd grappled with their astonishment, Feng Linghuang regained her composure and raised her hand to push Shen Mo away. "You're holding too tightly," she remarked, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. However, just as she lifted her hand, Shen Mo seized her wrist, exclaiming loudly, "Wife, are you about to hit me?" "Yes, I ought to," he lamented. "I deserve it. I've been too much. Woe is me. I knew you liked the angelic heart, so I intentionally brought Liu Yufei to play a part, hoping to surprise you. But now they've taken my angelic heart and refused to acknowledge it. Wife, I am truly sorry. That was supposed to be the token of my proposal." "What? A token of engagement?" Feng Linghuang, caught off guard, felt her knees weaken as Shen Mo grasped her delicate hand. She had never been this close to a male before. Since awakening her 3S level talent, most people had kept their distance, and even those who harbored affection for her did not dare to approach. After she ascended to the status of the Xianhuang Empress, ruling over the entire Blue Star, no one dared entertain any disrespect towards her. Thus, Feng Linghuang's heart was a tumult of emotions, tinged with shyness. She steadied herself and redirected her focus to Shen Mo's earlier statement. "You were deceived?" she inquired, her brow furrowing slightly as she dismissed his mention of the engagement token. Although she wasn't Shen Mo's true fiancé, he was under her protection. Moreover, as they would be together henceforth, it was unacceptable for her to stand idly by while Shen Mo was wronged. "Who dares to bully you?" Her gaze shifted towards Liu Yufei and Luo Fan, the latter of whom gazed at Feng Linghuang in awe. Good heavens, such a transcendent beauty exists in this world. Luo Fan could hardly believe his eyes. Compared to Feng Linghuang, Liu Yufei appeared as an inconspicuous wildflower, utterly overshadowed by her breathtaking elegance. In moments of ennui, Liu Yufei might suffice for amusement, but in truth, if given a choice, one would undoubtedly prefer a beauty like Feng Linghuang. Yet, such a paragon was purportedly Shen Mo's fiancé. This thought ignited a tinge of jealousy within Luo Fan. No one questioned the veracity of Shen Mo's words, for Feng Linghuang had not refuted him. Had she? Unbeknownst to them, all of Feng Linghuang's attention was elsewhere, hardly registering their discourse. As her gaze fell upon them, Luo Fan feigned politeness, nodding at Feng Linghuang. My apologies. Mississippi Shun seems to have misunderstood. Rain Fei indeed utilized the Shun family's angelic heart, but before he could finish, Feng Linghuang interjected coldly. Refrain from harboring that disgusting covetousness in your eyes, or I shall pluck them from their sockets. How dare he gaze upon her with such audacity? Feng Linghuang's eyes gleamed with icy resolve. Shen Mo's boldness stemmed from his necessity for a destined partner. Yet what of Luo Fan? A flicker of familiarity washed over Feng Linghuang. She felt as though she had encountered the name Luo Fan in a past life. However, she dismissed the thought, directing her voice towards Luo Fan with a chilling tone. There is no need for your explanation. Let her speak for herself. Turning her attention to Lu Yufei, she demanded, Did you take Shen Mo's angelic heart? Lu Yufei stammered, at a loss for words. I did. Shen Mo interjected hastily. Wife. Look, her A-grade talent was elevated through the angelic heart. He lamented. Wife, how could she deceive me after I painstakingly procured a token of engagement for you? Shen Mo resolutely decided to exploit the situation. After all, who is this? His future wife. Regardless of the past, she was undoubtedly his now. He was willing to sacrifice himself for her. Feng Linghuang regarded him with a hint of exasperation, choosing not to correct his assertions. Her keen awareness noted that the surrounding individuals were high-ranking officials from Lehigh City, though she had no prior dealings with them. The thought of Shen Mo being deceived in a marriage could render his entire family a laughingstock. Thus, it was understandable for them to seek her as a shield. With that in mind, her gaze turned steely as she fixed her eyes on Lu Yufei and her companions. Having used the Shun family's angelic heart to enhance your talent, have you become engaged to him? With Feng Linghuang's question, Lu Yufei was rendered speechless, her confidence evaporating. As she faltered, Feng Linghuang's attention was drawn to Elder Chun, who held the Imperial Capital's purple extreme token. With a disdainful scoff, she declared, using such a trinket to coerce others. As she spoke, a surge of energy erupted within her, incinerating the Imperial Capital's purple extreme token into ash. This token is rendered useless from this moment forth. Chapter 5. Shen Mo is mine. Feng Linghuang's expression remained apathetic, while Elder Chun was struck with astonishment. He gazed incredulously in the direction of Feng Linghuang, not merely because she had dared to destroy the purple extreme token, but due to her evident strength and authority. This token had been bestowed upon him by a genius from the Imperial Capital's headquarters. Under such circumstances, for Feng Linghuang to obliterate the token signified that her power and status far surpassed his own. As Feng Linghuang enacted her will, both the Luo and Shun families were left in a state of shock. Particularly, the heads of the Shun family were aghast at the sight of this stunning woman so intimately engaged with their unfortunate son, and that she was to be their future daughter-in-law. While they suspected much of it might be Shen Mo's fanciful tales, the absence of denial from Feng Linghuang left them questioning their assumptions. Could it be that Shen Mo was clandestinely courting her, apprehensive about revealing her identity, wishing to surprise them instead? As these thoughts swirled in their minds, Shen Mo suddenly heard the voice of the system resonating in his consciousness. Ding! The feeder helps the host vent their frustrations, and the host receives a feedback reward, 10 strands of celestial spiritual energy, elevating their cultivation to the 10th level of body refinement realm. Please, host, continue to strive and elevate the art of living off someone else's success. Lie back and win the world. As the system's voice echoed, Shen Mo immediately felt a surge of warm energy coursing through his body, swiftly infusing him with vitality. This energy flowed through his limbs and bones, leading to a rapid enhancement of his strength. However, the change was minuscule. To others, it merely seemed that Shen Mo's aura had deepened slightly. Under the system's guise, his power increase went unnoticed, for an inexplicable enhancement might soon attract unwanted attention. Achieving the 10th level of body refinement realm was certainly commendable. Previously, Shen Mo had been deemed a useless scion, and upon investigation, he discovered that this body was indeed the very epitome of mediocrity, a F-grade talent, which in this society was akin to being nearly incapacitated, while the truly unfortunate, with remarkable talents, could still soar. Shen Mo, a direct descendant of the Shen family, was left wanting. It was no wonder that Lu Yufei was reluctant to accept their betrothal. Of course, that was not an excuse for Lu Yufei to deceive him with her angelic facade. If she had the means, she shouldn't be relying on their family's treasures. After taking advantage of them, what right did she have to flaunt her superiority? She looked down on him? He, too, was unimpressed by her. Compared to his beloved wife, she was nowhere near the mark. Shen Mo gazed at Feng Huang by his side, feeling utterly at ease and captivated. She was indeed his ideal partner, his benefactor, no, his beloved wife. Yet, her prowess was undeniably formidable. Shen Mo pondered the essence of the purplish flame that Feng Huang had just unleashed. That must have been her way of helping him vent his frustrations. The system was truly shameless. Here was a dignified man of 8 feet, yet it compelled him to live off his wife's success. Nevertheless, the rewards were too enticing. Shen Mo chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Feng Huang, having relieved Shen Mo's grievances, was momentarily taken aback, sensing her own strength surging to a new level. 5th layer of the profound spirit realm. Her eyes widened in astonishment. At this moment, she had yet to become the unrivaled Empress of the world a decade hence. She was a genius, but not invincible. This was her current cultivation. Yet, due to a single act of aiding Shen Mo, her strength had ascended a notch, hinting at the potential for further breakthroughs. Follow me. Feng Huang, disregarding everything else, swiftly took Shen Mo's hand and prepared to leave. As they departed, her icy gaze swept over the onlookers, declaring, Shen Mo is mine. None shall dare make a move. At that moment, a smaller, resplendent golden token flew from her bosom, hovering above the hall before landing directly in the hands of the head of the Shen family. If there are any matters, report my name to the Municipal Martial Department. Feng Huang. Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd. The name Feng Huang was known far and wide. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star nearly a decade ago, she was the sole prodigy of unparalleled talent. Indeed, while many talents emerged, Feng Huang stood head and shoulders above the rest. Rumors had it that her awakening granted her an ultra S-grade talent, with her cultivation progressing at an astonishing rate. Most importantly, it was said that her talent had not been fully assessed at awakening, implying it could very well exceed ultra S-grade, reaching SSS grade or beyond. As the crowd absorbed this information, Feng Huang's gaze swiftly turned, and with a cold demeanor, she rendered Lu Yufei's A-grade talent null and void, coldly admonishing, "Do not take what does not belong to you. You dare covet the belongings of those under my protection? Seek death." Although she meant to defend Shen Mo, to the others, it appeared as though she was avenging him by obliterating Lu Yufei's A-grade talent, especially after Shen Mo had claimed her talent was deceitful. After accomplishing this, Feng Huang waved her hand and vanished with Shen Mo from the banquet hall, leaving the guests and members of the Lu and Shen families in stunned silence. Members of the Lu family were consumed with fear and confusion, while those from the Shen family were utterly bewildered. The head of the Shen family wore an expression of incredulity. So, his foolish son had secured an extraordinary ally? But the Feng family was a singular lineage. Surely this foolish boy wasn't planning to become a son-in-law? That would not do. The Shen family was also in dire need of heirs. As the guests exchanged bewildered glances filled with strange mirth, they congratulated the head of the Shen family. Congratulations. Shen family head, your son has struck it rich, to have caught the eye of that esteemed lady. Moreover, she has even made a public declaration of exclusivity. This is indeed a stroke of good fortune. We thought the Shen family would suffer embarrassment this time. Yet unexpectedly, you have gained such a powerful ally. While the crowd remained in a state of disbelief and confusion, Shen Mo and Feng Huang arrived at a secluded, luxurious villa. This was one of Feng Huang's properties in Linhai City. As the most exceptional heir of the Feng family, she had inherited vast estates. This was merely one of the least conspicuous among them. Upon bringing Shen Mo here, Feng Huang headed to the basement to assess her own strength and contemplate how best to handle Shen Mo Chapter 6. Feng Huang's astonishment, discovering a potential sugar baby. Within the villa, Shen Mo began to explore his system. The invincible sugar baby system. Oh, the ultimate sugar baby system. As the name suggests, Any beneficial act performed by Feng Linghuang for Shen Mo, whether it be avenging him or providing cultivation resources, would count as sustenance from her. Thus, Shen Mo could receive critical rewards from the system. In essence, what Feng Linghuang offered was merely the tip of the iceberg, while the system's rewards constituted the bulk. However, the resources provided by Feng Linghuang could not overlap in rewards. For a given period, one type of resource could yield only one reward. For instance, when Shen Mo was at the body refinement realm and Feng Linghuang had given him initial resources to boost his strength, he could not receive rewards for that aspect again. If he received a stamina potion specifically for the body refinement realm, once he had obtained it, any subsequent instances would not count as sustenance from Feng Linghuang. This prevented Shen Mo from exploiting this loophole to repeatedly squeeze resources from Feng Linghuang, turning her into a heartless sugar mama, while also averting the waste of the system's original intent. After all, he aspired to become the strongest man behind the future Empress. Thus, Shen Mo must rely on his own charm to encourage Feng Linghuang to willingly invest in him. Such a sugar baby system is quite the spectacle. Shen Mo mused to himself. However, he was well aware that this system was quite reasonable. It was impossible for the system to allow him to exploit bugs. Otherwise, if he were to ask Feng Linghuang for a plethora of low-level resources and she complied, he would become invincible. Since that avenue was closed off, he could only rely on his own charm. TSK, with his handsome looks, he could easily play the role of a pretty boy. Shen Mo gazed at his reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. This version of Shen Mo bore a striking resemblance to him, but as a pampered young master. He appeared far more refined and delicate. Of course, Shen Mo used to be a heavy internet user, spending his days either gaming or running errands. He had done all sorts of odd jobs to make a living. What handsome man could endure such trials? Shen Mo's previous allure, an 8 out of 10, was merely a testament to his good foundation. Looking at the clean and charming visage reminiscent of his university days, he smirked, playfully tousling his hair. Indeed, he possessed the essence of a pretty boy now. Next, it was time to figure out how to enjoy the benefits of being a kept man. Oh, sister. The corners of Shen Mo's lips curled slightly. Originally, had Feng Linghuang been an unattractive, portly figure, he might have hesitated to acquiesce to the morally dubious demands of this system. What a joke. Did Shen Mo truly need to depend on another's benevolence? Yet, there was no escaping it. The system had offered him too much. It had even presented him with such a stunning beauty to tempt him. How could he resist? Shen Mo pondered deeply. Feng Linghuang was no ordinary girl. For someone typical, he could easily charm her, and with a bit of kindness. It would not be difficult to coax resources from her. However, when Feng Linghuang entered the banquet hall, her commanding presence led Shen Mo to suspect she was not an ordinary individual, wielding significant resources and influence. In other words, Feng Linghuang was not a naive girl easily swayed. She was a cunning old fox, a person of considerable stature. Truly, this system was the strongest of its kind, and the initial difficulty level was equally formidable, wasn't it? Shen Mo grumbled a few choice words about the system before he began to strategize his approach toward Feng Linghuang. Genuine affection was undoubtedly required. Such a magnificent beauty as a wife would be ashamed to lose, especially when she was delivered right to his doorstep by the system. The challenge was how to persuade her to willingly spend her resources on him. That was a bit daunting. Did he truly need to adopt the role of a submissive little lapdog, like those portrayed in short videos, to win her favor? But would she even respond to such tactics? Moreover, given Feng Linghuang's status, strength, and beauty, did she really need obedient little lapdogs? TSK. After much contemplation, Shen Mo could think of no effective plan. He decided to wait until Feng Linghuang returned. She had been gone for a while. Speaking of which, wasn't it true that she had brought him here because she had an interest in him? Who would have thought that his face held the potential to attract wealthy women? Why had he not realized this sooner? If only he had known. He would have toiled so hard in the past. Was it that the allure of her wealth was not enticing, or was it his own shortcomings? How frustrating. Shen Mo lamented inwardly, feeling as if he had missed out on a fortune. Meanwhile, Feng Linghuang, clad in fitted military attire that accentuated her flawless figure, stood in the testing chamber of the basement, her expression complex. This basement was equipped with the finest testing apparatus in the entirety of Blue Star. No data could be misrepresented. These testing devices were specifically prepared for her. In every city, she had selected a discrete industry to house these instruments, allowing her to assess her strength at any moment and facilitating her training. However, today, for the first time, Feng Ling Wang had a feeling that something was amiss with these instruments. Yet she knew all too well that this was impossible. These machines were maintained daily, and data was regularly dispatched to her. Just yesterday, they had been tested, and all readings were normal. Fifth level of the mysterious spirit realm. The Phoenix body has seen improvements. Feng Ling Wang inhaled deeply. Not only that, but she also tested other metrics: reaction speed, skill release efficiency, potential growth, and so forth. Every single statistic reflected a notable enhancement. It was essential to understand that for a genius like Feng Ling Wang, improving any capability was incredibly arduous, as they had already reached their personal limits. As someone who had been reborn after a decade, she was acutely aware of her physical boundaries. Thus, she was utterly astonished by these results. Such figures were utterly unattainable by her own prowess. Even with the aid of Blue Star's technology, it was inconceivable. And yet, with Shen Mo's assistance, or rather, in the absence of any actual help from him, he had contributed nothing but a fleeting moment of relief. Feng Ling Huang had reaped such abundant rewards. Chapter 7. A Royal Flush begins. Feng Ling Huang's choice. Transmit Shen Mo's information to me, Feng Ling Huang commanded, her voice crisp as she addressed her wrist communicator. A response came promptly, understood. Soon, Shen Mo's data was relayed to her wristwatch. Shen Mo, the sole heir of the Shen family, held a somewhat unique status. In Linhai City, he was considered part of the elite, maintaining connections with both the municipal and military sectors. Among his peers in the Shen family, he was not particularly esteemed. In fact, to describe him as not good would be an understatement. He was quite the opposite, remarkably poor. The dossier indicated that Shen Mo was arrogant and overbearing, much to the delight of the family patriarch, while his parents showed him considerable leniency. The recent opportunity for marriage with Liu Yufei was one he had pursued himself. Originally, the Liu family was deemed unworthy of such an alliance. But Shen Mo's insistence had forced the arrangement. Initially, this was a significant event for the Shen family. Yet, as Feng Ling Huang had previously observed, what was meant to be a joyous occasion had devolved into a grand farce. Feng Ling Huang furrowed her brow slightly. The dossier also noted that Liu Yufei's A-grade talent indeed stemmed from the Shen family's angel heart. Regarding the imperial capital's purple extreme order, the document provided clarity. Upon reading that a genius from the imperial capital's military division was involved, Feng Ling Huang's eyes narrowed coldly. Given her current perspective, ordinary geniuses posed no challenge to her. If it had been her 10 years ago, she might have worried about attracting the attention of a formidable talent that could disrupt her training regimen and impede her ascension. But with her present strength, experience, comprehension, and capabilities, was there any need for such concerns? The combined talents of Blue Star could not match even a fraction of her prowess. Feng Ling Huang's gaze lightly brushed over the genius of the imperial capital's martial department. Yet her focus remained firmly on the matter concerning Shen Mo. Was the alliance with the Liu family merely a means to acquire strength for confrontation? Her eyes slightly lowered. She scrutinized the information revealing the Shen family's unique standing. No wonder she had chosen someone like Liu Yufei. Firstly, the Liu family's status was modest, making them easier to manipulate. Secondly, it served as a proactive investment to cultivate a rapport with Liu Yufei. Who would have thought she would be met with treachery in return? Feng Ling Huang's index finger lightly tapped on the desk. At that moment, she had donned sharp, professional outfit, presenting herself as a competent and poised career woman. Of course, the prowess and status of this career woman were rather intimidating. Given the circumstances, I shall be the pillar of support. Feng Ling Huang had already formed a preliminary resolution in her heart. Shen Mo's earlier flamboyant remarks provided her with an excellent entry point. Prepare these items for me, she instructed her subordinate on the other end of the phone in a calm tone. Meanwhile, Shen Mo had thoroughly explored the functionalities of the system and began meticulously studying his supreme, divine emperor physique, the chaos primordial body. According to the system's description, it was akin to the primordial force that birthed the universe. He could absorb both chaotic energy and the raw, ancient power. The term primordial indicated that regardless of how convoluted or chaotic the energy was, Shen Mo could absorb it without any purification. One must not underestimate this attribute of his physique. Why did Blue Star remain incapable of cultivation until the resurgence of spiritual energy? It was precisely because the natural forces roaming the air could not be absorbed without purification and filtration. There existed no methods to facilitate absorption. Even if someone could absorb these forces, they would likely meet a catastrophic end, particularly with the chaotic energies beyond the planet. However, once purified, they could be absorbed. This purifying process is known as body refinement cultivation. Only those who reach the realm of body refinement can absorb the natural energies of the world. The resurgence of spiritual energy represents a phenomenon of filtration and purification, allowing even those who have never encountered these forces to gradually absorb and cultivate them successfully. With this understanding, Shen Mo recognized just how extraordinary his physique truly was. Incredible! Was this not the legendary explosive start? This soft rice system is rather commendable, indeed. Shen Mo felt a wave of elation within. While he was lost in his thoughts, Feng Ling Huang emerged from the basement, holding a document with a complex expression. She had just finished her bath. After instructing her subordinates on their tasks, she had indulged in vigorous training in the basement to fully master her newfound abilities. With a heart full of conflicting emotions, she stepped into the living room. Shen Mo sat on the sofa, seemingly in a daze. In truth, he was contemplating the chaos primordial body. However, to Feng Ling Huang, he appeared merely lost in thought, evoking a sense of pity for his solitary demeanor. As this realization struck her, a pang of guilt washed over Feng Ling Huang. She had brought him here and then inadvertently overlooked him. No, she would never admit to having unintentionally abducted him. At that moment, she had been too exhilarated to consider the consequences. Taking a deep breath, Feng Ling Huang cautiously sat beside Shen Mo and said, "I apologize for neglecting you for so long. Would you like something to drink or eat?" It dawned on her that she had left Shen Mo unattended without arranging for his meals. With that thought in mind, she promptly made a call to have food prepared and delivered before turning her attention back to him. Meanwhile, Shen Mo was bewildered by her gaze. What did this mean? I am not her kept man. His thoughts were an intricate web of emotions. He had yet to experience such treatment as a kept man. Truly, it was exhilarating. Sister, please intensify your efforts. Do not show me pity merely because I am a delicate flower. Shen Mo's heart raced with excitement, though his expression remained composed as he gazed at Feng Ling Huang. He had pondered that a woman of such formidable strength likely preferred someone akin to an aloof older brother type, one who embodied the proud yet unyielding youth. Though he could not humble himself to please her, he could certainly attempt to project that proud defiance. Now, he was a young man beset by unrequited love, proud yet struggling against the odds. Shen Mo resolutely thought to himself, maintaining a cool demeanor as he regarded Feng Ling Huang. At that moment, Feng Ling Huang found herself at a loss for words. Despite her earlier perfect plans, the reality of the situation proved daunting. She had never engaged in such matters before. Rubbing her temples, she ultimately mustered the courage to push a document toward Shen Mo, despite feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Chapter 8. Such fortuitous events. Take a look at this, she said, her voice firm yet tinged with hesitation. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, glancing at the document she had pushed toward him. Upon opening it, he inhaled sharply. What the hell? He thought, unable to conceal his astonishment, his expression reflecting sheer disbelief. It was no wonder he reacted this way. The content of the document was utterly unfathomable. Shen Mo scrutinized the details, which stated that Feng Ling Huang and Shen Mo voluntarily entered into a contractual engagement. Feng Ling Huang would provide resources, support, and even martial might, while Shen Mo was to remain by her side, available at her beck and call. Wait, does available at her beck and call imply what I think it does? Shen Mo's heart raced with exhilaration, yet he maintained a facade of calmness. After the initial shock, he quickly regained his composure, adopting an expression of feigned indignation as he looked at Feng Ling Huang. Just moments ago, Shen Mo had been engrossed in a melodramatic romance film, observing the characters' performances. This reaction was undoubtedly fitting, perfectly embodying the proud, yet hesitant demeanor of a self-assured young man. As he contemplated this, Feng Ling Huang, noticing his response, quickly interjected, "Please do not misunderstand." She collected her thoughts and continued, "I am aware of your annulment with Liu Yufei. Presently, you and the Shen family have become the laughingstock of Linhai City. Moreover, should this news reach certain quarters, it could pose a threat to you and your family. She subtly implied. As it happens, I also require a fiancé to ward off my family's relentless matchmaking. Feng Linghuang silently apologized to her indulgent father before addressing Shen Mo with a gentle demeanor. How about we mutually benefit from this arrangement and pose as an engaged couple? I assure you, I harbor no ill intentions toward you. Previously, during our time at Tianhai Tower, the nature of our relationship must have already spread. Personally, I believe this situation is mutually beneficial for both you and me, yielding nothing but advantages. Oh, how disappointing for Shen Mo. He had expected to experience the thrill of being pursued and coveted by others, only to find it was merely this contractual relationship. Yet, this soft rice system indeed proves to be quite advantageous. Shen Mo hadn't yet devised a strategy to win over Feng Linghuang, to make her willingly invest resources in him. Instead, she has come to him of her own accord. How delightful! Ha! Is this truly what it feels like to be fed by the heavens? Shen Mo's heart brimmed with joy. As for feelings of discontent, lack of accomplishment, or a sense of indignity and pride, he must refuse such notions. What nonsense! With such a wealthy benefactor offering their support, why would he decline? Is the allure of his benefactor not enticing? Is she not wealthy enough? Is his beautiful wife not beautiful enough? What more could he possibly desire? However, Shen Mo was not one to acquiesce so easily. He needed to test Feng Linghuang's boundaries. Would she grant him whatever he wished for? This cautious demeanor of Shen Mo caused a pang in Feng Linghuang's heart. She could not shake the feeling that she was wielding her power to coerce an innocent boy into sacrificing for her. Such guilt. She shook her head and asked, "What do you desire?" She did not directly answer Shen Mo's question, for her promise carried significant weight. Feng Linghuang had become accustomed to guarding against potential mistakes from every angle. Upon her inquiry, Shen Mo replied, "I wish to cultivate. I desire abundant resources for cultivation." Shen Mo gazed at Feng Linghuang, uncertain of her true intentions, but he could not let this golden opportunity slip away. Feng Linghuang must either fulfill his request, or he would scoff at any meager protection she might offer. How much could she help him against his adversaries? Such minimal rewards would be utterly insignificant. Moreover, if he repeatedly provoked those formidable beings, he would inevitably be discarded by Feng Linghuang. Thus, Shen Mo had to contemplate his long-term development. At the moment Shen Mo spoke, Feng Linghuang was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated a different request. Yet it was this. She had previously reviewed Shen Mo's profile, aware of his F-grade talent. It appeared that her young boyfriend was unwilling to abandon his cultivation potential. This condition was not one that anyone would agree to lightly, not even those stronger than Feng Linghuang. After all, how much resource would it take to alter the fate of an F-grade talent? Shen Mo had not specified the quantity he required, indicating that he was indeed reluctant to accept his F-grade talent and was determined to enhance his cultivation. However, for Feng Linghuang, this was of no consequence. As long as Shen Mo could elevate her supreme phoenix body, she would not hesitate to lay all her cultivation resources before him. What could possibly be lacking? With this thought, she nodded and said, "Very well, from now on. Feel free to request any resources you desire from me. Additionally, here is my joint black card and Martial Department contribution card. All are now yours. You may purchase whatever you wish without needing to inform me. Furthermore, should the Shen family encounter any issues, you may approach me for assistance. Lastly, this is the emergency contact order for Blue Star. With this, you can request reinforcements from any municipal institution or martial department at any time. Those who disobey will be dealt with." Feng Linghuang systematically bestowed upon Shen Mo all that could aid him. To her, these were mere trinkets. Some had once been valuable to her, yet now held no worth. What she truly lacked was extensive experience and vast resources, which could not be obtained through ordinary means. With this in mind, Feng Linghuang's clear, bright phoenix eyes gazed towards a distant point in the heavens. Perhaps she should swiftly enter a certain realm. Doing so would allow for rapid advancement. Furthermore, she would acquire abundant resources, ensuring that Shen Mo would have whatever he desired. Moreover, his growth and strength would also benefit her. Unbeknownst to Feng Linghuang, she pondered whether Shen Mo's elevation in power would facilitate the unlocking of her supreme phoenix body. If so, she would exert every effort to assist him. In this way, it might seem as though she was taking advantage of Shen Mo, for her original intention was to help him strengthen. Yet, now it appeared that it was he who was making demands. Feng Linghuang's heart was filled with confusion. After much contemplation, she handed Shen Mo yet another item. Chapter 9. Is this the joy of being a pretty boy? This was one of my symbols of identity, a ring shaped like a phoenix in flight. Present this at the Feng family, and you shall be regarded as the future young master. None would dare to show you disrespect. Pay no heed to what my father or others say. They cannot interfere with me. Anyone in the Feng family who looks upon you unfavorably, provide me their names. Feng Linghuang's voice was commanding, her eyes gleaming with an air of supremacy and invincibility. It was the aura of one who commanded numerous strong figures, safeguarding the entirety of Blue Star. A decade hence, while many powerful beings would stand upon Blue Star, in reality, Feng Linghuang would dominate half of that strength. She possessed the ability, the power, and the conviction to look down upon all, steering her own destiny. Even now, no one could sway her decisions or intentions. Shen Mo was bewilderedly inundated with a plethora of items, utterly astonished. Is this the joy of being a pretty boy? He could hardly comprehend it. Sister, just take me already. This is overwhelming. Shen Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hadn't anticipated Feng Linghuang would be so generous. What a wonderful partner she is. Rest assured, your man will never let you down. Oh, I almost forgot something important. If I were to find myself in a predicament that you cannot handle, what then? Shen Montak inquirit. This was crucial. After all, how could he allow his wife to bear the brunt of his troubles? Shen Montak contemplated deeply. Knowing that his beautiful wife had treated him so well, he must not be ungrateful, unlike that scoundrel Lu Yufei, who betrayed her husband, or rather, her wife. As Shen Mo's voice faded, Feng Linghuang pondered seriously for a moment before shaking her head, stating, impossible. There is no one I cannot confront. Shen Mo was taken aback. Wasn't that a rather bold claim? Nonetheless, despite Feng Linghuang's confidence, Shen Mo, as a man, could not truly rely on her. If trouble arose with particularly troublesome adversaries, he would simply eliminate them, preventing any misfortune from befalling his dear wife, ensuring she would not face a future of hardship. Shen Mo's mind raced with such thoughts, his gaze glinting with determination. As he contemplated these thoughts in his heart, on the other side, Feng Linghuang's gaze toward Shen Mo grew increasingly gentle. Previously, she had learned from the documents that Shen Mo was a person of exceedingly poor character, one who relished bullying others by leveraging his status as the legitimate son of the Shen family to wreak havoc in Linhai City. However, it appeared that these were mere fabrications. Although this young man lacked exceptional talent, his character was commendable. Otherwise, he would not have taken the initiative to pose such a question to her. It seemed he had also inquired about the same matter with the head of the Shen family, and the individuals involved were all well within the Shen family's sphere of influence. As for Shen Mo's frequent questioning regarding whom he could provoke, Feng Linghuang felt no significant aversion. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the strong had flourished while the weak were often preyed upon. As the legitimate son of the Shen family, and with his mediocre talent, it would be remiss of him not to adopt a ruthless mindset and consider how to guard against others. As for whom might provoke him, that was simply a matter of their own misfortune. Having ascended to the status of Empress for many years, Feng Linghuang had long grasped a fundamental truth. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Her strength and status were the greatest assurances that neither she nor Shen Mo would be bullied. Otherwise, given her beauty, not only would her relationship with Shen Mo be untenable, but even her standing in the Feng family would be jeopardized. Reflecting on a past incident, Feng Linghuang let out a cold snort, her demeanor momentarily chilling before quickly softening as she turned to Shen Mo and said, "Let us dine." The dining hall had long been prepared, yet the staff dared not disturb Feng Linghuang and Shen Mo. In the living room, without Feng Linghuang's permission, no one dared to enter or exit freely. The servants had designated passages to the dining hall and would not traverse this area. After Shen Mo and Feng Linghuang finished their meal, they returned to the Shen family. Feng Linghuang had other matters to attend to. Having just broken through to the 5th layer of the Xianling realm, and with significant advancements in her Xianhuang physique, all of this needed to be reported to the higher echelons in the imperial capital for further assessment. Additionally, having only recently been reborn, there were numerous tasks requiring her meticulous planning, and many individuals she needed to meet. Thus, after sharing a meal with Shen Mo and solidifying their contractual engagement, she hurriedly took her leave. Shen Mo stood outside the main entrance of the Shen family, observing the comings and goings of the household staff and security personnel, feeling inexplicably melancholic. It truly felt as if he had been hidden away by someone and was only just being returned. However, the sensation of being a kept man was, indeed, rather delightful. Who would have thought that, after a lifetime of hardship, he had never even had a chance to touch a beautiful woman's hand? And now he was being pampered. He lifted his head, hands in pockets, mimicking Shen Mo's previous nonchalant demeanor as he walked in. Behind him trailed a group of bodyguards from the Feng family, all of whom were Feng Linghuang's personal guards. According to her, there were times when she could not guarantee Shen Mo's safety if she was far away. Since Shen Mo had entered into a contractual engagement with her, he naturally became one of her protected individuals and could not be bullied. As Feng Linghuang dispatched people to stay close to Shen Mo, he received a notification sound from a system in his mind. Ding! The host has received a boost. Detected levels: Xianling Realm 1st Layer, Huangling Realm 3rd Layer, 5th Layer, 8th Layer, 15 guards each, 1 hidden guardian at the 5th layer of the Dilling Realm, resulting in a critical hit yielding 1 strong individual at the 9th layer of the Xianling Realm and 100 Huangling Realm guards. 1 experience card for a 1st layer Tianling Realm expert. Shen Mo looked at the items appearing in his mind, all of which were bestowed upon him by the soft rice system. Indeed, as long as Feng Linghuang provided him with resources and benefits, he would receive rewards from the system. Goodness, this system really allowed him to avoid any real work. It seemed he was destined to win the world without effort. Shen Mo felt somewhat speechless. With such generous rewards, how could he refuse the allure of being a kept man? Could a lifetime of hard work even yield 1 experience card from the Tianling Realm? However, Shen Mo had not anticipated that Feng Linghuang had even assigned a Dilling Realm expert to covertly guard him. A 5th layer Dilling Realm individual, surely. This was a figure of protector caliber? As for a Tianling Realm expert, that was an unattainable dream. There were perhaps only a handful of them across the entire Blue Star. This was during a time of spiritual energy resurgence, when the influx of celestial energies had birthed extraordinary individuals. To have such a person come forth as a guardian could very well expose Feng Linghuang's identity as a reincarnated being. And for Shen Mo, dreaming of such a thing was utterly futile. This Dilling Realm expert was likely one of Feng Linghuang's most formidable assets. Truly, the benefactor had not been bound in vain. Feng Linghuang was indeed quite formidable. Chapter 10. Returning to the Shen family. Shen family members overjoyed. Shen Mo mused to himself. Meanwhile, the Dilling Realm expert on the other side was also taken aback. Shen Mo had just glanced in his direction, and he feared he had been exposed. Yet, upon reflection, that seemed impossible. After all, he was a 5th layer Dilling Realm expert, particularly skilled in tracking and concealment. Not to mention Shen Mo, even Feng Linghuang. That girl was simply too extraordinary. When he had been summoned by Feng Linghuang, he had been startled, unable to fathom how she knew of his presence. It should be noted that when he received the mission, it was classified information. Only a peerless genius like Feng Linghuang could merit his protection. Yet, that girl had called upon him to safeguard such a waste. Elder Ming looked at Shen Mo's position, perplexed as to why Feng Linghuang had summoned him to protect such a fellow, especially with an expression suggesting that if anything were to happen to the other party, she would not survive either. Was this truly worth it? This was merely an F-grade waste. If Feng Linghuang fancied such a one, he would summon an entire battalion for her. Elder Ming, observing Shen Mo's carefree demeanor, grew increasingly displeased. The way this fellow acted obediently in front of Feng Linghuang was merely a facade. Curiously, that girl seemed blind, unable to see through it. She even regarded him favorably. Elder Ming recalled the details he had seen in the files and let out a cold snort. He released a breath, directing it towards Shen Mo. What kind of powerful individuals could possibly be drawn to someone like him? This breath was sufficient to safeguard the other party, should any issues arise. He could rush over at that point. With such thoughts, Elder Ming promptly vanished from the scene, wishing to avoid the irritation of having to protect such a second-generation heir. Were it not for his regard for Feng Linghuang, he would have sought out his old friends to devise a plan to steer Feng Linghuang away from this misguided path. After all, how could a genius capable of influencing Blue Star's future find interest in such a waste? Elder Ming's aura faded from Shen Mo's system detection range. Shen Mo ambled towards the main entrance of the Shen family, wholly unconcerned, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. He had deliberately allowed the other to leave. Otherwise, there was no way he could conceal any secrets from him. With a sigh, he mused, a formidable warrior of the profound spirit realm is sufficient. He is not a truly exceptional, useless individual who requires his wife as protection to traverse the world. As for the guardian, it is best that she retains that role herself. Shen Mo hummed lightly as he approached the grand entrance of his home, and before he even reached the doorway, he called out loudly, "Damn, Mom, I'm back." The moment his words escaped his lips, a throng of people surged out from within. The head of the Shen family and others had spent the entire night awake, deliberating on what course of action to take. And now, this unfortunate child had returned. The Shen family hall was brightly lit, with numerous family members casting sharp gazes at Shen Mo. The patriarch of the Shen family stepped forward with a commanding stride, delivering a light slap to the back of Shen Mo's head, exclaiming, "You unfortunate child, you only return now." He then cleared his throat and inquired, "Now speak. What on earth is happening? Where is my future daughter-in-law, Miss Feng?" Having learned of Feng Linghuang's identity early on, the patriarch and the others were well aware that the earlier conversation in the banquet hall had been largely Shen Mo's jesting with them and the guests. Yet, Feng Linghuang had not refuted him, leaving them somewhat perplexed. As he spoke, Shen Mo chuckled softly, rubbing the back of his head, realizing that his father had not truly exerted any force. If anything, it felt more like a gentle caress than a reprimand. He did not want to keep everyone in suspense, so he grinned and raised his chin, declaring, "Of course, we captured her on the spot. However, Ling Huang is rather shy and didn't want to meet you all just yet. She mentioned wanting to cultivate until she reaches the celestial spirit realm before introducing herself to avoid any gossip from others about her association with me." With a gesture towards the line of Feng family bodyguards standing behind him, he continued, "Look, these are the guardians Ling Huang arranged for me. Impressive, aren't they? You should praise your son." Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, the patriarch, initially wide-eyed and ready to reprimand him, was taken aback. How could this unfortunate child still not speak sensibly? What if he were to face trouble when he goes out? However, after absorbing what Shen Mo had said, the patriarch's expression transformed multiple times. He glanced at the individuals behind Shen Mo, who he had assumed were merely sent by Feng Linghuang to escort him home. So, these were indeed the protectors sent by Feng Linghuang for his son. The patriarch's eyes widened, and the other members of the Shen family were equally astonished. Is this truly the case? Is this real? Shen Mo's mother was overwhelmed with excitement, trembling as she grasped the patriarch's hand. As the patriarch had feigned anger towards Shen Mo moments earlier, she rushed to intervene. The couple often played their parts in teaching their son, one taking the role of the strict parent and the other the lenient one, but today she could no longer maintain her facade. "So, Feng Linghuang is genuinely my daughter-in-law?" she exclaimed, gripping her husband's hand tightly, nearly squeezing him unconscious. Meanwhile, Shen Mo nodded in response to her words, pouting slightly. "Mom, do you still not believe your son? Look, I brought her back with me. From today onwards, they will reside in the Shen family, always by my side. Oh, and you can assign them tasks if you wish, but Captain Min will only follow me." Shen Mo pointed to the leader among the group of bodyguards, a formidable warrior of the first level of the profound spirit realm. This individual was specifically requested by Feng Linghuang to remain by his side, and neither the patriarch nor the others could command him. The patriarch and the others were now visibly excited. If these individuals were to live with them, then the situation must indeed be genuine. With their keen eyes, they could tell that these individuals possessed extraordinary strength, each equivalent to the elite among them. The fact that such individuals were dispatched by Feng Linghuang to safeguard Shen Mo indicated that she held a substantial regard for their foolish son and was concerned for his safety. The patriarch and the others thought this, their spirits soaring with joy. They quickly asserted, "This is only fitting. Captain Min will receive the finest treatment while residing with us in the Shen family." Clearing his throat, he added with a grin, "You little rascal. Dear son, come here. I have some matters to discuss with you." Chapter 11. Otherwise, shall we simply turn this charade into reality? With a beaming smile, the patriarch warmly addressed Shen Mo, even adjusting his son's sleeves and collar before leading him away. Shen Mo did not resist. Feeling the firm grip of his father on his collar, as if he feared he might struggle to escape, leaving him utterly speechless. The father and son nearly adhered to each other as they returned to the study upstairs, where the patriarch's expression grew serious. Upon entering the study, he pressed a switch and, still holding Shen Mo, entered a concealed passage. They descended several flights of stairs before he finally set Shen Mo down. Now, it is time to speak the truth. What on earth is happening? The patriarch's countenance was grave. Upon entering the study, he had already used his power to examine Shen Mo thoroughly. There was no doubt this was indeed his son. The issue lay within Shen Mo's words. Feng Linghuang had taken an interest in him. Such absurdity was only suitable for others. He knew his son too well. The Shen Mo of the past certainly did not possess such capability. As the patriarch spoke, Shen Mo, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "Well, this is the truth." He produced the contract agreement he held out for the patriarch to see. His father, not a simple character, deserved no deception from Shen Mo, and neither did Feng Linghuang intend to obscure the truth. After all, she had signed a contract, fully aware that the Shen family would be informed. However, knowing this would not pose any significant issue, as her conditions were exceedingly favorable, so much so that no one would dare refuse. Moreover, this would only benefit Shen Mo, with no detriment involved. Upon seeing the agreement Shen Mo presented, the patriarch let out a heavy sigh of relief. He had genuinely feared that Shen Mo had become entangled in something unfathomable, given that a woman of Feng Linghuang's caliber was not someone just anyone could approach. Such a flower, adorned with thorns, was not meant to be plucked by just anyone. The patriarch was most concerned that his foolish son, unaware of his own limitations, might provoke Feng Linghuang and thereby invite calamity. However, upon realizing that it was Feng Linghuang who had proactively proposed this arrangement and that it was entirely beneficial for Shen Mo and the Shen family, he saw no reason to obstruct it. After all, this development was advantageous for Shen Mo. With Feng Linghuang as protection, his path ahead would undoubtedly be much smoother. After all, his foolish son possessed only an F-grade talent. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, it is the fault of your mother and me for not bestowing upon you a better gift of talent. Since you have decided to accept this arrangement, your mother and I shall support you wholeheartedly. However, let this matter remain undisclosed to outsiders. The agreement shall be entrusted to me for safekeeping." The head of the Shen family declared, casting a stern glance at Shen Mo, who seemed poised to object, and asserted with indignation, "There shall be no dissent. This is settled. What if this foolish son were to possess it, and it were to be seen by others? Such a risk cannot be entertained, not for a moment." With a sense of helplessness, Shen Mo wished to express that there was no need for such anxiety, as the agreement held no value for him. Nevertheless, since his father desired it, so be it. "Ah, and by the way, father, this is a token of respect from Ling Huang to you, purportedly for the living expenses, nutritional costs, promotion fees, resource allocations, and various other benefits pertaining to us at the Shen family estate." Shen Mo produced another item. Indeed, this was a gift from Feng Linghuang, yet since it was not bestowed directly upon Shen Mo, it failed to yield a critical reward. This was intended for him to pass on to the head of the Shen family. After all, as a member of the household, all expenses should be her responsibility, not the burden of the Shen family. Given that she is the one safeguarding Shen Mo, Feng Linghuang was quite clear on this matter. As Shen Mo spoke, the head of the Shen family received the newly developed spatial equipment. Such spatial folding artifacts are exceedingly rare across the entire Blue Star. Yet, Feng Linghuang effortlessly produced one. Furthermore, the cost for those she employed as bodyguard for Shen Mo would be borne by her as well. The head of the Shen family's emotions were decidedly complex. He gazed at Shen Mo and then sighed deeply, muttering, "Perhaps you should engage in a genuine romance with Feng Linghuang." Upon uttering these words, he sighed once more, his demeanor tinged with melancholy, and waved Shen Mo away, saying, "Enough, you may leave. You are unworthy." Shen Mo, bewildered, found himself dismissed from the study. "Wait, old man, come back. What was that look of hesitation and reluctance all about? Am I not worthy of a genuine relationship? Feng Linghuang is indeed my wife." Shen Mo felt despondent, stung by his father's disdain, which vexed him deeply. Though he referred to him as a cheap father, he was still his father, was he not? Shen Mo had witnessed the head of the Shen family's actions clearly. He genuinely cared. No matter what, having traversed this realm, he was now Shen Mo, undoubtedly the sole legitimate heir of the Shen family. Shen Mo, dismissed as unworthy of Feng Lingwang. Just wait and see how he would bring honor to his family in the future. With a scoff, Shen Mo sauntered away. The news of Shen Mo's return to the Shen family stirred the hearts of countless individuals. Upon confirming that Shen Mo had indeed returned with a retinue of bodyguards from the Feng family, the citizens of Linhai were filled with mixed emotions. How could such good fortune have befallen the old Shen family? Their own talents were equally promising, youthful, and handsome, no less charming than Shen Mo. Yet, despite the envy brewing within, none dared to undermine the Shen family or Shen Mo, for the Feng family and Feng Lingwang were not entities they could afford to provoke. A throng of people came forth to offer their congratulations. Meanwhile, across town, the Liu family appeared shrouded in gloom. What were they to do? The elder of the Liu family had grown increasingly distressed. He regretted having indulged Liu Yufei's whims. Initially believing that Liu Yufei's awakening of an A-grade talent rendered Shen Mo a mere F-grade talent insignificant, he thought the Shen family's influence, no matter how formidable, was inconsequential. After all, their Yufei had garnered attention from the martial department. Yet now, Shen Mo and Feng Lingwang were a couple. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would never have permitted Liu Yufei such latitude. This had managed to offend both the Shen and Feng family simultaneously. Moreover, was that angel's heart truly obtained by Liu Yufei through deceit? They had indeed insinuated that Shen Mo should provide that angel's heart to Liu Yufei. However, it was Liu Yufei herself who informed them that Shen Mo was enamored with her and wished to gift her that very heart. Could it be that she had misled them? The elder of the Liu family simmered with rage. Meanwhile, in her room, Liu Yufei wept uncontrollably. Brother Fan, you must help me. That Feng Lingwang and Shen Mo are utterly outrageous. Whoa, Liu Yufei sobbed, her tears flowing freely. Her A-grade talent had been rendered inert, and now she bore the water spirit heart talent bestowed upon her by Luo Fan. Yet, how could the water spirit heart talent compare to the A-grade talent she had once awakened? Although the water spirit heart talent was commendable, the A-grade talent she had awakened possessed immense healing abilities, capable of treating specific group injuries, which had garnered her the attention of the martial department in the imperial capital. In fact, the martial department had even issued a purple extreme order, inviting her to join their ranks. Had it not been for this, Liu Yufei would never have been so audacious. Their family still resided in Linhai. How could they afford to offend the Shen family? But with support behind her, she had grown arrogant. Yet, before she could fully assert her dominance, she was met with a harsh reckoning. Elder Chun had returned, and he would report the matter truthfully to the Purple Department in the imperial capital. What the outcome would be remained uncertain. In any case, when celestial beings clash, mortals suffer, and Feng Lingwang alongside that martial talent would surely emerge unscathed, while Liu Yufei and Luo Fan might not be so fortunate. As Liu Yufei wept like a sorrowful child, Luo Fan simmered with indignation. He had previously sought to ingratiate himself with Feng Lingwang, only to be rebuffed in front of many, leaving him humiliated. It was only due to his considerable composure that he had not lost control in that moment. Recalling the disdainful gaze that had regarded him as little more than an insect when she threatened to pluck out his eyes, Luo Fan's fists clenched tightly. "You shall kneel beneath my feet one day," he vowed in his heart, filled with pride. Little did anyone know, he was not of this world, but had traversed from another parallel realm. Upon his arrival, he had inherited the legacy of the Sage of Medicine, acquiring the formidable skills of the 13 ghostly needles. As his strength grew, so too would the power he could inherit. In such circumstances, what could Feng Lingwang possibly compete with? An unparalleled genius? A supreme prodigy? All were but pawns beneath his command. Luo Fan scoffed inwardly, incensed by Feng Lingwang's lack of recognition. Shen Mo, a mere waste, was hardly worthy of comparison. Clearly a character destined to be the antagonist, fated to be humiliated by him. From the beginning, Luo Fan had no desire to even spare Shen Mo a glance. Had it not been for the Shen family's excessive provocation at the banquet, he would have remained silent. Yet, the outcome had turned out as it had. Suppressing his fury, he gently consoled Liu Yufei. "Fei, do not worry. Have I not already given you the water spirit heart? The heart of water spirit is sufficient to compensate for your innate deficiencies, and with your formidable abilities, Your potential for future advancement is undoubtedly promising. As for Shen Mo and Feng Wang, those wicked individuals will inevitably face their own retribution. Luo Fan remained cautious, choosing not to disclose his intentions to Lu Yufei. Previously, he was oblivious to her extraordinary innate talent, which garnered her such significant attention from the members of the Purple Division in the Imperial City. She is the first woman he has encountered in this world, and naturally, he wishes to treat her well. However, Lu Yufei's concealment from him is unacceptable. Lu Yufei gazed into his gentle eyes, feeling a tumult of emotions within her. Indeed, she had kept her innate abilities a secret from Luo Fan, as he always exuded an elusive air, making her feel that he could never truly belong to her. This left her feeling resentful, prompting her to secretly retain some hidden cards. At this moment, with Luo Fan's words, she found herself unable to refute him. How could the talent of the Heart of Water Spirit possibly compare to her previously awakened abilities? The thought of her squandered potential made her heart ache, and she longed to weep aloud. She felt as if she had missed out on something profoundly significant, fueling her resentment towards Shen Mo and Feng Wang, wishing she could obliterate them entirely. Meanwhile, as Lu Yufei wept upon Luo Fan's shoulder, Shen Mo was meticulously crafting his next plan. He vaguely recalled Lu Yufei's rare healing talent, which had only been partially developed, a mere fraction of its full potential. Once fully awakened, her abilities would continually ascend to greater heights. In his past life, although Lu Yufei was not the foremost figure in the protagonist's harem, her prowess was nonetheless formidable. However, now all of that was rendered moot. Without that innate talent as support, many of the protagonist's advantages from his past life would be unattainable. My wife is truly remarkable, Shen Mo thought to himself with delight. What significance did Luo Fan or the protagonist hold compared to him? Did they possess a beautiful, wealthy, and capable wife who could support them in their endeavors? He could bask in the comforts of life, thanks to her. Grateful for his wife, Shen Mo swiftly activated his wristwatch, dialing a series of numbers. His first emergency contact was Feng Wang, as per her own stipulation. If any danger arose, he was to call her. In the future, even if she could not arrive in time, she would ensure retribution for him. At that moment, Feng Wang had just finished her bath and received Shen Mo's call. Curiosity piqued. She wondered what urgency required her attention so soon after his return to the Shen family. Could it be that someone was foolish enough to provoke him? Contemplating this, she slightly furrowed her brows but swiftly answered the call. She had configured her phone to automatically connect if Shen Mo's call went unanswered for over 10 seconds, a precaution to ensure she wouldn't miss his warning during battles, thus allowing her to respond in time. As the call connected, she hurriedly drew the shower curtain around her, wrapping herself in it, and found a corner to face the video call with Shen Mo. Indeed, it was a video call, as such interactions fostered deeper emotional connections. However, Shen Mo, upon opening the video, was greeted by a most enchanting sight. "Hello, my wife," he began, momentarily stunned, nearly losing his composure. Coughing to regain his demeanor, he continued, "Hello, my wife." Feng Wang raised an eyebrow, leaning slightly forward, her gaze teasing as she inquired, "What were you about to say?" Her eyes sparkled with amusement, her body inclining toward the screen, showcasing her perfect legs, drawing closer to Shen Mo. Nothing. I just wanted to say your wall behind you is very white," he stammered, instantly flustered. The proximity of Feng Wang on the screen, coupled with her stunning beauty, overwhelmed him, evoking a sense of being graced by a queen. Such a celestial being was his wife. Well, a faux wife for now, but that would soon change. In his heart, Shen Mo swore that things would become real in time. Under the weight of her playful gaze, he lowered his eyes, seeking to avert the impending revelation of his flustered state. "Wow, my wife at home is so alluring," he said, attempting to regain his composure. "Have you eaten yet?" With Feng Wang before him, he resumed his flirtatious banter, emboldened by the contract they had signed, no longer fearing her dismissal. Still, Feng Wang's imposing aura was undeniably intimidating. Shen Mo pondered that as the heir of the Feng family and a breathtaking beauty, it was entirely natural for her to maintain such an air of authority to deter others from offending her. Meanwhile, Feng Wang felt a tinge of exasperation. Her presence typically commanded respect and fear. Yet here was Shen Mo treating her like a friend, joking and laughing as if nothing were amiss. However, she couldn't ignore the peculiar feelings he stirred within her. In her past life as the Phoenix Empress, her focus had been on warfare and managing the Feng family's affairs, leaving little room for romantic inclinations. Yet, with Shen Mo, there was an extraordinary sensation, as if he were the first person capable of approaching her heart. Perhaps it was the first time in many years she felt like nurturing a young man. With this playful thought, she decided not to remain hidden in the corner any longer, standing up instead. The long shower curtains swayed gracefully with her movements, capturing Shen Mo's rapt attention, not merely the fabric, but rather the allure of her presence. Realizing the situation, Shen Mo felt a surge of panic. He had intended to flirt with his beautiful wife, yet found himself ensnared by her charm. How vexing! Shen Mo averted his gaze, while Feng Linghuang chuckled softly, pouring herself a glass of red wine. She then turned her attention towards Shen Mo's direction and, with her crimson lips slightly parted, inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss at this late hour?" Having already ascertained that there was no imminent danger on Shen Mo's end during their previous video call, she had relaxed her demeanor, revealing no signs of anxiety. Shen Mo immediately discerned the underlying sentiment in her words, realizing that his beautiful wife was indeed concerned for his well-being. This thought brought a smile to his face, prompting him to clear his throat and say, "I was simply missing you. I was wondering how you were faring over there. Oh, my father and the others absolutely adore the gifts you sent. With so many resources, aside from what is allocated for the Mingxing clan's cultivation, the rest belongs to the Shun family. The family head must be overjoyed. Huh, there's not an ounce of sorrow in selling out for a bit of glory." Shen Mo held a deep disdain for such sentiments. Feng Linghuang, upon hearing this, let out a light laugh. That is only to be expected. As for Shen Mo's declaration of missing her, she chose to overlook it, though a flicker of unique emotion danced in her eyes. Since taking the reins of the Feng family, she had seldom encountered expressions of longing or concern directed toward her. Her father and the others were well aware of her disdain for being perceived as weak, and after her ascension as the Xianyuan Empress, becoming a pillar of support for all of Blue Star, she could no longer afford to display any vulnerability. Thus, many often forgot that she, too, experienced fatigue and was, after all, a woman. If it were anyone else expressing such affection, Feng Linghuang would have dismissed it entirely and perhaps even felt a twinge of annoyance. After all, there were many who sought to elevate themselves through her favor, and she had heard her fair share of insincere pleasantries. Yet, Shen Mo was different. She could sense the sincerity behind his words. Their exchange felt akin to that of a genuine engaged couple, which stirred a deeper complexity within her heart. Having never experienced romance, she was unaware of the distinction, and she momentarily faltered in her breath before changing the subject, asking, "How are things at the Shun family? Is anyone troubling you? If so, let Mingxing handle it. If they cannot resolve it, we will escalate the matter to others. You need not worry. Just focus on your safety." Feng Linghuang meticulously instructed, for Shen Mo was of utmost importance to her, and she could not allow any harm to befall him. She had already stationed Elder Ming nearby, but there was no need for Shen Mo to be aware of this. She feared he might be exploited for it. It wasn't that Feng Linghuang mistrusted Shen Mo, but rather that he was too innocent, and she worried he might not be able to keep a secret. Meanwhile, the naive Shen Mo felt a twinge of annoyance, stating, "No one would dare bully me. I would crush them." Then, recalling something, he quickly added, "By the way, dear, I need to go to Tianwu Pavilion tomorrow to purchase some items. Could you grant me a credit line? I can handle the payment once I've made the purchases." Feng Linghuang replied, "Didn't I give you a co-branded black card and a contribution card from the Martial Department? You can use those." She had initially bestowed these upon Shen Mo to better facilitate his growth. "Well, I want to be independent." Shen Mo protested internally, feeling rather frustrated with the system. He had previously inquired whether accepting Feng Linghuang's co-branded black card and contribution card would be akin to relying on her. But he realized this would not qualify as dependence since it would yield critical rewards. How could that be acceptable? That would be tantamount to a one-time buyout. The system was truly merciless. Thus, Shen Mo resolutely declined her offer, yet he needed a convincing reason to refuse Feng Linghuang. "I am a man. How could I always rely on your money? Besides, if I need something, I will simply ask you directly. Surely, you wouldn't deny me?" Upon hearing his words, Feng Linghuang found merit in his reasoning. Regardless, Shen Mo was indeed a man, and perhaps his pride was at stake. She had overlooked this aspect in her eagerness to assist him. Very well, I shall authorize the credit line for you. You can submit requests as needed, Feng Lingwang affirmed. Shen Mo had confirmed that as long as it was approved by Feng Lingwang, any purchases made would still count towards the critical rewards, as the items being bought were distinct. Proud of you, system. I shall devise a clever strategy of my own, Shen Mo thought, feeling triumphant at her response. The two continued their light banter over the phone until they were interrupted by the doorbell, signaling the end of their conversation. After hanging up, Feng Lingwang changed her attire and stepped outside, where a beautiful young woman in uniform awaited her. With a figure that rivaled Feng Lingwang's, she lacked the grace, aura, and beauty that characterized Feng Lingwang. Who were you on the phone with for so long? Mu Feishua teased as she entered Feng Lingwang's room. Having overheard the soft tones of their conversation, punctuated by Feng Lingwang's occasional laughter. It seems you're in love. Mu Feixu. Feng Lingwang's confidant in her past life and a dear friend in this one, chuckled lightly. Shall we go? As they prepared to leave, Mu Feishua curiously asked, You aren't seriously in a relationship, are you? Just a little boyfriend, Feng Lingwang replied with a raised eyebrow and a soft laugh. This revelation elicited an exclamation from Mu Feishua. Now, I am intrigued. Who could possibly capture the heart of this icy beauty? Mu Feishua's exaggerated tone prompted a melodic laugh from Feng Lingwang as the two strolled out of the room, engaged in light-hearted conversation. On the other hand, after hanging up, Shen Mo found himself unable to sleep for a considerable time, vexed by thoughts of Feng Lingwang, the enchanting temptress who had invaded his dreams. The following morning, he dragged himself out of bed, sporting dark circles beneath his eyes. How could he have endured dreaming of that captivating creature all night? The most bewildering part was that within his dreams, she was alluring, charming, and utterly irresistible, embodying gentleness. Who could withstand such a vision? The mere act of rising in the morning required considerable willpower. After tidying up the remnants of his nocturnal escapades, Shen Mo yawned and exited his bedroom. Freshly groomed and ready to leave the Shun residence. Mom, Dad, I have some errands to run, Shen Mo exclaimed as he dashed out. Tianwu Pavilion, the most renowned marketplace in Blue Star, catered to everyone from merchants to nobility. If one sought to purchase something on Blue Star, it was virtually guaranteed to be available, except in cases where it simply did not exist. Tianwu Pavilion operated as an official organization, allowing individuals to list items for sale, ensuring transparency and safeguarding privacy. Wealth, channels, and sources are all guaranteed. Thus, many individuals engage in selling their wares here. Simultaneously, the Tianwu Pavilion boasts numerous physical branches. Shen Mo's visit to Tianwu Pavilion this time is to intercept a fortuitous opportunity belonging to Luo Fan. It must be said that Luo Fan is indeed the destined protagonist. His cultivation progresses as if aided by divine forces, as doors of opportunity open for him at every turn. Whatever he desires is not long before it is delivered to his doorstep or made available for purchase, truly the chosen one. However, the benefits that come with this chosen status shall now be his. Shen Mo felt a wave of satisfaction. He had just secured a credit line from Feng Lingwang the previous day. This meant that henceforth, any purchases made through Feng Lingwang would count as his soft power strike. Let us see what benefits the destined child will bestow upon him today. As long as he is present, Luo Fan shall not glean any advantages. Seeking to contend with him? Dream on. A cold smirk crossed Shen Mo's face. He was aware that Luo Fan had suffered a significant setback in the banquet hall and would undoubtedly seek to reclaim his standing. However, he would not grant him that opportunity. Shen Mo's entrance into Tianwu Pavilion was nothing short of grandiose, even startling the upper echelons of its branch. After all, news of Shen Mo's exploits from the previous day had spread throughout the entire Linghai city, who among the city's elite was unaware that he had been taken under Feng Linghuang's wing. Oh, they were together now. Upon seeing Shen Mo stride regally through the doors of Tianwu Pavilion, a branch manager hurried forward to greet him. Young Master Shen, you have arrived. Is there any treasure today that piques your interest? The manager's demeanor was exceptionally warm. It is worth noting that ordinarily, a young rake like Shen Mo would scarcely warn a glance. However, today was not like any other day. While Shen Mo himself might not be deserving of such attention, Feng Lingwang was someone whom even he had to approach with deference. After all, Only the branch manager had the privilege of personally welcoming someone of her stature. As Shen Mo, her esteemed fiancé, had now become a figure worthy of such personal reception. Not only that, but he also needed to ensure that Shen Mo was well attended to. Should he succeed in pleasing Feng Lingwang, he might even secure preferential access to the entire flow of goods in the western provinces. Would he then remain confined to a mere branch in Linghai City? Surely, he would be promoted. Indeed, the Feng family was also a major client and one of the principal shareholders of Tianwu Pavilion. The goods circulated by the Feng family accounted for a third of the merchandise from Tianwu Pavilion's major clients, directly influencing the regional sales of the establishment. To put it bluntly, if Feng Lingwang were to cough, the economy of the entire northwest region would tremble. Moreover, the Feng family's influence extended beyond this. During the period of spiritual energy resurgence, the Feng family had already established itself as a renowned financial conglomerate and a prominent family. Seizing the opportunity presented by the resurgence, the Feng family cultivated a vast number of formidable individuals. Initially, as the resurgence deepened, the Feng family found it challenging to control this burgeoning strength. After all, a weak ruler over strong subjects inevitably leads to backlash. Yet, who could have anticipated that after so many years, the Feng family would suddenly produce a figure like Feng Linghuang, who once again commanded respect from a multitude of powerful beings. It is vital to note that while these powerful individuals may not adhere strictly to the Feng family's commands, they maintained a delicate balance through mutual restraint. Each harbored ambitions to monopolize the vast enterprises of the Feng family, yet feared that engaging in lethal competition with one another would leave them vulnerable to outside forces. Thus, a fragile peace prevailed. However, those who dared to provoke the Feng family would swiftly find themselves facing severe repercussions. Following Feng Linghuang's ascension to power, she immediately forged alliances and maneuvered adeptly, calming a multitude of powerful individuals who willingly pledged their loyalty to her. Although the Feng family may not be entirely united, they had largely regained their influence over external affairs. This implies that not only did others refrain from challenging the Feng family, but the Feng family also possessed the power to impose sanctions. And all of this was due to Feng Linghuang. Chapter 15. A Narrow Path for Enemies. A Mysterious Iron Box. As Shen Mo entered Tianwu Pavilion, he could not help but marvel at the opulence surrounding him. Countless precious treasures adorned the establishment. Although they lacked items as rare as the heart of the angel, such items were exceedingly difficult to procure. How could that opportunistic lady, Lu Yufei, possibly be content to secure her engagement to Shen Mo without demanding gifts from him? She had long since requested such offerings. However, in the end, it was no different from simply giving them away. Had he not traversed through time, the previous Shen Mo might have indeed been compelled to grant her wishes. Moreover, the entire Shen family would have been reduced to a laughingstock. Never mind that opportunistic girl. She brings only misfortune. The former Shen Mo may have been blind, but he is not. Shen Mo began to peruse the wares within Tianwu Pavilion, and at each stop, the branch manager provided him with detailed explanations. Young master, this is the Millennium Ice Spring, formed from the waters of the Heavenly Pool atop Tianshan, which takes 3,000 years to freeze. It is guarded by a ferocious beast of the Earth's spirit realm, making it extremely rare. And this, he continued, is the eternal spirit fire, imbued with great sentience. Formed from the eternal volcano of Shieling Mountain, it can be transformed into protective flames or weaponry. All the while, the manager's smile threatened to freeze in place. He was nearly parched from his incessant chatter about these treasures. After years of spiritual energy resurgence, Blue Star is no longer the blue star of yore. It has given rise to many new terrains and peculiar external scenes. People remain unaware of the causes behind this phenomenon, and it will be long before they come to realize it is due to the overlap of various realms. This is also one of the reasons Blue Star will eventually become the primary battlefield of myriad worlds. Shen Mo, however, paid little mind to the manager's embellishments. Within Tianwu Pavilion, every item was extolled to the heavens, with a staggering 80% being strategic embellishment. Nevertheless, the efficacy of these treasures was indeed genuine. This was the standard that allowed Tianwu Pavilion to thrive in Blue Star and draw business from all corners. After all, as an official organization, it could not afford to misrepresent the efficacy of its products. Other descriptions might be deemed promotional language, but exaggerations regarding efficacy would veer into the realm of deceptive marketing. Thus, Tianwu Pavilion dared not tread such perilous waters. The Eternal Spirit Fire and Millennium Ice Spring undeniably possess their promised effects. However, when their potential may be realized and to what extent, as well as the required strength to wield them, ultimately depend on the individual. After all, if business were so transparent, it would be futile. Unless it pertains to Tianwu Pavilion's own treasures, ordinary items would not be elaborated upon in such detail. Everything hinges on fate. Those in the know understand. Meanwhile, as Shen Mo wandered through Tianwu Pavilion, Luo Fan and Fu Shuyan also arrived at the establishment. Today, Luo Fan was accompanying Fu Shuyan on a shopping excursion. Indeed, you read that correctly. Luo Fan is not solely devoted to Lu Yufei, for he had just consoled her and now found himself in the company of Fu Shuyan. She is the sole daughter of the president of the Fu family business, the foremost commercial enterprise in Linghai City, and there was an instant attraction between them. Today, she was here to select a birthday gift for her father at Tianwu Pavilion. Although the Fu family business is the premier commercial entity in Linghai City, it cannot rival the sheer quantity of rare treasures found in Tianwu Pavilion. Naturally, no one is foolish enough to compare themselves with an official organization, so the Fu family business remains at the top in Linghai City. As for the Tianwu Pavilion, it does not fall under the umbrella of commercial organizations. It is merely an official institution. When Fu Shuyan and Luo Fan entered the Tianwu Pavilion, they found the chief steward meticulously introducing various treasures within to Shen Mo. Meanwhile, Shen Mo was still pondering what to purchase. Previously, he had not paid close attention while reading that book, fixating instead on Shen Mo's foolish actions, which led him to curse incessantly, leaving the specific plot points rather hazy in his memory. He only recalled that Luo Fan had acquired a treasure here, garnering the attention of a significant figure. However, he was utterly oblivious to the identity of that personage or the nature of the treasure itself. Torn between his thoughts, Shen Mo contemplated whether he should simply acquire everything in sight. After all, whenever the system bestowed critical hits upon him, it would reward him with a plethora of valuable items, which he could inspect one by one, reserving the remainder for his wife. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Luo Fan and Fu Shuyan approaching, and his spirits lifted instantly. Ah, was this not a case of sleepyhead encountering a pillow? He had almost forgotten that Luo Fan was accompanying Fu Shuyan to select gifts, only to stumble upon his own opportunity. Thus, he could simply follow their lead. Whatever they purchased, he would procure as well. As long as he ensured they did not benefit, that would suffice. Conversely, Fu Shuyan and Luo Fan regarded him with evident disdain. Brother Fan, look at this detestable person. Luo Fan had previously spoken ill of Shen Mo in Fu Shuyan's presence on numerous occasions. Moreover, given Shen Mo's past misdeeds, his frivolous demeanor and unsavory reputation among the affluent circles of Lehigh City, Fu Shuyan could not help but harbor feelings of aversion towards him. Additionally, with Lu Yufei being her close friend, the recollection of her friend's previous misfortunes at the hands of Shen Mo and Feng Lingwang, compounded by Luo Fan's own humiliation at the scene, ignited a surge of anger within her. In her eyes, since Shen Mo was already involved with Feng Lingwang, why would he still provoke Lu Yufei? Not to mention, the Heart of the Angel was a gift Shen Mo had presented to Lu Yufei, only to later claim that she had deceived him, leading Feng Lingwang to strip Lu Yufei of her A-rank talent. Thus, Fu Shuyan's disdain for Shen Mo deepened. Luo Fan, having accompanied Lu Yufei to annul her engagement, had been misunderstood and nearly faced repercussions from Feng Lingwang. This only fueled Fu Shuyan's ire. Were it not for her inability to confront Feng Lingwang directly, she would have stormed to the Feng residence to demand answers. At this moment, she cast a cold glance at Shen Mo and said to Luo Fan, "Let us go, Brother Fan. We should not associate with such a filthy individual." To Fu Shuyan, Shen Mo lacked any redeeming qualities. He was a spoiled, capricious youth who only managed to be with Feng Lingwang due to his looks and his shameless nature. Recalling the unseemly descriptions and comments circulating within high society, she felt a wave of nausea wash over her, unwilling to spare Shen Mo even a second glance, as she tugged Luo Fan away. However, Luo Fan was reluctant to depart. His gaze was fixated on a small iron box before Shen Mo, and he remarked to Fu Shuyan, What lies within that box would make an excellent gift for your father. We must acquire it. An inner voice urged Luo Fan, signaling the immense significance of the contents inside. He had unshakable faith in his instincts, having never been wrong since his arrival in this realm. Therefore, he resolutely insisted to Fu Shuyan that they purchase whatever was inside that box. As Chapter 16 unfolds, I am more than willing to squander money for amusement. What business is it of yours? At the moment Luo Fan's voice echoed, Shen Mo also noticed his gaze and felt a sudden surge of delight. Addressing the chief steward, he declared, "Enough talk. Wrap all of these items for me." He pointed towards the pile containing the iron box. He had been contemplating whether to purchase everything, and now Luo Fan had practically revealed the item's significance to him. Naturally, he intended to buy it all. Upon hearing Shen Mo's proclamation, the chief steward felt a rush of excitement. He had just been expending his breath in vain, not anticipating any substantial gain. After all, while Shen Mo appeared glamorous on the surface, the power of the Shun family did not rest in his hands. Furthermore, although he was associated with Feng Lingwang, the assets of the Feng family were not under his control. Upon hearing that Shen Mo wished to buy, the steward felt a wave of exhilaration and quickly initiated the packing process with remarkable speed, nearly flying into action. After all, what if Shen Mo changed his mind and decided against the purchase? This was a significant client. While this was on the minds of the onlookers, Fu Shuyan and Luo Fan approached, halting abruptly at the sight. Fu Shuyan's face flushed with anger. She was convinced Shen Mo had done this intentionally to thwart their desire to acquire the iron box. Her heart seethed with indignation. She had clearly observed Shen Mo's gaze land upon them before he made the purchase. If there were no ulterior motives or malice at play, she could hardly believe it. Shen Mo rolled his eyes at her, exuding arrogance as he retorted, "I intended to purchase it all along, even if it's a matter of who arrived first. I was here first. What does that concern you? Don't think that just because you're good-looking, I will yield to you. I assure you, your face holds no value in my eyes." With Fu Shuyan casting such aspersions upon him, how could Shen Mo indulge her? Moreover, she was a classic case of being love-struck, believing whatever nonsense Luo Fan uttered. Their enmity was well established, and Shen Mo had often felt her disdain. With her haughty demeanor, how could Shen Mo allow her to have the upper hand? As his words resonated, Fu Shuyan's anger surged. Meanwhile, Luo Fan regarded Shen Mo with a piercing gaze. This was the second time the latter had offended him. Luo Fan suspected that Shen Mo was deliberately opposing him, especially since he had previously embarrassed Shen Mo at Tianhai Tower. Was he leveraging Feng Linghuang's influence to retaliate? Luo Fan scoffed inwardly. What a pretty boy. He felt a mix of jealousy and frustration, his voice tinged with a hint of arrogance as he addressed Shen Mo. Logically speaking, since young Master Shun favors this item, we should be willing to part with it. However, Shuyan wishes to select a birthday gift for President Fu, and we kindly ask young Master Shun to show some generosity. Luo Fan was determined to leverage Fu Changdong's status to compel Shen Mo to concede. After all, it was not he who desired the gift, but rather Fu Changdong. Surely, Shen Mo would feel awkward competing with Fu Changdong for it. It was worth noting that Fu Changdong held considerable influence and prestige within Lehigh City, rivaling the Shun family, if not surpassing it slightly. Were it not for Lu Yufei being his first woman, which made it difficult to let go, Fu Shuyan would have been his first girlfriend. Nonetheless, he was resolute in his intent to secure Fu Shuyan as well. Thus, when he cast his gaze upon Shen Mo, it was imbued with an air of lofty condescension. After all, in Luo Fan's estimation, he was destined to ascend to a position far superior to Shen Mo's. What did it matter that Shen Mo was currently in the company of Feng Linghuang? He was merely a pretty boy reliant on a woman, lacking both strength and prestige. Even if Feng Linghuang held a fleeting interest in him, how long could it possibly endure? Once she grew weary of this relationship, what would distinguish Shen Mo from the discarded refuse by the roadside? With such thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Fan's gaze toward Shen Mo turned tinged with a hint of pity. "Very well," he proclaimed, with a demeanor that suggested a semblance of benevolence. "We are willing to offer double the price to acquire the iron box in Shun Xiao's possession. I believe this iron box is merely consigned here by others. We are prepared to purchase these items at double the price, ensuring that Shun Xiao faces no difficulties. What do you think?" Luo Fan was brimming with confidence. After all, He perceived Shen Mo as a family failure. How much disposable capital could he possibly have? Even if he had some, it would surely be limited. Selling these items would allow Shen Mo to recoup his costs while profiting and saving face. An advantageous trifecta, was it not? Both Luo Fan and Fu Shuyan share the belief that Shen Mo was intentionally attempting to snatch their belongings. If that were the case, then purchasing them at a high price should appease Shen Mo. In comparison to the items within the box, such minor humiliation was inconsequential. Once he acquired the items, there would be plenty of retribution in store for Shen Mo. Luo Fan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts as he quickly prepared to bow down to Shen Mo, eagerly anticipating a haughty agreement from him. However, when Shen Mo cast a glance his way, he felt as though his intellect were being belittled. Did he truly lack that little bit of money? Was Luo Fan attempting to bludgeon him with wealth, all while wearing a patronizing expression? It seems that young Master Luo has become quite affluent, Shen Mo remarked with an amused smile. If that is the case, then do pay up. 13 billion blue star coins. That is the double price. If you fall short by even a single coin, I shall break your legs right here. Shen Mo had audaciously quoted an astronomical sum. 13 billion blue star coins equated to the annual revenue of the Heavenly Goods Pavilion in Linhai City. This was no jest. Not only could Luo Fan not produce such an amount, but even if he could, others would question the origins of his wealth. Consequently, even if he were indeed wealthy, it was improbable he could present it. Moreover, his funds were primarily inherited from the assets of the medical sage, which were not easily flaunted. Luo Fan had always exercised utmost caution. Who could have anticipated that Shen Mo would demand such an exorbitant sum? How could these items possibly warrant that much money? Fu Shuyan's indignation flared as she pointed an accusatory finger at Shen Mo. How could that be possible? How could not be? Shen Mo retorted with a dismissive glance. You impoverished wretches should not presume to compare me to yourselves. I am willing to toss 13 billion blue star coins around for amusement. Do you have an objection? Chapter 17. Who do you think you are? Lesson for the protagonist. If you have issues with it, then do not purchase. Why act like a big shot here? Do I need to sacrifice my interests for you? Does Fu Changdong require my deference? This item is for my wife. Is her face worth less than Fu Changdong's? Pretty boy, hold on to your little lady tightly, and don't pretend to be something you're not. Understood? Shen Mo stepped closer to Luo Fan, raising his hand to pat his face before delivering a swift slap that sent him sprawling on the ground. Coldly, he declared, I have yet to settle the score with you regarding Tianhai Tower, and you dare swagger before me? What? You've wooed a new girl and now feel emboldened? Do you think you deserve to hold the keys to anything? How many keys do you think you merit? With a mocking smile, Shen Mo exuded the demeanor of a young scion who relished in his triumph over Luo Fan. The former Shen Mo had endured far worse humiliation than this in the past. How was it that the protagonist could not withstand such a slight now? There would be ample opportunities for Shen Mo to derive satisfaction in the future. However, Shen Mo had no intention of truly annihilating Luo Fan. If he were to eliminate him, where would he find his means to bask in the rewards of his soft reliance? After all, Luo Fan was an excellent outlet for his frustrations. Yet, the destined protagonist was not so easily vanquished. Shen Mo planned to toy with him leisurely. As Shen Mo brought Luo Fan down, Fu Shuyan gasped in alarm and rushed to Luo Fan's side, sharply accusing Shen Mo. How dare you strike someone indiscriminately? You have gone too far. Then will you pay for him? Shen Mo raised an eyebrow. You ought to consult your father properly. If someone bids recklessly at the Fu family's business, only to back out, what do you suppose would be the outcome? Miss Mantu? Shen Mo appraised Fu Shuyan from head to toe. She was indeed pleasing to the eye, yet regrettably, she was too youthful. Given Shen Mo's experience with Feng Ling Wang, he deemed Fu Shuyan utterly malnourished, akin to a small quail. Thus, he felt no inclination to spare her any sympathy. As Shen Mo's gaze fell upon her, Fu Shuyan immediately cried out and raised her hand to cover her chest. Pervert, she exclaimed indignantly, her eyes brimming with humiliation and tears. You're disgusting. Shen Mo was momentarily taken aback, then infuriated. What the hell? You may question my character, but do not dare to challenge my appreciation for beauty. Who do you think you are to call me a pervert? Have you no shame? What will my wife think if she heard such slander? Do you think I would take an interest in someone like you? Stop covering up. No one can see that as a chest anyway. Shen Mo rolled his eyes, exasperated. Are you afraid others cannot distinguish your back from your chest? Alas, I remain unable to discern. Step aside. His gaze turned icy. He found such clueless women intolerable. His wife was far superior. Hand this matter over to you all to handle, he said coolly. Teach him a proper lesson, and let him know what recklessly bidding entails. Shen Mo directed his words at the chief steward. The latter nodded. Rest assured, young Master Shen. The chief steward regarded Luo Fan with evident disdain and discontent. What worth is a bid without funds? Even disregarding whether Shen Mo would indeed purchase at 13 billion, they would still profit handsomely at the original price. Yet here was Luo Fan, attempting to procure a birthday gift for Fu Changdong. Since when did Fu Changdong's birthday gift fall under his jurisdiction? Furthermore, what if Shen Mo were to take offense and cease frequenting their establishment? The Feng family's internal marketplace boasted treasures that rivaled those of the Heavenly Goods Pavilion. Given Shen Mo's current favor, he might even gain access to it. This Luo Fan was truly courting disaster. The chief steward discreetly nodded to a nearby security captain, who reciprocated with a gesture and promptly raised a hand, signaling for Luo Fan to be escorted away. Fu Xian was pulled aside by someone, unable to obstruct their lesson for Luo Fan. Shen Mo, do not go too far, she protested, struggling relentlessly. If you continue like this, I will call my father. She directed her ire towards the personnel of Tianwu Pavilion, exclaiming, and you all. Shen Mo is wreaking havoc in Tianwu Pavilion, and you assist him? You are complicit in his wrongdoing. She pointed at the chief consul. Upon hearing this, Shen Mo couldn't help but chuckle. He gestured towards the chief consul and remarked, brother, you've worked hard. Someone is causing a ruckus in Tianwu Pavilion, and you've certainly had your hands full. This official organization has individuals bold enough to stir trouble here. It seems some are truly idle, coveting the lucrative reputation. Is the name of the First Merchant Association no longer satisfying? They aspire for further advancement. I see. What a dilemma. With a playful smile, he toyed with a small object in his hand and turned to Fu Shuyin, saying, how daring for a young lady of wealth to cause such a scene, especially bringing along someone who bears a grudge against me. TSK, it appears their dissatisfaction towards me, the Feng family, and Tianwu Pavilion. Regrettably, Tianwu Pavilion has unwittingly become a pawn. I must apologize. Starting today, I shall thoroughly investigate this matter and see if there are any hidden motives. As Shen Mo spoke, the chief consul understood the implications. Shen Mo intended to escalate the situation, to extricate Tianwu Pavilion from this affair, and place the blame squarely upon the Fu family. The chief consul wholeheartedly agreed. Fu Shuyin was utterly oblivious, threatening them on behalf of a man. What grievance had Tianwu Pavilion caused her? They conduct business openly. Did she expect to dictate their responses? The chief consul had grown quite disdainful of Fu Shuyin. However, as her father was the president of the Fu family, he felt compelled to show some respect. With Shen Mo taking charge, he was naturally inclined to reciprocate. Indeed, Miss Shuyin, you're going too far. The grievances between you and young Master Shen are not our concern. But let it be known that Tianwu Pavilion is not to be trifled with. We kindly ask that you conduct yourself appropriately upon your return. Do not tarnish your father's good name for the sake of one individual. Upon concluding his statement, the chief consul signaled to his aides, escort Miss Shuyin out. Not wishing to remain any longer, Fu Shuyin was unceremoniously expelled. Tianwu Pavilion was unafraid of any repercussions from the Fu family. Would Fu Changdong dare to confront them? At that moment, Shen Mo's gaze shifted to a nearby cage. Just as he was about to leave, he sensed something intriguing within. Ding. Chapter 18. Feeding Feng Ling Wang in return. Divine Rewards. As Shen Mo's attention focused on the cage, a voice from the system resonated in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have discovered the Xianfeng bird. This avian creature is of the blood phoenix lineage, and upon maturity, it will possess the strength of a demon king. The compatibility of the feeder with this creature is an impressive 90%. It is recommended you purchase this bird and present it to the feeder to enhance their strength and augment the rewards of the soft rice system. Well. Shen Mo marveled at the system's declaration. So, the soft rice system is concerned about the feeder's strength as well. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. If Feng Ling Wang is not powerful, how can I benefit from her? She must be strong. Otherwise, how will I elevate myself? I must quietly cultivate to godhood and astonish everyone. I'll buy it, Shen Mo declared with a flourish. As his voice echoed, Chief Hu, on the other side, was taken aback. The Xianfeng bird had been on consignment for quite some time, without a sale. Yet Shen Mo had purchased it upon his arrival. Nevertheless, he dismissed it, thinking it was merely a small bird, likely chosen for its cuteness to please Feng Lingwang. Indeed, upon acquiring the Xianfeng bird, Shen Mo instructed, "Make it look presentable. I intend to gift it to my wife." Chief Hu inwardly scoffed, pondering why one would gift such a trivial creature to Feng Lingwang. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, considering that perhaps Feng Lingwang would be pleased regardless. The Xianfeng bird, an unexpected addition to Blue Star's avian population, resembled the Xianfeng parrot, but possessed a more regal and imposing aura, with a long tail reminiscent of a true phoenix. Were it not for its low attack power, many would surely flock to it. Currently, only those enamored by beauty would seek out the Xianfeng bird as a pet. In that moment, Shen Mo's decision to acquire a Xianfeng bird for Feng Lingwang as a pet left many bewildered. The bird's potential for growth was exceedingly limited, and Feng Lingwang's aloof and stunning demeanor stood in stark contrast to the petite and adorable bird. Chief Hu and others shook their heads, thinking Shen Mo was rather naive to present such a gift to Feng Lingwang. As they pondered this, Shen Mo received a reward from the system. Ding! Host has fed back the feeder, enhancing their strength and augmenting the quality of the soft rice system's rewards. You have received a divine reward, the mythical beast Pishio, containing the bloodline of the truth listener. With this reward, Shen Mo felt a surge of light in his mind, followed by a gentle, feline-like roar resonating within. The truth listener, a divine beast under the Xidigarba's dominion, possesses the ability to perceive hearts and quell spirits, endowed with extraordinary powers. Receiving such a beast was remarkable. Shen Mo was utterly thrilled. The system had truly delivered. This reward was exceptional, especially since it stemmed from feeding his beloved wife. Noticing the wording of the soft rice system, Shen Mo could not help but inquire in his heart, "System, can I feed my wife in return? If my strength surpasses hers, can I still feed her?" "Any item related to the feeder's strength enhancement is permissible," the system succinctly replied. Thus, it was clear that not only could Feng Lingwang feed Shen Mo, but he could reciprocate without needing to exceed her strength. However, the items for reciprocation must be beneficial to Feng Lingwang, capable of elevating her prowess. Unlike Shen Mo, who could gain soft rice rewards from any items given by Feng Lingwang. As the system's words echoed, Shen Mo contemplated deeply. Shen Mo departed from the heavenly artifact pavilion with the mysterious phoenix bird in tow. At that very moment on the opposite side, Luo Fan was unceremoniously ejected by the pavilion's personnel. His legs, cruelly broken, lay discarded in a narrow alley behind the pavilion, resembling nothing more than refuse strewn upon the ground. His entire form a pitiful sight, twisted in agony. The people from the pavilion, wary of Fu Shuyan's status, refrained from delivering a fatal blow, yet they showed no mercy in their treatment of him. Luo Fan endured considerable torment within the pavilion's confines. Shortly after being cast out, he was swiftly approached by individuals who took him away. "Young master," in a concealed villa, a group knelt before Luo Fan. Their heads bowed in profound guilt as they spoke. "We failed to provide timely assistance. Please forgive us, young master." Luo Fan's countenance twisted in rage. His legs had only just been reattached, and now they throbbed with pain and itchiness, inciting a desire to end Shen Mo's life on the spot. He bellowed, "Enough! Silence! It was I who ordered you not to intervene. This is not your fault." Fury surged within Luo Fan. He inherited a portion of power from the legacy of the medical saint. Beyond the 13 ghostly needles, he also acquired other influences and assets of the medical saint. The individuals before him were merely a fraction of that legacy. However, after so many years, some of the medical saint's enterprises had faded into obscurity or dissolved entirely. What Luo Fan could muster was but a meager remnant. Furthermore, since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the capabilities of the inhabitants of Blue Star had notably enhanced, and the organization stemming from a medical saint was no longer as formidable as it once was, forcing Luo Fan into seclusion. But who could have imagined that Shen Mo would strike against him so brazenly? That scoundrel must be eliminated to assuage his burning resentment. You all, take a group and intercept Shen Mo on his inevitable route. I want him to see the dawn of this day no longer. Do you all comprehend? Luo Fan's voice thundered. Upon hearing his command, the group exchanged glances, but ultimately nodded in agreement, understood. However, young master, the power of Feng Ling Huang beside Shen Mo is formidable. Should you not consider avoiding a direct confrontation for the time being to prevent her from retaliating? Chapter 19. Rapid Enhancement of Power. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's fury ignited. Be silent. The notion that Shen Mo's companion surpassed him in prowess was intolerable, casting a shadow over his own capabilities. Why did Shen Mo have to be compared to him? That wretched Feng Ling Huang simply lacked discernment. Meanwhile, as Luo Fan and his associates deliberated, Shen Mo had already returned to the Shun family, beginning to assess the spoils of his endeavors. Ding. The host has acquired a complete set of the divine movement technique. Ding. The host has obtained the dragon elephant body technique. Ding. The host has secured the heavenly eye technique. The treasures Shen Mo had purchased from the heavenly artifact pavilion were finally proving their worth. He had acquired an array of formidable techniques, in addition to various other precious skills. Now, the system's rewards were swiftly accumulating. On the other side, Feng Ling Huang gazed at the incessantly flashing transaction records on her wristwatch, her temples throbbing. Though she had told Shen Mo to spend freely, he seemed to possess an extraordinary talent for expenditure. As Shen Mo's strength surged, Feng Ling Huang also felt the restraints within her being shattering one by one. Prepare another set of training equipment for me. Additionally, apply for an increase in my black card's credit limit. She gently massaged her forehead. Although her black card was ostensibly unlimited, it had a set monthly limit. It wasn't that expenditures ceased upon reaching this cap. Rather, the bank required time and authorization to adjust the limits and permissions. Feng Ling Huang had long refrained from tapping into that upper limit. Now, Shen Mo was rapidly pushing her to that threshold. After considering, she decided to preemptively raise that limit to avoid complications should Shen Mo's spending reach it. Meanwhile, at the Feng family estate, the head of the family received reports. First and foremost was the alarming news that Feng Ling Huang's black card was on the verge of being maxed out, followed closely by the revelation of her association with Shen Mo. Just when one crisis seemed to have settled, another emerged. The Feng family head was already near his breaking point from previous matters. This latest development was the last straw, prompting him to call his daughter. Feng Ling Huang, what on earth are you doing? Why choose to associate with someone so worthless? What merits does that Shun fellow possess? Don't forget, hey, how dare you hang up on me? Feng Ling Huang, after disconnecting the call, pondered briefly before reaching out to Min Hang. Block my father's number. Also, ensure he doesn't cause any trouble for Shen Mo otherwise. I won't return home for 10 years. Upon hearing this, Min Hang was momentarily taken aback. It was well known that the Feng family head was doting on his daughter. Despite his rough exterior, he would surely shower her with affection were she present. Upon hearing her words, Min Hang's first thought was, Miss, how resolute you are. His second thought was, Miss must truly care for Shen Mo. It seems he is destined to become our family's son-in-law. While Min Hang contemplated these matters, Feng Ling Huang decisively hung up. She then turned to Mu Fei Shue beside her and declared, let us proceed to the Tower of Comprehension. If we do not work diligently to earn contribution points, I fear they will not suffice for my little man's indulgences in the future. The results of her efforts were undeniably remarkable. Feng Ling Huang sensed the burgeoning power within her, calculating that this time she might finally break through to the Celestial Dome Initiative. Gaining early access to the edges of the myriad races battlefield was one of her primary objectives. In Lehigh City, at the Shun family estate, Shen Mo reveled in the surging power coursing through him. All the techniques and skills he had acquired were amalgamating within, continually enhancing his strength. The system was exceptionally considerate, and used techniques and abilities that could also be converted into spiritual energy points. Such a boon was rare. It was as if all those techniques and skills had been distilled into pure spiritual energy, flooding into Shen Mo's being. Body Refinement Stage 10, Blood Refinement Stage 1. Blood Refinement Stage 2. Following the Blood Refinement Stage, he would progress to the Bone Refinement Stage. Only after refining all flesh, bone, and blood beyond the ordinary would he truly embark upon the path of cultivation, entering the yellow, extreme realm. Next would be the profound spirit realm. It was evident how formidable Feng Ling Huang's strength was. The title of a peerless genius was not given lightly. Within the entirety of Blue Star, individuals of her age with such capabilities numbered fewer than 100, and even fewer could rival her cultivation prowess. Most individuals who manage to ascend to the first level of the profound spirit realm are already quite remarkable. The prowess of a first-level profound spirit realm individual is considered a pillar of strength within Blue Star, capable of governing a town with authority. Yet, what makes Feng Linghuang truly formidable is not merely her strength, but her profound mindset, exceptional abilities, and her tender age. At merely 18, she has just recently celebrated her coming of age. Remarkably, she took the reins of the Feng family at the tender age of 15, stabilizing it and propelling it to its current prominence. It is noteworthy that prior to Feng Linghuang's ascendancy, the Feng family teetered on the brink of collapse, facing imminent disintegration. However, once she unveiled her astonishing talents and capabilities, all challenges effortlessly resolved themselves. At this juncture, Shen Mo's power had begun to catch up to that of Feng Linghuang. His strength was rapidly escalating, bolstered by the pure spiritual energy that continuously aided his advancement. In this wave of progress, Shen Mo had acquired an abundance of resources, having thoroughly reaped the benefits. His power had visibly surged, culminating in a stabilization at the third level of the Yellow Extreme Realm, with only a slight margin remaining before reaching the fourth level. Alas, the spiritual energy within him had been depleted. After all, Linghai City is a modest locale with limited treasures, most of which are concentrated within the hands of significant factions and elite powers. Although Shen Mo desired to obtain them, the difficulty was exceedingly high. Certain items could not be fully acquired through mere currency or contribution points. They necessitated specific permissions and capabilities. Shen Mo scratched his head, contemplating whether he could ask Feng Linghuang to procure them for him, which would undoubtedly be feasible. However, one cannot exhaust the resources all at once. Gazing at the two black cards and the contribution card from the Martial Department in his hand, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. In Chapter 20, titled My Wife is Awesome, My Wife is Mighty, The Blossoming of Affection, he had previously mentioned to Feng Linghuang the possibility of her granting him a credit limit for purchases. Well, he had indeed received the credit limit. Yet the astronomical figures he was about to charge would surely make Feng Linghuang feel lightheaded. Perhaps he should suggest to her a rather unconventional means of repayment. Ahem, he truly wouldn't mind if the pretense turned into reality. As he mused over these thoughts, Feng Linghuang's call came through. Shen Mo glanced at the screen, feeling inexplicably guilty. Perhaps he should just confess that he was willing to sell himself to repay her kindness. Upon answering the call, he took a deep breath, ready to concoct a reasonable excuse to smooth over the situation when Feng Linghuang's clear yet sweet voice resonated on the other end. I have already re-established the credit limit. Feel free to continue purchasing whatever you desire. If you find it insufficient, just ask me for more. At this point, Feng Linghuang had formed a rough estimation of Shen Mo's spending capabilities. It was possible that her own black card might not suffice for his expenditures, nor would the contribution card from the Martial Department. I also possess a special contribution card, which contains points that can be exchanged for most rare items. If you desire something, simply inform me. What a wave of generosity this was. Shen Mo felt profoundly moved, yet simultaneously apprehensive. He had only just ascended to the Yellow Extreme Realm and was already at risk of draining his wife's resources. This was untenable. Assisting his wife in her advancement was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he might find himself lacking in sustenance. Ahem, I believe I won't require anything further for the moment. Shen Mo had already claimed all the soft rewards available for the Yellow Extreme Realm. Any additional attempts would merely yield repetitions, not actual rewards, as one could only redeem the same type of cultivation method once within the same level. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, Feng Linghuang nodded, choosing not to elaborate, but rather silently committing this detail to her memory. The items Shen Mo purchased were all rather rare. It seemed that the Heaven's Treasure Pavilion no longer had anything left that piqued his interest. To acquire even rarer items, he would need to explore alternative avenues. As Feng Linghuang pondered this, her eyes narrowed slightly, already formulating a plan. She inquired, with all these acquisitions, has your strength increased? Just a little, Shen Mo replied. Upon hearing his response, Feng Linghuang nodded. In her eyes, his little likely meant he was on the brink of reaching the first level of the body refining realm. After all, Shen Mo's prior talent had been dismally poor, hindering any significant progress. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so looked down upon by Liu Yufei. Oh, by the way, I've resolved the matter regarding the Purple Extreme Order in the Imperial Capital on your behalf, Feng Linghuang stated nonchalantly. Upon her return to the Martial Department in the Imperial Capital, she had immediately sought out that Earth-level genius, coercing him into signing an agreement to cease any further harassment towards Shen Mo. Now, he would no longer pose a threat to Shen Mo. As for other matters, they were trivial in comparison. Wife, you truly are an exceptional partner, Shen Mo exclaimed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, Shen Mo suddenly remembered he had not yet informed Feng Linghuang that he had purchased a phoenix bird for her, and he eagerly shared the news. A phoenix bird? Feng Linghuang was taken aback. Her expression tightened slightly, and her hand gripping the phone became somewhat damp. Such a creature had ceased to amuse her since she was 3 years old. It wasn't that she disliked it, but rather, ever since her talents had manifested, such things seemed to have become estranged from her. Feng Linghuang's expression became momentarily dazed. She recalled that the phoenix bird was also known as the lovebird, often regarded as a charming gift for confessions of affection. Thus, was Shen Mo declaring his feelings for her? A confession? Feng Linghuang was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had received a confession from a boy. Typically, even approaching her was a challenge for most. Moreover, she was accustomed to her cool demeanor, rarely expressing kindness to others. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly replied, "I will take good care of it." Her voice was incredibly soft, tinged with surprise and a hint of shyness. Shen Mo's confession left her feeling somewhat flustered. On the other end, Shen Mo remained blissfully unaware of her misunderstanding. Of course, the misunderstanding was fortuitous. He genuinely desired to turn pretense into reality. Hee, as long as you like it. He chuckled softly, resolving to gather more of such charming items for his wife whenever he had the opportunity. It appeared that girls universally adored adorable things. Even his typically aloof wife was no exception. Amid Shen Mo's unabashed flirting, he and Feng Linghuang continued their conversation for a while longer before gradually concluding the call. In just a few days, it seemed she had become somewhat accustomed to Shen Mo's presence. As Feng Linghuang contemplated this, Mu Feishu entered the room, towel in hand, and upon seeing her flushed face, couldn't help but exclaim, "No way. You actually blushed? My goodness. Is the sun rising from the west? Let me see. The sun hasn't set yet. It's actually climbing higher." Her voice was exaggerated, her tone playful. Feng Linghuang shot her a disapproving glance before quickly reverting to her cool demeanor. "Do not speak nonsense." Mu Feishue approached Feng Linghuang, whispering, "Are you on the phone with your little boyfriend?" TSK, who would have thought? "You're quite the sentimental and gentle beauty. My goodness, I can hardly recognize the you I've known for 10 years. As her voice rang out, Feng Linghuang could no longer maintain her composure and playfully slapped her hand away, and the two of them erupted into laughter. However, this time, Mu Feixue truly remembered Shen Montak. It appeared that her aloof sister had genuinely fallen in love. She couldn't help but ponder what kind of person he might be. In Lehigh City, at the Shun residence, after Shen Mo hung up the phone, he began to examine his little pie tiger. He had not mentioned to Feng Linghuang that the Xianfeng bird possessed royal blood, anticipating her astonishment upon discovering it. Shen Mo teased his little pie tiger, which, when released, resembled a small tiger, fierce and yet cat-like. However, it was exceptionally ferocious. A gentle growl sent a buzzing sensation through his head. It was noteworthy that he was currently at the yellow extreme realm, while the pie tiger was merely a newborn cub. Yet it exhibited such power. What would it become as it matured? As Shen Mo contemplated this, suddenly, a crack echoed through the villa as darkness enveloped the space. A power outage? His brows lifted slightly, and a chill swept through his eyes. How intriguing. It seemed that some individuals were about to make their move. Chapter 21. The Night Attack. In the shadows, individuals infiltrated the Shen residence. "You lot, divert Feng Linghuang's entourage," a voice commanded, cold and menacing. In this villa, the only potential threat to them was Feng Linghuang's people. In truth, had they not feared detection, they could have dispatched even stronger individuals. However, considering the power and significance Feng Linghuang represented, and the possibility that any exposure could lead to scrutiny and retaliation, they certainly would not send a mere handful of people. Nevertheless, This was sufficient. Instantly, someone let out a sharp whistle and darted towards the location of Min Hang and his companions. Long before the villa's power was restored, Min Hang and his team had sensed something amiss and quickly gathered at Shen Mo's location. Their orders were clear: protect Shen Mo at all costs. Others were outside their jurisdiction. At that moment, they heard shouts ringing out. Quickly, Shen Mo is here. Capture him. Kill him. As the words left their lips, several individuals rushed outside, followed by a chorus of deep voices urging, hurry, retreat. Find Shen Mo. Someone has taken him. Hearing this, Min Hang and his associates immediately pursued. Meanwhile, in another room, Shen Mo cradled his little pie tiger, gazing toward the door with a slight smile playing on his lips. Little mouse, how amusing, he mused. Min Hang and the others had been lured away, but he remained unfazed. After all, even if no one had intruded today, he would have sought an opportunity to step out of their sight to test his newfound strength. Little did he expect that the chance would present itself so swiftly. However, he couldn't ascertain who it was that had come for him. Since his arrival in this world, he had made many enemies. Oh, and the previous Shen Mo had also crossed paths with quite a few. Whatever, it didn't seem matter who it was, they would die. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in Shen Mo's eyes. Despite his seemingly carefree demeanor in front of Feng Wang, that was merely an act. In this world, where morality had crumbled, Shen Mo was acutely aware that only strength was the true foundation for survival. Having been granted a second chance at life, aided by a system, he refused to live meekly in this world. If he had to live again, he would live boldly, seizing dominion over this life. The opportunity to be with Feng Wang was simply the first step toward mastering this world. Bang! The door before Shen Mo was forcefully kicked open, splintering into pieces. A figure charged towards him with alarming speed. Bastard, come here! As that voice echoed, Shen Mo's expression remained calm, but the coldness in his gaze intensified. He despised being called those two words. He was an orphan in his past life, relying on the kindness of neighbors to support his education. Though he had only attended a second-rate college, through hard work, he had repaid all debts and favors. Bastard? How dare they? Those people were the true bastards. Without further ado, Shen Mo commanded his little pie tiger kill. Upon his command, the pie tiger lunged at the shadowy figure. As it charged forward, the assailant was taken aback. What on earth was that creature? It resembled a leopard cat, but appeared far more ferocious. Was a pet gifted by Feng Wang? No. Feng Wang was known for her generosity. This reckless young master likely bought it himself. Feng Wang must have been blind to keep such a useless pretty boy. Therefore, this leopard cat was Shen Mo's own purchase. The shadowy figure scoffed inwardly, dismissing the pie tiger as it charged towards Shen Mo with deadly intent. Just a rare pet, what use was it? He intended to kill it without hesitation. However, as these thoughts raced through his mind, the pie tiger was already upon him. With a swift motion, its claws tore through the air as if rending the very fabric of space and time. This was its signature ability, capable of disregarding all defenses. Any foe weaker than it would find their defenses utterly futile. One swipe, and they would meet their end. Whoosh! The protective aura surrounding the shadowy figure was instantly shattered. His formidable energy was obliterated before the pie tiger's claw, leaving a gaping wound in his throat, blood gushing forth as it severed his windpipe. Bam! Shen Mo's hand enveloped the man's head, twisting it until only a thin layer of skin remained attached. His expression was as cold as ice. From the moment he traversed into this world, he had mentally prepared himself. This was no mere game, nor was it a peaceful society. The world had descended into chaos, where strength reigned supreme. No matter how reluctant he was, living here left him no choice. If he didn't kill, he would be killed, so why hold back? Those who came to take his life were no different from swine or dogs on the street. Since the adversary dares to bite, let us shatter its teeth and crush its bones, sending it to the afterlife. Shen Mo, a man devoid of power and influence, managed to repay all his debts and favors within less than 3 years post-university. How did he accomplish this? Because he is ruthless. He is unforgiving both to himself and to others. Day and night, he tirelessly engaged in various ventures, from single runs to account boosting and mining. Embracing any opportunity to earn money. To survive, he would undertake anything. The lives of those who perished before him were no exception. After swiftly severing the adversary's head, Shen Mo's gaze turned icy as he instructed the little Pai who, "Conceal your form well and go see how my parents are faring." Yet, Shen Mo speculated that the Shun family head and the others should be unharmed. After all, the enemy's target was him, and Min Hang and his compatriots were not easily trifled with. Although they had been lured away, it was certain that a contingent remained to guard, albeit perhaps overmatched and delayed. Such thoughts seemed entirely reasonable. Min Hang and the others' duty was to protect him, thus they would undoubtedly go to any lengths to rescue him. It was time to investigate which little mice were scurrying about, taking advantage of Min Hang and the others being diverted. Shen Mo attuned himself carefully and confirmed that his parents were safe, prompting him to leap from the fourth-floor window. Chapter 22. How could it be him? Bang! Amidst the chaos of darkness, Shen Mo's form descended silently to the ground. His body shimmered with golden light, embodying the dominating body refinement technique. The aura surrounding him continuously retracted, becoming increasingly archaic, akin to a colossal bell from the primordial universe, slowly enveloping the ground below. Thud! Underneath the muffled sound, Shen Mo's figure lightly touched the ground and then, like a wisp of smoke, swiftly darted forward. His entire being seemed shrouded in a veil of black mist. Utilizing the divine movement technique, Shen Mo unleashed his array of godly abilities, swiftly taking 2 steps as if strolling through the void, seamlessly blending into it. Unbeknownst to Shen Mo, he possessed several godly techniques. He merely purchased them while the system managed the critical hits. Boom! As Shen Mo stepped into the void, the head of the Shun family felt an acute sense of urgency. Observing the Shun family's guards besieged outside, anxiety gripped his heart. Moer is still on the 4th floor. Curse be it. Breakthrough. The individuals left behind in the Shun family estate proved to be quite troublesome. Their purpose was to restrain the members of the Shun family, preventing them from aiding Shen Mo. However, the intruders in a Shen Mo's room seemed to be moving exceptionally slowly, though they felt some impatience. They rationalized that Shen Mo likely possessed certain trump cards, making him difficult to eliminate. Thus they steadied themselves and continued to obstruct the Shun family head and his allies. They refrained from direct lethal actions against the Shun family. Eliminating Shen Mo could be framed as a personal vendetta, but annihilating the entire Shen family would amount to extermination. The Feng Ling Huang would undoubtedly go into a frenzy, and it would attract the attention of the night patrol, rendering the endeavor fruitless. A group of individuals persistently disrupted the Shun family head and his companions. Meanwhile, the little Pai who lay in ambush nearby, its cold, penetrating gaze fixed upon their direction. The creature's eyes betrayed a flicker of human-like contemplation. Realizing that these assailants could not effectively confront the Shun family head and his allies, but could only provide distraction, it pondered briefly, tilted its head, and with a fierce growl, released a puff of pale mist that adhered to the assailants. This was soul-devouring mist. The little Pai who possessed another ability, capable of corroding the souls of men, akin to the legendary D Ting's power to suppress hell, equating it to the might of the king of the underworld. As the mist enveloped them, the assailants were now vulnerable to being devoured by the Pai who at will. Sensing their soul essence within its grasp, the little Pai who leapt eagerly and dashed toward the exit. Whoosh! Its 4 paws seemed to skim the air, like riding upon 4 clouds, soaring into the ether. Just as the little Pai who approached, Shen Mo also sensed its presence and recognized that the Shun family head and the others were unharmed. Thus he paid it little mind. In his room, he had also set up a maze, a capability derived from his heavenly eye technique. At this moment, Shen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, with a swift motion. He opened his eyes wide, and within his pupils, a new iris seemed to manifest. The eye within the eye. Gazing ahead, he quickly discerned the traces left by those who had intruded. Whoosh! His figure rapidly followed the trail to the northwest black market. This was a stronghold of Luo fans' influence, entrenched here for many years. The underground market of Linhai City was essentially managed by these forces. TSK Musan, do you think Lu Lao Jio and the others have encountered some trouble after being gone for so long? In the heart of the brightly lit black market, within a lavish skyscraper, a group of figures observed the distant scene. Mu Tong felt an unsettling apprehension. They had received orders from Luo Fan to target Shen Mo, initially believing it would be an easy task, as he was merely a spoiled scion. The Shen family's power was formidable, yet their own influence was not weak and remained in the shadows. As long as they eliminated Shen Mo, no one would trace their whereabouts. Yet as of now, Lu Lao Jio and the others had yet to return. As Mu Tong voiced his concern, Mu Sam beside him replied gravely, "Perhaps the Dark Division is taking longer than expected. After all, Chief, you know that the young master is not merely surrounded by us. There are also the Heavenly Division, the Dark Division, and numerous pawns. We are merely the least conspicuous among them. However, having us eliminate Shen Mo is indeed the most fitting choice." Little did they realize, the Northwest Black Market was home to their clandestine faction. Mu San felt a sense of pride. Having them eliminate Shen Mo was undoubtedly the best option. The Northwest Black Market had never drawn the attention of municipal authorities, and the Night Patrol would not cast their gaze this way. To those individuals, their ragtag group was hardly a cause for concern. Mu Tong and his companion exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Shen Mo's form had already touched down within the territory of the Black Market, the very place where Luo Fan first rose to prominence. Shen Mo had seen this location while perusing novels. It is said that the most formidable force here belongs to Luo Fan. Moreover, the power derived from the inheritance of the medical sage is not limited to this faction alone. How intriguing. I initially assumed it was merely a small mouse. Instead, it turns out to be a great fish. Shen Mo's expression remained unperturbed. He was not the least bit surprised that Luo Fan would set his sights on him. The two were destined to be archenemies. Previously, Shen Mo had done nothing to provoke Luo Fan, yet he was still targeted for destruction. Thus, as the quintessential antagonist, it was only natural for Shen Mo to oppose Luo Fan. However, as the protagonist, Luo Fan undoubtedly possessed more than just this one faction. This was indeed a substantial prize. The corners of Shen Mo's lips curled upwards as he delicately licked his lips. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mu Tong and his companions had already spotted Shen Mo standing on the street below. The reason was simple. Shen Mo's aura was exceptionally striking. He strolled leisurely through the bustling black market, appearing almost like a fish out of water compared to the others. What was going on? Mu Tong and his companions were filled with astonishment. How could Shen Mo possibly be here? Chapter 23. Initial flourishing, leave no one behind. Shen Mo had also noticed the gaze of Mu Tong and his companions. He slightly raised his head, arching an eyebrow in their direction. A glimmer of bloodthirsty amusement flashing in his eyes, followed by a sudden, wide grin. "Kill!" He beckoned, and the little tiger leaped from a distance into his palm, obediently curling up in his embrace. In the next moment, Shen Mo's figure vanished before Mu Tong and his companions. By the time they regained their senses, piercing screams echoed throughout the building. This building served as the stronghold for Mu Tong's faction. In the entire black market, their influence was paramount, thereby occupying the most central and core position. At this moment, the entire edifice reverberated with shrill cries of agony. Many of Mu Tong's subordinates were already slain by Shen Mo, bewildered by the inexplicable turn of events. Swish! Shen Mo ascended slowly from the ground floor towards the rooftop. He was in no rush, instructing the little tiger beside him, "Guard the perimeter diligently. Spare not a single soul." The implication of guarding the perimeter was clear. No one was to escape from this entire building. The little tiger nodded slightly, its 4 black claws treading on clouds, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to flee. Shen Mo's figure steadily climbed towards the rooftop. Bang! With each strike, Shen Mo claimed a life. The exhilarating sensation of battle stirred the latent ferocity within him. One must understand that in a society governed by law, many actions are deemed unacceptable. When subjected to grievances and humiliation, one could only endure. Shen Mo's character was inherently resilient, yet in his past life, he had endured considerable injustices. Now, having the opportunity to rend apart those responsible for such inequities filled his heart with elation. Shen Mo recalled from the book that there were no virtuous individuals among the people here. The so-called black market bore little distinction from previous gang strongholds, only worse, more despicable, existing at a lower echelon in this world of spiritual resurgence. However, it was precisely due to the revival of spiritual energy that such conditions persisted. Had this been the initial world devoid of spiritual resurgence, these dark forces would have been truly formidable. Each individual bore the blood of ordinary citizens on their hands. Yet, as the years passed and spiritual energy surged, they were compelled to lie low. Shen Mo remembered reading in the book that after Luo Fan took control of these factions, they regained a backbone and began to rise gradually in this world of spiritual resurgence. Subsequently, Luo Fan feigned ignorance, executing a substantial number of wrongdoers, ostensibly to appease the women and followers behind him. However, Shen Mo scoffed internally. Luo Fan had initially risen through the support of these very forces. As he approached the top-tier conglomerates and women, could it be that he was unaware of the assistance from his subordinates? To claim ignorance was simply implausible. It was all a facade. Yet now, I shall eradicate this malignant tumor on his behalf. No thanks necessary. My name is Lei Feng. A bloodthirsty gleam flickered in Shen Mo's eyes. He had yet to fully digest many rewards obtained from Feng Linghuang's system. Seizing this moment, he began to assimilate and integrate them. As he plunged into the building, the expressions of Mu Tong and Mu San darkened considerably. What is happening? How could this possibly be Shen Mo? The faces of Mu Tong and his companions were filled with disbelief. They gazed at the surveillance monitors displaying Shen Mo wreaking havoc, unable to fathom that this bloodthirsty killing machine could be Shen Mo, the scion of the Shen family, weak, inept, and utterly useless. How could this be possible? Wait, could it be that Feng Linghuang was aware of Shen Mo's hidden abilities and talents, which is why she took an interest in him? Indeed, the narrative of a scoundrel paired with a beauty or a waste paired with a genius was entirely false. Feng Linghuang sought to leverage Shen Mo's reputation to conceal her own. More alarmingly, she may have even grander schemes. As Mu Tong and his companions pondered this, their hearts raced with trepidation. In an instant, they realized they were entangled in a vast conspiracy. After all, Feng Linghuang's identity was anything but ordinary. The events she was embroiled in were not mere trifles. Her deliberate concealment of Shen Mo's abilities and talents was clearly laden with significant ulterior motives. Not to mention Shen Mo himself. The other identity of the Shen family was, damn it, Mu Tong shouted in horror, then quickly stated, "You all hold him off for now. I will immediately report this to the young master." He intended to inform Luo Fan while simultaneously seeking to escape. Shen Mo's demeanor was evidently that of someone well prepared. They, as a group, stood no chance against Shen Mo's onslaught. Mu Tong had clearly witnessed Shen Mo unleash a single punch that sent one of his capable subordinates, who was no weakling, flying and spitting blood. This subordinate was at the 9th level of the Yellow Extreme Realm, equivalent to a small boss capable of ruling over a town. Yet, Shen Mo's punch had caused him to bleed profusely, and in the next moment, Shen Mo had directly snapped his neck. A chill ran down Mu Tong's spine. Meanwhile, as Mu Tong contemplated this, Shen Mo, after executing the man, slowly retrieved a tissue to wipe his hands. Relying solely on the power of the dominating ancient technique, he could effortlessly slay someone at the 9th level of the Yellow Extreme Realm. The opponent had been unable to breach his defenses. Moreover, he tore through their attacks as easily as one would rip a piece of paper. Truly, it was worthy of the body-refining technique from the time of Panga's creation. Shen Mo felt immensely satisfied. He had tested various techniques and found that his strength was likely between the 3rd and 5th levels of the Xianling realm. Only those of considerable strength could withstand his full-force strike, and he possessed various auxiliary abilities. Essentially, his combat prowess was comparable to that of a 6th-tier practitioner in the Xianling realm. Should he unleash a violent assault, even a 6th-tier practitioner in the Xianling realm would be obliterated. Excellent. Shen Montauk nodded in satisfaction. Of course, the 6th-tier practitioners in the Xianling realm referred to ordinary individuals of that level, excluding prodigies like Feng Linghuang. Such exceptional talents typically possess the capability to battle beyond their rank. Under a violent attack, their strength would undoubtedly surpass that of a 5th-tier practitioner in the Xianling realm. Shen Mo himself was uncertain of the extent of Feng Linghuang's power. Was she at the 9th tier of the Xianling realm, or had she reached an even higher echelon? Chapter 24. You think you can stop me with your mere presence? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Feng Linghuang's figure hovered high above within the Tower of Heavenly Understanding, clad in blazing fiery phoenix feathers that swirled around her. In the next moment, an exceptionally fearsome blaze engulfed her opponent before her. A 9th-tier practitioner in the Xianling realm faced defeat. Feng Linghuang emerged victorious. Countless spectators atop the tower were astonished, their gazes fixed upon her figure. Feng Linghuang's strength had indeed intensified. This marked the 8th ninth tier practitioner she had vanquished, evidently indicating that her power had ascended to the 9th tier of the Xianling realm. Within the tower, whispers circulated. Her prowess has grown. Simultaneously, another voice interjected, and that is not all. Feng Lingwang has yet to exert her full strength. Her Phoenix Nirvana transformation has not been fully unleashed. Moreover, her fiery wings have only demonstrated a fraction of their might. The ethereal phoenix feathers remain, but partially revealed. A mentor within the tower remarked in hushed tones. As these two conversed, a middle-aged man, evidently their leader, declared, "We must elevate Feng Linghuang's rank further. If possible, grant her the title of Heavenly Leader. It seems she is the only one suitable for this extraordinary talent program. The others do not compare." Upon hearing his words, the others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the middle-aged man continued gravely, "I have heard that Feng Linghuang has come into conflict with a local prodigy, Du Minghong." Upon his inquiry, a mentor softly replied, "It is said that Du Minghong offended Feng Linghuang's young boyfriend." This incident had spread throughout the Tower of Heavenly Understanding. After all, Feng Linghuang had challenged Du Minghong, sternly warning him not to trouble Shen Mo, and had subsequently left him severely injured. Who was unaware that Shen Mo was the bane of Feng Linghuang's wrath? Moreover, it was rumored that her protector, Elder Ming, had been dispatched to safeguard Shen Mo. Recalling Elder Ming's earlier fury and his insistence on changing jobs, the mentor felt a wave of frustration. Should he choose another person, he would likely face severe reprimands for their reckless behavior. Yet this was Feng Linghuang. Considering her astonishing talent and rapid advancement in cultivation, the mentor found himself helpless. Elder Ming himself also exhibited no temper. Although he was immensely powerful and held great authority, if Feng Linghuang were unwilling to allow him to resign from the role, he could no longer serve as her guardian. As for the other prodigies, he held them in disdain. With no alternative, he begrudgingly accepted the role of Shen Mo's protector. Meanwhile, Shen Mo remained blissfully unaware of these developments. As discussions unfolded among the crowd atop the tower, the middle-aged man spoke with authority. What was the background of Feng Linghuang's young boyfriend? Initially, he paid little heed to the personal affairs of the younger generation. However, it seemed that her boyfriend had a significant impact on her. Furthermore, Feng Linghuang's retaliatory action against Du Minghong had stirred considerable discourse. Yet her formidable strength and extraordinary talent deterred anyone from gossiping in her presence. Nevertheless, since he was aware of the situation, he felt compelled to intervene slightly. After all, it was imperative not to allow this matter to hinder Feng Linghuang's cultivation. Feng Linghuang's boyfriend is the direct descendant of the Shun family in Linhai City. Perhaps, Minister Wu, you are familiar with him, the mentor stated, bracing himself. As these words reached his ears, Minister Wu's expression abruptly shifted in surprise. The direct descendant of the Shun family in Linhai City? Which one? Whom do I know from that family? Such a remote city. Wait. Minister Wu's brow furrowed momentarily as he directed his gaze toward the mentor. The Shun family? That Shun family? He inquired, hinting at something significant. The mentor nodded subtly, affirming, "Yes, that one." Minister Wu's expression remained tense, his brows knitted. With a faint sigh, he remarked, "How unfortunate for that girl, Feng Linghuang, to entangle herself in such matters." He made this observation without taking further action, as the intricacies of the situation were not his to meddle in. However, Shen Mo's identity was somewhat exceptional. "We should keep a closer watch on that situation to prevent any turmoil from arising," he instructed, emphasizing the need for vigilance to ensure that any disputes did not impact Feng Linghuang. Meanwhile, Shen Mo was oblivious to these intricacies. After organizing the techniques and abilities within his mind, he swiftly ascended to the top floor. His speed was remarkable. It seemed that wherever he passed, his punches swept away those in his path. To put it bluntly, Mu Tong and the others were not even considered elite forces beside Luo Fan. They were merely expendable pawns. Otherwise, they would not have been utilized against Shen Mo. The more formidable practitioners had already diverted the attention of Min Heng and others, setting up obstacles to avoid detection by Feng Linghuang and her companions. Thus, Shen Mo swept through with ease. Bang! Shen Mo forcefully kicked open the door to the top floor. On the other side, Mu Tong and his associates were preparing to flee, having shattered the bulletproof glass. At that moment, Shen Mo burst through the door. "Stop him!" Mu Tong roared in rage. I'll summon the personnel from the Heavenly Department and the Dark Department to eliminate him. Gritting his teeth, Mu Tong was resolute. Under no circumstances could Shen Mo be allowed to leave alive. If he did, their schemes against him would be exposed. This matter required immediate reporting to the young master, and the personnel from the Heavenly and Dark Departments needed to retreat promptly. However, just as he voiced this, he witnessed Shen Mo deliver a fatal blow to the nearest Musan. You think you can stop me? Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent, his gaze briefly glancing at Mu Tong and the others. If he allowed them to escape from here, he might as well abandon his ambitions. So, the Heavenly and Dark Departments, are they? Shen Montak Muzit Invatli. These individuals must be the ones who have diverted Mingxing and his companions. Shen Mo was acutely aware that the protectors sent by Feng Ling Huang to safeguard him were not so easily misled. It appeared that Luo Fan's formidable subordinates were stationed there, employing some means to ensnare Mingxing and his group. Of course, if Shen Mo truly wished to summon them, it would be a straightforward task. Luo Fan and his cohorts were underestimating the significance Feng Ling Huang placed on Shen Mo. However, at this moment, Shen Mo had no such intentions. In fact, he was rather pleased that Mingxing and the others had been distracted. After all, certain matters were not suitable for their presence. Should Luo Fan and his associates fail to divert them, Shen Mo would devise a way to do so himself, subsequently placing the blame squarely upon Luo Fan and his companions. Chapter 25, Shadows in the Dark, the Enforcers of the Heavenly Division. As Shen Mo contemplated this, he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, all were slain. At this declaration, a multitude of figures suddenly materialized beside him. Those were the guards he had previously received as rewards. He had refrained from summoning them until now, but now he released them without hesitation. As these figures emerged, Mu Tong and the others were struck with astonishment. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how these individuals had appeared, they had only seen Shen Mo materialize in this location. How had so many more suddenly emerged? They never considered that these were simply conjured by Shen Mo out of thin air. After all, who could conjure people from nothing? Hence, these individuals had been hidden here from the outset. Mu Tong was shaken by this revelation. He suddenly pondered whether this was all part of a grand scheme, with them serving merely as bait to lure out Luo Fan. He had to inform the young master. With this thought in mind, he trembled and leapt from the window of the building. Originally, they had been waiting for a helicopter to pick them up, but now Mu Tong could hardly afford to dwell on such matters. Run, he thought fervently, and he dashed swiftly towards the outside. As Mu Tong leapt down, Shen Mo remained unperturbed. This was a 15-story building. Mu Tong's jump would likely result in severe injury. He quickly popped the healing pill bestowed upon him by Luo Fan into his mouth and rushed outside. Make way, clear the path. Mu Tong shouted frantically, drawing the attention of several individuals from the black market who stared in astonishment, followed by a wave of shock. Shen Mo instructed those around him. You will guard this place and eliminate all those surrounding Mu Tong. If anyone approaches, continue the slaughter. Additionally, do not spare any associates of Mu Tong within the black market. As he spoke, the guards responded in hushed tones. Shen Mo cast a calm glance at Mu Tong's fleeing figure, then leapt down. Almost instantaneously, the little tiger soared from behind him, clutching his garment and propelling him towards the direction Mu Tong had taken. He intended to see whether Mu Tong could still be lured into revealing a bigger catch. Boom! After Shen Mo departed, the guards swiftly dispersed around the building, securing the entrance and ensuring no one could enter or leave, systematically executing anyone who dared to investigate the situation. Throughout the black market, panic ensued overnight. Meanwhile, Shen Mo pursued Mu Tong's silhouette, racing forward with the intention of tracing back to Luo Fan's stronghold. Swish! Mu Tong sped ahead, quickly exiting the northwestern black market, distancing himself further and veering towards another direction. At that moment, a figure suddenly obstructed his path. You cannot proceed any further. Upon uttering these words, Shen Mo and the little tiger appeared before him. Boom! The figure was a formidable practitioner of the 4th level of the mystic spirit realm. Upon seeing the appearance of Shen Mo, his gaze turned cold as he realized that his presence had been detected. TSK, Luo Fan was indeed exceedingly cautious. Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent. However, he understood that it might not solely be Luo Fan's vigilance. but rather the capabilities of those around him that had allowed them to promptly discern his movements. Bang! Without further ado, he launched a punch towards the opponent. At the sight of this figure, Mu Tong was taken aback, only to find Shen Mo had materialized before them, causing him to be overcome with terror. When had Shen Mo trail behind him, no wonder the enforcers of the Heavenly Division had appeared. These enforcers were employed by Luo Fan to manage the factions beneath him. If Luo Fan had not inherited the powers of the Heavenly Division and the Dark Division, why would the other factions heed his command? The legacy of the medical sage had remained dormant for years, with no heir emerging. How could one simply impose their will upon others? Thus, over each faction loomed an enforcer of the Heavenly Division, existing to ensure their leaders remained obedient. The Heavenly Division and the Dark Division maintained a delicate balance. Should the Heavenly Division defy orders and collude with other factions, the Dark Division would find a way to eliminate them. It was through such measures that the legacy of the medical sage had endured through the years. As Shen Mo appeared before him, the enforcer of the Heavenly Division sneered coldly, then retaliated with a punch aimed at Shen Mo. Shen Mo's strength exceeded his expectations. This so-called waste of the Shen family did not appear as incompetent as he seemed. He had concealed considerable power for quite some time. However, the opponent was exceedingly arrogant to think he could follow Mu Tong and attempt to trace the young master's whereabouts. It was well known that the enforcers of the Heavenly Division were perpetually vigilant regarding the movements of these factions. Shen Mo's figure had been detected immediately. In that case, the opponent would not be permitted to leave. He would remain here. Boom! A glint of wariness flickered in the enforcer's eyes. Shen Mo's previous ability to summon a throng of individuals with mere gestures instilled a considerable apprehension, which was why he had only dared to act when Shen Mo traversed this area. Otherwise, should anyone learn of his aggression towards Shen Mo, it would implicate Luo Fan, a consequence he could not bear. Boom! The enforcer's attack surged towards Shen Mo, just as he believed his punch would obliterate Shen Mo's fist. Shen Mo's hand collided directly with his own. The next moment, a look of sheer astonishment spread across his face, and he was sent reeling backward, spitting blood as he crashed heavily onto the nearby street. Witnessing this scene, Mu Tong's heart raced with terror, his gaze fixed incredulously upon Shen Mo. The latter casually shook his fist, previously underestimating the strength he believed to be formidable. Is this all there is? Shen Mo's figure was akin to the resplendent sun, rising majestically, radiating brilliance in the darkness of the night, casting a condescending gaze upon the fallen celestial enforcer, who crashed to the ground like a mere wooden post. Meanwhile, Mu Tong was already staggering, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes vacant and filled with shock as he stared at Shen Mo. It was over. Shen Mo's power was astonishingly formidable. Chapter 26. The Shen family surely harbors a grand conspiracy. As Mu Tong's mind reeled in terror, the celestial enforcer that had fallen suddenly cracked the earth beneath him. With a resounding boom, the celestial enforcer reappeared before Shen Mo, appearing utterly disheveled. His body marred by the injuries inflicted by Shen Mo, blood frothing from his mouth. He gazed at Shen Mo with eyes wide in shock and fury. You cannot be allowed to live. Shen Montak, you must die. The celestial enforcer's gaze was filled with profound astonishment. He had done his utmost to estimate Shen Mo's strength. Yet the reality surpassed his expectations. One strike had sent him, a third-tier celestial enforcer, flying, and had it not been for his life-preserving techniques, he would have perished. Shen Mo must not be allowed to survive. If he lived today, it would be his own demise. Shen Mo, you are overly confident. With your capabilities, if you continued to conceal yourself, no one could touch you. You must have intended to remain hidden, only to deliver a tremendous surprise to them, correct? Alas, you have revealed yourself before us. The celestial enforcer's expression turned serious. He looked at Shen Mo and took a deep breath. Addressing Mu Tong, you must leave this place immediately. I will hold him off. Instantly spread the word that Shen Mo, the legitimate heir of the Shen family, is indeed of celestial cultivation. His demeanor was grave. What did Shen Mo's strength at such a young age signify? It meant he could contend with the top-tier talents of the Federation. What did that imply? It indicated that Shen Mo was a prodigious genius, an unparalleled marvel. No wonder Feng Ling Wang had taken an interest in him. Everyone believed Shen Mo to be idle and frivolous. But perhaps he and the Shen family were merely masquerading for the world to conceal the truth from those in the shadows. The strategy of the Shen family had proven extraordinarily successful. No one had ever doubted Shen Mo's F-grade talent. Had it not been for this incident, they might have continued to be oblivious to the extent of Shen Mo's formidable prowess, hidden so deeply. The Shen family surely harbors a grand conspiracy. This thought flashed through the celestial enforcer's mind. Without hesitation, he lunged towards Shen Mo, forcefully tossing Mu Tong aside. As he soared through the air, Shen Mo's expression remained tranquil. He cast a fleeting glance at Mu Tong before fixing his gaze upon the approaching celestial enforcer. With a snap of his fingers, a small beast, the little Pai Hu, darted towards Mu Tong's direction. Such a minor character did not warrant Shen Mo's direct intervention. Today, he would gauge the strength of the most formidable celestial enforcer under Luo Fan. Unleash your full capabilities. Otherwise, I assure you, you shall not survive this day. Indeed, tomorrow shall not be yours either. Shen Mo's expression was calm. He harbored no fear that this celestial enforcer could escape. With the system in his possession and the tincture-level transformation card, if he allowed his opponent to flee, he would rather take his own life. As Shen Mo's voice echoed, the celestial enforcer did not mock his audacity. Instead, he sensed Shen Mo's seriousness. Thus, had the opponent not exerted his full strength previously? This realization sent waves of dread through the celestial enforcer. If Shen Mo, who had not shown his full might, was already deemed invincible in his eyes, what would a fully unleashed Shen Mo be like? No, this is impossible. He shook his head vigorously, refusing to entertain such thoughts. It was inconceivable. If Shen Mo's strength could rival that of Fengling Wang and her ilk, then what need would the Shen family have to remain concealed? One must understand that with Shen Mo's current power revealed, it would capture the attention of the entire Blue Star. They could not possibly ignore it. Taking a deep breath, the celestial enforcer bellowed, Heavenly Department's 13 Needles. The Heavenly Department's 13 Needles were a modified version of the Medical Saint's Ghost Gate 13 Needles. It is noteworthy that not everyone could master the Ghost Gate 13 Needles. However, those of the Heavenly Department, burdened with the duty of oversight, practiced the 13 Needles based on the original. This 13 Needles, while a weakened iteration, still enhanced their abilities as they trained in the Medical Saint's unique techniques. This technique was destined to be under Luo Fan's control, while also enabling them to enhance their strength rapidly during critical moments. Indeed, this technique was a desperate measure. As the celestial enforcer uttered his incantation, Shen Mo's opponent underwent a profound transformation. With a resounding crack, every muscle in his body swelled. Simultaneously, 13 needles were forced out from the 13 acupoints, which had perpetually resided within them, continuously enhancing their strength while suppressing them from exceeding their limits. Now, as these 13 needles emerged, the celestial enforcer's power surged to unprecedented heights. In that moment, he resembled a vengeful spirit, his gaze devoid of reason, filled solely with a lust for slaughter. This was the side effect of the Heavenly Department's 13 needles. While they could rapidly amplify their strength, they simultaneously stripped them of their rationality. Otherwise, how could Luo Fan maintain control over them? As the celestial enforcer's form expanded, a profound intensity settled in Shen Mo's eyes. Indeed, this was becoming interesting. Without such adversaries, how could he ascertain the limits of his own strength? What he sought was precisely this opportunity for tempering, not only in power, but also in mindset and capability. From this day forward, he would no longer be the Shen Mo of the 21st century, but the Shen Mo of the contemporary martial world. Life is as ephemeral as straw. Are the useless merely like dogs? Then let him carve out a future in a new realm. Shen Mo charged towards the celestial enforcer. Boom! The ground beneath him shattered into fragments. As he darted through the air, the figure of another celestial enforcer charged towards him with a monstrous roar. Chapter 27. The Annihilation of the Celestial Enforcer. The city of Linhai was left in shock. Boom! As Shen Mo surged toward the celestial enforcer, a radiant golden aura enveloped him like a dragon, resonating like a thunderous bell. His entire being erupted with an overwhelming brilliance and presence, reminiscent of the cosmic forces that shaped the universe. Simultaneously, his eyes reflected a series of celestial glimmers, revealing the vulnerabilities of the celestial enforcer before him. Each flaw in the Celestial Enforcer's defense was laid bare to Shen Mo's gaze. Although the 13 needles of the Celestial Gate were formidable, their inherent weaknesses were glaringly evident. Each acupoint represented a potential breach. Regrettably, one had to discover and simultaneously strike all these points to nullify the opponent's abilities. While this task might be daunting for others, it posed little challenge for him. Shen Mo shook his head and quietly mused within himself. He decided to close his celestial eyes, opting not to employ this ability. For this confrontation, it was unnecessary. However, being able to perceive the weaknesses of the celestial beings certainly offered him significant advantages. The celestial faction had long been a prominent force beside Luo Fan, especially before his rise to prominence. Even as more powerful factions began to ally with Luo Fan, the allegiance to the celestial faction remained unshaken. For Luo Fan, the celestial beings were eternally his most trusted allies, while the others merely served as pawns for his purposes. And let us not forget the shadowy figures of the Dark Faction. Yet, the Dark Faction served merely as Luo Fan's instruments of assassination. When the opportunity arises, Shen Mo would certainly need to resolve the threat posed by the Dark Faction. Whoosh! Shen Mo propelled himself toward the Celestial Enforcer. Bang! His voice echoed like a bell, and with a single, thunderous punch, he collapsed the muscular structure of the Celestial Enforcer. The strength of the fourth tier of the Xianling realm felt like childish play in his hands. Even though the Celestial Enforcer had elevated his power to the cusp of the sixth tier of the Xianling realm, to Shen Mo, it was akin to child's play. He refrained from delivering a fatal blow, as he sought to familiarize himself with his own limits and assimilate the overwhelming energies and abilities swirling within him. As Shen Mo collided with the Celestial Enforcer, Mu Tong was sprinting forward with great urgency. However, upon glancing back, he nearly lost his wits. A winged tiger trailed closely behind him. When he turned to look, it tilted its head in his direction. Though its demeanor appeared adorably naive, Mu Tong, having witnessed its ferocious side, dared not find it endearing. Good heavens! How did this creature catch up with me? His mind raced with shock, but then, emboldened by desperation, he hurled a punch at the little tiger. To him, the little tiger posed no threat without Shen Mo's presence. If he could slay or injure it, he would surely earn favor upon returning to Luo Fan. However, as his attack surged forward, the little tiger became enraged. Originally, it had been tasked by Shen Mo to monitor Mu Tong, but now, perceiving the impending attack, it opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of destructive flames toward Mu Tong. Bang! Mu Tong was instantly obliterated by the searing light. At that moment, Shen Mo also unleashed a punch against the Celestial Enforcer, following up with a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. A single strike was all it took. The opponent's form had been utterly dismantled. Shen Mo descended beside him, swiftly snapping his neck, then turned his gaze toward the little tiger. The latter flew back to Shen Mo's side, exhaling a glowing orb, the very soul of Mu Tong. Yet, the soul appeared vacant, entirely devoid of consciousness. Although the little tiger bore the bloodline of the taming beast, it could not fully preserve the soul's sentience. This feat would only be achievable once it evolved or its bloodline ascended. For now, it could merely retain the soul in its purest form. Nevertheless, this bore immense significance for Shen Mo. Well done. Through his senses, Shen Mo discerned the incident involving Mu Tong's attack on the little tiger. Thus, he bore no objections to its retaliation. Although he wished to trace Luo Fan's whereabouts through Mu Tong, he pondered that the demise of the Celestial Enforcer might have already alerted Luo Fan through some clandestine means. Moreover, Shen Mo narrowed his eyes. Slaying Luo Fan would yield him no advantages. After all, without this innate adversary, from whom could he extract the essence of the system? It is worth noting that the essence derives from the source itself, and Luo Fan was the lamb he had nurtured. With Luo Fan's protagonist destiny, he would undoubtedly not perish so easily. Hence, Shen Mo never intended to eradicate Luo Fan entirely. His aim was solely to utilize Mu Tong's presence to locate Luo Fan's stronghold and eliminate a few individuals, thereby dismantling his power. However, the unexpected emergence of the Celestial Enforcer prompted a slight shift in his strategy. With numerous allies still surrounding Luo Fan, it would be prudent to retain this lamb and gradually extract its resources. Furthermore, Pursuing this path might lead him to unforeseen dangers. Shen Mo maintained a vigilant awareness of those so-called protagonist destinies. He recalled how, in countless tales, protagonists teetered on the brink of death only to emerge stronger and ultimately crush their pursuers. TSK, he was not awakened as the ultimate antagonist. He ought to tread carefully to avoid becoming merely a stepping stone for a protagonist. Yet one must wonder, was he truly the only stepping stone for protagonists in this world? Perhaps he could instigate a conflict between protagonists and supporting characters? A hint of amusement flickered in Shen Mo's eyes before he swiftly vanished into the shadows. After what felt like an eternity, news of the conflict reached others. Upon witnessing the aftermath of the battle, countless hearts quaked in disbelief. My goodness, Mu Tong has met an unknown demise, especially as an unidentified powerful figure lay nearby. What on earth transpired? Such forces lurk within the black market of the Northwest. Who could these individuals be? Countless murmurs filled the air. Meanwhile, Shen Mo had already returned to the Shun family estate. The head of the Shun family and others were preparing to forcibly breach the illusionary barrier surrounding his upper floor. Long before, they had already overcome the defenses left behind by the Guardians. Following the death of the celestial enforcer, the remaining individuals had retreated. As Shen Mo arrived, Min Hang and the head of the Shun family beheld the illusionary barrier above with expressions of grave concern. Chapter 28. The Astonishment of Min Hang. This matter is directed at the Feng family. I shall exert all my strength to shatter it. Master Shun, you must immediately contact our young lady and have her send more people to the Shun residence. This time I, Min Hang, admit my failure in protection and am willing to accept any punishment. Min Hang declared resolutely. After pursuing the enemy, he realized they had employed puppet techniques, using puppets to mask Shen Mo's aura, thereby deceiving them. By the time he attempted to return, it was already too late. Numerous skilled adversaries had emerged, effectively blocking their path. Fortunately, it seemed the enemy had some reservations, as they had not attacked with full force, allowing them to escape without casualties. However, for Min Hang, this was an immense disgrace. They had been dispatched to protect Shen Mo, yet the protected one encountered trouble while they remained unscathed. How could they explain this to the young lady? As he spoke, he prepared to invoke the blood-burning secret technique, willing to sacrifice his own blood and lifespan to rescue Shen Mo from the room. At that moment, the door swung open, and Shen Mo, groggy and disheveled, poked his head out from the doorway. Commander Min, what a delightful morning for a security drill. How diligent of you. He yawned, then glanced at the weary faces of Shun's parents, exclaiming, Mother, Father, you are also in on this with Commander Min? Such convincing performances. But really, this is quite exhausting so early. I was kept awake by your commotion all night and had to relocate to the next room. When will this racket end? Can we negotiate to schedule the next drill for after 2 in the afternoon? Please do not disturb my sleep. Sleep deprivation stunts growth. His complaints only served to infuriate Shun's parents further. You ungrateful child. Mrs. Shun was so enraged she almost laughed. Meanwhile, Mr. Shun's anger boiled over as he approached, ready to reprimand Shen Mo. If not for Min Hang's presence and the desire to save face for Shen Mo, he might have twisted his ear and spun him around in frustration. This troublesome child, do you wish to drive us to madness? A drill? What nonsense! You foolish boy. Especially upon noticing that Shen Mo was still clutching soundproofing foam, which fell from his hands when he struck it, Mr. Shun's fury intensified. It turned out they had genuinely worried all night while he merely thought it was a drill, sleeping soundly until now. Had he not woken, they would still be oblivious to the situation. However, Mr. Shun felt a profound sense of relief that Shen Mo remained unaware of the events from the previous night. If he had known someone had attempted to kill him, and nearly succeeded, who knows how he would react? As Mr. Shun unleashed his frustration on Shen Mo, the latter could only smile bitterly. This was truly a predicament. He had initially thought eliminating a base of Luo Fan would be a simple task, but midway, a heavenly enforcer had appeared. In a moment of impulsiveness, he missed the chance to return, leaving him in this passive position. Thankfully, someone else would take the blame. Luo Fan was in for a world of trouble. Many would undoubtedly investigate his affairs. As for the formation, that was a minor issue. Who could prove it was not laid by Luo Fan himself? Would he dare to declare, no, I did not set this trap. I merely wished to kill Shen Mo? That would be courting disaster. At that point, Shen Mo reflected on the nature of protagonist auras. They were not infallible. Primarily, the protagonist must survive. If they had yet to develop and recklessly confronted a powerful force, even the strongest aura could be diminished. Just look at the renowned protagonists of fantasy tales. Even when the weak triumph over the strong, it is often by the skin of their teeth. Most importantly, a genius exposed to top-tier antagonistic forces, devoid of opportunities for growth, is no longer a protagonist, but merely a side character. Thus, a protagonist whose aura is weakened ceases to be a protagonist at all. Shen Mo was unperturbed by the prospect of Luo Fan's retaliation. Should he dare to act, Shen Mo would show no mercy. In fact, by the end of it, he might not even need to intervene. Luo Fan's enemies could very well eliminate him, further diminishing his aura. As Shen Mo pondered this, he suddenly conceived a highly feasible plan. Should he create some adversaries for Luo Fan to contend with? Or perhaps he could unearth Luo Fan's enemies and let them know that their old foe had resurfaced. After all, Shen Mo did not believe that Luo Fan's inherited legacy was devoid of enemies. If it truly were, Luo Fan would have been insufferably arrogant by now, rather than hiding away. Meanwhile, Min Heng and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Shen Montag was unharmed. And upon seeing the door to his room locked and a maze in front of them, Min Heng's heart had dropped, fearing the worst. If anything were to happen to Shen Mo under his watch, how could he ever face the young lady? As he contemplated this, he declared with grim determination, "Young Master Shen, as long as you are safe, I will report this to the young lady. From today forth, stronger individuals will be assigned to protect you. This was my oversight, and I will accept any punishment you deem fit. Please, young master, do not show leniency." Shen Mo promptly shook his head, stating, "This is not your fault. Who could have foreseen that I would encounter such trouble right after being with Ling Huang? These individuals are truly eager to stir trouble with the Feng family. If you were to specifically withdraw elite forces from the Feng family to assist me, you might fall into someone else's trap." He placed the blame squarely on Luo Fan's shoulders and added with righteous indignation, "I do not desire such treatment." Indeed, Min Heng and the others had become accustomed to his presence. If they were to bring in a different group of strong individuals, how could he maneuver around them to develop his own influence? That would be far too troublesome. No, he would remain in hiding and deal with Luo Fan himself. Such a plump target should not be completely eliminated by Min Heng and the others. As Shen Mo mulled over these thoughts, a sudden realization struck Min Heng and the others. They had not considered this angle. Was this matter truly aimed at the Feng family? As this dawned on him, Min Heng's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Chapter 29. Ling Huang protects her own. Those who harm Shen Mo shall die. At the moment Shen Mo spoke, Mr. Shen also seized his reprimand of his son and turned to Min Heng, saying, "Commander Min, Mo is correct. This matter is not your fault. We would feel uneasy about bringing in additional personnel." Simultaneously, Mr. Shen contemplated another pressing issue. If someone could employ others to target Shen Mo, what would happen if the Feng family bolstered their ranks while they continued to send assassins? The head of the Shen family contemplated that perhaps it would be best to let things unfold naturally, as long as the Feng family refrained from retaliating. Those individuals should not take further action. Even if they did, Min Heng and the others were now prepared. At the moment he began to speak, Min Heng and the others had already come to the same conclusion, and he promptly nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall report this to the young lady at once. Rest assured, everyone, if this matter involves the Feng family and brings trouble to you, our young lady will surely provide an explanation." Min Heng's demeanor was fierce. Just as Shen Mo had mentioned, he had only just begun his relationship with Feng Ling Huang when someone impatiently attempted to strike at him, clearly harboring ulterior motives. If it were truly proven to be an internal matter within the Feng family, it would undoubtedly lead to rivers of blood. Thus, Min Heng and the others were definitely led astray by Shen Mo's words. Meanwhile, Shen Mo's heart brimmed with delight. Let Luo Fan deal with the headaches. The Feng family was not easy to handle. Let them suffer. He hoped they could keep their secrets well, for if they were exposed, the consequences would not be pleasant. As Shen Mo ruminated, Feng Ling Huang had already received the news. In an instant, a searing blaze of phoenix flames engulfed one of her adversaries, reducing them to ashes. The next moment, Feng Ling Huang emerged from the Dao Insight Tower and connected to Shen Mo's video call. Her phoenix eyes darkened as she commanded the smartwatch in her hand, which promptly connected her to Shen Mo. Hello, my dear wife. Shen Mo answered the call, momentarily taken aback by her disheveled hair and sweat-soaked attire, before asking, "Are you training?" "Yes," Feng Linghuang replied with a brief nod, casting a hurried glance at him. "Are you all right?" Her tone was assured. From her perspective, Shen Mo appeared unscathed. "Yes, I'm fine," Shen Mo replied nonchalantly. "What could possibly happen to me? Captain Min and the others are exceptionally diligent." He subtly praised Min Hang and the others, hoping to prevent Feng Linghuang from replacing them. Feng Linghuang acknowledged with a low response, refraining from elaborating further or promising an explanation to Shen Mo. She had always preferred to express her thoughts through action. After confirming Shen Mo's safety, she promptly ended the call and dialed Min Hang's number. "Tell me everything that transpired." Leaving no detail omitted, she commanded coldly. Unlike her earlier urgency and gentleness with Shen Mo, she now exuded an aura of iron will and coldness. At this moment, she was the true Empress Xianwang, the head of the entire Feng family. By the age of 15, she had already mastered the entirety of the Feng family's affairs. After listening to Min Hang's account, Feng Linghuang's expression momentarily darkened before she nodded faintly. "From today onwards, expand the guard you command by 300 men. Do not draw personnel from the Feng family's guard. Instead, recruit from my private guard. You may select whomever you deem fit." Feng Linghuang transmitted a list containing names of individuals she had recently brought under her command upon returning to the imperial capital. All of them were at least of the Xianling realm. In the future, they would control the main veins of Blue Star, becoming its primary fighting force. Those she could recruit had already come under her banner. At this moment, she entrusted this authority to Min Hang, allowing him to lead these individuals to protect Shen Mo. If Shen Mo did not wish for others to protect him, then no one else would be dispatched. These individuals would be entirely under Min Hang's control. As for Min Hang's strength, Feng Linghuang pondered briefly before addressing him. "Once this matter is resolved, return to the Feng family and inform them that I have sanctioned your participation in the Longting plan. All resources of the Feng family will be at your disposal. The extent of your enhancement will depend on your own efforts. Remember, your master from now on is Shen Mo. Even if I were to perish, he must not come to harm. Do you understand?" Feng Linghuang's words were exceptionally grave. She possessed the ability to protect herself, but Shen Mo did not. Should anything happen to him, even if she survived, what would be the point? Without Shen Mo's assistance, she could never transcend her previous limitations, so she had to ensure his safety. As Feng Linghuang spoke, Min Hang was taken aback. This was not the first time she had said such things to him, but her tone this time was exceedingly stern. It was clear that failing to meet her expectations would result in his immediate dismissal, and Shen Mo's satisfaction would be irrelevant. "Yes." Min Hang knelt down, swearing to Feng Linghuang, "Young lady, rest assured, I will prioritize Shun Xiao's safety above all else. As long as I live, I will not let him come to harm." "Excellent." Feng Linghuang nodded with satisfaction, her phoenix eyes coldly sweeping over him as she declared, "From today onward, you are no longer a member of the Feng family, but rather a member of the Shun family. No, you should say you are Shen Mo's man. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on him, even if they are from the Feng family, will be dealt with ruthlessly. Do you understand?" She emphasized her words, stating firmly, "This applies to anyone. No matter who strikes at Shen Mo, they are not permitted to harm him. Execute first and report later. You may slay anyone who threatens Shen Mo. Should any issues arise, I will bear the consequences." Feng Linghuang's pronouncement sent chills through Min Hang. The implications were profound. He quickly replied solemnly, "Yes." As he affirmed her words, Feng Linghuang did not waste any more time and prepared to end the call. Suddenly, Min Hang recalled something and hurriedly addressed Feng Linghuang. "Wait, young lady, there is one more matter I must report. A very peculiar formation has appeared outside Shen Xiao's room. It may reveal the identities of those who have targeted him." Upon hearing this, Feng Linghuang's gaze sharpened. "A strange formation?" she inquired. "Yes," Min Hang replied earnestly. "It is exceedingly profound. I cannot discern its nature. If possible, I request you send someone else to investigate. There may be individuals among those who targeted Shen Xiao who possess deep knowledge of formations. In that case, I fear it will be challenging to ensure Shen Xiao's safety alone." Min Hang refrained from sharing this with the head of the Shun family, or Shen Mo, to avoid inciting panic. However, he felt it necessary to report to Feng Linghuang. Shen Mo had not anticipated that, following the revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star, research on formations and artifacts remained in its infancy. Due to the prolonged loss of ancestral knowledge, it was nearly impossible to swiftly grasp complex principles upon revival. The rudimentary illusion formation Shen Mo had casually conjured seemed trivial to him, yet to Min Hang and the others, it appeared remarkably advanced, as they had never encountered such formations before, let alone set them up or dismantle them. Typically, such formations only appeared in alien territories and secret realms. At this moment, outside Shen Mo's room, a certain presence emerged, which could not be overlooked by Min Hang. Otherwise, he would not have previously declared his intent to sacrifice his own lifespan and blood to unravel the intricate maze before Shen Mo's door. Had Shen Mo returned even slightly later, Min Hang would have been compelled to forcefully breach the array. As Min Hang spoke, the cold glint in Feng Linghuang's eyes intensified. Among the myriad of races, there exist those proficient in formations. However, it was improbable for any to manifest on Blue Star at this juncture. Thus, one could ponder whether there were collusions at play, or if other relic bases had surfaced on Blue Star unbeknownst to them, or whether someone had obtained other legacies. Feng Linghuang's gaze narrowed slightly. She possessed a wealth of knowledge that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Even the current elite might not match her understanding. In fact, she alone held the knowledge of events a decade hence. Therefore, the information Min Hang relayed to her bore significant implications. Very well, I comprehend the situation. Immediately seal this matter. Ensure that no one disseminates the information. As for the Shen family, just impose restrictions as best as you can. I trust that the heads of the Shen family are reasonable individuals. Consounding Shen must assault. I suspect that the Shen family would be even less inclined to let it leak. Hence, Feng Linghuang had no concerns regarding the heads of the Shen family divulging this information. Upon her concluding remarks, Min Hang promptly acknowledged her command, refraining from further commentary. After terminating the call with Min Hang, a glint of cold light flickered in Feng Linghuang's phoenix-like eyes as she dialed a number embedded in her memory. This number was known to fewer than 10 individuals across the entirety of Blue Star. Only Feng Linghuang and a select few could reach this private line directly. As Feng Linghuang's call connected, an elderly man seated within a bamboo grove was intently examining a particular blueprint. Upon hearing Feng Linghuang's call, Zhen Tongming turned to his granddaughter beside him and said, Jean, go check who is calling. As he spoke, the uniformed young girl had already answered the call, and upon seeing Feng Linghuang on the line, her voice erupted with delight. It's Sister Linghuang. Her tone was filled with joy. Zhen Tongming, who was engrossed in his array blueprints, immediately looked up in the direction of Feng Linghuang, laughing heartily as he greeted her. Ah, Linghuang, what brings you to call this old man? Have you decided to become my disciple? He added with a chuckle, let me tell you, no one in Blue Star is more adept than I when it comes to researching formations. If you delay in becoming my apprentice, it may soon be too late for you to find a master and become a formation grandmaster. How regretful would that be? He continued jovially. In response, Feng Linghuang lightly laughed. You are as spirited as ever. Elder Chun, please refrain from such discouraging remarks. My cultivation is still a work in progress. It would be too premature for me to take you as my master. Zhen Tongming snorted. You, young lady, awakened the innate talent of sword heart clarity. Your comprehension of all things is astonishing, having reached an SSSS level long ago. If not for this, your Xianhuang physique would not have advanced so swiftly. Do you truly believe that every supreme physique can elevate at such a pace? You have already grasped the pinnacle of every layer of your Xianhuang physique. Your words simply indicate your reluctance to become my disciple. He continued, what use is it to engage in combat? Are you unaware that when the ultimate killing formation emerges, no matter how formidable your martial prowess, you will be trapped in a solitary fortress? You, my dear girl, do not yet grasp the might of array diagrams. Zhen Tongming exclaimed, puffing out his cheeks. Have you not seen the ancient texts that declare the unparalleled formations can command the divine and slay immortals? Indeed. Feng Linghuang nodded in agreement, her laughter light and teasing. Originally named Chen Tongming, he had changed his name to Zhen Tongming due to his obsession with formations. Feng Linghuang shared a close bond with him, allowing her to address him by his original name, a privilege others would not receive without incurring his ire. In a past existence, Chun had indeed developed an unparalleled formation, as he had claimed, a formation capable of slaying deities. Regrettably, the formations on Blue Star were in tatters, and Chun had sacrificed himself to mend the celestial rift, emulating Nuwa, ultimately perishing at the age of 86. At this moment, as Feng Ling Huang observed the elder's animated demeanor, a wave of nostalgia washed over her, recalling how he had once sacrificed himself to grant her ample time for advancement. Enough, Zhen Tongming said, noticing Feng Ling Huang's cheerful demeanor, unfazed by his teasing, and certainly not blushing. He found himself somewhat bored. If it were anyone else, they would have been blacklisted by me for such insolence. It would infuriate me. He grumbled. Now speak. What is it? If you wish for me to create array diagrams for the Feng family, that is a different matter. I will hang up now, I said. You must become my disciple if you want me to craft diagrams for you. As he spoke, Feng Ling Huang's voice chimed in lightly. That is not the case. I merely wish to request your assistance in protecting someone. Chapter 31. The Unseen Array Relic? Zhen Tongming nearly thought he had misheard. Phone girl, please confirm your intent. You wish for me to do what? Protect someone? What is this? In this world, who could possibly need my protection? Given Zhen Tongming's stature as a national-level researcher, this was no trivial matter. His mastery of formations was unparalleled, and all of China's findings within relics were summarized and translated by him. Particularly in the field of array research, he was in a league of his own. Under such circumstances, the notion that Feng Ling Huang would request him to protect someone was absurd. It seemed implausible that anyone would require his safeguarding. Phone girl, I'm quite busy, Zhen Tongming said with a serious expression. Do not bring such absurd requests to me in the future. If you change your mind and wish to become my disciple, call me again. As he prepared to end the call, Feng Ling Huang leisurely responded, Are you certain you won't go? She continued, I also wish to inform you that there exists an array that may well be an unseen maze. It is uncertain who awakened the talent for formations, or if they have obtained the legacy of the array. Therefore, I would like to invite you to take a trip. In doing so, we can conduct research under the guise of protection. It seems I have misjudged you, Elder Chun. Your enthusiasm for research is not as fervent as I believed. In that case, I shall report this to the Research Institute and have them send someone else. As Feng Ling Huang's words came to a close, Elder Chen fell into silence. Phone girl, you are not deceiving me, are you? He inquired gravely. The emergence of new array relics, or perhaps a new array inheritance, is not a trivial matter. If that is the case, he must personally investigate. Others might not grasp the essence of the situation. Indeed, Feng Ling Huang's voice was exceptionally solemn. At this juncture, she never trifled with serious matters. It was merely in Elder Chen's presence that she allowed herself a moment of levity. With anyone else, she would not have dared to jest in such a manner. It is indeed a maze formation previously unseen. This report has been relayed by the guards of the Feng family. Feng Ling Huang transmitted the information from Min Hang, along with her experience confronting the maze, to Zhen Tongming. Upon reviewing it, he nodded gravely, affirming, This array has indeed never been encountered before. Although it does not appear particularly profound, it possesses remarkable intricacies. This maze formation was hastily arranged by Shen Mo and, naturally, lacked sophistication. In truth, he had not anticipated that Min Hang and his companions would be unable to break through. His intention was merely to confound Min Hang and those attacking Luo Fan. Even if Min Hang's group managed to enter and found him missing, they would only assume he had been abducted by someone else. Thus, Shen Mo casually set it up. Little did he realize that the treasures produced by the system are, for the most part, unprecedented in this world. With the resurgence of spiritual energy on Blue Star at its zenith, it had yet to reach the bottleneck of previous years. At this moment, Shen Mo produced an array that had never been seen before. After reviewing the description, Feng Ling Huang was uncertain as to which relic this formation had emerged from, or whether a certain inheritance had manifested at this time. The revival of spiritual energy on Blue Star would lead to a surge of individuals rising to prominence, all of whom possessed some form of inheritance. However, the array that Shen Mo had laid out was unfamiliar to Feng Ling Huang. Upon seeing the materials presented by Feng Ling Huang, Zhen Tongming decisively resolved to stay near the Shen family for a while. Indeed, he would not go to the Shen family itself, lest he need to deploy a significant number of personnel for protection. Moreover, Elder Chen's status was far too precious. the Shen family would likely be unable to bear the weight of such protection. Feng Linghuang shared this sentiment. By merely being in the vicinity of the Shen family, Shen Mo would be safeguarded. After all, those who sought to contend with Shen Mo, no matter how formidable, could not act against the Shen family under the watchful eye of the Blue Star Federation. Furthermore, the master who arranged the array would also be unable to intervene. As Chen Tongming made his decision, Shen Mo was languidly reclining on his own sofa, blissfully unaware that his devoted wife had sought help for his safety, let alone knowing that a figure of Chen Tongming's caliber was personally coming to guard him. At that moment, he was amusing himself with the little pie tiger nestled in his arms. Ah, it has certainly grown round and plump. Shen Montak musit, weighing the little chubby tiger in his hands. This creature had indulged itself quite a bit back in the black market of the Northwest. It was only then that Shen Mo discovered that the pie tiger advanced by devouring souls. Those who had remained behind of the Shen family to restrain Minhang, and others had also had their souls consumed by it. Presently, as Shen Mo observed the transparent soul of the wooden entity it had expelled, he narrowed his eyes slightly and extended his hand to extract the memories of the entity. Such a blank, soulless spirit was under the control of the pie tiger. After all, it was a celestial beast guarding the underworld. It would be a waste of its bloodline of listening if it lacked such capabilities. After absorbing the memories of the entity, Shen Mo's understanding deepened. The Listening Wood sect possesses considerable strength in the Northwest black market. By reading the memories of the wooden entity, Shen Mo gained insight into the specific industries and distribution of the Listening Wood sect in the Northwest black market, as well as their clandestine dealings. This ability is quite useful. It is a pity that your strength is still insufficient, Shen Mo remarked, glancing at the pie tiger. Its ability was exceedingly practical for him. Regrettably, the little creature lacked the requisite strength. Otherwise, if it were a fully mature divine beast, the applications of its soul-capturing techniques would be numerous. Would he still need to fear the protagonist? The waters in this world are indeed somewhat deep. Endure. Once his strength reaches an unparalleled level, he would charge forth like a force of nature. At that time, let us see who dares to obstruct him. Shen Mo licked his lips, a glint of sharp and chilling light flashing in his eyes. However, he quickly reined it in, reverting to his previously harmless and roguish demeanor. Prior to this, he had already transmitted the memories he had received to his subordinates, planning to eliminate all the industries in one fell swoop. All forces would be appropriated. From this day forth, the entire Northwest black market would bear a new name. Shen Mo pondered for a moment and then sent a message. Mo. Chapter 32, Secondary Strike. An unusual way to enjoy soft rice. At that point, it would be interesting to see how his Mo sect compared to Luo Fan's Tianmen, ultimately determining who would emerge victorious. Furthermore, the name Mo Emperor sounded quite appealing. Shen Montak mused lightly. Emperor, in harmony with the phoenix. This was indeed the force he shared with his wife. As he entertained such thoughts, on the other side, a formidable being of the 9th level of the Xianling realm responded in a low voice. Simultaneously, Shen Mo heard a series of notifications from the system, announcing the addition of 200 guards to the host's entourage. The potential of these guards had all reached S level, and a critical hit granted the host 100 heavenly level talents. Upon hearing this, Shen Mo leaped up from the sofa in astonishment. What? My wife has increased my guard again? Wait, that's not the main point. The real significance lies in the fact that 300 heavenly level talents. What does this mean? It equates to an immediate augmentation of 300 talents of Feng Linghuang's caliber among Shen Mo subordinates. Of course, Feng Linghuang's level is not confined to merely heavenly level. However, on Blue Star, the pinnacle of genius is classified as heavenly level. As for higher classifications, that would await the further development of spiritual energy resurgence and the awakening of more talents in the future. Presently, the heavenly level talents that Feng Linghuang represents are indeed the highest echelon of genius, and Shen Mo has just acquired 100 of them. This is a monumental gain. Shen Mo let out a heavy sigh of relief. While the 100 heavenly level talents may not seem significant compared to the number of guards provided by Feng Linghuang, their potential for growth is astonishing. One must understand what it signifies to possess a talent of Feng Linghuang's caliber. Even if she does not fit the strict definition of a heavenly level talent, she is undoubtedly of a higher echelon. However, those who stand alongside her, as heavenly-level talents are certainly not to be underestimated. That was the true mastery of the authority of the Blue Star, rendering one a pivotal force in the resistance against myriad races. Undoubtedly, amongst them, there existed some who were mere pretenders or of questionable character. However, Shen Mo's talents were rewards bestowed by the system. They were unequivocally individuals of the highest caliber. Each one possessed the potential to rival the prowess of Feng Ling Huang in her prime. At this moment, Shen Mo's earlier anxieties regarding the capabilities of his subordinates evaporated entirely. After all, while these individuals may not yet match Feng Ling Huang's former strength, they undoubtedly had the capacity for future advancement. Moreover, with such a plethora of gifted individuals, Shen Mo's foundation of power was firmly established. In the future, he would have no fear of lacking capable hands to annex any force he desired. The strength of this contingent was more than sufficient to alleviate his concerns. It seems that living off one's wife is indeed the most splendid choice. Yet, did I not tell my wife that there was no need for replacements? Wait, is this an increase in bodyguards? As Shen Mo perused the system notifications, he realized that it was Feng Ling Huang who had granted him additional protection, thereby triggering this unexpected windfall. Could one truly reap the benefits a second time? With this question in mind, Shen Mo consulted the system and received his answer. Ding! Feeding the individual significantly enhances the host's protective strength. According to the system's assessment, it has surpassed the host's current level, thus qualifying for a critical reward. However, any subsequent similar feeding will not yield additional rewards or critical hits. In essence, this was a fortuitous occurrence, resulting from the fact that the bodyguards Feng Ling Huang provided exceeded not only his present capacity, but also met the system's criteria for a critical reward. Should Feng Ling Huang offer him more bodyguards that do not reach the current standards, no further rewards could be attained. Upon hearing this, a wave of frustration washed over Shen Mo. Indeed, the system was as parsimonious as ever. What further form of protection could his wife possibly bestow upon him? She could hardly offer herself. The system was truly shameless, evidently intent on obstructing his path to rewards. Nevertheless, he had already secured the benefits at hand. It was a pity. Had he known this earlier, he would have allowed Feng Ling Huang to gradually enhance his protective strength. Ding! The system bluntly interrupted Shen Mo's daydreams, stating that without reaching the current level, a second critical hit from the system was unattainable. If it were not for the exceptional bodyguards sent by Feng Ling Huang, who represented a significant force among the strong of the Blue Star a decade hence, this critical reward would not have been provoked at all. After all, secondary rewards of the same rank are not easily obtained. Humph! Shen Mo scoffed, contemplating the day when he would strip the system of all its benefits. Dreaming? Impossible. There exists no unyielding wall that cannot be excavated by an industrious hoe, nor is there wool that cannot be sheared. Shen Mo ceased to dwell on the matter. With 100 Xianling realm geniuses at his disposal, the avenues available to him were abundant. First and foremost, he would eradicate the minions of Luo Fan throughout Linghai City. Shen Mo licked his lips in anticipation. He had procured considerable intelligence regarding Luo Fan's enterprises from Mutong, including 2 strongholds belonging to the Dark and Celestial departments. However, he had refrained from taking action due to insufficient manpower, despite the ineptitude of Luo Fan's subordinates. They inherited a legacy from the medical sage and could not possibly lack formidable experts. His previous setbacks in mixing were primarily due to the consideration that the opponent was a member of the Feng family. This was a truth Shen Mo was acutely aware of. Those wishing to contend with him would not be deterred by the power of the Shen family. At the very least, not by Luo Fan. If given the chance, Shen Mo had no doubt they would uproot the Shen family entirely. Yet now, with Feng Ling Huang as an impediment, they would undoubtedly hesitate. Or rather, Luo Fan would hesitate. Otherwise, he would be the next to be uprooted. TSK. Despite claiming not to live off his wife, he was indeed indulging in her support. Shen Montak seit invutli. Although he often proclaimed the allure and flavor of his wife's support, what man truly wishes to perpetually rely on his spouse? Deep down, Shen Mo maintained confidence, viewing his reliance on Feng Ling Huang's support merely as a means to bolster his strength in the early stages. Once he had sufficiently enhanced his own capabilities, he would undoubtedly turn to protect Feng Ling Huang, granting her the freedom to act as she pleased, even to the extent of dominating the Blue Star. trampling the heavens beneath her feet. Entities like the Feng family certainly possessed no shortage of adversaries. Moreover, given Feng Linghuang's fervent desire for strength, he found it implausible that she had no enemies lurking behind her. Thus, Shen Mo remained eager to safeguard Feng Linghuang. Yet to this day, it was still she who shielded him. Truly, how ineffectual. Shen Montauk lamented. He must hasten to grow stronger. With this thought, a glint of cold resolve shone in his eyes. Luo Fan would serve as a stepping stone on his path to power. Chapter 33. The Fu family comes to apologize. Outside the gates of the Shun family, a group of individuals made their appearance. Father, are we truly going to the Shun family? Fu Shuyan bit her lip, clearly displeased. After being ousted by those from the Tianwu pavilion, she had been escorted back by the Fu family. At that moment, Fu Changdong had received word and promptly taken Fu Shuyan away, leaving Luo Fan completely unacknowledged. Were it not for the circumstances, Fu Shuyan would not have suffered such humiliation. Who would pay him any heed? As Fu Shuyan spoke, Fu Changdong's expression grew stern as he turned to her, coldly declaring, I have yet to settle accounts with you regarding the previous incident. What is Luo Fan, after all? A sycophant who crawls to the Lu family. And you dare to offend the Shen family for him? Moreover, what is Shen Mo's current status, and what is yours? You are not even worthy to carry Feng Linghuang's shoes, yet you chose to provoke him. Have all my years of nurturing you been consumed by a dog's belly? Fu Changdong's words were nothing short of grave, considering that the Luo Fan Fu Xian had associated with was a mere trifler. A pretty boy, entangled with Lu Yufei, who then attempted to court Fu Xian. Typically, Fu Changdong did not impose restrictions on his daughter's friendships, allowing her the freedom to choose. For daughters grow and should not be overly constrained by their fathers. However, when it came to situations like this, where he discovered the truth about Luo Fan, he was driven to fury. Due to the legacy of the medical sage, Luo Fan's true identity was concealed, appearing before Fu Changdong as an unlearned charlatan who had deceived his daughter with flattery and charm, even entangling himself with Lu Yufei. Had it not been for the many eyes upon him, there were matters he would have dealt with directly, even considering sinking Luo Fan into the river. Now, his countenance was stern and cold as he turned to his daughter, issuing a chilling warning. I do not care what thoughts linger in your heart. If you still regard me as your father and wish to prevent our Fu family from crumbling into a mere gravestone in Linhai City, you shall promptly apologize to Shen Mo. Lu Yufei, do not be as muddled as her. If you are, you will be unworthy of being my Fu Changdong's daughter. These were the harshest words Fu Changdong had ever spoken to Fu Shuyan. Since the passing of his wife, he had imposed no restrictions upon Fu Shuyan, indulging her every whim, which had resulted in her naive and uninformed disposition. She had allowed herself to be used as a pawn, deceived without even realizing it. As Fu Changdong's voice reverberated, Fu Shuyan bit her lip, her form shrinking slightly, remaining silent. Fu Changdong's demeanor remained severe, even though Fu Shuyan felt discontent. She dared not defy him. Yet, she could not fathom why Fu Changdong placed such importance on Shen Mo. Her father, in the past, would never have acted this way. Today, he had even raised his voice at her. In Fu Shuyan's eyes, a hint of mist appeared as she gazed out the car window, stubbornly silent. Observing her state, Fu Changdong softened his tone and remarked, Shuyan, you are still too young, unaware of your father's struggles. Fu Changdong's gaze drifted into the distance. The Fu family had long since become a target in Linhai City, just like the Shun family, viewed as a thorn in the side by certain individuals. Why was Shen Mo engaged to Lu Yufei? Was it merely because of affection? It was far more complex. What motivated his affection for Lu Yufei? Was there an unseen hand at play? This city harbored too many intricate matters. Some sought to strike at these old aristocratic families. At this moment, he could not afford to quarrel with the Shun family. With Shen Mo now possessing the formidable support of Feng Linghuang, no one dared to challenge them. Consequently, it was the Fu family's turn next. Understanding this, Fu Changdong resolved to bring Fu Shuyan to apologize, regardless of who was at fault in Tianwu Pavilion. Fu Shuyan had offended Shen Mo, and that was the Fu family's wrongdoing, for the power behind Shen Mo was far greater than that of the Fu family. Fu Changdong said little more, merely leading Fu Shuyan and others to ring the doorbell of the Shen residence. Upon learning of their arrival, Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, pondering, could it be they were seeking trouble? TSK, the Fu family members certainly possessed audacity. As he mused, Min Heng, standing nearby, quietly remarked, "It may not be as such. The Fu Patriarch exhibits a great deal of respect." Min Heng had not left Shen Mo's side, even accompanying him to the restroom, which was wearing on Shen Mo's patience. His lips twitched slightly before he replied, "Very well. Let us go and witness what the Fu family wishes to accomplish." Thus, he lazily set down the small tiger figurine, yawning as he descended the staircase. Meanwhile, Fu Changdong had been waiting in the hall for some time, exchanging pleasantries with the Shen Patriarch, when he turned to see Shen Mo lazily making his way down the stairs. The young man, clad in light blue leisure wear, exuded a faint air of languor, yawning as he descended. The mere sight was striking. He possessed an aura reminiscent of a youth of noble bearing. Fu Changdong could not help but internally commend. No wonder Feng Lingwang had taken a liking to Shen Mo. He then glanced at his daughter, who was gritting her teeth and glaring at Shen Mo with evident displeasure, feeling an indescribable weariness. Where had her discernment gone? She dismissed someone like Shen Mo, yet chose to associate with a scoundrel like Luo Fan? To speak plainly, Luo Fan's personality indeed bore a certain roguishness. He had risen from humble beginnings, exuding an air of defiance, yet lacking the foundation to back it, resulting in a somewhat uncouth demeanor. In Fu Changdong's words, he was a rough and unlikable character. Shen Mo, on the other hand, was nurtured in luxury. Moreover, he possessed an inherent resilience. Even after years of struggling at the bottom, he bore an indomitable spirit. This tenacity made him akin to a starving wolf, fiercely clawing at anyone who dared to oppose him. In a more favorable environment, he resembled a tiger that had sheathed its claws, resting. Furthermore, after years of watching television dramas and mingling with both the affluent and the disreputable, Shen Mo had encountered every type of person imaginable. Hiding his true self was a task he could accomplish with ease. To put it bluntly, in the age of the internet, those who cannot disguise themselves are often ridiculed as fools. Chapter 34, A Warning, a Turncoat. Shen Mo descended the stairs with a smile, observing Fu Changdong and the others. Then exclaimed, "Ah, what a rare visit. I never anticipated the esteemed president of the Fu Commercial Association would grace our Shen family with his presence. What brings you here? Fu Xueyan? Have you truly gone to your father to lodge a complaint? How uncouth." Shen Mo curled his lip, taking a bite of an apple from the coffee table, then lazily reclined on the sofa, addressing Fu Changdong and the others. "Speak. What do you desire from me? An apology, perhaps?" If Fu Changdong and his entourage dared to utter even a single word of that nature, they would be promptly ejected. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, the Shen Patriarch shot him a glare, then turned to Fu Changdong with a smile, saying, "My apologies, Brother Fu. My son can be quite unruly. Had Fu Xueyan come alone, I would not have shown myself, but with you present, I must intervene. In our current standing, allowing the younger generation to act brazenly before us would be inappropriate. Although the Shen family is not afraid of the Fu family, we must still extend the necessary courtesies. This is a fundamental rule of high society." Of course, Shen Mo, being a younger generation, was not bound by such rules. The Shen Patriarch was merely performing a formality and would never truly reprimand Shen Mo. Fu Changdong understood this well. He could not afford to escalate matters to the point of demanding an apology from Shen Mo, for that would surely lead to a fallout. He offered a slight smile to the Shen Patriarch, solemnly stating, "Your son displays remarkable talent at such a young age. A bit of youthful impetuosity is to be expected. Moreover, it is true that my Xueyan was in the wrong. Xueyan, apologize." He admonished Fu Xueyan, then turned to the Shen Patriarch and Shen Mo, explaining, "Earlier at Tianwu Pavilion, Xueyan, in her naivete, was deceived by others and inadvertently offended young Master Shen. I have already reprimanded her for this, and we have come to apologize. I hope you will not hold it against her." Fu Changdong had lowered his status considerably. For someone of his caliber to refer to Shen Mo as young master significantly diminished his own standing. This was also a subtle attempt to persuade the Shen Patriarch to speak favorably of him in front of Shen Mo, hoping to let this matter pass. As he spoke, the Shen Patriarch glanced at Shen Mo, who was unaware of the incident as it had never been mentioned upon his return. Min Heng and the others also deemed it a trivial matter and had not reported it to him. As Fu Changdong's voice resonated in the air, Shen Mo nonchalantly waved his hand and, with a half-smile, addressed Fu Changdong, since the President Fu has declared that there's nothing to concern ourselves with. I, Shen Mo, am not one to dwell on such matters. However, it will be prudent for President Fu to properly educate his daughter. Otherwise, in the future when she stands before me, or rather, before my wife, and utters such nonsense, like suggesting I'm not worthy of mention and that my ascent is solely attributed to my wife, well, I must admit I have no objections to that, for it is indeed true. Yet, my wife, on the other hand, may not take kindly to such remarks. Alas, I am at the mercy of a wife who is excessively protective of me, fearing that I might be wronged or bullied. I have no desire to live off her. Yet she insists on pampering me. It's truly vexing. Listening to Shen Mo's words, both Fu Changdong and the head of the Shen family felt their eyes twitch in irritation. The latter, in particular, wished he could sew Shen Mo's mouth shut with a needle. What was so shameful about relying on his wife? Yet, must he proclaim it so loudly? It was as if he wanted the entire world to know. Such audacity was beyond comprehension, and it seemed he wore his pride like a badge of honor. The head of the Shen family lamented the plight of his foolish son, though he couldn't help but acknowledge that Ling Huang was indeed a good daughter-in-law. Ah, Fu brother, I sincerely apologize for my son's mischief. The head of the Shen family said for the second time. Goodness, he had barely settled in before he found himself apologizing for this foolish child once again. He felt utterly drained. Clearing his throat, he surmised that there must have been some discord between Shen Mo and Fu Xuan, for the matter had escalated to the point of Fu Changdong coming to apologize. It must have been significant, not merely a trivial disagreement. However, Shen Mo didn't appear to be intent on exacting revenge on the Fu family. Was he merely attempting to deliver a subtle reprimand? As strange as it was, the head of the Shen family and Shen Mo's thoughts seemed to align, and he vaguely grasped Shen Mo's intentions, though he doubted his son possessed such cunning. The head of the Shen family cautiously ventured, as long as Mo harbors no grievances, our Shen family will not pursue this matter further. However, Fu brother, matters of the heart are no trifling affair. Although my son may lack ambition, the Feng family is, after all, a prestigious lineage. It would be unfortunate if any rumors were to circulate about Mo and Ling Huang. The head of the Shen family was unaware of what Fu Xuyan and her companions had said, yet since they had managed to provoke Shen Mo, a hint of admonishment seemed warranted. As he spoke, Fu Changdong nodded gravely, assuring Brother Shen, rest assured, we will handle this matter appropriately. Why would Fu Xuyan harbor any grievances against Shen Mo? Was she intentionally seeking to provoke him? It was likely due to Luo Fan's meddling in front of her. What a disgraceful act for a man to engage in such petty provocations typically associated with women. Fu Changdong scolded, resolving to have someone deal with Luo Fan upon his return, forbidding any further interaction between him and Fu Xuyan. Additionally, the Lu family needed a proper reprimand. Lu Yufei's lack of decorum and shame could not be allowed to tarnish his daughter's reputation. The Lu family was becoming increasingly intolerable, and that old patriarch was utterly negligent in his duties. While Fu Changdong calmly agreed to address the issue, Shen Mo, having discerned something from his expression, felt a surge of excitement. It seemed there would be more entertainment involving Luo Fan. He recalled that in the narrative, the Fu family had been a significant support for Luo Fan's rise, providing substantial assistance due to the legacy of the medical sage. This connection could not be disclosed lightly. Thus, during Luo Fan's ascent, the venerable Fu family had acted as a springboard for him into the upper echelons of Linhai City's society. Now, however, that support had turned against him. Shen Mo remembered that during Fu Changdong's birthday banquet, Luo Fan had seemingly made noteworthy acquaintances, rapidly increasing his influence and soon becoming a new aristocrat in Linhai City. Who was it that had aided him? Could it be the object of Luo Fan's fortuitous affections? Chapter 35. A Promise. Who dares to harm you shall be cast out from the Fu family. Shen Mo reflected on the antics of the previous Shen Mo. His memory of the plot rather vague, merely retaining a general idea. Nevertheless, the Fu family support had indeed shifted. If he could devise a method to counteract Luo Fan's benefactor, then surely this new aristocrat of Luo Fan's would find himself in dire straits. With this thought, Shen Mo perked up and inquired, I've heard that President Fu is soon to celebrate his birthday. Might I have the honor of attending to extend my congratulations? Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, Fu Changdong was momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Fu Xuan, who had been sulking in silence, suddenly shot up her head, exclaiming, "What are you coming for? Are you trying to cause trouble?" Her eyes bulged in disbelief as she regarded Shen Mo. Just moments ago, he had been scolding her, urging her father to discipline her, and now he wished to attend her father's birthday banquet. What could he possibly be plotting? Fu Changdong found himself at a loss for how to respond. He had indeed invited the head of the Shun family to his birthday celebration, but he had not specifically prepared an invitation for Shen Mo. Was it truly a matter of him accompanying his father? He glanced at the head of the Shun family, who promptly delivered a light smack to Shen Mo's head. "If you wish to go, then simply accompany me. Do not trouble President Fu any further. Is it customary to send a special invitation to a junior? That would only violate protocol. If one were to extend an invitation to Shen Mo, would he then also have to send one to Fu Xuan? What nonsense!" "Oh," Shen Mo exclaimed, realizing he had overlooked that detail. Of course, his father had received an invitation. "Ah, I was merely concerned that certain individuals might not welcome me, and I could end up being accused of trespassing and subsequently trapped in a sack and beaten in a villa. That would truly be a call to the heavens and earth for help. Isn't that right, President Fu?" Shen Mo's gaze darted towards Fu Xuan, nearly blurting out a certain name. This infuriated Fu Xuan, who found him insufferably wicked. It was particularly vexing that her father regarded him with admiration. What merits did he possess? None could compare to her brother Luo Fan. And as for Feng Ling Wang, she must surely be blind. Fu Xuan felt a storm of frustration brewing within her, ignoring Shen Mo entirely. Nonetheless, the scenarios he described were not far-fetched. After all, in the original plot, the former Shen Mo had indeed been beaten, all due to Luo Fan's instigation in front of Fu Xuan, where he had suggested that Shen Mo needed to be taught a lesson. Thus, it was undeniably accurate to say that Fu Xuan was indeed clouded by infatuation, as she had failed to consider the implications of Shen Mo facing trouble within the Fu family. At that time, the Shen family was also embroiled in another matter, leaving them in a state of turmoil. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly have sought retribution against the Fu family, ensuring that they paid a price. When Shen Mo spoke, Fu Changdong's expression was exceedingly grave. He nodded at Shen Mo and assured him, "Rest assured, young friend Shen Mo, no one in my Fu family would dare to harm you. Anyone who would dare to do so shall no longer be a member of the Fu family. I will expel them from our household." Fu Changdong solemnly guaranteed this to Shen Mo. After all, if anything were to happen to Shen Mo within their family, it would be a significant issue. Given his understanding of his daughter, such an incident was indeed a possibility. Thus, his careful assurance also served as a warning to Fu Xuan, discouraging her from entertaining any misguided thoughts. If anything were to happen to Shen Mo, it would not merely be her problem, but a matter concerning the entire Fu family. Fu Xuan bit her lips tightly, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at Shen Mo, nearly infuriated to the point of fainting. How despicable! This person actually reported to her father like this. If anything were to happen to him, what was it to her? He was so detestable. He could very well be struck down at any moment. Why should she bear the blame for this? Yet, deep down, Fu Xuan understood that Fu Changdong's guarantee to Shen Mo was also for her and the Fu family's benefit. This meant that Shen Mo would certainly be safe in their household. Moreover, it compelled her not to act against Shen Mo. Fu Xuan was acutely aware that she might truly resort to violence against him if anyone said anything in her presence. This person was truly infuriating. She gritted her teeth in anger. Meanwhile, Shen Mo observed her fuming with rage, feeling an unusual sense of satisfaction. This was how it should be. Although Fu Xuan had yet to take any action against him, this love-stricken individual paled in comparison to his own wife. Who was she looking down upon? If it weren't for his reluctance to create enmity with the Shen family, he would have already put the Fu family in their place. A slight reprimand would suffice for now. As for harboring feelings or collecting a harem, what nonsense was that? Wasn't his own wife more appealing? Speaking of which, it seemed he had never witnessed his wife's angry demeanor before. As Shen Mo pondered this, his eyes lit up and an inexplicable warmth surged within him. Looking again at Fu Xuan, he found her even more distasteful. She was not as beautiful as his wife and carried the airs of a spoiled young lady who indulged her. With a nonchalant expression, Shen Mo nodded and casually stood up, saying, "Then it's settled. Chairman Fu, I shall certainly arrive on time. After speaking, he strode out of the room. Once he left, Fu Shuyan began to stomp her feet in frustration. Father, look at him. Upon hearing her words, Fu Changdong glanced at her with a sigh. His daughter was still far too immature and spoiled. Perhaps this lesson from Shen Mo would prove beneficial for her. As Fu Changdong contemplated this, Shen Mo had already returned to his room and promptly dialed Feng Linghuang's number. Hello, wife, Shen Mo exclaimed with a sense of righteous bravado. Ever since Feng Linghuang had not objected to him calling her that, he had continued to do so. He was acutely aware of the strategy of winning hearts. As his voice resonated on the other end, Feng Linghuang wiped the sweat from her damp hair. Hearing the vibration of her watch, she immediately answered the call. Her striking phoenix eyes, which had previously glared with an imposing aura, softened into a gentle gaze upon receiving Shen Mo's call. What made you think to call me again? Feng Linghuang relaxed her posture. They had agreed that if he ever needed her help, he would call her twice, with each ring signifying a danger. Thus, in this moment, Feng Linghuang appeared very relaxed. Chapter 36. My wife is truly understanding. As she spoke, Shen Mo couldn't help but smile broadly, gazing at her exquisite and commanding beauty. Feeling immensely content, this was indeed his wife, far superior to those round-faced little buns like Fu Shuyan. The most important aspect was that she treated him well. Shen Mo could distinctly perceive the moment Feng Linghuang tensed up, only to relax again. Clearly, she was quite concerned for his safety. Having a wife feels wonderful. No, I just missed you and thought to give you a call. Shen Mo chuckled. He had never cared about face in front of Feng Linghuang. What need was there for pride? Wasn't having a wife more important? At his words, Feng Linghuang chuckled lightly, her cheeks flushing slightly as she replied, Well, I missed you too. Although Shen Mo had not directly asked if she thought of him, Feng Linghuang felt it was only polite to reciprocate. After all, she had indeed been thinking about him, wondering how he was faring and if he needed assistance. Was her support and protection sufficient? Moreover, she sensed her own potential rising. Feng Linghuang could feel that with each ascent to a new level, some unknown internal barriers were being shattered. She was unsure what this sensation was or what caused it. Had Shen Mo brought it upon her? Thus, she had been preoccupied with thoughts of him. Really? Wife? Shen Mo's heart swelled with delight. The revolution was on the verge of success. Comrades must continue to strive. He never imagined that his wife would begin to think of him as well. Indeed, his daily calls to annoy her had proven worthwhile. Feng Linghuang felt a bit bashful. She wasn't accustomed to this flirtatious banter. It felt as though she and Shen Mo had truly become a couple. However, in reality, they were merely bound by a contractual marriage. Contemplating this, she tightened her grip on the towel slightly. While she mused over this, Shen Mo, unabashedly, began discussing other topics. He understood that some matters should not be forced too tightly. After all, his wife would eventually belong to him. For now, he would let her ponder a bit. Once Shen Mo diverted the conversation, Feng Linghuang released a small sigh of relief and attentively listened to his words. For her, this was a rare occurrence. The Empress of Xianhuang had never paid attention to matters outside of cultivation, yet Shen Mo seemed to be an exception. Feng Linghuang delighted in hearing him speak. Even if he was rambling nonsensically, it provided an entirely unique feeling. It was one she had never encountered before, starkly different from her own world, warm, beautiful, and tinged with the sweet intimacy of a couple's whispers. As she thought of this, her cheeks flushed again. Suddenly, she heard Shen Mo mention the Fu family. Are you going to the Fu family to attend a birthday banquet? Her words lingered in the air, and then with a slight furrow of her brows, she inquired, Has the Fu family come to trouble you again? Would you like me to teach them a lesson? At this juncture, Feng Linghuang's gaze turned cold and piercing, shattering the previously delicate, almost fragile demeanor she had exhibited. In its place emerged the formidable presence of the Phoenix Empress, reigning supreme over the realm. As her voice resonated, Shen Mo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Ahem, my dear, there's really no need. He had just promised President Fu that he would attend the latter's birthday celebration, and now, to retaliate against his family seemed rather ungracious. He cleared his throat and clarified. In fact, President Fu and his associates are here to apologize. Shen Mo recounted the earlier events. Upon hearing his words, Feng Linghuang's expression softened somewhat, and she replied in a low tone, In that case, allow me to select some gifts to send over. As she spoke, Noticing Shen Mo's inclination to interject, she quickly added, if the gifts you present lack sophistication, it may provoke unnecessary conflict. Moreover, Feng Lingwang harbored intentions of using this opportunity to assert dominance over the influential figures in Linhai City. Although the Feng family's reach did not extend far enough to establish a foothold in such a remote city, it did not imply that Feng Lingwang was powerless against those individuals. Therefore, intimidating the local elites to deter them from targeting the Shen family and Shen Mo was the most favorable outcome. As she articulated her thoughts, Shen Mo felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Well, it seems I'm once again living off my wife's benevolence. However, gazing at Feng Linghuang's resolute expression, he found himself unwilling to refuse her. After all, what belonged to his wife was inherently his as well, and he intended to reciprocate this sentiment in their future. Upon his acquiescence, a flicker of amusement danced in Feng Linghuang's eyes, though a hint of concern soon clouded her countenance. "Do you think I'm being too forceful?" she asked, visibly conflicted. She had heard from others that many favored gentle and endearing women. After contemplating, Feng Linghuang believed she could strive to be gentle. But being cute was a different matter altogether. The notion of being delicate and dependent felt daunting to her. Accustomed to bearing the weight of Blue Star's fate, with countless lives resting upon her shoulders, she often unconsciously issued commands, not out of disrespect for Shen Mo, but simply from habit. As she spoke, Shen Mo felt perplexed. How could that be? A mischievous smile crept upon his face as he turned to Feng Linghuang, teasing, "So, my dear, are you concerned that I might not appreciate you?" At his words, the shyness and surprise within Feng Linghuang intensified. She averted her gaze from him, avoiding a direct answer. As Shen Mo pondered, he posed another question. "My love, if in the future I declare that I must eliminate someone, or if someone bullies me and I feel compelled to retaliate, would you advise me against it?" Feng Linghuang looked at him in bewilderment. "Why would I advise you?" Tilting her head, she exuded a strangely innocent charm as she gazed at Shen Mo. Her expression filled with confusion. "Aren't your enemies my enemies?" she continued, suddenly frowning. "Are you referring to someone from the Feng family? If so, I certainly cannot allow you to take action." She continued on. "That would tarnish your reputation. I shall handle it myself." With her words, a palpable aura of lethality enveloped her. Clearly, anyone who dared to target Shen Mo would become her adversary. At her declaration, Shen Mo chuckled heartily. "You see, my dear, you are hardly domineering. What do you call this? It's the very essence of gentleness and compliance. As for her decisions regarding gifts and actions on his behalf, how could that be deemed tyrannical? It was simply considerate, thoughtful, and perceptive. Ahem, perfectly aligned with his own understanding of sensitivity." Chapter 37. A return to the black market in the Northwest. Distinguished guest arrive. As Shen Mo spoke, Feng Linghuang exhaled lightly in relief. So, her young boyfriend's standards were rather modest. As long as she didn't obstruct him from exacting vengeance, all would be well. Yet, what if she preemptively dealt with his enemies? Would he be displeased? Feng Linghuang's brows knitted slightly in contemplation, her mood turning somber. Shen Mo's talent was merely F-grade, and he was unlikely to embark on a path of cultivation. Thus, it would fall upon her to confront any adversaries he might encounter. Perhaps she should leave some foes alive for him to handle. Feng Linghuang pondered earnestly. Meanwhile, at a villa in the outskirts of Linhai City, Luo Fan's eyes gleamed with palpable fury. Damn it! His gaze was wild as he violently kicked over a pearwood coffee table before him. How could that worthless Shen Mo be so fortunate? Luo Fan had just received news that his influence in the Northwest black market had been entirely eradicated. After years of painstaking effort, establishing himself as a core organization in the Northwest black market, he was poised to make significant strides, only to be abruptly uprooted the night before. Not only that, but the entire enterprise of the black market had been laid to waste. It was vital to note that the black market had been the source of Luo Fan's wealth, and now that financial reservoir had been completely drained. How could he not be enraged? As Luo Fan's voice echoed, a member of the Tianbu beside him murmured, "Young master, Xing Shizhou has also failed to return." Xing Shizhou was the Tianbu enforcer Shen Mo had previously encountered, tasked with covertly monitoring the black market. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's fury intensified. Damn it! Losing a Tianbu enforcer is a significant blow. The inheritance of the medical sage was not limitless. The enforcers of the Tianbu were finite in number. After all, the legacy of the medical sage had endured for so long, and even the most formidable of his loyalists had dwindled over time. With the loss of one enforcer, Luo Fan's heart ached with the weight of his loss. Each faction he lost was a diminishment of his power. Even if he later recruited other factions to serve him, they could never replicate the unwavering loyalty and respect commanded by his current supporters. This was an irreplaceable bond. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Luo Fan's anger flared even more. Have you uncovered anything? Whose machinations are obstructing our endeavors and devouring the power of the Northwest black market? Luo Fan had been searching tirelessly, yet he remained in the dark regarding the identity of the perpetrator. There had been no signs of activity from Feng Linghuang's faction, let alone the Shen family. Could it be some other concealed force? Luo Fan's brows were tightly knit in contemplation. After a period of furious rage, he gradually regained his composure. Luo Fan was no fool. His ability to inherit the legacy of the medical sage and become the son of fortune in this world was a testament to his remarkable qualities. Earlier, blinded by his wrath towards Shen Mo, he now reflected thoughtfully and realized that his response to Shen Mo's actions had been overly hasty. Undoubtedly, there existed a formidable force behind his opponent. Furthermore, Feng Linghuang held a unique regard for Shen Mo. At this juncture, opposing Shen Mo was indeed a grave miscalculation. Damn it, what was wrong with that Feng Linghuang? How could she take a liking to such a useless person? Luo Fan's heart seethed with fury. The two women in his life paled in comparison to Feng Linghuang, a painful blow to his male pride. Most importantly, that woman, Feng Linghuang, regarded him with disdain. If she were a hideous and grotesque creature, it would be understandable. Yet, she was an unparalleled beauty. Damn it. All the advantages in this world seemed to have been seized by that scoundrel Shen Mo. Meanwhile, as Luo Fan was consumed by his wrath, Shen Mo had quietly exited the Shen residence. As for Min Hang and the others, they were all entranced by the soul conjured from the wood spirit by the little tiger, mistaking it for Shen Tiske. This concealment technique was quite remarkable. Shen Mo possessed a variety of skills, all derived from his previous exploits in the Heavenly Goods Pavilion. While not every skill was divine, they were certainly sufficient. Some skills were even extraordinary. For instance, this concealment technique allowed one to disguise another's soul as their own, deceiving outsiders into believing it to be the original. However, Shen Mo's current abilities were limited. He could only mimic the soul's power as his own. In the future, he might grasp more capabilities, enabling him to simulate other soul powers, which would be fascinating. As this thought crossed his mind, a mischievous smile crept across Shen Mo's face. He leaped from the room and swiftly vanished into the shadows below. In the bustling Northwest Black Market, located within a brightly lit building in the northern district of the Listening Wood faction, a group of individuals stood with solemnity, their formidable presence palpable. The leader, someone whispered. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a scar, seated opposite, spoke in a deep voice. Have you ascertained the identity of the intruders who have encroached upon our territory? As he spoke, one of his subordinates muttered, It is said they are outsiders. A sudden influx of individuals with an average strength level of approximately the 6th layer of the Yellow Extreme Realm. The leader among them is at the 9th layer of the Profound Spirit Realm. Hearing this, the scarred man's brows furrowed tightly. A 9th layer of the Profound Spirit Realm individual could easily command authority in this coastal city. What was going on? How could such a formidable dragon appear in their humble Northwest Black Market? What had the foolish members of the Listening Wood faction done to provoke such a force? Lu Hong's mind was rife with curses, yet he knew he had to respond. Immediately withdraw from this street. We abandon this area. It is adjacent to the Listening Woods territory. We previously had no fear of the Wood Spirits people, but with this new mysterious force, we cannot afford to remain. Just as his words left his mouth, a hearty voice rang out from outside. Lu Hong, why the haste to leave? In an instant, the doors of the conference hall were kicked open, and the guard station outside were sent flying inside. In broad daylight, Lu Hong, the leader, had tightly closed the door. What? Am I not welcome to visit my neighbors? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's heart jolted in shock. He quickly looked up to see a young man swaggering in, accompanied by a respectfully bowed attendant. Seeing this scene, Lu Hong gasped. The attendant was none other than the mysterious leader of the neighboring district he had seen in his subordinates' reports. This, a ninth layer of the profound spirit realm person. As his bodyguard? No, as a servant. Lu Hong observed the middle-aged man's respectful demeanor, as if he regarded the young man as his master, wielding life and death over him. This was far from the attitude one would expect toward a mere employer. As he gasped, his subordinates instinctively took a step back. Present were the upper echelons of the organization, yet before the young man and his middle-aged attendant, they felt a profound sense of shock, akin to standing before a primordial beast. Meanwhile, Shen Mo, with an air of satisfaction, approached the seat occupied by Lu Hong. The latter's face flushed crimson as he was compelled to rise under the intimidating gaze of the ninth-layer expert, feeling as if he were a marionette being manipulated. Shen Mo settled into the chair. It seems everyone is having quite the gathering, he cheerfully remarked to Lu Hong and the others, his face obscured by a fearsome mask. There was no need for him to reveal his true identity at this time. After all, why should he expose himself to mere mice? Extracting benefits was of utmost importance. Did ordinary people even deserve to see his face? As Shen Mo spoke, Lu Hong's voice became rigid. I was unaware of your esteemed presence. How may I serve you? Realizing his words might have sounded provocative, he hastily added, we have decided to withdraw immediately. Please forgive us. We will leave at once. Right now, we shall abandon all claims to this place. At this, Shen Mo's voice chuckled. Leave? Where to? He raised his hand, stroking his chin. I find this place quite agreeable, and you quite pleasant. Shen Mo's words carried a deeper meaning, while Lu Hong and the others felt as if they had plunged into an icy abyss. Please spare us. Lu Hong suddenly knelt before Shen Mo. What a joke. He and the wood spirit were of similar strength, yet the latter had been crushed by this very person. Moreover, there was a ninth-layer expert here, glaring at him. Lu Hong must have been out of his mind to oppose Shen Mo. The audacity of maintaining pride in such a situation was foolish. His adversary could send him underground for a grand performance at any moment. Lu Hong cast aside any notions of authority, and in fact, all the members of the Hong gang knelt down. At this moment, any semblance of dignity was utterly meaningless. Indeed, those who recognize the times are true talents. I am not here to annihilate you today, Shen Mo stated plainly. Given Lu Hong's willingness to cooperate, he saw no reason to waste further time. The industries here have all been appropriated by you. Anyone in the entire Northwest black market who dares utter a word of dissent or speaks on behalf of the listening wood sect shall be met with death. Shen Mo is indifferent to the number of spies Luo Fan has infiltrated within the Northwest black market. What matters most is that those who oppose him shall perish. Supporting the listening wood sect merely implies that one believes the adversary has dealt with him effectively. If that is the case, let them accompany Mu Tong and the others into oblivion. Furthermore, all these territories have been seized. Shen Mo has also allocated some of Mu Tong's assets to Lu Hong and his associates. No, to be precise, the assets belonging to Luo Fan. From this day forth, this place belongs to Shen Mo. Naturally, he permits those individuals to voice their opinions. Anyone who disagrees will be left to await their doom. As Shen Mo's words echoed, Lu Hong's heart raced violently. He feared that Shen Mo intended to kill him. After all, wasn't it their implication that he wished them dead? To his astonishment, Shen Mo sought to recruit them instead. Realizing this, Lu Hong suddenly comprehended that he had stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. This mysterious force, after annihilating Mu Tong and his faction, aimed to seize the entire Northwest black market. Not only that, but they also intended to claim numerous territories within Linhai City. Lu Hong's breath became heavy, as did that of his companions. If they could seize this fast-moving opportunity, to what extent could their collective power expand? Regardless of the fact that this force belongs to Shen Mo, by aligning themselves with him, they would become part of his dominion. Their growth would surpass anything they experienced under the Hong Gang. Such thoughts ignited an indescribable excitement within them. Observing the reactions of those around him, Lu Hong understood their sentiments perfectly. They were eager. Even if he refused, someone would swiftly assassinate him to ascend in his place and pledge allegiance to Shen Mo. With this in mind, he promptly knelt with utmost respect, accepting the items Shen Mo offered, and spoke reverently. Thank you for your generosity, my master. He refrained from addressing him as boss or leader, instead choosing master, signifying his complete submission to Shen Mo and his willingness to serve as a mere pawn. Upon hearing these words, Shen Mo regarded his actions with a slight smile and remarked, "Very well, you shall not regret this choice." He then produced a tome of techniques and tossed it to Lu Hong, instructing, "You and your companions shall study this together. Moreover, distribute these resources." As he spoke, additional resources were brought in. For Shen Mo, these items were abundant and of little concern. Lu Hong and his compatriots' enhancement would benefit him as well. As for why he chose Lu Hong and the others, it was simply due to their proximity. The listening with Sect's influence was right here, and Shen Mo was disinclined to seek others. His inner circle remained too small, and with so many existing powers in the Northwest black market, was he to visit each one individually? Certainly not. Shen Mo's expression remained calm as he observed Lu Hong and his companions, who were momentarily stunned by the techniques and resources presented to them. Chapter 39. The Superior Techniques of the Mysterious Realm, the True Utility of the System. It is important to recognize that, for Shen Mo, these were trifles, but for them, they were treasures. How did Shen Mo acquire items at the Heavenly Goods Pavilion? Through the collaborative black card of Feng Ling Wang and the Martial Department contribution card. Such privileges are not available to just anyone. Without sufficient power, capability, or status, one would not be granted access. On that occasion, Shen Mo nearly cleared out the high-tier goods of the Heavenly Goods Pavilion. The techniques he now offered were remnants from that day. As for the high-level techniques he had absorbed from the system's critical hits, he had completely assimilated them or transformed them into spiritual energy to bolster his own strength. Under such circumstances, the remaining techniques possessed their unique merits. As for Feng Ling Wang, she had no need for these, so Shen Mo conveniently allocated them to his subordinates. However, at that time, his numbers were few, and he could not distribute them all. Thus, they were now used to reward those beneath him. As long as they worked diligently, Shen Mo would provide even greater rewards. After all, he never allowed anyone to work for free. When Lu Hong and the others beheld the techniques, their astonishment deepened. A superior technique of the mysterious realm. Lu Hong's voice trembled, his hands shaking as he held the tome. It is necessary to elucidate the grading of techniques in this world. There are 5 levels: Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, each corresponding to major stages of cultivation. However, within each grade, there are upper, middle, and lower tiers. The potency of techniques varies significantly between these tiers. A Xianling realm expert might not possess a superior Xian grade technique, just as a Huangji realm expert may lack a superior Huang grade technique. Lower grade techniques employed by a Huangji realm expert would undoubtedly be outmatched by superior Huang grade techniques. The higher the tier of the technique, the greater the required comprehension, talent, and physique necessary for cultivation. For instance, a Xianling realm expert could wield a superior Tian grade technique, provided their comprehension, talent, and physique reached SSS level. Of course, in later stages, there will be more intricate classifications, but the current world of spiritual energy revival has not yet reached that level. However, that does not imply Lu Hong and the others lack understanding. In fact, they are acutely aware that techniques of varying tiers can elevate their power significantly. But so what? They could not obtain them. Currently, high-grade techniques are exclusively sourced from the relic domains and monopolized by the elite. Only a select few trickle down to the masses. But even if they do trickle down, can you afford them? Absolutely not. Take Shen Mo, for instance. If it weren't for Feng Linghuang's collaborative black card and credit limit, along with her Martial Department contribution card, he would not be able to acquire even a fraction of what he desired, even if he sold the entire Shen family. The Heavenly Goods Pavilion would simply refuse to sell to him. Who does he think he is? He is unworthy. Yet now, Shen Mo directly bestows these rewards upon his subordinates. As long as Lu Hong and the others labor diligently, he will continue to reward them with more treasures. Thanks to his system's critical hits, he possesses an abundance of such items. While Lu Hong and the others were still in shock, Shen Mo raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What? Is it beneath your notice?" At this point, Lu Hong and the others had all prostrated themselves before him, declaring, "Master, from now on, at your command. We shall go east without hesitation, and should you command our demise, we shall never cling to life." Lu Hong and his companions were utterly stunned, their voices trembling. It is worth noting that among them, the highest grade technique practiced was Lu Hong's lower grade Xian technique, which he had fortuitously stumbled upon in the black market, a fragmented relic. Thus, he secured a place for himself within the shadowy underbelly of the Northwest. Not to mention the other lackeys. A mere group possessing even a single high-tier, yellow-level technique would be considered a stroke of fortune. Many among them might even be resorting to mediocre or inferior techniques. Such techniques are exceedingly rare. The general under Mutong that Shen Mo had previously slain, a 9th-level yellow realm warrior, fell so easily because he relied on common techniques. Otherwise, he would not have been so easily defeated in a single encounter. While Shen Mo's innate talent, physical constitution, and formidable strength certainly played a role, the disparity in techniques cannot be overlooked. Otherwise, his opponent might have put up a struggle. Observing the excitement of Lu Hong and his companions, Shen Mo found his mind wandering. He had not previously contemplated the implications. After all, he could not possibly utilize every technique available to him. After dismantling a few, he had generously distributed the remaining, less useful ones to his subordinates. To his surprise, this had proven to be quite effective. However, it must be said that this world was entirely different from the advanced martial realms that Shen Mo was accustomed to. This was a nascent world, still in the throes of development. If that were the case, could he not, in the future, leverage these resources to dominate everything? It is important to note that the system provided him with not only techniques, but also a myriad of extraordinary items, treasures, and skills. It all depended on what kind of soft support his lady would provide him. A profound respect welled up within Shen Mo. When reflecting on the system's assistance, it became evident that it was truly extraordinary. This was no mere soft support system. It was undeniably an invincible system. System, I have misjudged you. I never anticipated that such a soft approach could yield so many remarkable outcomes. You are not merely enabling me to achieve effortless victories. You are setting me on a path to become unparalleled in the world. Meanwhile, Lu Hong and his companions had become respectful, inquiring, Master, what should we do next? Some of the addresses you provided lead to hidden bases of Mutong. There may be formidable experts within those locations. While we do not regard the items in the Northwest black market as significant, with your strength, we should manage. However, certain areas in Linghai City are different. They are covert bases of Mutong. Moreover, according to the vague intelligence we gathered, there are others supporting Mutong behind the scenes, and we fear you might inadvertently become ensnared. Fear not, Shen Mo replied, glancing at the locations Lu Hong had pointed out. I will send someone with you. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers, summoning the previously rewarded prodigies of the Xianling realm from outside. However, these individuals were not all that Shen Mo had at his disposal, only a select few. You few will accompany them on this expedition. These locations must be firmly within my control. As he spoke, the Xianling realm prodigies all acknowledged his command. When they emerged, Lu Hong and his companions were left in awe. The sheer number of Xianling realm individuals was astonishing. Not only that, but Lu Hong and his companions quickly discerned that the aura and characteristics of these individuals were vastly different from the 9th-level Xianling realm expert behind Shen Mo. They appeared mightier, more vigorous, and brimming with vitality. This indicated that each of them possessed the potential to surpass that 9th-level expert. What did this signify? These individuals were all exceptionally talented prodigies. Good heavens! What manner of master do I serve? Lu Hong's scalp tingled as he gazed at Shen Mo's fearsome visage. Rendered speechless by the shock, he could not fathom how a powerhouse like Shen Mo could command such influence, such a nurturing system, with so many talents at his disposal, and yet still be focused on a place as unremarkable as the Northwest black market. This place was utterly mundane. It was akin to a true dragon emerging from a shallow pool. As Lu Hong and his companions remained astounded, Shen Mo quietly remarked, Enough. The rest of you will accompany me to these two locations. His gaze fixated on two sites in Linghai City, specifically the two strongholds under Luo Fan's command. Let me see what surprises these pivotal locations can offer. Shen Mo licked his lips, a mischievous yet icy smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Arriving at one of the strongholds, Shen Mo went to one site, while the Xianling realm guards accompanied the others. Swift resolution was imperative. It was time to make the protagonist experience the sting of heartbreak. A cold smirk graced Shen Mo's features. Meanwhile, Luo Fan was pacing restlessly within his villa, his mind tumultuous. He sensed that something was about to transpire. Yet, how could anything threaten him now? His influence in Linghai City was formidable, though not impenetrable. It was undeniably unrivaled. He controlled nearly 80% of the underground market in Linghai City, although he had recently suffered significant losses due to issues with the Mu family. His deep-rooted foundation allowed for a swift recovery. To put it bluntly, Luo Fan's power in Linghai City was largely inherited from the previous medical sage. The legacy left to him was undoubtedly exceptional. Now, he merely awaited the moment when this power could be elevated to prominence, all dependent on his own efforts. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a member of the Tianbu approached, bowing respectfully before Luo Fan. "Young master, someone seeks an audience." It is a representative of Governor Liang. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan's demeanor shifted gravely. Governor Liang, a significant figure from Qingyu City. Luo Fan had always sought to establish a connection with him to expand his influence in that direction. To his surprise, someone had come to seek him out. Without delay, Luo Fan followed his subordinate to the living room. In the living room stood a row of imposing figures, each exuding a fierce aura, flanking a young man who was seated in the center. The individuals appeared to be formidable warriors, all seemingly at the Xianling realm, with each possessing strength around the third level. Witnessing this, Luo Fan's heart raced, and he hurriedly approached young Master Siki. As he spoke, the young man, seated on the sofa, raised his head. His expression was languid as he idly flipped through a book, while a kneeling guard beside him held a teacup, seemingly attending to him. This was clearly Luo Fan's villa, yet the atmosphere felt as though it belonged to the visitor. Luo Fan? Liang Siki's gaze swept across Luo Fan's face, settling upon him, revealing a visage of remarkable elegance, a paragon amongst men. "No wonder my father has constantly spoken of you." His smile radiated warmth. However, it inexplicably evoked a chilling aura. When his voice resonated, Luo Fan found himself momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that it was none other than the illustrious eldest son of Governor Liang who had come. This figure, renowned in his own right, was said to have garnered the attention of the imperial capital's Martial Affairs Department, poised to soon assume command of a division, thus becoming a true wielder of power. Moreover, his prowess was formidable. Rumor had it that in the absence of the governor, he would undoubtedly inherit his father's mantle, ruling over Qingyu City, a major city in the Northwest Province and a superior to Linhai City. Grateful for the governor's regard, Luo Fan recognized that the various treasures he had delivered to the Liang residents had played a pivotal role. Upon inheriting the legacy of the medical sage, he had also acquired a multitude of treasures. Some of these were ill-suited for his use, prompting him to bestow them upon those with whom he sought to forge alliances. With Governor Liang receiving the lion's share, to flourish in the Northwest Province, one could not circumvent the Liang family. As Luo Fan spoke, Liang Siki's smile deepened, his gaze laden with significance. He had heard whispers of Luo Fan's two cherished female companions, yet these pale in comparison to the singular companion of Shen Mo, whose discerning taste was truly unparalleled. As Liang Siki uttered these words, Luo Fan's mirth faded slightly, and he managed a strained smile, conceding, "Indeed, I cannot compete with Shen Mo. His fortune is exceedingly great." He bit his lip, emphasizing his words with weight. "Ha!" Liang Siki chuckled lightly and then rose, gesturing for the bodyguard beside him to retreat. The guard, upon receiving the command, respectfully held the tea and positioned himself behind Liang Siki. "Sometimes, a person's fortune can be a double-edged sword," Liang Siki remarked, his smile unwavering as he addressed Luo Fan. "There is a saying, heaven bestows its blessings only to take them away. What say you, Brother Luo Fan?" His gaze grew colder, yet more intense. "I hold Brother Luo Fan in high esteem. Upon my return, I shall certainly speak to my father about entrusting most of Qingyu City's underground dealings to you. As long as we stand behind you, no one in Qingyu City would dare to challenge your authority." However, the course of action depended on how Luo Fan chose to proceed. Chapter 41. A conspiracy. Upon hearing Liang Siki's words, Luo Fan discerned the underlying implication. The other party sought his assistance in some endeavor. He tentatively inquired, "Young Master Siki, do you have any instructions for me?" If he could aid the governor's office, it would undoubtedly secure their support, a most advantageous exchange. The environment of Qingyu City was rife with complexity. While Luo Fan's influence was considerable, he dared not tread lightly, for the factions therein were entwined with numerous powers from other provinces. His strength had yet to reach its zenith, and thus he refrained from making rash moves. As his voice fell, Liang Siqi's expression grew enigmatic. "You should be well aware," he said, patting Luo Fan's shoulder and leaning in closer to whisper. "Your enemies are my enemies. Brother Luo Fan, due to my status, I cannot confront certain individuals. However, I have faith that you will manage splendidly, will you not? The Liang governor's office will provide you with robust support. I promise you this." Upon hearing this, Luo Fan was momentarily stunned, but quickly grasped the notion. An inexplicable thought flickered through his mind, and he looked at Liang Siqi incredulously. "Are you implying?" He traced the character Shun in the air. Liang Siqi remained silent. Instead, he raised his hand and took the teacup from the guard behind him, stating, "I previously mentioned, heaven wants to take, must first bestow. Brother Luo Fan, do you understand what this means? Some individuals are too fortunate, unable to bear such great blessings. Do you comprehend? Those who have borne them have met untimely ends." As Liang Siqi spoke, Luo Fan's expression fluctuated. He had already contemplated abandoning his pursuit of Shen Mo, recognizing the formidable forces backing him. Now, Liang Siqi was urging him to confront Shen Mo. This was Luo Fan clenched his jaw and, in a somber tone, pressed. "What kind of support will the governor's office provide me? You must know who stands behind him." Neither man wished to invoke Shen Mo's name, aware that certain powerful figures might employ time manipulation to scrutinize their conversation. If Shen Mo were to encounter misfortune and someone investigated, who could guarantee that their words today would not be exposed? As Luo Fan spoke, Liang Siqi's demeanor remained composed. "Of course I know. Otherwise, why would I seek you out? Brother Luo Fan, do you believe there is a task that the governor's office cannot accomplish without your involvement?" Liang Siqi's intent was abundantly clear. It was precisely because the governor's office could not act indiscriminately that they turned to Luo Fan. Otherwise, with the gifts he had presented, a mere upstart from Linhai City could hardly stir any significant commotion in Qingyu City. They had encountered numerous fine offerings before. Why focus on Luo Fan? The truth lay in the fact that he was reluctant to part with his genuinely valuable treasures, hence the current situation. Had he been more generous, the outcome could have been vastly different. As Liang Siqi continued, Luo Fan's expression darkened. The message had been conveyed with crystal clarity. Yet what could he do? At that moment, he despised his own lack of strength. Otherwise, he would have been the first to eradicate the Liang governor's office. His expression grim, he murmured, "However, we have had dealings, and there are connections. Feng, she may not overlook your involvement." This was a perilous gamble. Indeed, how ironic. Just moments ago, Luo Fan contemplated eliminating Shen Mo, yet now he found himself defending him before Liang Siqi. This was a course of action he could not entertain. To eliminate Shen Mo would be to act in secrecy. Liang Siqi's insistence on having him confront Shen Mo was perplexing. Would this not merely set him up as a scapegoat should trouble arise? Luo Fan had no desire to become such a pawn. Observing Luo Fan's reluctance, Liang Siqi's eyes narrowed slightly before he erupted into laughter. "You are overthinking this. My intention is merely for you to teach him a lesson. A mere mortal cannot be worthy of a celestial maiden. A toad cannot aspire to mate with a swan. Do you understand?" His gaze lingered on Luo Fan with an air of deliberation. "Ling Feng has grown up alongside me. I cannot bear to see her led astray." Realization dawned upon Luo Fan as he regarded Liang Siqi thoughtfully. It appeared that the latter was indeed an admirer of Feng Ling, deliberately seeking to cause trouble for Shen Mo. However, due to Shen Mo's unique identity, he was unable to take action. Similarly, Liang Siqi was reluctant to step into the limelight. Thus he sought assistance from his own ally. Luo Fan pondered this notion, while Liang Siqi, with an air of nonchalance, continued, "Rest assured, your efforts will not go unrewarded. Fu Changdong's birthday banquet presents an excellent opportunity, one you should seize with both hands." His hand rested lightly on Luo Fan's shoulder, applying a gentle pressure. It would hardly be surprising if a debauched scion were to commit some scandalous act at the Fu family celebration, would it not? You shall take charge of this matter. From now on, I wish to hear no mention of Feng Ling Wang, nor see his name resurface. His gaze was frigid. Luo Fan contemplated this and inquired, "Is it merely a lesson you wish to impart?" At this juncture, Liang Siqi's expression bore a semblance of smile. "Killing him is an option, provided you possess the capability. Should he eliminate him without incurring the wrath of Feng Ling Wang, then there would be no issue. Luo Fan fell silent. If he had such prowess, he would have long since dispatched Shen Mo. Moreover, even if he could accomplish it, he would not reveal such a capability in front of Liang Siki and the others, for his power was meticulously concealed. Observing his silence, Liang Siki chose not to elaborate further. Shen Mo must be incapacitated, in whatever sense that may entail. The audacity of the opponent to meddle with Feng Ling Huang was unforgivable. Liang Siki's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Shen Mo was indeed a target beyond his reach. At the same time, in a remote area of the western suburbs, Shen Mo and his companions appeared outside a secluded manor enveloped by dense woodland. As he surveyed the heavily guarded villa ahead, Shen Mo's gaze narrowed slightly. It was indeed well concealed. His expression remained cold. Without the memories of Mutong, he would have remained oblivious to this location. The forces inherited by Luo Fan were certainly formidable. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he abruptly raised his hand, commanding attack. Having been granted a second chance at life, he harbored no notions of mercy. They were mere cannon fodder. If he did not eliminate these individuals, would he allow them to frolic atop his grave as led by the protagonist? Such a notion was preposterous. In this world, only the strong survive. The victor reigns while the vanquished perish. Chapter 42, 9th level of the Xianling realm, stirring up a hornet's nest. Boom! With Shen Mo's signal, the talented individuals at the Xianling realm surged toward the villa below like famished tigers pouncing on sheep. Meanwhile, within the manor, a group was engaged in training. The forces of the Tianbu were also seeking recruits from the outside, albeit discreetly. Those who passed the rigorous assessments would be welcomed into the Tianbu. Otherwise, they would meet their demise here. As Shen Mo's men charged into the estate, shock rippled through the ranks of those inside. Quick, we're under attack. This place had long been secured by the Tianbu, and they had no inkling of how these Xianling realm individuals had infiltrated. The terrain was treacherous and concealed. Without someone guiding them, it would have been nearly impossible to locate this place. There were even several deceptive paths along the way, making it exceedingly difficult for outsiders to find their way here. As the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, Shen Mo's forces had already plunged into the fray, unleashing slaughter. Crash! As the conflict erupted between Shen Mo's men and the defenders, he leaped down from the hillside, landing deftly behind the villa in an inconspicuous spot. It was a modest building with blue tiles, but Mutong's memories revealed it to be a storage place for treasures belonging to the Tianbu. Indeed, the Tianbu's stronghold also housed Luo Fan's valuables. Otherwise, it would not hold such significance. Furthermore, Luo Fan would only entrust his possessions to the Tianbu, for only here was absolute security assured. He never anticipated that this place would be completely overrun. As Shen Mo landed at that location, a voice bellowed fiercely, charging toward him. "Who are you scoundrels?" From the depths of the villa, shadowy figures emerged, their appearances disheveled, faces flushed with anger. Some were even in disarray, clearly having been engaged in some unspeakable activities before being forcibly interrupted by Shen Mo's assault. As these figures materialized, a powerful voice erupted from behind the Tianbu stronghold. "You wretches shall pay." With this declaration, a robust and commanding figure emerged, exuding an overwhelming and potent aura that immediately locked onto the individuals present. The chief. Upon the sight of this figure, the members of the Tianbu hastily bowed in respect. Approximately 100 Tianbu members were present, each possessing strength at the initial levels of the Xianling realm. Clearly, individuals of the caliber of Xing Shizhou were not commonplace. The stronghold chosen by Shen Mo was the headquarters of the Tianbu in Linhai City, where Luo Fan held sway. Thus those present were the elite of the Tianbu, resulting in this congregation of Xianling realm practitioners. As this figure emerged, Shen Mo's gaze narrowed further, scrutinizing the opponent before him. 9th level of the Xianling realm? Shen Mo's expression grew serious. It was indeed exhilarating to encounter an individual of such caliber. This confirmed that there were indeed treasures hidden here. TSK. Luo Fan had reaped considerable benefits from the legacy of the medical sage. He must still be in the process of fully digesting them, I presume. In that case, allow me to lend him a hand. Shen Mo's heart surged with battle fervor. After dispatching Xing Shizhou, he had long since grown dissatisfied with battling those at the 6th level of the Xianling realm. In truth, mid-tier Xianling realm fighters posed little threat to him. Should Shen Mo unleash his full capabilities, the mid-tier practitioners at levels 4, 5, and 6 would hardly affect his prowess. The fact that Xing Shurjiu had not even managed to graze his skin served as ample proof. At this moment, encountering someone at the 9th level of the Xianling realm exhilarated him. It was an opportune moment to discover where his limits lay. As he reveled in this thrill, he leaped forward, positioning himself directly before the Tianbu leader, beckoning with a finger. "Come, let us play." Shen Mo's expression was calm, and he offered no further words. It was simply a game, a gamble of life, where the defeated perish and the victors thrive. As Shen Mo's words left his lips, the Tianbu leader's countenance darkened with fury. He was a burly man with a thick beard, his muscles coiled like a beast, radiating immense strength. It was evident he was a practitioner of physical cultivation. Furthermore, he was likely a strength type, or even a mutant strength type talent. As Shen Mo spoke, the Tianbu leader surged toward him with the ferocity of a dragon. The golden radiance emanating from the opponent had nearly engulfed the sky, clearly indicating that his martial arts had reached an extraordinarily formidable and brutal level. With a single strike, his vital energy surged like a dragon, transforming blood into ethereal force, illuminating the heavens. Crack! The sheer force of his energy, unleashed with casual abandon, was sufficient to rend the sky asunder, producing a sound of cataclysmic resonance that echoed through the atmosphere. This attack approached the speed of sound. Boom! As the leader of the Celestial Department launched his assault, Shen Mo bellowed with fervor, his eyes ablaze. "Come at me." At that moment, beads of sweat evaporated from his body. Roar! His vital essence surged like a dragon, tumultuous as the sea, coalescing behind him into a misty, serpentine aura. Crash! As the energy above his head swirled like a gathering of 3 flowers, Shen Mo propelled himself towards the leader of the Celestial Department. Bang, bang, bang! The two figures clashed violently in midair, leaving all spectators below trembling in fear. At the moment Shen Mo struck, a voice from the Celestial Department broke the silence, exclaiming in disbelief, "The opponent is also a master of the horizontal training technique? How is this possible?" His words drew the attention of many from the Celestial Department, causing them to divert their focus from the battle. The opponent was also a master of horizontal training? How could that be? Their deputy commander had cultivated the supreme technique of the Celestial Department, the Huanglongju. It was said that when the essence was unleashed, it surged like a dragon, vast as the mighty rivers, akin to the ocean's unity, and as steadfast as towering mountains. Sitting still like a bell, moving like a dragon. This was a supreme technique passed down from the revered saints of yore. How could anyone surpass the deputy commander in the realm of horizontal training? Chapter 43. The terrifying nature of the Kaitianju and the Pangu physique. Furthermore, as the crowd scrutinized Shen Mo's form, they observed that his aura was remarkably youthful. This implied that the opponent must be quite young, likely in his 20s. In such circumstances, how could he possibly contend with the deputy commander's Huanglongju, engaging him in such a fierce exchange? What manner of celestial being was this? Moreover, horizontal training was unlike any other, necessitating a plethora of precious resources for cultivation. The deputy commander had received extensive support from the Celestial Department over the years, benefiting from abundant resources, thus achieving his current prowess. Most crucially, he was the only commander among many who practiced horizontal training, which afforded him such resources. Who was Shen Mo then? The members of the Celestial Department were astonished, while those on Shen Mo's side remained fiercely committed to their onslaught. After all, they were well aware of their master's unparalleled strength and felt no need to be awestruck by his achievements. With a resounding boom, as Shen Mo and the leader of the Celestial Department accelerated their attacks, the two figures swiftly parted ways. Shen Mo's garments were tattered, revealing skin as luminous as jade, resembling a jade figure that sparkled under the sun. Exhilarating, Shen Mo's voice rang out, filled with unrestrained vigor, as he felt a peak of euphoria. Since awakening his chaotic ancient physique, he had never undergone such rigorous physical refinement. To put it bluntly, after this bout of tempering, or rather, from the battering delivered by the leader of the Celestial Department, his physical constitution had been further enhanced. His body's defensive capabilities had reached an inconceivable level, complemented by the dominance of the Ancient Desolate Technique. At this moment, Shen Mo truly bore a semblance to Pangu, standing as a colossus between heaven and earth. Meanwhile, as Shen Mo's triumphant shout resounded, the leader of the Celestial Department staggered backward. In stark contrast to Shen Mo's exuberance, he was left in a state of utter disarray. Spit! He coughed up a mouthful of blood, looking utterly wretched, his fists crimson and his trousers torn with gaping holes, remnants of his attempts to strike Shen Mo. Was the opponent forged from celestial stone? How could he be so resilient? The leader of the Celestial Department was utterly flabbergasted. Given his current strength, it was no exaggeration to claim he could split mountains and shatter stones. Yet Shen Mo appeared wholly unaffected. Not only that, but the opponent's body, radiant as jade, had evidently been tempered and refined through their recent conflict, gaining further enhancement. The leader of the Celestial Department, fully aware of the essence of horizontal training, felt another wave of blood rise in his throat. This was nothing short of terrifying. What manner of creature was this opponent? He was treating his attacks as mere opportunities for refinement. This was absurd. Never had he been so belittled. The leader of the Celestial Department felt an overwhelming urge to vomit blood. Who are you? He bellowed hoarsely. This is the domain of the saints, and our master commands countless forces. This is merely one of our strongholds. There is no need for you to be our enemy. If we have offended you in any way, we can come to apologize. We would even kneel to beg for forgiveness. As he spoke, Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent as he shook his head. What if I said it was a matter of life and death? I demand your master's head. Upon utterance of these words, fury ignited within the heart of the leader of the Celestial Department. Do not feign confusion. How can my master possibly harbor enmity against you? At this point, Shen Mo's voice turned icy. That is because your young master has enmity with me. Boom! As Shen Mo's words resounded, an ancient and profound aura erupted from his being, reminiscent of a doomsday bell resonating through the vastness of the universe. As this aura surged forth, Shen Mo's figure rapidly expanded, akin to Pangu splitting the heavens, towering and resolute. Behind him, an imposing and majestic silhouette emerged, as if standing at the end of time and space. Kaidianju, with Shen Mo's voice echoing, he swung his arm with great force, and in the next moment, his hand descended as if wielding a colossal axe. Despite lacking blinding brilliance or explosive energy, it was remarkably unassuming and utterly mundane. Yet this single strike caused the expression of the burly leader of the Celestial Department to shift dramatically. Boom! In an instant, his form expanded manifold. Akin to a Super Saiyan transformation, his muscles seemingly on the verge of bursting, blood and flesh flying in all directions. Clearly, he had pushed his horizontal training to its zenith, and the aura behind him threatened to morph into a soaring dragon, entwining around him as it howled fiercely toward Shen Mo. Boom! The colossal dragon, enveloping the giant, charged at Shen Mo with reckless abandon. Simultaneously, Shen Mo's palm had already struck the leader of the Celestial Department. Crack! His hand pierced through the leader's form, shattering his golden dragon, and in a single motion, he twisted and broke his neck. Thunderous roars. The leader of the Celestial Department's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed towards Shen Mo. He could sense that at the moment of attack, something had suppressed his aura, as if it had rendered him unable to harness the power of the heavens and the earth. Otherwise, as a ninth-level practitioner of the Xianling realm, he should not have fallen so easily. I am unwilling to accept this. As his words trailed off, an explosive sound erupted, and his body was obliterated into countless pieces of flesh and debris, scattering around him and transforming into a mist of blood that nearly stained the entire sky crimson. Witnessing this scene, all the members of the Heavenly Division were left in shock. Just as their eyes widened in disbelief on the other side, Shen Mo had already waved his hand, drawing a wisp of some mysterious aura into his body. What on earth is happening? Shen Montauk was bewildered. When he had just slain the leader of the Heavenly Division, he felt something surge into his body. He tuned in carefully, yet found nothing amiss. How strange. Shen Mo felt a sense of frustration. Could it be that killing enemies grants experience? But that had never been the case before. His mind was entangled with these thoughts. Yet he did not dwell on them too much. Since his body had not issued a warning, it indicated that this aura posed no threat to him. Thus, he decided to proceed. With this resolve, he turned and plunged into the throngs of the Heavenly Division personnel. Kill. Leave no one alive. Meanwhile, Within the villa of Luo Fan, he sat in his office contemplating his next moves when suddenly, urgent voices erupted from outside. Chapter 44. The True Phoenix Feather Swept Away. An enraged Luo Fan exclaimed, "Young master, it's bad." With these words, the anxious voices of the Heavenly Division members rushed in. Base 1 in Linhai has been compromised. Upon hearing this, Luo Fan was startled, leaping to his feet and urgently questioning the hurried Heavenly Division personnel. What is going on? How could Base 1 in Linhai encounter a problem? Base 1 in Linhai was the shorthand for the premier base of the Heavenly Division. The first establishment in Linhai City, serving as the headquarters of the Heavenly Division in that city. As his voice rang out, the Heavenly Division member hurriedly bowed his head, speaking in a low voice. "I don't know. The emergency distress signal just transmitted indicates a level of annihilation. A level of annihilation signifies a danger of total destruction, indicating they were under imminent attack, likely leading to their extermination." This was a catastrophe. How could this happen? Base 1 in Linhai was their strongest stronghold in Linhai City. How could they face such dire peril? As Luo Fan pondered this, another hurried voice echoed nearby. "It's bad, young master. Base 3 in Linhai is also facing a crisis of annihilation." Before he could finish, Luo Fan kicked him away in frustration. Crisis of annihilation. Crisis of annihilation. I am well aware of that. But who is responsible? Luo Fan's voice roared. At that moment, the members of the Heavenly Division all bowed their heads, too afraid to speak. They had no knowledge of who had caused this alarm. They had only just received the alert, and by the time they processed it, the destruction had nearly been completed. All of them, filled with shame, knelt before Luo Fan. Meanwhile, Shen Mo had already entered the treasure chamber beneath the blue-tiled house. This treasure chamber was Luo Fan's personal stash, or rather, the valuable items he had acquired from the legacy of the medical sage. Some of them, which he could not discern, were stored here for later use once his strength increased, while others of lesser value had already been given away. At this moment, standing before the treasure chamber, Luo Fan found the protective formations utterly ineffective against Shen Mo, who effortlessly unraveled them and entered the chamber. Simultaneously, a warning signal ignited within Luo Fan's heart. His expression darkened as he roared, "Someone has entered my treasure vault. Damn it!" Luo Fan was engulfed in fury. If the downfall of Base 1 in Linhai had already ignited his rage to its peak, the discovery of his treasure chamber being compromised nearly pushed him to the brink of fainting. How can anyone know about these items? This secret, Luo Fan's mind began to spiral into conspiracy theories. He even wondered if the legacy of the medical sage was not solely his to possess. Was there another who knew the secret of this legacy? However, the factions associated with the medical sage were certainly under his sole dominion as the young master. Consumed by rage, Luo Fan smashed all the furniture in the vicinity into smithereens. The members of the Heavenly Division, kneeling before him, were battered by his furious aura. Bloodied yet too fearful to utter a word, Luo Fan dared not venture into Base 1 in Linhai, despite his overwhelming anger threatening to explode. The guardian of that base was currently his strongest ally. He had yet to engage with other factions. The medical sage had explicitly warned during the legacy's transmission that Luo Fan should not attempt to inherit other factions until he reached a certain level, lest he invite calamity. At this point, it was no longer just calamity. Damn it, his very stronghold was on the verge of annihilation. Luo Fan's heart brimmed with resentment, nearly bursting with rage. In that moment, he even harbored grievances against the medical sage for imposing so many restrictive conditions. Otherwise, why should he be constrained by others now? While Luo Fan's fury raged, Shen Mo had already reached the innermost depths of the treasure chamber. He paid little attention to the items outside, as most were of no use to him. He would simply gift them to his subordinates and phone Ling Wang later. His focus was fixed on 3 items in the deepest part. Ding! Congratulations, host, for discovering the true phoenix feather, which bears the undying flames of life and death, capable of being bestowed upon a feeder. System critical hit. Host acquires the undying Dragon Emperor armor, which carries the might of the Dragon Emperor. Wherever it goes, dragon-kind beings bow in submission. It inflicts 10-fold critical damage against dragon-type creatures, possesses a self-repair function through the consumption of dragon souls, and grants immunity to most attacks from dragon-kind. The system's voice rang out, confirming that he had indeed acquired something extraordinary. Shen Mo knew the protagonist would not disappoint him. undying flames of life and death. Wasn't that an immensely powerful flame comprehended by the protagonist in the later stages? It was said to possess the ability to burn with the essence of life and death, disregarding any defenses unless protected by the true phoenix fire. Otherwise, anyone encountering this flame would face certain death. Non-dragon emperor flames could not extinguish it. So, this was the power inherent in the phoenix feather? Shen Mo's gaze turned to the true phoenix feather displayed on the opposite shelf, its surface charred in parts, with only a few resplendent feathers remaining, shimmering brilliantly in the air. The feathers shimmered with an array of colors. As Shen Mo's gaze fell upon the phoenix feather, it quivered slightly, and a powerful, commanding dragon's roar suddenly erupted. Simultaneously, the areas scorched upon it exuded the essence of a true dragon, forming an ethereal image of a golden dragon in midair. At that moment, the phoenix feather quivered once more, and the next instant, a melodious cry of the phoenix resonated, followed by the emergence of an exquisitely beautiful phoenix that soared forth, entwining itself around the golden dragon. After vanquishing it, the phoenix returned to the feather, buzzing. The feather trembled gently, and the air still seemed to linger with the essence of the battle between the dragon and the phoenix. Shen Mo exhaled deeply, realizing that indeed, the true phoenix feather had the power to draw his spirit into the scene of the dragon and phoenix's clash with just a glance. He could easily deduce that the scene he had witnessed was a confrontation between a true dragon and a phoenix, which undoubtedly explained the feather's presence here. He had not anticipated that the marks upon it held such significance. Furthermore, the indestructible Dragon Emperor's armor he had obtained through a critical strike was likely also related to this battle between the dragon and phoenix. Chapter 45, Another Gift. The mysterious figure of the ice snow concubine. While Shen Mo contemplated these matters, on the other side, Luo Fan's eyelids twitched violently, and an unsettling feeling gripped his heart. That true phoenix feather was the most valuable possession bestowed upon him by the sage of medicine in this inheritance. Luo Fan had safeguarded it, intending to refine the feather once his strength improved, thereby acquiring the indestructible true flame it contained, which would grant him the might of the true phoenix. He never anticipated that someone would discover the location of his treasure chamber. Surely, they were unaware of how to unlock it, and could not breach the protective array within, right? There was no way they could acquire the treasures inside. Luo Fan continually reassured himself, pacing restlessly within the room. At that moment, Shen Mo waved his hand. System. Retrieve the true phoenix feather. Given Shen Mo's capabilities, it was clear he could not collect the true phoenix feather. In fact, even Luo Fan could not. Or else he would not have left it there. The other two items paled in comparison to the phoenix feather. Shen Mo planned to retrieve them first and examine them later. Speaking of which, he had previously obtained an iron box from the Heaven's Treasure Pavilion. A fortunate acquisition, snatched from Luo Fan, which must also be a valuable item. Shen Mo resolved to inspect it thoroughly upon his return. As Shen Mo stored these items in the system space, suddenly, Luo Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt an important possession slipping away from him. Damn it! Thief! I swear I will not rest until you are annihilated. Luo Fan was nearly consumed by rage. Since it was his possession, it undoubtedly bore his spiritual imprint. In fact, anything left to him by the Sage of Medicine bore his unique seal. Unless he chose to release it himself, anyone who touched his belongings would face immediate backlash. Previously, Luo Fan had harbored a glimmer of hope, thinking that even if the intruder discovered his treasure chamber and breached the protective array, they might not be able to take his treasures. But who could have imagined that in such a short span of time, his spiritual imprint would be shattered? Damned! Damned! Who is the bastard responsible? I will tear them to shreds. Luo Fan trembled with fury, continuously spitting blood. After retrieving the feather, Shen Mo felt a tremor within the system's space, as if something had dissipated. What could it be? Shen Mo pondered curiously. Could there be some peculiar protective mechanism associated with the phoenix feather? Regardless, no matter the nature of the protective measures, they would be rendered ineffective against the system. Truly, the system is remarkable. Shen Mo seldom praised the system. Then with a swift motion, he darted outside. As he departed, he did not forget to pilfer everything from the treasure chamber. A mosquito's leg, no matter how small, is still meat. Though he had no use for these items, they could be utilized to nurture those around him. The talented individuals in the profound spirit realm desperately required such high-level resources for their cultivation? Was he to ask his wife for everything? He was not that kind of person. Moreover, by doing so, his influence would be exposed. That simply wouldn't he do. He was still planning to surprise his wife in the future, having thoroughly cleaned out Luo Fan's private treasury, leaving not even chair leg behind. Luo Fan, amidst his blood-spitting frenzy, raged in the villa. He appeared almost deranged, covered in blood, frightening those around him, his face contorted in fury. Damn it! Wretched person! Wretched person! It was unclear whom he was cursing. After acquiring Luo Fan's belongings, Shen Mo promptly retreated with his companions from the Linghai No. 1 base. Shortly after their departure, a figure appeared in the place he had previously occupied. Why is there a trace of true dragon essence here? Since the protective array of the outer treasure chamber had been dismantled by Shen Mo, the figure could move freely, entering the treasure chamber unimpeded. At that moment, she keenly sensed an anomaly in the aura. Just as she was about to delve deeper into her perception, a myriad of auras began to descend from outside. What is happening? Upon witnessing the chaos and the scattered corpses, a middle-aged man leading the group wore a furious expression. Suddenly, he spotted the figure emerging from the treasure chamber. Chief Inspector, the middle-aged man knelt, bowing his head towards the snowy figure. The white-clad figure stood majestically in the sky, her form seemingly enveloped in glimmers of snowlight. Upon closer inspection, it resembled both frost and starlight, exuding an eerie aura. The space around her appeared to be encrusted with frost, and her specially crafted attire sparkled with ice crystals, resembling dragon scales, adorning her from head to toe. An icy blue radiance graced her forehead, akin to a flower stream, delicately resting against her skin. Her eyes were icy blue, yet upon closer scrutiny, they did not resemble the blue eyes of foreigners. Rather, they radiated an intense chill and icy stillness. This woman resembled a statue carved from ice, emanating an extreme coldness and an aura that commanded distance. If the high aloofness of Feng Ling Wang was a form of dominance, a consequence of reigning over the world for ages, then the coldness of the woman before them was a natural disdain for intimacy, an icy demeanor akin to a sculpture. Casting a cold glance at the middle-aged man who had spoken, she uttered nothing more and vanished in an instant. The aura of the treasure chamber has been completely dispelled by her presence. The manifestation of the true dragon's essence here raises suspicions. More importantly, she previously sensed an overwhelming and ferocious energy, as if it sought to rend the heavens and obliterate all existence. Such a brutal and domineering presence had not even been felt from the royal-level beings within the secret realm. Who could have just appeared here? The brows of the ice snow Empress slightly furrowed, exuding a delicate, almost tragic beauty reminiscent of the fabled Shishir. Yet, her own aura radiated an undeniable strength and dominance. The amalgamation of these two distinct qualities rendered her irresistibly captivating. As the ice snow Empress departed, the leading middle-aged man let out a heavy sigh of relief. Good heavens, how could the chief inspector be here? He was well aware that she no longer managed the affairs of the Northwest Province. Could it be that she returned for a specific purpose, fortuitously passing through? Chapter 46, Truly a Ghostly Encounter. As the middle-aged man gasped for breath, the inexperienced newcomers around him, puzzled, hurriedly inquired, "Captain, who was that just now? Why are you so frightened?" Upon hearing their question, he shot them an irritated glance and retorted, "What do you know?" That was the chief inspector. Realizing that the others still appeared bewildered, he expressed his exasperation. "That is the chief inspector of our night patrol. Do you think I would be so breathless for no reason? She is known for her ruthless and unyielding demeanor. Anyone caught slacking off under her scrutiny would find no leniency, not even from the highest authorities. Do you not recognize the chief inspector's formidable reputation?" Hearing his words, the questioning newcomer gasped audibly, stammering, "So that was indeed the chief inspector?" They had not previously noted the middle-aged man's title, as the Ice Snow Empress's overwhelming presence made it difficult for anyone to breathe, let alone hear what he had said. Indeed, the middle-aged man continued, his voice tinged with admiration and reverence. "The Ice Chief Inspector is the most powerful among our ranks. No previous chief inspector has possessed such strength. It was she who single-handedly repelled a heavenly-grade beast that nearly escaped from the Imperial City's secret realm. However, I have heard she also sustained serious injuries. Her return to the Northwest Province might be for recuperation." At this point, a newcomer, curious, asked, What level of strength does the Ice Chief Inspector possess? She appears rather young. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man playfully smacked the back of his head and chided, "Why inquire about that? Do you dare entertain any improper thoughts about the Ice Chief Inspector?" He shot the newcomer a sidelong glance, then thoughtfully rubbed his chin, adding, "I cannot say for certain what her strength is, but it seems she has not yet reached the heavenly spirit realm. Her unique talents and attributes, however, have elevated her to such heights. The exact reason remains a mystery to me." He shrugged. "If I knew that, I would not be a mere captain. Now, get to work, you kids. After such a significant event, are you still standing around like spectators?" As he spoke, he playfully slapped the back of their heads, eliciting a chorus of groans. One of them remarked, "The aura of the Ice Chief Inspector was truly terrifying. But the energy we just sensed was equally daunting. Who could it be to hide such a formidable force among us?" The group felt a lingering dread as they surveyed the scene littered with corpses. These were foes they could not hope to confront. Had it not been for the Ice Snow Empress's presence, they would have surely trembled and knelt in fear. It was astonishing to realize that among them lay a formidable opponent at the 9th level of the profound spirit realm. That particular adversary had met his end at the hands of Shen Mo, his neck twisted and body shattered, yet his head remained intact, allowing his residual energy to linger. Easily detectable, this served as a warning left by Shen Mo to Luo Fan and the others, a reminder that he was always watching them, ensuring they remained acutely aware of the lurking threat. When the voice of the middle-aged man resonated, others involuntarily shuddered, glancing at the strewn bodies before turning to their captain. "Captain, it seems we are outmatched. We can only await the arrival of the Imperial Capital's Martial Department." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man delivered another playful smack to their heads. "Are you all foolish? Of course, we await the higher-ups from the night patrol. This is not our responsibility. The Ice Chief Inspector has already appeared. Do you think it is our place to handle this matter? I expect you to clean up the scene and prepare for the higher-ups to assess the situation." With those words, the crew sprang into action, swiftly tidying up the site. Shortly thereafter, reinforcements began to arrive. "What transpired here?" inquired a senior member of the night patrol from the coastal region. Uncertain, one of the patrolling members replied honestly, "We sensed the disturbance and rushed over, only to find it in this state." The energy they had detected was deliberately emitted by Shen Mo to draw them in. The presence of the Ice Snow Empress was entirely unforeseen. Shen Mo had not anticipated that they would pick up on the battle's energy and converge here. After all, both parties had deliberately concealed their combat auras, neither wishing to disclose the events of the day. The Ice Snow Empress's keen combat instincts, however, had enabled her to perceive the situation. As the senior night patrol member continued to inquire, personnel from the Municipal Martial Department also arrived on the scene. Given such a grave incident, it must be reported to the Imperial Capital. Furthermore, a thorough investigation is imperative. We must determine how such a force infiltrated Linhai City. Observing the multitude of corpses, including several at the 9th level of the profound spirit realm, a member of the Municipal Martial Department spoke in a chilling tone. Upon hearing his words, the other night patrol members voiced no objections. Though this fell within their jurisdiction, the magnitude of the incident was beyond their capacity to manage. Furthermore, with the Ice Snow Empress having already inspected the site, it was certain that this matter would be escalated to the Imperial Capital. Their hearts burned with indignation. The emergence of such a powerful faction in Linhai City had occurred under their noses, and they had remained unaware of its existence for so long, allowing it to hide undetected. Moreover, an armed conflict had erupted. Indeed, in the eyes of the onlookers, this was classified as a violent clash. Numerous organizations often resorted to such measures in their struggle for territory and business. However, such confrontations typically transpired behind closed doors, never intended to be brought into the public eye or to cause embarrassment to their ranks. However, the two factions today have broken the established rules, particularly the one that has been obliterated here, unable to trace the whereabouts of Shen Mo and his companions. They could only lay the blame on Luo Fan and his associates. Consequently, the municipal machinery has been set in motion, and Luo Fan and his entourage are now embroiled in the fray. At least for the time being, Luo Fan cannot recklessly wield his own influence. This matter must be kept under wraps. Otherwise, should he attempt to trouble Shen Mo, he would be immediately targeted by the municipal authorities. This is utterly absurd. Chapter 47. The Strange Herb in the Iron Box. It turns out Shen Mo has a penchant for this particular variety. Without delving into the chaos that would ensue once Luo Fan becomes aware of this, Shen Mo, having concluded his recent endeavors, returned leisurely to his chamber, humming a tune while indulging in a bath. Upon seeing him return, the little pie who instantly approached, rubbing against his feet and letting out a plaintive cry, its eyes expressing a touch of grievance and affection. Shen Mo reached down to pat its head, ruffling its fur until it stood on end before releasing it. Regrettably, he couldn't take it with him today. Otherwise, who would be on lookout for him? Be good, this is a midnight snack I brought for you, Shen Mo declared, releasing several soul entities he had in his hand. These were fleeting essences that the little pie who had temporarily bestowed upon him. As for the soul essence from the 9th level of the Xianling realm, he had been too exuberant during the earlier skirmish to contain it, resulting in its explosion. It couldn't be retrieved, but he could at least let the little creature savor it for a moment. The little pie who was easily appeased. Upon catching the scent of the soul essences, it pounced eagerly and devoured them without discrimination. In truth, the essences Shen Mo had brought back were also around the 3rd level of the Xianling realm, not much different and sufficient to satisfy this little one's cravings. After placating the little pie who, Shen Mo made his way to the bedside, opened the aforementioned iron box, and examined its contents closely. What on earth is this? An herb? As he scrutinized the green, grass-like entity in his hand, he found himself at a loss. What is it? A medicinal ingredient? He had not heard of Luo Fan acquiring any such herb. At this moment, Shen Mo truly regretted not having studied more diligently. Had he known he would traverse to this realm, he would have memorized every single word of that 1,000,000-character tome. No, he would have recited it backward. Such a travesty. Thus, he realized that negligence in reading carries its consequences. Frustrated, he rummaged through his memory for a while longer, yet could not recall what this thing was. Ultimately, dismissing it to the recesses of his mind, he would surely discover its nature at Fu Changdong's banquet. Shen Mo contemplating. Isn't this the item that Luo Fan used to forge a connection with a noble destined to cross his path? I wonder who it could be. With such thoughts swirling, he drifted off to sleep. The next morning, the head of the Shun family roused him early. Hurry, don't sleep like a pig. Today is Fu Changdong's birthday banquet. Did you not say you would go to extend your congratulations? Move it. The head of the Shen family wore an irritable expression. Shen Mo, still groggy with bedhead, struggled to comprehend. What did you say? Today? He was nearly speechless. The timing of Fu Changdong's banquet was indeed critical. Had it been a day earlier, it would have thwarted his grand plans. As he mused, the head of the Shun family chuckled upon hearing his words. Indeed today, you scoundrel. After inquiring about Fu Changdong's banquet, you just vanished. You asked me for the date, didn't you? Thankfully, your wife is reliable. The head of the Shun family beamed. Ling Huang has already notified me, and everything is prepared for you. Otherwise, you would be going to pay your respects in disgrace. You little rascal, why must you attend Fu Changdong's banquet? The head of the Shun family continued with a frown. I have received word that several prominent families from Linhai have heard you are attending the banquet and are coming along as well. Typically, such occasions are attended by our elders. I have a feeling their presence signals nothing good. Be sharp. Do not bring shame upon your wife, understand? The head of the Shun family was well aware that his son was somewhat single-minded. Invoking the Shun family name might not sway him, but mentioning his wife would certainly do the trick. He had noticed that Shen Mo harbored genuine affection for Feng Lingwang, a stark contrast to his previous feelings for Lu Yufei. Thinking of Lu Yufei, the head of the Shun family furrowed his brow. The Lu family would also be present at Fu Changdong's banquet. He hoped there would be no disturbances, especially from his foolish son. With this in mind, he couldn't help but grasp Shen Mo's ear, admonishing him. Listen here, if you see Lu Yufei at Fu Changdong's banquet, do not engage with her. Do not be so easily swayed by a woman. A girl like Ling Huang is one you wouldn't find even with a lantern. The head of the Shun family spoke earnestly. Although you and Ling Huang are not yet fully engaged, remember, when a woman pursues a man. Oh no, it's all about perseverance. You and Ling Huang may be contractually betrothed, but the pretense can become a reality. Stay sharp. Do not let Lu Yufei's tears cloud your judgment. You are Ling Huang's fiancée now. Do not bring disgrace upon her. If I find out you have any dealings with Lu Yufei at the banquet, I will break your legs. Originally, The head of the Shen family had intended to say he would break Shen Mo's third leg, but realizing that would spell the end of the Shen family line, he forcibly restrained himself. Fiercely twisting Shen Mo's ear, he exclaimed, "In short, if you dare bring shame to Ling Huang, I will disown you as my son." This was perhaps the most severe reprimand the head of the Shen family had ever delivered to Shen Mo previously, when Shen Mo was so compliant towards Liu Yufei. The head of the Shen family had never uttered such words. After all, his son's happiness was paramount. But this time was different. Feng Ling Huang was truly remarkable. She provided financial support and valuable resources. The Shen family's influence in Linhai had surged. Recently, the old families of Linhai had been treating the head of the Shen family with newfound respect, smiles aplenty. In the past, such treatment would have been unimaginable. Moreover, Feng Ling Huang had restored their family's dignity and disciplined the Liu family and Liu Yufei on Shen Mo's behalf. Regardless of the circumstances, they could not betray one another. This was not merely a matter of sentiment. It was a matter of principle. The Shen family could not afford to lose face. Shen Mo might not have feelings for Feng Ling Huang, but he absolutely must not bring disgrace upon her. I understand. Shen Mo's ear was painfully twisted by his overly affectionate father, and before he could fully process his irritation, the head of the Shen family released him, affectionately calling him his precious son, leaving Shen Mo momentarily speechless. How utterly nauseating. It turned out that the previous Shen Mo had a taste for this kind of affection. The corners of Shen Mo's lips twitched as he finally extricated himself from his father's embrace. Indeed, the head of the Shen family felt a pang of sympathy. Typically, their son would never allow himself to be handled this way. This time, however, his ear would certainly bear the brunt of the twist. If Shen Mo hadn't struggled so fervently, he would have likely received a gentle blow to his ear as well. Treat him entirely as an utterly helpless child. Shen Mo wore an expression of utter disbelief. It was no wonder the previous Shen Mo was so foolish. Who wouldn't be, when so pampered? Yet, Shen Mo had never truly experienced the warmth of paternal or maternal love. The affection of the head of the Shen family and Madame Shen warmed his heart. As long as he drew breath, the Shen family would never falter. Chapter 48. The celebration at the Fu family. A storm is brewing. After completing his morning ablutions, Shen Mo descended the stairs alongside the head of the Shen family. Downstairs, Madame Shen, elegantly attired, beamed as she spotted Shen Mo, her eyes sparkling with delight. "How handsome!" she exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. "My son is truly dashing. With such a striking appearance, he will surely overshadow everyone else." Shen Mo's lips twitched. "Mom." That phrase is not meant to be used in this context. Moreover, as a man, how could he overshadow anyone in that manner? Indeed, the head of the Shen family declared proudly, "Just look at whose son he is. Well then, you all seem quite proud of this so-called useless son of mine." A smile crept onto Shen Mo's face, unable to suppress the amusement in his eyes. "Come on, Mom," he said as he approached her, casually placing his arm around his waist and gesturing for her to take his arm. She promptly smiled and linked her arm with his wrist. "Wait a moment. Have you both forgotten about me? I am the head of this family." The head of the Shen family chided playfully, chasing after them. The group arrived at Fu Changdong's villa, nestled atop a hillside. The Fu family's residence was said to be a treasured inheritance from their ancestors, bestowed upon them before the revival of spiritual energy, worth an immense fortune. Upon disembarking, the grandeur of the Shen family was unmistakable. Outside the gates of the Fu family, a multitude had gathered, newly arrived guests come to celebrate. Upon seeing the Shen family's convoy, one individual could not help but inquire, "Which distinguished family does this young master belong to?" His gaze fell upon Shen Mo. In response, another voice sneered, "Distinguished family? He is merely a fortunate pretty boy." With disdain in his heart, yet jealousy plastered across his face, he spoke. Throughout Linghai City, who did not envy the Shen family's connection with the Feng family? It was said that Feng Ling Huang possessed unparalleled talent and strength, eclipsing contemporary prodigies, unmatched in a tower of comprehension. Most importantly, Feng Ling Huang was an extraordinary beauty. What does it mean to be an extraordinary beauty? It means that within the entire Blue Star, few could even be compared to her. Average beauties were not even worthy of carrying her shoes. Such words elicited knowing smiles from those around, as everyone harbored resentment towards Shen Mo, yet secretly wished to be in his shoes. While the crowd seethed with envy and resentment, the members of the Liu family felt deeply humiliated. The remarks of the onlookers pierced their ears like daggers. As mere supporting characters, they wished they could bury their heads in the ground, utterly mortified. Meanwhile, the patriarch of the Liu family squeezed Liu Yufei's hand painfully. Find an opportunity to apologize to Shen Mo immediately. I don't care what method you employ, but you must win his forgiveness. Otherwise, do not return to the Liu family. His expression was severe. The recent days have been exceedingly difficult for the Liu family. The overt oppression from the Shen family and covert suppression from the Fu family had severed all their avenues for external development. With the Feng family's influence, no one dared to show the Liu family any favor. Their business prospects had been entirely obstructed, and various forces had thwarted their expansion. The patriarch was on the verge of a breakdown. Everyone knew that once business opportunities were curtailed, it was akin to throttling them. In this rapid phase of spiritual energy revival, who did not wish to carve out a place for themselves in this golden age of competition? Yet now, the future development of the Liu family was completely stifled. Were it not for the shame, he would have led Liu Yufei to kneel at the Shen family's doorstep, begging for Shen Mo's forgiveness. In fact, he had attempted to do so, but had been forcefully repelled by Min Xing and others before even approaching the Shen family. No one wanted to see Shen Mo's former girlfriend entangled with him again. As for the head of the Shen family, he did not even want to cross paths with members of the Liu family, fearing that their antics might lead to misunderstandings with Feng Linghuang. Now, the banquet hosted by Fu Changdong was their only opportunity. Invitations had long been sent. Otherwise, the Liu family would not have even been allowed through the doors of the birthday celebration. Fu Changdong would never tolerate them causing trouble for the Shen family. However, now that the Liu family had arrived, Fu Changdong could not publicly expel them in front of so many guests. After all, high society had its own decorum, and a modicum of face must be preserved. Had it been a private matter, Fu Changdong would have long since ordered the Liu family to leave. Liu Yufei had previously sought an audience with Fu Shuyan 3 times, only to be dismissed by Fu Changdong, who had warned that if the Liu family dared to disturb Fu Shuyan again, he would break their legs and expel them from Linghai City. Once those words were uttered, the Liu family dared not act rashly, and Liu Yufei could only acquiesce, refraining from further harassment towards Fu Shuyan. Now, having finally entered Fu Changdong's banquet, she felt a sense of grievance at the patriarch's words. In the past, he had never treated her this way. He often told her that a waste like Shen Mo was unworthy of a heavenly talent like her, and that she should aim to align herself with prominent figures in the imperial city. Although Liu Yufei had her heart set on Luo Fan and had not heeded her grandfather's advice, she had absorbed his words. Thus, she had always looked down upon Shen Mo, considering him a foolish man of means, merely a stepping stone for her. Once she attained success, she thought she would extend a hand to the Shen family, offering them a chance. In that way, they would be even. Who could have imagined that Shen Mo would end up with Feng Linghuang? What could she possibly see in him, a person she deemed unworthy? As Liu Yufei bit her lip, her teeth sinking into her flesh, she found that dwelling on such thoughts was the only way to alleviate her inner bitterness and fury. After all, Shen Mo had once been so submissive to her. Now, she was the one who had to lower herself before him. If only Shen Mo could return to his former self, obedient and compliant, wouldn't he all the resources of the Shen family then belong to her, including those treasures and resources bestowed by Feng Linghuang to the Shen family? The mere thought of it made Liu Yufei's heart burn with envy. Most importantly, what would it feel like for the exquisite beauty, Feng Linghuang, to witness herself defeated by another, watching Shen Mo yield to her every whim, like a loyal hound? To triumph over a paragon like Feng Linghuang would surely leave Liu Yufei grinning in her dreams for a lifetime. As such thoughts coursed through her mind, the grip of her hands tightened painfully to the extent that even the old patriarch of the Liu family, who was squeezing her, seemed to fade from her awareness. I understand, grandfather. I shall sincerely apologize to Shen Mo. Liu Yufei spoke, her voice laced with humiliation. A voice echoed in her mind. Bring Shen Mo to the rooftop room tonight, alone, and let no one know. We will resolve everything for you. Chapter 49. Kneel and Bow. A masked figure in black had secretly approached Liu Yufei a few days prior. Surely, you do not wish for the Liu family to continue facing threats from the Shen family? From this day forth, The Shen family will become a relic of the past in Linhai City, and the Feng family shall no longer support them. Your Lu family will gain freedom and substantial resources and compensation. Consider the treasures of the Shun family. From this day forward, they shall belong to you. The individual tossed a resource card, its contents enticing enough to make one's heart race. Most crucially, they promised to eliminate the Shun and Feng families for her. She was utterly fatigued by her current existence. Lu Yufei bit her lip, a flicker of resolute determination shining in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shen Mo and the head of the Shen family had also entered the banquet hall. You little rascal, don't wander off. Upon his arrival, a throng of family members swarmed to engage him, leaving him with little choice but to entertain them. Meanwhile, Shen Mo seized the opportunity to slip away. Mrs. Shen found herself surrounded by a group of affluent ladies, laughing exuberantly. Suddenly, Shen Mo's gaze caught a glimpse of a striking figure clad in pure white. But by the time he looked again, she had vanished. How peculiar, Shen Mo pondered. That individual was quite strange. In the sweltering summer, she was wrapped in a snow-white woolen coat, her entire form enveloped by it. Additionally, she wore a black lace veil hat, concealing her visage entirely. Was she also here to celebrate Fu Changdong's birthday? As Shen Mo mused, the white-clad figure, sensing his gaze, swiftly glanced in his direction before expressionlessly averting her eyes. Was she Feng Linghuang's young companion? The Ice Snow Empress mused, entering deeper into the Fu family villa with the butler leading the way. Please wait here, the servant instructed before exiting the room. The Ice Snow Empress's expression remained calm as she removed her veil hat and simultaneously shed her coat. The moment her garments were discarded, the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees, akin to an ice cellar. Feeling this chill, the Ice Snow Empress furrowed her brows slightly, her delicate brows knitting together as her mood grew increasingly agitated. Her recent injury had intensified her icy powers, rendering them more formidable and uncontrollable, often spilling forth beyond her command. This left her countenance colder than before, resembling a statue of ice as she sat upon the chair. The furnishings and arrangement of the room appeared specially designed to withstand her frigid aura. While the Ice Snow Empress grappled with her unease, Shen Mo found himself encircled by a group of raucous young scions. Are you the Shen Mo of the Shen family? A cadre of flamboyant youths surrounded him, while behind them, a group of elite heirs observed the spectacle. Shen Mo is simply lucky, someone whispered. At that moment, an elite individual, having drained his drink, coldly remarked, what use is luck? Even if he were given mountains of gold and silver as a waste, how could he retain it? A flower as exquisite as Feng Linghuang is surely beyond his reach. The speaker scoffed, while another effeminate man, with a knowing smile, added, you all are toying with our esteemed young Master Shun. Soon enough, he will be weeping to his parents and wife for rescue. As he said this, a wave of jealousy surged within him, especially among the elite offspring, who felt a twinge of bitterness. Who did not know of Feng Linghuang's unparalleled regard for Shen Mo? Who could fathom what she saw in him? Previously, Shen Mo claimed their bond was love at first sight, which was utterly absurd. They had investigated and found no connection between Shen Mo and Feng Linghuang, only for them to suddenly become betrothed. Surely there was some trickery at play. Yet what vexed them most was that even if there were deceit, such fortune had not favored them. The daughter of a millennial-old family, the heir of a prominent lineage, the most outstanding prodigy of her generation. The more they comprehended Feng Linghuang's radiant brilliance, the more envious they became of Shen Mo's fortune. After all, such serendipity had eluded them. Merely allying with the Feng family was enough to exhaust all their resources. They would gladly barter everything, even their families, for such an opportunity. As the icy disdain filled their gazes, Shen Mo regarded the group of ruffians encircling him with a bemused expression. It is hard to believe that such characters could infiltrate the Fu family's banquet. I refuse to believe there is no one to confront them. He scanned the surroundings and spotted several individuals at the edge of the garden, smirking as they watched the unfolding drama. Surrounded by these ruffians, Shen Mo's dignity as the scion of the Shun family was at stake. Regarding Feng Linghuang, how could she maintain her composure with such a waste as her fiancé? As for those seeking to challenge him, that was easily remedied. He could simply push those few individuals forward as scapegoats. Among those present, It was uncertain how many held damning secrets regarding those ruffians. Otherwise, who would dare to provoke him, given the Shen family's reputation? As the onlookers braced themselves for the spectacle, suddenly, Shen Mo moved. He strode confidently toward them. The crowd, caught off guard, had little time to react before Shen Mo stood before them. Kneel and bow. Shen Mo's expression was indifferent. The moment his words fell, the faces of the elite youths shifted dramatically. Everyone present was a representative of their respective families, a symbol of prestige brought forth to enhance their familial standing. Today, they had accompanied their fathers to the Fu family banquet to broaden their horizons, foster connections, and strengthen relationships. They never anticipated that Shen Mo would demand they kneel. One of the men, his expression shifting slightly, inclined his wine glass towards Shen Mo, indicating, "Young master, Shen truly enjoys jesting. Today, let us pour a drink for ourselves as penance. We never anticipated those individuals would trouble you, young master Shen. We shall immediately come to your defense and rid you of such nuisances." Chapter 50. Who allowed you to offend my eyes? The assembly comprised astute individuals who, upon witnessing Shen Mo striding confidently towards them, understood that regardless of whether the confrontation was genuine or a deliberate provocation, opposing Shen Mo was simply out of the question. After all, it was one matter to privately revel in the spectacle, but daring to stand against Shen Mo would result in immediate repercussions. One's parents would surely intervene, breaking their legs and sending them to the Shen family to bow an apology. In light of this, it was far more prudent to distance themselves from the situation, allowing Shen Mo the opportunity to instigate any trouble he desired. The crowd muttered under their breath, yet all wore smiles as they nodded towards Shen Mo, simultaneously signaling their bodyguards to expel the unruly scions from their midst. However, as the bodyguard approached, Shen Mo's voice rang out. "Did you not hear? Come here, kneel, and bow your heads." At his command, the elite youths froze, their expressions hardening as they regarded Shen Mo with an undercurrent of animosity, which they quickly suppressed, forcing smiles as they replied, "Young master Shen, do not jest." "Who dares to jest with me?" Shen Mo retorted, a smile gracing his features as he continued. "Do you think I bear a countenance of frivolity? I intend to deal with you." With a leisurely wave of his hand, he addressed the approaching bodyguards. "Bring your masters over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All kneel before me. For every slap short of 100, I shall take your heads to make up the difference." Shen Mo's demeanor remained jovial, yet one elite youth could no longer contain himself, shouting, "What are you, Shen Montak? I've had enough of your nonsense. You think you can command our bodyguards in front of us?" With Min Hang and the others conveniently absent, having gone to receive a gift from Feng Ling Huang, only a bodyguard from the Feng family remained in the shadows. Witnessing the confrontation aimed at Shen Mo, his expression shifted dramatically, and he prepared to intervene, but Shen Mo gestured for him to retreat. "Oh, really?" Shen Mo mused, stroking his handsome face. "You acknowledge my good looks? What a pity that this very visage is sufficient to compel you to kneel here today. Will you act or remain passive?" His final inquiry was directed at the bodyguards of the elite youths. "Do not be deceived by your master's bravado. I could easily level your families. Do you believe they would dare to stop me?" As Shen Mo's words settled in, the bodyguards stood frozen, their gazes helplessly darting towards their masters. It was common knowledge that Shen Mo wielded immense power and acted without restraint. Should he make such claims, they would inevitably come to fruition. The elite youths began to squirm under the pressure of Shen Mo's presence. "Young master Shen," one managed to force a smile, "we bear no grudges against you. There is no need for this. I am Lu Shicheng of the Lu family. We have met before." Before he could finish, Shen Mo raised his hand to silence him. "No need for pleasantries. I only ask you this. Will you kneel? Or shall I arrange for someone else to kneel on your behalf?" With a smile directed at the one who had insulted him, Shen Mo added, "You seem to be quite the hero. Why not assist them in kneeling?" Comfortably seated on an armchair that a keen onlooker had promptly fetched for him, Shen Mo addressed the elite youths. "If he kneels for you, I will spare you from 700 slaps. Every last one. What do you say?" Upon hearing this, the elite youths turned their gaze towards the one who had been most vociferous in his insults. His complexion paled as he looked at Shen Mo, a mixture of defiance and despair in his eyes. "Shen Mo, this is President Fu's birthday banquet." At this, Shen Mo swiftly slapped him, dousing him with the contents of the wine glass atop his head. You are aware this is President Fu's birthday banquet, yet you dare to create a ruckus here? I cannot abide such behavior, and will teach you a lesson. Who dares to challenge me? With a mocking expression, Shen Mo delivered a kick that sent the youth sprawling before him, coldly declaring, even if President Fu were present, he ought to thank me for ridding this banquet of you loathsome pests. Otherwise, this joyous occasion would surely be marred by your presence. As Shen Mo spoke, the youth, wincing in pain, shouted back, you're the one ruining this banquet. You initiated the trouble. Is that so? Shen Mo reclined comfortably in his spacious chair, leaning back and resting his hands on the armrests, looking down at the kneeling figure with disdain. What a pity! Who allowed you to offend my eyes? Thus, it is your fault. At this juncture, the elite youth was seething with indignation, nearly choking on his rage. Shen Montak, he cried out. But Shen Mo merely dug into his ears, turning to the other elite youths. What are you waiting for? Hoping to share their misfortune? Don't say I haven't given you a chance. When the Fu family's bodyguards arrive, you will find yourselves in an even worse predicament. With his arms crossed and leaning slightly forward, Shen Mo addressed the assembled individuals. Now, I present you with two choices. 1. Let him bear all the slaps for you. And if I am satisfied, you may leave. 2. You all accept the forthcoming punishment. Do not say I did not warn you. 3 minutes have nearly elapsed. I detest being kept waiting, especially in moments like this. For every minute of silence, I shall add 100 slaps. Let us see how many you can withstand. As Shen Mo's ultimatum hung in the air, the elite youth's faces drained of color, while the one who had previously insulted him appeared ghastly pale. They could not possibly plead for mercy now. They stood frozen, resembling wilted flowers, stripped of any semblance of their former bravado. Just then, a voice cut through the tension. What are you doing? Chapter 51. Shen Mo is truly unreasonable. Shen Mo, what are you doing here? The voice was fierce and foreboding, signaling an unwelcome presence. As the crowd looked up to see the approaching figure, they felt as if they had found a savior, calling out, Miss Xuan, Shen Mo is simply going too far. He dares to strike us within the Fu household. If there was anyone capable of rescuing them within the Fu family, it could only be Fu Xuan. It is said that she and Shen Mo are at odds, having previously clashed at the Tianwu Pavilion. The spectators are well aware of this matter. Thus, upon spotting Fu Xuan, they hastily rushed towards her. Fu Xuan, however, felt a surge of impatience within her. She had been enjoying the banquet, when suddenly someone informed her of a disturbance in the back garden. She hurried over, only to discover that it was none other than the troublesome Shen Mo. Glaring at Shen Mo, her eyes filled with animosity, she maintained a stern expression and demanded, What are you up to now? This time, I am not the one seeking trouble with you. Fu Xuan's heart raced with caution. Previously, Fu Chandong had repeatedly warned her against provoking Shen Mo. Furthermore, if anything were to happen to Shen Mo in the Fu household, she would undoubtedly be blamed. This situation vexed her greatly. She wished nothing more than to keep her distance from Shen Mo. Yet, here she was, summoned yet again. Would this grievance be laid at her feet? Fu Xuan's expression was one of vigilance, her tone dripping with annoyance. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by her words. Still processing the situation, while Shen Mo, with a smile, replied, This is certainly not your concern. However, should you meddle in affairs that do not concern you, that might change. These individuals wish to trouble me, or rather, I intend to trouble them. Shen Mo had no interest in debating right or wrong with them. He simply wanted to deal with them as he pleased. They had sullied his vision. As Shen Mo spoke, Fu Xuan clenched her teeth and retorted, Shen Mo, do not push your luck. At that moment, the elite youths around her recognized the shift in the atmosphere. Miss Xuan, Shen Mo is targeting us. Aren't you going to intervene? They urged. Fu Xuan's face turned frosty, her demeanor icy as she addressed them. What has he done to you? Is he to strike or to slay? Knowing full well he is not to be trifled with, why provoke him? Fu Xuan's annoyance was palpable, especially since these individuals had deliberately lured her here, attempting to pit her against Shen Mo. The thought alone filled her with ire. Who told you to provoke him? She scolded sharply. Do you not realize he is a distinguished guest invited by my father? You all gather together, thinking I am ignorant? Who summoned me here? Her gaze fell upon the person who had previously called for her, who, unable to meet her eyes, shifted his gaze towards one of the elite youths. In that instant, Fu Shuyan's expression darkened as she coldly stated, "You think it's so simple, placing the blame on me? Why did you not call my father? Why not summon someone else? Strike them." Fu Shuyan's voice was frigid as she commanded her bodyguards. "Any of these individuals who dare to retaliate, throw them out. Those who harbor grievances, do not show your faces in Linhai City again." Fu Shuyan possessed the audacity to utter such words. After all, Fu Changdong had not spared even his daughter from warnings. To allow these individuals to confront Shen Mo, it was nothing short of absurd. Should their families dare to defy him, they would be eradicated by morning. "Wait," Shen Mo called to her. Fu Shuyan, her face a mask of tension and vigilance, snapped, "What do you want? Do you have something to say?" Her frustration was palpable. What was his game? Surely, he would not shift the blame onto her. This was not her affair, and she would not bear the responsibility. Shen Mo, displaying a look of exasperation, thought to himself, "Am I the sort of person to trouble her? Oh, perhaps I am." A smirk crept upon his lips. If this were indeed orchestrated by Fu Shuyan, he would not let her off lightly. However, since the matter had nothing to do with her, and she was so eager to protect her pride, he decided to refrain from creating trouble for her. After all, this was a grand occasion, a celebration for her father's birthday. Having just caused a ruckus, Shen Mo felt no remorse as he pointed at the elite youths, declaring, "They're the ones I intend to discipline. Do they dare encroach upon my business?" Fu Shuyan was incensed, nearly boiling over. This man was utterly shameless, and yet he claimed not to be seeking trouble with her, while she could see that he was clearly intent on causing her distress. "What do you intend to do?" Fu Xuan exclaimed, feeling wronged. Shen Montauk was insufferable. She had not sought him out, so why was he making trouble for her and attempting to place the blame on her shoulders? If her father were to witness this, he would surely think she was the one instigating trouble with Shen Mo. On the verge of tears, Fu Shuyan stubbornly raised her chin to meet Shen Mo's gaze. Shen Mo, observing her, felt a pang of unease. It would be unfortunate to see her brought to tears. I have already decided on their punishment. If you strike them, it will be tantamount to striking my face. Incredulity washed over the onlookers. Was Fu Shuyan now siding with Shen Mo? Yet, Shen Mo rejected her support, lamenting that her actions would merely result in a slap to his face. Where was the logic in that? Sympathy for Fu Shuyan began to spread among them, while they recognized the significance the Fu family placed on the Shen family. Indeed, the Shen family had gained considerable prestige this time. Meanwhile, Fu Shuyan had already composed herself, as long as Shen Mo was not here to trouble her. She regarded him with the trepidation one might reserve for a plague. "So, how do you intend to punish them?" she inquired, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. What nefarious scheme could Shen Mo concoct? After hearing Shen Mo's previous words, Fu Shuyan found herself at a loss for words. Was this truly it? She had anticipated some wickedly cunning plan from this malicious individual, but instead, it was merely a slap in the face. "Let me handle it," she proposed, suggesting that once finished, they should be disposed of to avoid tainting the atmosphere of her father's birthday celebration. What an audacious display of animosity. Shen Montauk contemplated, indifferent to the outcome. After all, he had no intention of annihilating these people, merely imparting a lesson. He was also eager to establish the persona of a brazen antagonist. Yet, before he could make a move, Fu Shuyan had already seized the opportunity for vengeance. Truly, she was the woman capable of inciting animosity among the male leads in her story, embodying the archetype of a venomous heiress. Chapter 52, The First Strike. Shen Mo shrugged. Unconcerned, upon receiving Fu Shuyan's agreement, she donned a serious expression, instructing the others to follow Shen Mo's directives without delay. Otherwise, they would face her wrath. This was the territory of the Fu family, and upon her arrival, she had brought along the elite bodyguards of the Fu household. Without sparing anyone's face, she watched as they executed the punishment, delivering a veritable flurry of slaps to the offending youths. Not only that, but they also apologized to Shen Mo as they struck, expressing their regret for having offended his sensibilities and causing him displeasure. The onlookers were left feeling a chill run down their spines. Regarding the influence wielded by the Shen and Fu families in the coastal city of Linhai, a certain understanding has been gleaned. The previously prominent elite scions, whose families were renowned, if not illustrious, within Linhai, now find themselves rendered mute, unwilling to intervene. Are they, perhaps, all mere phantoms, oblivious to the commotion? In truth, these elite youths have been thoroughly bested, howling in anguish, blood and teeth scattered about, while their elders prostrate themselves before the head of the Shen family and the chairman of the Fu family, offering apologies. My sincerest apologies, Elder Fu, Elder Shen. Our sons have been unruly, causing you distress. Allow us to bear the brunt of this matter. We hope you will not be too harsh with them. After all, a gentleman does not hold grudges against the young. We are willing to relinquish our family's projects and shares. The assembly spoke in subdued tones, humbled. All present were astute individuals. The incident involving Shen Mo had stirred a considerable ruckus, yet they were acutely aware of the underlying truths. They were all seasoned foxes, engaging in a game devoid of any real stakes. It was far more prudent to lay their cards on the table, acknowledging both the blows and the consequences. As their words hung in the air, the heads of the Shen and Fu families remained silent, yet inwardly, they reveled in their satisfaction. The head of the Shen family felt a surge of pride, gratified that his son had not suffered, showing undeniable growth. Meanwhile, Fu Changdong felt a sense of relief that his daughter, Fu Shuyan, had demonstrated a measure of discernment, choosing not to exploit the situation. Had Fu Shuyan sided against Shen Mo, he would have undoubtedly confronted the other families, leading to a rift. Moreover, he would have confined Fu Shuyan, his wayward daughter, to prevent her from further complicating matters. As these thoughts swirled in their minds, in another part of the garden, Bing Fei's gaze drifted slowly towards Shen Mo and his companions before she gently closed her eyes once more, resuming her meditative state. She had observed the farce enacted by those elite youths in its entirety. This little boyfriend of Feng Linghuang is not without merit, she mused quietly to herself. Upon her return to the Northwest Province, she had indeed been tasked by Feng Linghuang to keep an eye on Shen Mo. Although she had not immediately acquiesced, the matter lingered in her thoughts, for Feng Linghuang's word held significant weight. Among the myriad of souls on the Blue Star, few commanded her respect, and Feng Linghuang was certainly one of them. Contemplating the rapid ascent of Feng Linghuang's power in the imperial capital, Bing Fei's eyes flickered slightly before she resumed her tranquil demeanor. Meanwhile, in the rear garden, Luo Fan's gaze burned with jealousy as he watched the interaction between Shen Mo and Fu Shuyan. That Fu Shuyan would speak on Shen Mo's behalf had utterly taken him by surprise. Curse be it, why does my woman always associate with Shen Mo? First it was Lu Yufei, now it's Fu Shuyan. While he could forgive Lu Yufei, as that was a matter prior to their acquaintance, the current situation was intolerable. Fu Shuyan, fully aware of the animosity between him and Shen Mo, had nonetheless chosen to stand with Shen Mo after being beaten by him at the Tianwu Pavilion. How could she ally herself with Shen Mo? Rage consumed Luo Fan. The events at the Tianwu Pavilion haunted him like a nightmare. There, he had endured Shen Mo's disdain and humiliation. Though Shen Mo had refrained from violence, the condescension inflicted deeper wounds than physical blows. After all, if Shen Mo were indeed stronger, he could have accepted that. But a mere wretch, bolstered by Feng Linghuang's influence, had dared to treat him with such scorn, and this only fueled Luo Fan's resentment. At this moment, as he glared at Shen Mo, his teeth ground together and his fists clenched. Initiate the plan against Shen Mo, he commanded, unable to endure the situation any longer. Originally intending to wait until the banquet commenced to act, he now desired nothing more than to see Shen Mo utterly disgraced. As he spoke, a shadow flitted through the dark recesses of the garden, vanishing into the shadows. Simultaneously, Bing Fei's eyes opened slowly, casting her gaze toward the source of movement in the garden, her brows knitting in concern. Someone was stirring within the Fu family's garden. Who could it be? Her icy blue eyes narrowed, emanating a faint gleam of frost. I shall step out for a moment. She instructed the person outside, swiftly disappearing into the air. The individual outside promptly complied. Meanwhile, after Shen Mo and Fu Shuyan had dealt with the elite youths, they began to disperse. Fu Shuyan avoided Shen Mo like a plague. If possible, she would prefer not to share the same space with him. After reprimanding those individuals and sending them away, she snorted coldly, stamped her foot, and turned to leave. Observing her haughty retreat, Shen Mo rubbed his nose, pondering the absurdity of her demeanor. One might mistake him for a bully. He had done nothing at all. As Shen Mo pondered in silence, Lu Yufei, who had been discreetly observing him from the sidelines, grew increasingly anxious. Witnessing Shen Mo's merciless handling of the elite youths and noting that the Fu family stood by his side, including Fu Shuyan, she became acutely aware of the shift. Fu Shuyan had previously confided in her about her deep-seated disdain for Shen Mo. What should she do? Her palms became clammy, and her heart raced with trepidation. At that moment, her earlier ambition to scheme against Shen Mo had morphed into sheer fear. Shen Mo was not quite as she had imagined. While he had always been brash, he lacked the cunning and audacity he now displayed. The former Shen Mo would have made a spectacle, ensuring all were aware of his antics. But now, facing those ruffian-like scions, he had shown a level of restraint. Yet now, although Shen Mo had stirred up trouble, the dread he instilled in others had only intensified. There was no hint of mockery or amusement in their gazes. Lu Yufei's palms grew damp with sweat. Suddenly, her body jolted as a voice whispered in her ear, "You may proceed." This spectral utterance sent a shiver down her spine. In that moment, regret washed over her. She should never have conspired with those individuals. Now, with the arrow knocked, there was no turning back. She possessed evidence of her dealings with them. Should she defy their wishes, that evidence would undoubtedly surface, subjecting her family to severe repercussions. Meanwhile, the elder of the Lu family, mingling within the crowd, observed Shen Mo's authoritative demeanor as he dealt with the elite youths, his complexion paling considerably. His gaze towards Lu Yufei turned increasingly severe. If you cannot secure Shen Mo's forgiveness today, do not bother returning. What reason remains for a granddaughter who has incited the disdain of the Shen family to linger within their abode? Lu Yufei's A-grade talent has been rendered obsolete. Although she has acquired another, the Ministry of Martial Affairs in the imperial capital has shown no signs of interest. This implies that they have deemed her unworthy. Contemplating this, the countenance of the Lu family patriarch grew increasingly frigid. Accompanied by the members of the Lu clan, he departed with urgency, intent on currying favor with the Shen and Fu families of the banquet, striving to dissuade them from targeting his family. With a flurry of garments, the entourage exited, leaving Lu Yufei's expression darkening further. A veil of frost seemed to shroud her delicate features, and with a resolute clench of her jaw, she whispered, "I understand." It was a murmur directed both at the Lu patriarch and the unseen figure lurking in the shadows, who remained devoid of movement, perhaps preparing for some unknown purpose. With a visage steeled in cold determination, Lu Yufei quickly masked her earlier gloom and approached Shen Mo, saying, "Shen Mo, may I speak with you?" Her voice was low and pleading. Lu Yufei's features were undeniably charming, with a youthful visage that bore a hint of baby fat, rendering her both adorable and slightly reminiscent of a youthful fairy. Who could have anticipated the malevolence concealed within her heart? Shen Mo mused that had he truly traversed time to find Lu Yufei as his betrothed, he might have indeed been swayed. Alas, the complexities of a woman's heart are as treacherous as a wasp's sting, venomous and cunning. Shen Mo, initially disinclined to acknowledge her approach, reconsidered and asked, "What do you seek from me? Where is your paramour?" He glanced around, failing to spot Luo Fan, that plump sheep he found so regrettably elusive. Such a splendid opportunity squandered. Without a hint of guilt for having nearly stripped Luo Fan of his fortunes, Shen Mo pondered, what was wrong with reaping a few benefits? After all, protagonists are merely fodder for antagonists to exploit. Given Shen Mo's plight, what harm was there in reaping a little wool? It paled in comparison to the protagonist's ruthless extraction of the antagonist's very essence, devouring entire families in the process. As Shen Mo spoke, Lu Yufei's expression dimmed. Since the last time she had sought solace in Luo Fan's presence, he had not reappeared. Her grandfather had decreed that Luo Fan was forbidden from approaching the Lu family's gates, where he would be forcibly expelled. Lu Yufei had always believed that Luo Fan was destined for greatness. Yet even the most formidable of protagonists are ineffectual before their ascent, utterly eclipsed by Shen Mo's present power and lineage. This realization filled Lu Yufei with a tumult of anger, hatred, and regret. The thought of having lost the chance to become the esteemed matriarch of the Shen family, only to see another seize it, while she now faced the wrath of both the Shen and Fu families, sent her heart into a spiral of pain and resentment. Tears streamed down her face as she implored Shen Mo, "Please, grant me one more chance. Allow me to explain." Hey. Shen Montauk exclaimed, hastily swatting her hand away. "I warn you, do not encroach upon me. I am now of Ling Huang. Do not attempt to ensnare me in unjust dealings. Damn, this woman is too cunning. Could she be trying to sever my fortunes? With thoughts racing, Shen Mo's heart brimmed with wariness. Lu Yufei's advance was alarmingly conspicuous. What if Ling Huang were to discover this? He was bound to his wife for life. The thought of her sabotaging his strength and thwarting his prospects was more abhorrent than death itself. As Lu Yufei's entreaties reached his ears, her heart swelled with darker intentions. If only Shen Mo were to fall from grace in Ling Huang's eyes, she would no longer need to live in a constant state of worry and regret. Once the Shun family lost the support of the Feng clan, the Lu family would have no reason to fear them. She would reclaim her status as the cherished princess of the Lu family. Destroy him, an inner voice screamed, reminiscent of her past decision to sever ties with Shen Mo. How could such a worthless being ever deserve her? The narrative had gone awry, entirely askew. She was determined to restore everything to its rightful order. She would obliterate the Shun family and Shen Mo, ensuring that they would forever kneel before her, like a dog begging for mercy. Indeed, Shen Mo was but a dog beneath her feet. How dare he presume to rise above her? Though her eyes glimmered with coldness, her expression betrayed a facade of despondency and vulnerability. Shen Mo, I implore you. I was genuinely deceived by Luo Fan. I never intended to trick you into marriage. It was all my fault, and I offer my sincerest apologies. Come with me to a place where you shall uncover the truth. Shen Mo regarded Lu Yufei with a detached gaze, having previously chosen not to engage with the Lu family. Yet, her audacity had compelled him to take notice. He had never been one to engage with women, but if Lu Yufei sought her own demise, he would not hinder her. All obstacles in his path were to be eradicated. Is that so? Shen Mo replied coolly. Are you suggesting that someone has deliberately set you against me? That you are merely a pawn in this game? What a tired and predictable ruse. Lu Yufei thought she could deceive him with such flimsy fabrications. It was evident that the former Shen Mo had been naive, allowing her to believe that a mere excuse would suffice. Yet, sensing a flicker of belief in his demeanor, Lu Yufei hastily shed tears, saying, Shen Mo, I know you harbor animosity towards me, but consider this. If I sought to humiliate you, would I choose the occasion of our engagement? Trust me one last time. I swear, I shall not deceive you again. A cold, glacial light flickered within her eyes. As her words echoed, Shen Mo scrutinized her closely, eventually responding with a soft chuckle. Very well. He nonchalantly extended a pill towards her, saying, If you consume this, I shall believe you. Upon hearing his words, Lu Yufei hesitated momentarily before gently covering the pill with her hand, inquiring, What is this? Oh, it's a splendid concoction. Shen Mo replied with a wicked grin. In any case, if you are truthful, it is indeed a boon. Should you deceive me, however, it would be a fate worse than death. Lu Yufei hesitated, fearing it might be poison. But upon reflection, how could Shen Mo possess something so vile? Surely he could not know that she awaited an opportunity to harm him at the banquet of Fu Changdong. He was merely testing her resolve. Gazing into Shen Mo's devilish smile, Lu Yufei felt a wave of certainty envelop her. Very well. I trust you and hope you will trust me in return. At the banquet, there were chocolate beans aplenty. Who could discern the origin of this pill in Shen Mo's hand? Perhaps it is merely a roadside pill. Lu Yufei contemplated stealing herself and resolutely swallowed the pill, then turned to Shen Mo and proclaimed, Now you must believe me, right? The moment the pill touched her tongue, she was pleasantly surprised by its sweetness, which only strengthened her conviction. Her gaze towards Shen Mo was imbued with pity, disdain, and scorn. He remained so oblivious to the world, incapable even of executing a simple deception. Her confidence surged as she attempted to drape her arm around Shen Mo's. Let's go, she urged, only to be rebuffed by him. Wait, I have not permitted you to touch me. You are repulsive. Shen Mo's expression was devoid of emotion. What kind of detestable person would dare to cling to him without considering whether he would even entertain the notion? Lu Yufei's face flushed with a mix of colors. In the past, Shen Mo would have desired her, yet now she found herself rejected. Gritting her teeth, she forced a smile and remarked, Fine, I shall not cling to you. Is it only Feng Ling Huang who has the right to do so? Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Shen Mo looked at her with surprise and replied without hesitation, Of course. Do you think just anyone can lay claim to me? How cheap. His words only tightened Lu Yufei's jaw. I do not desire just anyone. Oh, Shen Mo responded nonchalantly, walking ahead of her. So, is your paramour merely for show? Lu Yufei, if you wish to play the harlot, do so without pretense. Do not assume I am still that naive Shen Mo. What makes you think you can compare with my wife? In terms of your shamelessness, depravity, and lack of dignity? Shen Mo's gaze bore into her, icy and resolute. If you dare to lay that filthy hand on me again, I shall sever it. Or perhaps I shall summon Luo Fan, and we can thoroughly critique your so-called schemes against me. No, Lu Yufei exclaimed, unable to suppress her voice. She did not wish for Luo Fan to witness this side of her. Even if she was willing to sacrifice herself to deal with Shen Mo, she would never allow Luo Fan to see her in such a grotesque and repulsive light. Ah, you truly are a splendid wife, Shen Mo exclaimed in astonishment. That green hat truly suits Luo Fan well. If he were aware, he would be infuriated. Oh, right, these two are indeed two of a kind. Lu Yufei had gone to great lengths to provoke Luo Fan by seducing others, only to have a jealous Luo Fan retaliate by wreaking havoc on the other parties involved, resulting in more bickering between them. How sordid! Shen Mo instinctively rubbed his arms, goosebumps rising on his skin. Fortunately, Lu Yufei had shamelessly called off their engagement. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to shake off such a persistent leech, which was utterly vexing. Shen Mo feared he might lose his composure and deal her a fatal blow. Such a woman threatened to breach his boundaries as a man. Alas, the world is so splendid, yet I find myself so irritable. This is unacceptable. I must endure until the world is shaken to its core. Such a worthless woman is not worth my time. With this thought, Shen Mo felt a wave of clarity wash over him, and he no longer found Lu Yufei repulsive. After all, did she truly deserve his consideration? Shen Mo yawned as he walked ahead, urging Lu Yufei to lead the way quickly. He was eager to return for the birthday banquet, as the time for the official celebration was fast approaching. As his voice echoed, Lu Yufei quickened her pace. The two were conversing in a secluded corner of the garden. Given the peculiar relationship between Lu Yufei and Shen Mo, the bodyguard from the Feng family hesitated and refrained from pursuing them. Suddenly, a shadow flickered before him, and in the next moment, Shen Mo and Lu Yufei vanished from his sight. This is bad. A sense of urgency gripped his heart as he hurried to give chase, only to find no trace of Shen Mo and Lu Yufei. Damn it! The captain, the Feng family bodyguard, urgently contacted Min Hang to report the matter. If this continued, should anything happen to Shen Mo, they would all be doomed. Meanwhile, Min Hang and others were accompanying an elderly steward towards the Fu family mansion. Did not expect you to be here, sir, Min Hang said respectfully. The elder was the chief steward of the Feng family's ancestral home, overseeing all affairs of the estate. Feng Lingwang had summoned him to genuinely instill a sense of intimidation in Shen Mo. After all, an ordinary steward of the Feng family would not be qualified to represent Feng Lingwang. However, this elder was different. He had watched Feng Lingwang grow up, and more importantly, he was a formidable force at the earthly spirit realm. Elder Feng acknowledged with a nod, saying little more. With his stature, he had no need to engage in lengthy discussions with Min Hang. In the Feng family hierarchy, Min Hang did not rank highly. Nonetheless, because he was affiliated with Shen Mo, Elder Feng offered him a few words. Otherwise, with Min Hang's qualifications and capabilities, he would not have had the privilege to approach him. As they made their way toward the Fu family mansion, Min Hang's expression suddenly shifted, sensing the message from the bodyguard. Damn it! Min Hang's countenance darkened as he swiftly rushed towards the back courtyard of the Fu family mansion. Simultaneously, the steward, Elder Feng, seemed to sense something as well, his expression growing grave as he directed his gaze toward the back courtyard of the Fu family mansion. What is that? A certain aura? Chapter 55. A grand feast awaits you. As they pondered this, on the rooftop of the back courtyard, Shen Mo and Lu Yufei entered a secluded chamber. This location within the Fu family's mansion was relatively obscure. Lu Yufei, having frequently visited the Fu family, was somewhat familiar with the surroundings. The spot she had chosen was the one selected by the mysterious individual. She had no idea why this person wanted her to lure Shen Mo here, but she believed that the benefits that would come after luring him would be limitless. So why not proceed? Shen Mo, I gave you a chance. It is you who is lacking. Lu Yufei's heart simmered with determination. When she had previously attempted to entice Shen Mo, He had resolutely rejected her, and had he not been so unyielding, perhaps she would have reconsidered. After all, being Shen Mo's lover would be far preferable to collaborating with those mysterious individuals. Yet he had offered her no opportunity. The thought of Shen Mo pushing her away without hesitation and deeming her repulsive ignited a flicker of malice in her eyes. As she and Shen Mo stepped into the room, she recalled the mastermind's words that all would be revealed to her. If she remained here, she would learn everything. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Shen Mo and said, "Shen Mo, will you not reconsider my proposal? Feng Ling Wang is indeed commendable, but I am no less worthy. Should you wish, I can be your lover, and I promise not to interfere with your relationship with Feng Ling Wang." As for Feng Ling Wang, she chose not to dwell on what would transpire once she learned the truth. Her sole desire was to seize the resources possessed by Shen Mo, having invested far too much in him already. What would Feng Ling Wang think if she were to discover that everything she coveted had been granted to her as mere trifles? Lu Yufei pondered, a wave of satisfaction washing over her. Thus, even at this juncture, she remained intent on persuading Shen Mo. However, Shen Mo regarded her with evident disdain. A gold-digging woman like her, a mere plaything of Luo Fan, dared to expect him to consider her? Consider what? The prospect of wearing a green hat? What a jest! Did he lack for women? Shen Mo said nothing, brusquely pushing Lu Yufei aside, his contempt palpable. Lu Yufei's expression darkened as she turned to leave, only to be halted by Shen Mo. "Wait," he said, a sly smile gracing his face. "Since you are the protagonist this time, you might as well stay and witness the unfolding drama." At his words, Lu Yufei's countenance soured markedly. She cared not about the fate Shen Mo might face. The enigmatic figure had merely required her to lure Shen Mo into this room. Moreover, Lu Yufei's expression turned frigid. What did Shen Mo's fate have to do with her? She had no desire to bear the wrath of the Shen family or Feng Ling Wang. With a chilling demeanor, she looked at Shen Mo and remarked, "Shen Mo, should I call you foolish or simple-minded? Since you've come here with me, do you still remain oblivious to the consequences? How could I possibly wait here with you?" She sneered. "This is a veritable hell I've prepared for you. Today marks your unfortunate day at Fu Changdong's birthday banquet. Are you truly unaware or merely pretending? Once within the Fu family's banquet hall, many would eagerly seek your demise. If I were you, I'd obediently hide within the gilded cage Feng Ling Huang has woven for you, playing the role of her kept man. Yet you choose to flaunt your power. Do you truly believe everyone fears you?" At this moment, Lu Yufei felt a surge of elation. She was certain that once Shen Mo entered this room, everything would be under her control. Furthermore, no one knew that Shen Mo's disappearance was linked to her. Even if someone saw them together, what of it? With so many guests at the banquet, who would dare pinpoint the culprit? Lu Yufei smirked coldly, convinced that Shen Mo was either doomed or gravely injured while still foolishly attempting to impede her. What a farce! On the other hand, as Lu Yufei spoke, Shen Mo's expression turned contemplative, gazing at her with surprise. "Have you revealed your hand so soon? That is unfortunate. The lavish feaster group prepared for me has yet to be served. However, given your eagerness, I shall let you take the lead." With that, Shen Mo abruptly seized Lu Yufei's shoulder, pushing her into a corner of the room before slamming the door shut with a loud bang. Boom! As the door closed, the entire room seemed to cave in. A chilling hum echoed, suggesting a passage to a dreadful realm. Suddenly, a violent and terrifying aura erupted from a corner of the room. As Lu Yufei was shoved into the corner, she instinctively sought to struggle, only to realize that all her strength and abilities had been suppressed. In that moment, she was no different from an ordinary girl, utterly powerless. Most alarmingly, a massive, horrifying vortex materialized before her, and a grotesque, foul creature emerged beside her. It resembled a monstrous entity, vaguely human in form, yet covered in grotesque boils and viscous fluids. Its body was a grotesque amalgamation of monstrosity. Most notably, it possessed an enormous, grotesque appendage that seemed to reach for the heavens. Witnessing the scene, Lu Yufei trembled in terror. She had not anticipated this dreadful creature lying in wait within the room. When had it begun? Yes, it must have started the moment Shen Mo departed. So, the signals and escape routes were intended for her. The moment she exited this room, the monster would be unleashed. But what was its purpose? Liu Yufei's gaze fell upon the horrific appendage, plunging her into profound dread. Suddenly, the intention of that mysterious figure became clear to her. No, let me out. Liu Yufei pounded desperately against the door and windows. Yet, it seemed that this place was shrouded by an ominous barrier, one that was terrifyingly potent and malevolent, as if it was never meant to exist in the human realm. The scent of depravity permeated the air. Ice Snow Concubine's gaze was icy as she rushed towards the location of Shen Mo and Liu Yufei. She sensed a hindrance in her path. Her eyes glinted with frost as she swiftly subdued the opposition. Just as she was about to advance, she suddenly detected the stench of depraved creatures and the malevolent aura that should not exist in this realm. What was happening? How could someone have summoned the aura of the Ice Evil Demon domain to this place and opened a hidden entryway? Chapter 56. Ice Snow Concubine's demands. To make him her tool? Ice Snow Concubine's gaze was frigid as she appeared almost instantaneously at the location of Shen Mo and Liu Yufei. Just as Shen Mo had locked Liu Yufei in the room and had yet to investigate the contents within, he sensed the arrival of Ice Snow Concubine's presence. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged at her. Simultaneously, a Yasha mask slipped from his hand, falling over his face. As he acted, Ice Snow Concubine seized his wrist. Her gaze cold as she demanded, "Where is Shen Mo?" Her eyes were glacial. Arriving late, Ice Snow Concubine had not witnessed the earlier events and was unaware of who resided within the room. Upon seeing Shen Mo, she instinctively believed he was an accomplice. The moment Ice Snow Concubine grasped Shen Mo's hand, a tremor coursed through her as if something within Shen Mo was siphoning her strength. Boom! Ice Snow Concubine's essence surged into Shen Mo concurrently. Shen Mo's spirit jolted, realizing that it was indeed the peculiar little plant within him that was responsible. He had brought this plant to Fu Chandong's birthday banquet to investigate the identity of Luo Fan's benefactor, only to discover it was this individual. However, how had her essence entered his body? No, it seemed to be infusing into this little plant. Shen Mo's mind was awash with bewilderment. Meanwhile, Ice Snow Concubine's thoughts were similarly tumultuous as she fixed her icy gaze upon the figure before her. Her physique is extraordinary, enabling her to absorb the chilling forces of this world for her own use. For ordinary mortals, mere contact would spell death. Thus, the Ice Snow Empress is perpetually surrounded by various protective measures. The white coat draped upon her shoulders, the black lace hat perched atop her head, and the ice silk gloves adorning her hands all serve as barriers. Moreover, within her, the seals of the world's foremost rune masters reside, all aimed at minimizing the peril she embodies. When the Ice Snow Empress fully activates her defenses, even she struggles to control her own aura, relegating her to a semi-sealed state during ordinary times. It is only in battle that she dares to unleash a fraction of her power. Yet even that is limited to an infinitesimal degree. However, even a mere fraction should be insufferable for anyone opposing her. Yet, what is this essence that he has absorbed from her own strength? How can he remain unscathed? The glacial light in her eyes hardened. Her ice blue irises flickered slightly. She sensed a subtle loosening of her internal aura. Even this minuscule shift is an exceedingly rare occurrence for her. Having long confined her own power, the Ice Snow Empress is formidable, yet simultaneously, her lifespan is rapidly diminishing. The pent-up strength within her crystallizes over time, posing a genuine threat to her health. This chilling force not only harms her adversaries, but also inflicts damage upon herself. For many years, the Federation has tirelessly researched how to ameliorate the situation within the Ice Snow Empress, for she represents a tremendous asset in battle. Yet this potential cannot be realized, which is profoundly regrettable. Should the Ice Snow Empress fully unleash her power, her demise would hasten. By sealing her abilities, she may prolong her life by a few more years. Thus, it presents an unsolvable conundrum. At this moment, the Ice Snow Empress distinctly perceives something within her opponent that seems to siphon her own strength away. The crux of the matter is that after this extraction, he remains unharmed. She scrutinizes Shen Mo, noting the absence of any scars or ice crystals upon him. Her gaze, frigid as winter's breath, suddenly strikes the doorframe beside her with a resounding slap. Instantly, the frame crystallizes into ice, and with a spine-chilling crack, the entire small building succumbs to her palm. Encased in frost, Clearly, she has not exerted her full might. Goodness, such power! Shen Mo's eyes narrowed. This is the most formidable strength he has encountered since his arrival in this world. Even the previously protective Ming, Lao, did not possess such prowess, excluding his wife, of course. Feng Linghuang, as his benefactor, undoubtedly harbors a potential far beyond what he has witnessed. Otherwise, the system would have chosen the Ice Snow Empress as a binding partner instead of Feng Linghuang. As Shen Mo contemplates this, his gaze grows somber, and he discreetly tightens his grip on the experience card for the first level of the Celestial Realm. This banquet for Fu Chandong is utterly perilous. Why do people keep appearing in waves? Am I truly so unfortunate as to be caught in this? He inwardly curses, exasperated with that old scoundrel Fu Chandong, who fails to conduct a proper investigation. The household resembles a sieve, with every individual lurking about. It is utterly absurd. Clearly, they are unconcerned about his demise within the Fu family. Meanwhile, the Ice Snow Empress has confirmed that her own power poses no issue. Thus, the problem lies with him. Who are you? Her crimson lips parted slightly as she gazed at Shen Mo, articulating each word. If you are willing to accompany me, I can pretend today's events never transpired. Her words breezed through the room, sweeping over the sinister domain within. Despite her attack shattering the doorframe and freezing the entire building, that malevolent field remains utterly unperturbed. It is evident that this incident is targeting Shen Mo. Yet at this moment, the Ice Snow Empress is preoccupied, her attention riveted on the masked man across from her. As Shen Mo feels the weight of her gaze, his mind races. What does this mean? Is she suggesting he become her tool to siphon power? This cannot be permitted. If it were merely about giving that small herb to the Ice Snow Empress, he might have considered it. But now, should he offer the herb? How could he be certain she would believe him? What if she drained him entirely or subjected him to experiments? Shen Mo is grateful he has not revealed his identity. How can that cursed thing be so outrageous? How did Luo Fan manage to forge a connection using it? His mind is a whirl of confusion. Is it possible that he has misstepped in initiating the plot? As his thoughts spiral, suddenly, a voice rings out from distance. Inspector Ice, what brings you to the Fu family? As the figure approaches, Shen Mo's eyes brighten, and with a swift motion, he vanishes into thin air. A beautiful invitation, yet I must graciously decline. Alas, the timing is not right. Inspector Ice, I shall take my leave. With that, Shen Mo disappears before the Ice Snow Empress. Possessing the technique of swift movement coupled with concealment, he melds seamlessly into the void, evading capture. The Ice Snow Empress's gaze flickers. She initially intends to intercept him as he makes his move, but her eyes shift, and she ultimately refrains from acting, turning instead to confront the figure that has materialized nearby. Manager Feng. As the Ice Snow Empress speaks, the figure reveals his appearance, none other than Feng Lao, the head steward of the Feng family. His expression is grave as he surveys the ominous domain ahead and addresses the Ice Snow Empress. Inspector Ice, I require an explanation. How could such a phenomenon manifest within the Fu family? Moreover, where is my young lady's fiancé? Feng Lao's countenance reflects fury. Had it not been for the Ice Snow Empress's presence, he would have already taken action. He had come to deliver gifts to Feng Linghuang. Yet before he could present them, he learns that the future brother-in-law has encountered trouble. Had he not sensed the Ice Snow Empress's aura, he would have unleashed a massacre. None would escape unscathed. This matter is a misunderstanding, the Ice Snow Empress replied, her brow furrowed in concern. She understood that the coincidence was too extreme. Shen Mo's predicament coincided precisely with her arrival. She realizes that any explanation would be futile unless Shen Mo emerges unscathed. Otherwise, she would find it challenging to clarify matters. After all, why is she here? And why does it appear as though she is concealing her identity? While the Ice Snow Empress has been tasked by Feng Linghuang to watch over Shen Mo, she has not explicitly agreed to Feng Linghuang's request. Most importantly, who claims that she, acting on the behest of Feng Linghuang, would not harm Shen Mo? The Ice Snow concubine furrowed her delicate brows, then took a deep breath, suppressing all the chaotic emotions she had felt in the presence of Shen Mo. It was imperative to resolve the matters at hand. She could not bear the blame for this. The Ice Snow concubine did not fear the power behind the Feng family, yet she was acutely aware of Feng Linghuang's disposition. With this thought, a flicker of malice crossed her face. She turned towards the sinister domain and addressed Elder Feng. Elder Feng, Let us join forces to break through this malevolent realm. If my conjecture is correct, a lecherous beast resides within, and Shen Mo and his companions are imprisoned inside. This domain cannot be shattered even by my dream-shattering ice crystal. I ask for your assistance in wielding the Feng family's treasured artifact to lend me a fragment of its essence. As she spoke, the coldness in her gaze intensified. Upon hearing her words, Elder Feng's expression grew considerably more grave. The dream-shattering ice crystal, unable to shatter this realm, while others may not comprehend its formidable power. He was well aware of its prowess. It was the Ice Snow concubine's signature technique. Her icy aura would freeze most upon contact. But the chilling force of the dream-shattering ice crystal surpassed her usual attacks 100-fold, representing one of her most potent manifestations of malevolence, cascading like falling snowflakes, akin to crystalline dreams. Thus, it earned the name Dream-Shattering Ice Crystal, embodying extreme cold and lethality. Very well, I shall assist you. Had anyone else made such a request of Elder Feng to draw upon the Feng family's precious artifact to resolve the situation, he would have certainly rebuffed them. However, the Ice Snow concubine was different. More importantly, Shen Mo's identity was also of significant distinction. Should he perish here, Elder Feng could not fathom what Feng Lingwang might do. The importance of the Ice Snow concubine's status was paramount. Thus, he had no choice but to aid her. Ice Inspector, let us proceed. However, I must forewarn you. Should anything happen to my young master, we shall not rest until we have sought retribution from you, the Imperial Capital's Martial Department, and the Night Patrol headquarters. The Ice Snow concubine's stature was exceedingly elevated within the Imperial Capital's Martial Department and the Night Patrol headquarters, let alone her considerable esteem among the upper echelons of the Blue Star. In terms of status, Feng Linghuang might not surpass her. But so what? With Feng Linghuang's potential, it would not be long before she eclipsed her. Anyone could discern the formidable strength hidden beneath Feng Linghuang's vast potential. Under such circumstances, even if the Ice Snow concubine opposed the Feng family and Feng Linghuang, she would reap no benefits. Elder Feng could not guarantee much, but he had watched Feng Linghuang grow up. He understood her intentions toward Shen Mo at a glance. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for her to summon him here with such urgency. Given Elder Feng's experience and status, even if he were reluctant, Feng Linghuang would not have insisted. Yet, he came nonetheless. Why? Was it not because Shen Mo was the one she cherished? With this thought, Elder Feng's gaze turned steely as he focused on the ominous domain before him. Today, no one would escape the Feng family's retribution. Anyone, all present, would be thoroughly scrutinized by the Feng family. As he spoke, the Ice Snow concubine's tone remained indifferent, her expression frigid. The Night Patrol and the Imperial Capital's Martial Department will act accordingly. No one can impede your actions. This is my assertion. Upon her utterance, Elder Feng cast her a glance, remaining silent. The suspicion surrounding the Ice Snow concubine had not dissipated. His earlier words contained a significant portion aimed at her. Their involvement would also be meticulously investigated. After all, the one in peril was their family's future son-in-law, Feng Linghuang's fiancé. That was a matter of an entirely different gravity. Without further ado, the two engaged in action. Meanwhile, Shen Mo had distanced himself from the small courtyard, blending into the front yard. He observed Min Xing recklessly rushing towards the back courtyard, acutely aware that his own strength paled in comparison to Elder Feng's. Thus, even as Elder Feng reached the back courtyard, he had yet to arrive. Ah, poor Commander Min, always bustling for my sake, Shen Mo lamented internally, then turned his gaze towards the back courtyard, eager to witness the confrontation between Elder Feng and the Ice Snow concubine. By the way, who is that elder? Could he be a powerful figure sent by Ling Huang to present a gift? Shen Mo pondered, watching Elder Feng in midair, just as Min Xing dashed up to him, bowing his head in respect. It was evident that he was indeed from the Feng family. As Shen Mo contemplated this, Elder Feng and the Ice Snow concubine had already commenced their assault. Chapter 58, The Calamity, the Wrath. Bang! The Ice Snow concubine swiftly raised her hand, and in an instant, a phantasmal figure resembling a goddess of ice and snow appeared before her. Clutching an ice and snow scepter, the figure emanated an overwhelming aura, pointing fiercely forward. In that moment, countless icy crystals surged ahead, coalescing in midair to form an ice dragon. Inferno of crystals. as the ice-snow concubine's voice resonated. An aura around her fractured, and with a thunderous crash, her entire essence merged into the goddess figure, infusing the ice dragon. Boom! The ice dragon thrashed its tail in midair, unleashing a ferocious roar, before expelling ice crystals akin to searing flames. Indeed, these were ice crystals that bore the essence of flames. Wherever the crystals traveled, they exhibited corrosive properties, transforming the void into an ocean of blazing ice and chilling flames. The scene, seemingly ablaze, paradoxically exuded an intensely frigid aura. Shishel, boom, boom. The sinister domain trembled under the assault of those fiery ice crystals, emitting sounds of violent burning, a distinct sensation of melting. Yet it was insufficient. The malevolent realm began to merge slowly, attempting to heal itself. It was indeed a high-level demonic domain. The ice-snow concubine's eyes chilled as she glanced at Elder Feng nearby. Understanding her intent, he promptly formed a seal before him, executing a series of intricate ancient gestures. Then, thrusting his finger forward, Feng Tiansheng of the Feng family, I summon the divine lamp of the ancestors. Bestow upon me a spark of starlight. As his words fell, a flickering star-like flame surged forth from the Feng family ancestral dwelling, darting towards the direction of the Northwest Province. Is this the essence of the ancestral treasures starlight from the Feng family? Was transpiring. Those who recognized that flicker of starlight narrowed their eyes. That very starlight had descended upon the Feng family during the revival of spiritual energy and the flourishing of the blue star. No one knows what lies within the starlight. Yet the power of the Feng family has surged rapidly as a result. For many years, despite the imbalance of strength between the ruler and the subjects, they have not been annihilated by the surrounding forces, thanks to the protection offered by this thread of starlight, which renders reckless actions impossible. Otherwise, even mutual restraint would have made it difficult for Feng Linghuang to grow. It is said that the awakening of Feng Linghuang's Xianwang body is significantly influenced by this strand of starlight. However, this remains merely a legend. As within the entire Feng family, Feng Linghuang is the sole individual to have awakened the Xianwang body. With a thunderous roar, as the point of starlight descended, Elder Feng's expression turned grave, guiding that breath of energy toward the ice goddess statue of ice and snow concubine. With her own power, she was still unable to bear the strength of this aura. Only the divine shadow she summoned could withstand it. This shadow is the fated image that every individual has the chance to awaken upon entering the Xianling realm. Those who awaken their fated image are destined for the Dilling realm, and even the Teeling realm is within reach. The fated image awakened by ice and snow concubine is extraordinarily powerful, having already possessed the might of the Teeling realm while she was still in the Dilling realm. Of course, this is merely the aura of the Teeling realm, not true mastery of its power. Should ice and snow concubine fully unleash her strength, she could momentarily reach the level of the Teeling realm, but the repercussions would be too severe. Moreover, such power would not be sustainable. As that strand of starlight infused the divine staff of the ice goddess, it erupted with an even more intense radiance. Under this brilliance, the ice giant dragon suddenly sprouted 3 heads, while 6 wings unfurled from its sides. Then, with a resounding crash, its icy breath seemed to unleash a wave of flames from within, flickering in the wind. This was indeed a flicker of flame, swaying in midair as if it might be extinguished at any moment. As this flame enveloped the frost and trembled toward the malevolent domain, a deafening blast resonated. In the area that even ice and snow, concubine's ice crystals, could not shatter was suddenly breached. Following this, it was as if the ice was melting away, akin to the spread of frost. An extreme flame, mingled with the power of ice, shattered that malevolent domain and transformed it into a realm of frost. Simultaneously, the plight of Lu Yufei within that malevolent domain was laid bare before all. A tremor coursed through the hearts of the onlookers as they beheld Lu Yufei, disheveled and seemingly cleaved in half by the monstrous beast suspended high in the air. Upon witnessing Lu Yufei's state, Luo Fan, who had been mingling within the crowd, turned pale with shock. What? How could this be? How could this be Lu Yufei? His gaze bore witness to both his astonishment at Lu Yufei's predicament and his frustration and sorrow over Shen Mo's absence, who had failed to accomplish his task and deliver a blow to the enemy. He was unaware of what transpired within that room. as it had all been orchestrated by Liang Siki. He had merely instructed someone to lure Shen Mo into that chamber. Liang Siki had assured him beforehand that there was absolutely no danger, which is why he had allowed Liu Yufei to go. After all, only Liu Yufei could approach Shen Mo without hindrance, as no bodyguard from the Feng family would obstruct her. Moreover, Shen Mo, being an infatuated admirer, had harbored inappropriate thoughts toward Liu Yufei, although he later had a change of heart. Yet, understanding men as he did, Luo Fan did not believe Shen Mo could truly remain indifferent to Liu Yufei's advances. Thus, he had sent Liu Yufei to entice Shen Mo, to lure him into that room. Naturally, none of this was done in his own name. He had delegated the task to his subordinates. The previous man in black had been arranged by him, one of his own agents. The compensation given to Liu Yufei had also been proposed by Liang Siki and provided by him. Little did he expect that this scene would unfold. Chapter 59. If Shen Mo cannot be found, then eliminate everyone here. What on earth is happening? Luo Fan hissed quietly, addressing a middle-aged man in black beside him, who had been sent by Liang Siki to guide him on what to do. Luo Fan had initially thought this would be a trivial matter. He believed he needed to do nothing, not even show his face, and Shen Mo would fall into a major pitfall. Yet, in the end, it was he who stumbled. As he gazed skyward at Liu Yufei, nearly exposed and laid bare before the crowd, his heart nearly erupted with rage. If he were not constantly reminded to conceal his own power and refrain from recklessness, he would have soared into action and eliminated everyone present. No, that's not correct. He couldn't kill them all, at least not those few in front of him. Luo Fan glared with gritted teeth at Elder Feng, an ice and snow concubine. Where on earth did these two emerge from? Did they save Shen Mo? Luo Fan had not accompanied the others to the small building and was unaware of the specifics. However, Liu Yufei was undoubtedly beyond salvation. Moreover, she had been sullied. Luo Fan's eyes burned with fury as he gazed upon Liu Yufei's figure, feeling an unprecedented revulsion. That was his woman. Damn it, Shen Montak, you worthless scoundrel. This is all your fault. It is because of you that Yufei has suffered such humiliation. You deserve to die. Fury coursed through Luo Fan's heart as he scanned the surrounding crowd, searching for a glimpse of Shen Mo. However, Shen Mo had long concealed his presence and employed the art of concealment, making it impossible for Luo Fan to detect him, resulting in a fruitless endeavor. As Luo Fan seethed with rage, in another part of the estate, Liang Siki's gaze narrowed, as if he could perceive the unfolding scene within the Fu family's estate. The lecherous beast has been discovered? Liang Siki's eyes narrowed slightly, struggling to comprehend who had breached his malevolent domain. After all, this had been a trace of energy he had sealed within the ice evil demon realm, specifically used to conceal the presence of the lecherous beast. Without this malevolent domain, the lecherous beast would have surely been discovered long ago. Furthermore, Liang Siki would have been unable to execute his plans with such ease. In truth, the lecherous beast was not initially intended for Shen Mo. However, since the opportunity had arisen, it was put to use. After all, eliminating Shen Mo was equally vital. Once Shen Mo fell into the trap, neither the Feng family nor Feng Lingwang would ever heed him again. Not to mention, that place would never accept a filthy wretch. Shen Montak Musti. For the sake of that place, and for the dignity of Feng Lingwang and the Feng family, such a tainted wretch simply cannot be allowed to live. Thus, he could effortlessly eliminate Shen Mo, even without resorting to his clandestine forces. Why not seize the opportunity? As Liang Siki pondered this, he hesitated momentarily before addressing an elderly servant beside him. Zhang Lao, I implore you to visit the Fu family and ascertain the situation. The malevolent domain cannot be breached, not even by the celestial spirit realm. Moreover, there is no celestial spirit realm stationed in the Northwest province. Although the ice-snow concubine has returned to the Northwest, she is merely there to enjoy her retirement and, given her current capabilities, cannot summon the strength of the celestial spirit realm or higher. Liang Siki was acutely aware of this. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Luo Fan to set this trap. Consequently, he could smoothly operate from the shadows, without dirtying his own hands, to rid himself of the treacherous Shen Mo, a nuisance and a detritus. How could such filth be worthy to stand against him? As Liang Siki's words left his lips, the elder known as Zhang Lao bowed slightly, and in a flash, vanished from his sight. Meanwhile, In the Fu family's backyard, Elder Feng's countenance turned ashen when the starlight aura of the Feng family was unleashed. His gaze fixated on the malevolent domain. As it was breached, his eyes swept over the scantily clad Lu Yufei, his expression unyielding as he anxiously searched the domain for Shen Mo's figure. Only upon failing to find him did he release a heavy breath. Had Shen Mo been caught in midair today, it would have brought disgrace to the Feng family, Feng Lingwang, and the entire Shen clan. Nonetheless, even with this realization, Elder Feng's fury remained unabated. He rose with a flourish of his sleeves and bellowed at those below. Who is this person? Where is my young master? The tension in Elder Feng's chest remained unrelieved. Shen Mo's absence did not guarantee his safety. This notion utterly enraged Elder Feng. He was determined to locate Shen Mo. Should he fail, he would annihilate everyone present. Excluding the ice snow concubine and the likes of Shen family head, none would escape. As Elder Feng's voice resonated, the expressions of the Lu family patriarch and others turned pale. Fu Changdong was no different, swaying unsteadily. Fu Xuyan was on the verge of being stunned. She gazed at Lu Yufei, suspended in midair, trembling violently. She could hardly fathom that such an event had transpired. The very scenario her father had dreaded had come to pass. Shen Mo had indeed encountered peril within their household. The Fu family was truly doomed. Father, it wasn't me. Truly, it wasn't me. She shook her head vigorously, grasping at Fu Changdong's form, tears streaming down her face, nearly collapsing from fear. She had not laid a hand on Shen Mo. She had not harmed Shen Mo. This was not her doing, nor had she brought ruin upon the Fu family. Fu Xuyan trembled uncontrollably. In contrast to Fu Xuyan's near collapse, Fu Changdong maintained a semblance of composure. He understood that his daughter could not have acted against Shen Mo. Furthermore, she had been by his side, even assisting Shen Mo earlier. Thus, this incident could not implicate her. Yet what if? Fu Changdong's heart was heavy with bitterness. He observed Elder Feng's furious countenance. A being of such strength within the Earth Spirit realm could slay their entire family without facing repercussions. For it was undeniably true that Shen Mo had encountered trouble within the Fu household. This was an inescapable truth. Should the Feng family seek retribution, the Fu family could only endure, unless, of course, the ice snow concubine intervened. Fu Changdong's gaze turned pleadingly towards where the ice snow concubine stood. She, with her eyes narrowed slightly, focused on Elder Feng's direction, prepared to speak when suddenly her gaze sharpened, honing in on a specific spot within the domain. Chapter 60, Discovery of Evidence, The Shadow. The ice snow concubine's eyes narrowed, and in the blink of an eye, she darted toward Lu Yufei. Meanwhile, the members of the Lu family had been expelled by Min Xing and others, kneeling before Elder Feng. Min Xing stated in a low voice, Elder Feng, these individuals are from Lu Yufei's family. The girl who was just suspended is Lu Yufei. She was Shun Xiao's former fiancée. Min Xing braved Elder Feng's murderous gaze, aware that Shen Mo's entanglement with his former fiancée was a matter that would surely disgrace Feng Lingwang. Elder Feng, having watched Feng Lingwang grow, was uncertain of the lengths to which he might go. As Min Xing spoke, Elder Feng let out a cold grunt, showing little reaction. He had observed Lu Yufei, and in comparison to his young mistress, she was an affront. As long as Shen Mo had his sight, he could never possibly be attracted to Lu Yufei. Thus, what could transpire between them? Most crucially, how had Lu Yufei managed to ensnare Shen Mo? And where had he vanished? Elder Feng's expression turned icily severe. He gazed at Lu Yufei, still suspended in mid-air, her form having been rendered a crystalline statue by the ice snow concubine's frosty flame during the assault. Now, shards of ice were plummeting down, yet the pole remained erect, revealing the effort exerted by the mastermind behind this scheme. Should Shen Mo find himself ensnared within, the consequences would be dire. As Elder Feng contemplated this, his gaze sharpened as he addressed the patriarch of the Lu family and others. Reveal your mastermind, and I shall spare your lives. As Elder Feng's voice echoed, the Lu family patriarch and others trembled, engulfed in despair. Initially, they had hoped for leniency when Elder Feng first spoke, but to their dismay, he merely offered them the grace of a complete corpse. Indeed, to conspire against Shen Mo was a crime that could not be excused. The Feng family would undoubtedly unleash their wrath, making an example of them, instilling fear in all. Otherwise, who would hesitate to strike at Shen Mo? Who would fear the Feng family then? The Lu family patriarch trembled, stammering, "Elder Feng, please see reason. We truly had no knowledge of this. Yufei has always been rebellious, full of her own ideas. When I suggested she marry Shen Mo, she vehemently resisted, insisting on being with that impoverished fellow named Luo Fan. We genuinely harbored no intention of harming Shen Mo. Elder Feng, please understand." The Lu family patriarch prostrated himself, bowing until his head bled. They feared none among them would survive within the Fu family. However, the Lu family still had others. At this moment, resistance served no purpose. They could only confess honestly, hoping that Elder Feng might show them mercy and spare the Lu family. The expression of the Lu family patriarch was one of utter despair. The other members of the Lu family were deeply bowing their heads, each wearing expressions that resembled the pallor of death. It was a stark contrast to their previous demeanor at Shen Mo's engagement banquet, where they had been all smiles, proudly looking down upon the people of the Shen family and gazing condescendingly at Shen Mo, almost believing themselves to be superior beings. Yet now, they found themselves in a predicament that neither they nor anyone else could have anticipated. Old Master Feng's face was grim, his gaze fixed darkly upon them. He let out a sudden cold snort and inquired, "Where's my little son-in-law? Do not dare claim ignorance. Lu Yufei is still here. Unless every one of you from the Lu family is deceased, it is impossible for you not to be aware of her unusual actions. Why has she come to seek out our little son-in-law? What did she conspire to target him? You had better come clean, or else not a single one of you in the Lu family will be spared." Old Master Feng's expression was impassive. He was well aware of why the Lu family's elder insisted on being forthright. If the words spoken by the other party proved useful, he could certainly leave a flicker of hope for the Lu family. However, if not, then their only path would lead to complete annihilation, regardless of their innocence. Since they were entangled with Lu Yufei, they were guilty. Lu Yufei belonged to the Lu family. Thus, they bore the blame. As Feng Lao's words echoed, the elder of the Lu family and his companions trembled violently, especially the elder, who was torn between the dilemma of whether to speak up. It was he who had instructed Lu Yufei to approach Shen Mo, and it was also he who had urged her to apologize to him. Therefore, the ultimate culprit behind Shen Mo's predicament was indeed them. As this thought crossed his mind, he rolled his eyes and promptly fainted onto the ground. "What's this?" Old Master Feng's eyes widened in rage. The elder of the Lu family had fainted. Could it be that Shen Mo truly was the victim of their machinations through Lu Yufei? Damnable, this wretched lot. Old Master Feng's anger flared as he prepared to speak, when suddenly the icy and regal figure of Bing Shuefei approached, whispering, "Old Master Feng, please remain calm. Perhaps I have found the true mastermind behind this." Upon hearing these words, Old Master Feng's heart surged with astonishment. Meanwhile, Shen Mo, too, was taken aback, wondering if they had truly identified the culprit. Truth be told, the only suspect in Shen Mo's mind was Luo Fan. Who else could have incited Lu Yufei to create trouble for him? It was known that his status had significantly changed since the past. Lu Yufei was not foolish enough to come up with a scheme against him out of thin air. Clearly, someone had whispered something to her, whether by making promises or by inciting her. In any case, there was an instigator who had darkened Lu Yufei's intentions, prompting her to act against him. Otherwise, given Lu Yufei's temperament, it made no sense for her to betray her family to ensnare him. At that moment, Shen Mo remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Yufei was coerced by her family into apologizing to him, coupled with the provocations from Feng Linghuang and Luo Fan. It was no wonder Lu Yufei had turned against him. He firmly believed that Luo Fan, the main instigator, must have enticed Lu Yufei, causing her to act irrationally against him. As Shen Mo pondered this, Bing Shuefei, with a frosty demeanor, handed over an object to Old Master Feng. "Indeed, it is this." Just as her words reached this point, a shadow suddenly appeared before Bing Shuefei and Old Master Feng. In the next moment, a swift figure darted past. In an instant, the item Bing Shuefei had extended was lost from sight. "Young master, hurry and leave," she exclaimed, frustration evident in her voice. Her brows furrowed in anger as she swiftly lunged toward the retreating figure. Old Master Feng's face was equally furious as he charged after the shadow. Their combined attacks stirred up a small whirlwind around them, Min Heng and the others managed to shield themselves, while the members of the Liu family met their demise. The fleeting shadow had emerged from amidst the Liu family. Damn it! Old Master Feng seethed, shouting at the receding figure. All members of the Liu family deserve death. From this day forth in Linhai City, the Liu family shall be exterminated. Old Master Feng's rage was palpable. The item that had just been stolen was the evidence that Bing Shui Fei had entrusted to him. Both had grown complacent, failing to anticipate that someone would infiltrate their vicinity. The assailant had not had the opportunity to strike, but they had succeeded in obliterating the evidence. Clearly, Bing Shui Fei had indeed found something valuable. With a resounding bang, as Old Master Feng's voice echoed, Bing Shui Fei's eyes glinted coldly. She deftly moved her fingers, summoning gusts of fierce wind around her. Her body subtly fissured with several new patterns, indicating she had unlocked additional seals. Today's events had truly provoked Bing Shui Fei's wrath. She had come to the Fu family as a guest, intending to present gifts, but upon encountering Shen Mo's predicament, she had been unable to assist him. Most importantly, time and again, others had challenged her authority and patience. Today, none of you shall escape. Utilizing the force unleashed by Old Master Feng, Bing Shui Fei stepped forward, closing the distance to capture the fleeing figure. The assailant's form was elusive, seemingly employing some method to conceal themselves among the Liu family members. In an instant, as Bing Shui Fei launched her attack, the figure jolted violently. The next moment, a shadow slipped away from the front figure, accompanied by a chilling breeze, swiftly seizing the item Bing Shui Fei had given to Old Master Feng, disappearing into the void. Shadow technique, fantasmique escape. Bing Shui Fei's gaze turned icy as the shadow darted away. She unleashed a flicker of icy crystal flame toward the fleeing figure. Although this flame lacked the grandeur of the ice dragon's fiery breath, it still emanated a ferocious and formidable aura. With a loud crack, as the energy surged forth, Bing Shui Fei emitted a muffled groan. A deafening explosion resonated through the air, followed by a ghostly wail that echoed, soon replaced by the acrid scent of charred flesh, which quickly dissipated. His phantasm has been scorched by my ice flame. Surround the entire Linbei district where the Fu family resides, Bing Shui Fei commanded. Wiping the blood that had trickled from her lips, her fingers snapping as an invisible flame ascended into the skies. Soon, the city officials and martial department personnel would arrive. They must seal off this area. No one here is permitted to leave. Conduct a thorough investigation of the entire Liu family and all associated individuals. Gather all information regarding Liu Yufei and report back to me immediately. A glimmer of frosty determination flickered in Bing Shui Fei's eyes. The icy blue light in her eyes flickered incessantly, and even the exquisite snow attire she donned struggled to contain the crystalline aura emanating from her. Today had truly dealt a harsh blow to her pride. Regardless of the depths she must plumb, she would unearth Shen Mo, alive or dead. She demanded to see him. As for everyone associated with the Liu family, they had better not be linked to the nefarious puppeteer conspiring against Shen Mo. Otherwise, their demise would be inevitable. Bang! As the Ice Snow Empress issued her orders, in a secluded manner elsewhere, Liang Siki, who had been languidly awaiting Zhang Lao's return, suddenly found his expression shifting dramatically. Zhang Lao, a rare look of astonishment graced his visage. Simultaneously, a ghostly figure beside him began to coalesce. Young master, you must leave this place at once. Zhang Lao's first words were a frantic plea for Liang Siki to depart. He had projected his spirit outside his physical form, intercepting the items before the Ice Snow Empress could hand them over to Old Feng, but he too had sustained grievous injuries. The projection of one's spirit is an arcane technique that condenses a person's essence into a palpable presence, allowing it to detach from the corporeal shell, akin to a soul's departure, and facilitating various clandestine endeavors. Zhang Lao was a seasoned practitioner of this art. His prowess, however, paled in comparison to that of the Ice Snow Empress and Old Feng. He could not hope to match either, hence he resorted to his spirit projection, seizing the opportunity to reclaim the items while their attention was diverted. Indeed, when Zhang Lao had received his orders, he found them rather peculiar. Upon infiltrating the Fu household, he had not acted rashly. Only after his spirit had possessed a member of the Liu family had he gleaned insights into the happenings in the rear courtyard. Clearly, Had he not arrived in time, dire consequences would have ensued. The Ice Snow Empress was within the Fu residence. His voice was urgent as he addressed Liang Siki. Old Feng from the Feng family's ancestral home is also here. Young master, you must vacate this place immediately. Shen Mo is missing, and the Feng family and the Ice Snow Empress's people will soon trace their way here. The entirety of Linghai City could be sealed off. This was no idle threat. In Linghai City, Old Feng and the Ice Snow Empress held the utmost authority. One had once been the chief inspector of the night patrol, while the other was the steward of the Feng family ancestral estate. In terms of status and strength, no one in Linghai City could rival them. Thus, if Shen Mo remained elusive, they would undoubtedly converge upon this location, potentially scouring the entire city, placing Liang Siki in grave peril. What is happening? Liang Siki sprang to his feet in alarm. How could the Ice Snow Empress and Old Feng be here? Wait, is Old Feng here to deliver gifts on behalf of Feng Lingwang? At this thought, a fresh wave of fury surged within him. How could Shen Mo, that good-for-nothing, command such attention from Feng Lingwang? As the esteemed scion of the Liang family, how could he possibly be inferior to that waste of space Shen Mo? Even the steward of the Feng family ancestral estate had come to present gifts to Shen Mo. Why not summon the head of the Feng family to honor him as a guest? Fury coursed through Liang Siki as he grappled with the incomprehensible reality of his defeat at Shen Mo's hands. Leave, he gritted through clenched teeth, his voice seething with anger. Just then, a leisurely voice rang out from not far behind him. Leave? Where to? Chapter 62. He is a celestial realm expert. As he spoke, Shen Mo's figure emerged, having followed Zhang Lao to this location. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon an unexpected delight. There were others entangled in the affairs concerning the Fu family. Young master, which family do you belong to? Why are you meddling in Shen Mo's matters? Shen Mo's eyes narrowed slightly. As he spoke, Zhang Lao, standing behind Liang Siki, wore a grim and tense expression. He sensed that the masked youth before him was exceedingly dangerous. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease regarding the individual. Though the aura exuding from the youth was not particularly formidable, Zhang Lao's brow furrowed deeply. He and Old Feng, along with the Ice Snow Empress, were roughly of similar strength, and he could clearly discern that Shen Mo's presence did not exhibit overwhelming superiority. If anything, it seemed considerably weaker than he had anticipated. Yet, why did the youth instill such a sense of trepidation in him? Shen Mo toyed with the Celestial Realm Level 1 experience card between his fingers, observing Liang Siki and Zhang Lao before him. Reveal your identities, and I shall grant you a complete corpse. Shen Mo despised unforeseen events and danger. Liang Siki and his cohort were matters beyond his control. He had initially thought the Fu family's troubles were orchestrated by Luo Fan, only to discover he had inadvertently ensnared a significant catch. When Zhang Lao had appeared earlier, Shen Mo realized he was decidedly not one of Luo Fan's men. Had he been, he would have dispatched him long ago. Thus, this individual must have been sent by someone else. How intriguing, besides Luo Fan. There were others intent on his demise, employing such a vile and unscrupulous method. Shen Mo contemplated the tactics that Lu Yufei had employed. Given Luo Fan's nature, devising such a malicious scheme was not beyond the realm of possibility, though he currently lacked the means to execute it. Therefore, there must be others involved. Was it you who orchestrated the affairs concerning the Fu family? Shen Mo's expression remained calm, the Celestial Realm Level 1 experience card continuing to spin in his fingertips, emanating a faint silvery glow. Liang Siki and his companions remained oblivious to this detail, as his gaze hardened as he fixated on Shen Mo. Who are you to interfere in my affairs? His expression twisted into a cold smirk, his tone dripping with arrogance. In the territory of Linghai City, had it not been for the exceptions of the Ice Snow Empress and Old Feng, he would have long since dispatched someone to eliminate Shen Mo. Of course, the Feng family posed a significant complication, which was why he refrained from acting rashly. Yet, who was this masked man before him, daring to meddle in his affairs? Liang Siki's eyes narrowed as he felt a twinge of resentment toward Zhang Lao for his declining abilities, unable to detect that someone had been tailing him. Unbeknownst to him, however, Zhang Lao's expression was one of greater astonishment. Despite his injuries, the projection of one's spirit was not something just anyone could follow. The Ice Snow Empress and Old Feng lacked the capability, otherwise they would have pursued him based on his aura long ago. Yet this masked youth had managed to tail him all the way here. Was his strength superior to Zhang Lao's? Or did he possess some arcane technique to perceive his ethereal form? In truth, Shen Mo required no mastery of any secret technique. To him, Zhang Lao's figure was as glaring as the sun, radiantly conspicuous, akin to a walking elixir. Unbeknownst to the adversary, their ethereal power serves as a remarkable tonic for the Qilin spirit residing within Shen Mo. Not only this, but Shen Mo's heavenly eye technique allows him to perceive all that is tangible and intangible in the world. Thus, the mere shadow arts of the underworld are insignificant in comparison. Furthermore, Shen Mo possesses the concealed spirit technique, rendering Elder Zhang unaware that he is being followed. Shen Mo, attuned to the aura of his pursuer, has traced him all the way into this estate. As Liang Siqi's voice echoed, Shen Mo chuckled lightly, maintaining a defiant demeanor. Since you insist on this path, I shall no longer indulge you. You choose the road to perdition, believing I lack the courage to end your lives? Shen Mo's expression was one of icy derision. He cared little for the identity of his foe. Their arrival here signified their fate was sealed. Shen Mo detested such covert threats. Should the enemy seize the opportunity, his own demise would be far grimmer than any tale penned in his earlier writings. Therefore, how could he possibly let them escape? If they refuse to reveal their identity, then they shall perish, and he will ascertain the truth thereafter. With a sneer, Shen Mo deftly activated the experience card for the first realm of Heavenly Spirit. Such hidden trump cards are meant for moments like this. He harbored no reluctance in deploying it. Once utilized, more reserves could be summoned, but should he allow such foes to slip away, his peace of mind would be shattered. As Shen Mo flicked his fingers, a chill of terror enveloped Elder Zhang, a visceral sense of impending doom gripping him. He was oblivious to the source of this threat and puzzled by the masked figure before him, who exuded such peril. His instincts prompted him to shield Liang Siqi while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. In that instant, a thunderous crash erupted as Shen Mo struck. Bang! Elder Zhang, who had been on high alert, failed to notice Shen Mo's approach. He assumed that the danger lay behind him, perhaps in the form of another formidable opponent. Who could have predicted that Shen Mo's attack would be a lethal strike? With a splatter of blood, Elder Zhang was sent crashing aside, his inner essence fracturing. The ethereal spirit was wounded. Liang Siqi's gaze widened in disbelief, fixated on Shen Mo. How could he injure Elder Zhang? Moreover, inflicting harm upon an ethereal spirit could only be achieved by someone at the heavenly spirit level. Yet, Elder Feng and the Ice Snow Empress wielded their own hidden powers, which allowed them to harm Elder Zhang. How had Shen Mo accomplished this? Liang Siqi, who had previously exuded arrogance and confidence, now felt a tremor of fear. He had relied on Elder Zhang as his protector, believing himself impervious to Shen Mo's threats. Aside from Elder Feng and the Ice Snow Empress, he feared no one. Yet, to his astonishment, Shen Mo had indeed injured Elder Zhang with a single strike. Liang Siqi's voice was a mix of shock and fury, tinged with profound disbelief. He began to retreat, fear and panic dawning in his eyes. Shen Mo had truly acted, and not only that, but he had also wounded Elder Zhang. As Liang Siqi's voice trembled, Elder Zhang, now violently coughing, cast a stunned gaze towards Shen Mo's position. Impossible. The power of the Heavenly Spirit. How could you possibly be a Heavenly Spirit practitioner? His voice was a desperate roar. Practitioners of the Heavenly Spirit realm are exceedingly rare. How could one appear in such a minor locale as Linhai City? There was no way the opponent could be a Heavenly Spirit practitioner. Meanwhile, Liang Siqi's thoughts solidified into certainty. The youth before him indeed possessed the power of the Heavenly Spirit. However, even someone of the Ice Snow Empress's caliber had to pay a tremendous price, even sacrificing their lifespan, to temporarily attain such power. What was Shen Mo's secret? As Elder Zhang's voice echoed, Shen Mo remained composed, suspended in midair, a formidable aura swirling around him, imbued with an overwhelming and terrifying force. If one were to describe this power, it would be akin to the authority of life and death itself. Was this the might of the Heavenly Spirit? Shen Mo pondered, for this was his first encounter with such power. He had held onto the experience card for the first realm of Heavenly Spirit, yet had never utilized it, believing it a waste without worthy adversaries. However, Upon activating this power, he became enamored with the sensation. The feeling of life and death resting within his grasp was the true essence of dominion. This was the might of the heavenly spirit. No wonder it bore the name of the heavens. Shen Mo recognized that the ascent from earth spirit to heavenly spirit marked a fundamental transformation. The intrinsic nature of power between the two realms diverged significantly, while the strength of earth spirits, though formidable, remained bound to the earthly realm. The power of heavenly spirits transcended such limitations. He recalled how both the Ice Snow Empress and Elder Feng had summoned a certain force when they unleashed their abilities. The Ice Snow Empress's prowess was evidently superior, conjuring forth a more potent ethereal manifestation. Elder Feng, on the other hand, had invoked the ancestral treasures of the Feng clan to attain such strength. Thus, that ethereal force must be one of the key elements in the ascension from earth spirit to heavenly spirit. In his mind, Shen Mo felt as though he had grasped a fleeting insight, yet it slipped away just as swiftly. He had not yet reached that echelon. Thus, even if he were to see something, he could not retain it. Nevertheless, today, his understanding of power would yield boundless benefits in the future. When he eventually ascended to the earth spirit realm, he might not even need to rely on the system's strength to elevate himself to the heavenly spirit level. Meanwhile, as Shen Mo's aura erupted, the Ice Snow Empress and Elder Feng sensed a shift in the atmosphere, especially the Ice Snow Empress, who was intimately familiar with the power of the heavenly spirit, instantly recognized this as such. How could a practitioner of the heavenly spirit emerge in this location? Which esteemed being had come to safeguard Shen Mo? Was it possible that Feng Linghuang held Shen Mo in such high regard that even a protector of the heavenly spirit was summoned on his behalf? No, that cannot be. As the Ice Snow Empress contemplated this theory, she swiftly dismissed it. The heavenly spirit practitioners were not so easily summoned. If they could protect Feng Linghuang, what merit did Shen Mo possess to warrant such protection? Moreover, it wasn't he, as though Feng Linghuang could simply request their aid. As she mulled over these thoughts, Elder Feng too was engulfed in uncertainty. The remnants of the starlight power still flickered within him, and he now sensed that what had just transpired was indeed the might of the heavenly spirit. How could such power manifest in Linhai City? Simultaneously, within the estate, as Elder Zhang's voice resonated, Liang Siqi's body surged forth, revealing that he was not an ordinary individual devoid of the means to retaliate. He himself is a formidable powerhouse at the Xianling realm. Yet, his strength and potential pale in comparison to Feng Linghuang. It is merely the case that his realm is slightly higher than hers. At the 8th level of the Xianling realm, he indeed exemplifies the brilliance of the Liang family. Shen Mo sensed the power coursing through his body. Although he remained unaware of Liang Siqi's true identity, he could vaguely perceive a potent force residing within him. This force suggested that Liang Siqi's abilities were not confined solely to the 8th level of the Xianling realm. Rather, he could unleash an even greater strength, perhaps akin to that of the 2nd or 3rd level of the Dilling realm. Shen Mo contemplated that this power would not last long. It would likely be a transient explosion of energy. Thus, it was evident that the scions of these prominent families possessed endless hidden trump cards, rendering any superficial assessment of their strength utterly unreliable. Shen Mo smirked, for he knew his own prowess surpassed theirs. Moreover, his hidden cards were boundless. As long as he had his wife by his side, he feared not the prospect of living off her bounty. As Shen Mo pondered this, Liang Siqi had already thrown something into the air, and with a sudden roar, he elevated his aura dramatically. In the next moment, he shot off towards the distant horizon. "Old Zhang, let us go," he exclaimed, yet his trajectory veered sharply away from Old Zhang, showing no intention of taking him along. Clearly, this was a feint. Upon hearing Liang Siqi's proclamation, Old Zhang momentarily froze, only for a flicker of despair to cross his eyes before he bellowed, "Young master, allow me to assist you." With that, he launched himself toward Shen Mo's position. Concurrently, his form visibly expanded, evidently intending to utilize a self-destructive gambit to facilitate Liang Siqi's escape. After all, the lives of his entire family lay in the hands of the Liang family. In such dire circumstances, he had no choice but to ensure Liang Siqi's safety. If he perished but Liang Siqi survived, perhaps there would still be hope for his family's future. Otherwise, they would all be buried alongside him. Old Zhang was quite astute in calculating such matters. Boom! As Old Zhang charged towards Liang Siki, Shen Mo merely cast a glance his way, pointed a finger, and instantly confined him in midair. Subsequently, with a deafening explosion, Old Zhang's form erupted in the air. At the same time, Shen Mo surged towards Liang Siki. The power of the first level of the Tianling realm is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. The might of his words manifesting into reality is truly formidable. Old Zhang and his ilk could scarcely withstand such force. As Shen Mo's attack hurtled towards Liang Siki, a surge of immensely powerful energy awakened. Chapter 64. The Ice Evil Demon King, Perfect Sustenance. Bang! Shen Mo's assault collided directly with Liang Siki. Simultaneously, a tremendous and overwhelming aura erupted from Liang Siki, reminiscent of the wicked domain Shen Mo had encountered at the Fu family. So it is you. Shen Mo's expression twisted into a cold smirk. Suddenly, he clenched his palm, unleashing an intensely violent and terrifying force directed at Liang Siki. This power threatened to engulf the malevolent energies surrounding Liang Siki. After all, this was the strength of the Tianling realm, even though it was Shen Mo's first time wielding this power, and he had yet to fully grasp the essence of the Tianling realm. It did not hinder his ability to utilize it. The essence of the Tianling realm's power lies in the manipulation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. While Shen Mo may not have known how to better control this energy, that did not mean he could not wield it. As the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills. Even a clumsy punch can fell a master. So what if he lacked finesse? He could still unleash it. Boom! Shen Mo gathered the surrounding spiritual energy, forming it into a sphere, and unleashed it upon Liang Siki. As this occurred, a brilliant force began to swirl around Liang Siki. This power stemmed from the object he had previously thrown to divert attention. In reality, it functioned as a miniature teleportation array. Once activated, Liang Siki could transport himself to a previously marked location. At this moment, he was in the process of activating this power. Meanwhile, the malevolent aura enveloping him grew increasingly potent. This aura served as his means of self-preservation and could not be pushed to its utmost limit. Otherwise, events would transpire that Liang Siki himself would dread to witness. I have provided you with countless resources and benefits. What is it that you desire? Why have you sought me? Liang Siki's voice erupted in fury, growing increasingly frantic. How much has Shen Mo offered you? I will give you 3 times, no, 10 times that. Spare me. Liang Siki was oblivious to the true nature of Shen Mo's strength. Yet he swore that this individual was unlike any Tianling realm powerhouse he had previously encountered. Liang Siki had seen several such beings, albeit from a distance, and each had left a different impression on him. How to articulate it? Shen Mo appeared as a child who had suddenly acquired an adult's weapon, playing with it as if it were a toy. His application of power and technique starkly contrasted with those seasoned masters of the Tianling realm. Yet, it was undeniable that he wielded the power of the Tianling realm. Thus, Liang Siki found himself in a quandary. He could not fathom why someone of such strength would deign to intervene on Shen Mo's behalf. Was he truly subordinate to Shen Mo despite his prowess? A thought flickered in Liang Siki's mind. Perhaps this individual was a mercenary hired by Shen Mo or a helper. If Shen Mo could enlist his aid, then surely he could as well. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, he spoke urgently. If you spare me, I shall give you anything. His voice thundered, sensing the intensifying energy within him, causing him to panic. As his words echoed, Shen Mo's expression remained indifferent. His voice coolly stating, "Then I desire your life." With those words, he effortlessly shattered Liang Siki's defenses. Simultaneously, one of Liang Siki's feet began to dissolve into the void. No, no, no. Just give me a little more time. Spare me. Spare me. The specter of death loomed over Liang Siki as he beheld the massive sphere of spiritual energy hurtling toward him, and he recklessly attempted to plunge into the void. However, it was too late. Shen Mo's attack had already arrived. Boom! The strike landed upon Liang Siki, and in that instant, a cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted from him. Ah! The essence of the mortal realm is truly exquisite. What a delectable scent of flesh. A colossal figure, reminiscent of a demon lord, emerged, causing the expressions of the ice snow Empress and Elder Foam to shift dramatically. No, how could this be? How could there be a trace of the evil aura from the ice demon realm? Has someone unleashed the demon lord from that realm? As the bodies of the ice snow empress and her companions trembled violently, Shen Mo's gaze remained resolutely fixed upon the imposing silhouette of the demon lord before him. The figure seemed to merge seamlessly with Liang Siki. What was happening? What kind of dark arts had the opponent mastered? Or had they forged some sort of pact? Shen Mo, having only a superficial understanding of this world, had previously discarded the book in frustration after witnessing the actions of the original Shen Mo, opting instead for a restful slumber. He was utterly oblivious to the specific developments, adversaries, or the ultimate conclusion of this world. Now, as he beheld the demon lord's form, Shen Mo's expression grew solemn. It appeared that this world was far more complex than he had initially assumed. Indeed, his instinct to lay low had proven wise. He silently commended his own decision while gazing intently at the demon lord's figure. After assimilating Liang Siki's body, the demon lord also turned its attention toward Shen Mo. Little mouse, how intriguing. You possess the aura of the celestial realm, yet lack the corresponding cultivation and abilities. This king finds your essence exceedingly fascinating. You shall serve as my sustenance. The sinister demon lord gazed hungrily at Shen Mo, nearly drooling at the prospect. What a perfect source of nourishment. Consuming him would elevate its power beyond the celestial realm and even mend its prior injuries. Oh, how splendid. The demon lord was almost delirious with joy, gesticulating wildly as it lunged towards Shen Mo. Meanwhile, from a great distance, the ice snow empress's expression shifted once more. She sensed that this demon was one of the celestial level fiends she had previously repelled. How could this be? Why had it not returned to the secret realm? She had clearly driven all the beasts back into their domain. Wait, the ice snow empress's expression darkened. Someone had secretly conspired with the creatures of the ice demon realm. As this realization struck her, intricate patterns erupted across her body. Her snow-white cloak billowed in the wind, revealing her white battle attire beneath. Elder phone, cover me. I shall obliterate that demon lord. The ice snow empress resolved to forcibly tap into her inner power, fully aware that it would exacerbate her internal injuries. Yet she could not afford to dwell on such matters now. However, as her voice rang out, a thunderous explosion suddenly resonated from ahead. Chapter 65, The Celestial Ancestor, The Embarrassed Ice Snow Empress. Boom! Following that, an excruciatingly shrill wail echoed from the front. The demon lord howled in agony, clutching one of its claws as it turned to face Shen Mo. At that moment, an incredibly potent glow enveloped its entire being, radiating a golden, ancient aura, alongside a hint of true dragon essence. TSK, the indomitable dragon emperor armor is indeed fascinating. Shen Mo could sense that the indomitable dragon emperor armor had recognized the imminent danger and had automatically activated its protective measures. Nevertheless, the intensity of this radiance was formidable. Shen Mo observed the demon lord's claw, noticing it was shrouded in an imperishable golden light, as if something were relentlessly strangling its internal power. Within that aura, there were faint traces of dragon roars. Clearly, it was the might of the Dragon Emperor within the indomitable Dragon Emperor armor. Shen Mo had previously seen the description of the armor, which carried the might of the Dragon Emperor, inflicting 200% damage to dragon-type creatures. However, this did not imply that it could not instill fear and harm upon other beings. Evidently, the might of the Dragon Emperor was immensely powerful, capable of intimidating and eroding even non-dragon creatures, significantly diminishing their offensive and defensive capabilities. Indeed, the might of the true dragon was not something others could withstand. As Shen Mo contemplated this, a faint smile graced his lips, as the glow of the indomitable Dragon Emperor armor emanated from him. The Ice Snow Empress also sensed the true dragon's power she had previously felt in that estate on the western outskirts. Was the individual before her a celestial realm powerhouse? How could such a formidable being be found in a place like the western outskirts? Could it be that the estate concealed some profound secret? Had they come to investigate that secret, leading them to the Northwest Province? If that were the case, it would explain why this celestial realm expert had appeared in Linghai City. While the Ice Snow Empress pondered these thoughts, her feet moved swiftly, almost floating with the wind, as she darted toward the estate where Shen Mo and the Demon Lord stood. This location was not difficult to locate. It merely took some time to hone in on the aura. Now, Witnessing the standoff between Shen Mo and the Demon Lord, the Ice Snow Empress wasted no time. Elder, let us join forces against that Demon Lord. As she spoke, Shen Mo felt a peculiar sensation. Elder? Did he appear so ancient? Moreover, this woman was remarkably compliant now, unlike her previous haughty demeanor when confronting him. As the Ice Snow Empress began to speak, she finally recognized Shen Mo's visage. It was the masked individual she had encountered at the Fu family estate. An awkward atmosphere permeated the air. The Ice Snow Empress had previously instructed others to follow her, and had even mentioned that today's events would be forgotten. Even someone as aloof as the Ice Snow Empress felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks, and she nodded at Shen Mo, attempting to maintain her composure. I apologize for the previous offenses. I hope the Elder will not take them to heart. The extermination of demons is of utmost priority, and I request the Elder's assistance. At this moment, the Ice Snow Empress felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her earlier actions had indeed been quite disgraceful. However, she had her suspicions about why he was present. He must have sensed the aura of the Ice Demon realm and pursued it, ultimately cornering the hidden Demon Lord within this estate. As for how he discovered the situation at the Fu family estate, the Ice Snow Empress did not dwell on it. Individuals of such celestial realm caliber naturally possessed unique means to detect such matters. She did not need to comprehend or question that. As her voice fell, Shen Mo nearly burst into laughter. However, adopting the demeanor of a reclusive sage, he merely nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, on the other side, Old Feng had also arrived. Upon witnessing the interaction between Shen Mo and the Ice Snow Empress, a hint of surprise flickered within his heart. He nodded toward Shen Mo and, bowing deeply, proclaimed, "I pay my respects to the esteemed Elder Tianling." His status differed from that of the Ice Snow Empress. It was imperative for him to bow before a powerful being like Tianling. Shen Mo cleared his throat, an odd sense of intrigue swelling within him. This venerable gentleman was specially invited by his wife to bolster his standing, and here he was, bowing to him. Ha ha! What a delightful turn of events! Shen Mo reveled in this moment before directing his gaze toward Old Feng and the Ice Snow Empress, suggesting, "Shall we join forces to vanquish this Demon King?" His experience in the Tianling realm still had a considerable duration left, so there was no rush. After all, they had reached this point, and there was no need for pretense. As he spoke, the Ice Snow Empress and Old Feng nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, we shall heed the Elder's command. Now, step aside and allow me to take the lead." Shen Mo sensed that his time in the Tianling realm was sufficient, and thus decided to forego any further deliberations and take action. Meanwhile, the Demon King on the other side was filled with uncertainty. How could the Ice Snow Empress be here? And that elderly man, what an odd aura he possessed. It seemed to emanate a power that even the Demon King itself feared. Fortunately, it appeared that the adversaries could not fully unleash their potential. Resolute, the Demon King chose to strike at Shen Mo. Despite the presence of the indomitable Dragon Emperor armor on Shen Mo, its aura was too faint. He was not a true Tianling realm cultivator. Little insect, you think you can rely on that true dragon armor to assert dominance? Alas, you are gravely mistaken. The Demon King roared with indignation. It was unaware of the true name of Shen Mo's indomitable Dragon Emperor armor. It merely recognized it as a true dragon armor. But what of that? The Demon King's own aura was potent enough to erode the essence of a true dragon armor, ensuring that Shen Mo, this little insect, was destined for demise. How could a mere pseudo-Tianling realm cultivator dare to be brazen before it? As the evil shadow Demon King roared, it cautiously maneuvered past the auras of the Ice Snow Empress and Old Feng, charging directly toward Shen Mo. It was a classic case of picking on the weak. They were unaware of Shen Mo's true capabilities, but it certainly was not. Bring on. With that thought, it rushed toward Shen Mo. Upon realizing that the Demon King had targeted him, Shen Mo merely raised an eyebrow and then broke into laughter. Indeed, the Demon King had chosen the wrong target. As Chapter 66 unfolds, with the heavenly opening divine axe and the transformation of celestial artifacts, Shen Mo's form surged forward like a tiger descending from the mountains. Boom! Shen Mo charged toward the Demon King, who was also barreling toward him. Seeing Shen Mo's actions, the Demon King scoffed. Little insect, you truly are amusing. Do you really believe that your dragon armor poses any threat to me? Its voice reverberated in Shen Mo's mind, dripping with mockery. This demon king was quite cunning. It understood that the Ice Snow Empress and the elderly man possessed formidable strength and unique abilities. It was gravely injured and might not be able to contend with them. However, the little insect before it was a different matter entirely. Endowed with the strength of the Tianling realm, yet lacking the corresponding skills and prestige, he was a most tempting morsel. Moreover, the true Dragon Emperor armor on his person was a tantalizing prize. The Demon King speculated that this armor was indeed the true Dragon Emperor armor. Otherwise, it would not exude such overwhelming prestige and ferocity. But what did that matter? A little insect remained a little insect. It believed that with this dragon armor, it was invincible, all the while flaunting its bravado before the Demon King. The Demon King could hardly contain its laughter. How splendidly deluded. Once it had consumed this little insect, it would then feast upon the Ice Snow Empress and Old Foam. Relishing in the triumph. This was an exquisite opportunity, practically served on a silver platter. The Demon King reveled in its own hubris, roaring as it swiftly charged toward Shen Mo. Its excessive pride and rapid movements aroused confusion in the hearts of the Ice Snow Empress and Old Foam. Was the Demon King's intellect somewhat impaired? Among the three, Shen Mo appeared the most formidable, yet it had chosen to confront him. Did they perhaps misjudge the nature of these creatures? Were they not supposed to prey upon the weak, specifically targeting the vulnerable? As these thoughts coursed through their minds, particularly in the case of the Ice Snow Empress, who had sustained significant injuries, she realized that if the Demon King pressed forward recklessly, she could very well be mortally wounded. She had prepared herself for such a grim outcome. Yet unexpectedly, the Demon King had opted to engage the strongest among them. As their minds were consumed by such ponderings, the Demon King and Shen Mo collided. With the Demon King brimming with confidence, it rapidly channeled its demonic energy, aiming to corrode the true dragon aura surrounding Shen Mo, seeking to carve out a path through his defenses. Suddenly, its expression froze in disbelief, and it bellowed, "Wait! How can you possess the aura of a divine beast?" The Demon King's thoughts raced in disbelief. In the meantime, Shen Mo had gathered the essence of the little tiger and unleashed it in a powerful strike against the Demon King. Fool! Although Shen Mo had not summoned the little tiger, it did not mean he lacked its essence. Moreover, as its master, he could harness the little tiger's power in times of dire need. Shen Mo had previously surmised that the Demon King's abrupt awakening might be linked to its energy signature. Its soul essence had been concealed within Liang Siki, only to resurface at a critical moment, supplanting Liang Siki's mental fortitude. No wonder Liang Siki had appeared so flustered earlier. He must have been acutely aware of the dire consequences of awakening the Demon King. However, he had no choice. Failing to awaken, it would have led to his own demise. Yet, after awakening, as long as the Demon King did not fully revive, there remained a glimmer of hope. Shen Mo had no inkling of Liang Siki's intentions. However, he speculated that should the latter manage to escape safely, there might still be an opportunity to suppress the Demon King's aura once more. But at this moment, the Demon King had lost all chances. As Shen Mo pondered these thoughts, he fully unleashed the power of the little tiger. Instantly, a celestial beast, reminiscent of both tiger and leopard, materialized before him, swiftly lunging at the Demon King. The enlarged aura of the tiger bore an uncanny resemblance to a divine guardian, though it lacked the formidable presence that commanded respect over both heaven and earth. Before anyone could react, a spectral figure leaped forward, swiftly positioning itself before the Demon King. With a ferocious snap, it bit into the ethereal essence of the Demon King, severing its power by half. Ice Snow Fairy and Elder Foam, unaware of the specifics, could only perceive the moment the Demon King roared in agony after being engulfed by an unseen force, its aura dissipating dramatically. What manner of sorcery is this? Both Ice Snow Fairy and Elder Foam were astounded. Meanwhile, Ice Snow Fairy, wielding the phantom of the Ice Goddess, faintly sensed the emergence of some spectral power before her. Yet upon closer inspection, it eluded her understanding. Upon releasing the aura of the Pishio Tiger, Shen Mo surged forward just as the Demon King's anguished cries erupted. In an instant, he closed the distance, conjuring an enormous axe, unmistakably the legendary heaven-splitting axe. Though Shen Mo had no true knowledge of what the authentic heaven-splitting axe entailed, he crafted one purely from his imagination. At that moment, the axe radiated a brilliant light, exuding a celestial melody that enveloped Shen Mo, creating an extraordinary spectacle around him. Could it be that a celestial-grade treasure has materialized? Ice Snow Fairy's gaze was fixed intently upon the scene. Such a phenomenon was traditionally reserved for the unveiling of celestial artifacts. Yet this formidable axe was entirely of Shen Mo's own making, forged from the very essence of the heavens and earth. Wait, the opponent had summoned a weapon that resembled a celestial soldier's artifact almost instantaneously. It was known that many powerful beings of the heavenly spirit realm could not achieve such a feat, even among those at the heavenly spirit level. There existed variances in their comprehension of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Only those with extraordinary sensitivity and a high degree of affinity to the natural forces could command them effectively. Otherwise, one could only transform them into mundane weaponry or techniques for personal use, seldom achieving the creation of overwhelmingly powerful weapons. Let alone the sensation of celestial melodies resonating in the air. Ice Snow Fairy, possessing an exceptionally rare innate constitution, was only able to grasp the power of the heavens at the earthly spirit level, forming phantoms. However, such abilities paled in comparison to the true methods of the heavenly spirit realm. She could only be considered a half-fledged practitioner of that realm. In contrast, the power Shen Mo unleashed had already surpassed the capabilities of most heavenly spirit practitioners. As Ice Snow Fairy marveled in disbelief, Shen Mo wasted no time with further words, delivering a mighty blow with the axe directly upon the Demon King. In reality, the manifestation of the heaven-splitting axe was a serendipitous occurrence. With both Ice Snow Fairy and Elder Foam present, he could not resort to merely forming a mass of spiritual essence to strike the Demon King as he had done previously. Though effective, it would have been far too simplistic. More critically, Shen Mo instinctively felt that the utilization of the spiritual essence of heaven and earth was likely one of the principal techniques and essences of the heavenly spirit realm. Thus, he subconsciously manifested the heaven-splitting axe. After all, this formidable axe, in conjunction with his dominating ancient technique, was immensely powerful. Other weapons might only harness 50 to 60% of the dominating ancient technique's might, but this axe could unleash its full potential, perhaps even surpassing it. The Demon King had to be vanquished. Its demise was imperative. Such a formidable foe could not be allowed to survive. For Shen Mo would find no peace until it was eradicated. Though often jovial and carefree, Shen Mo exhibited a fierce and ruthless demeanor in the face of such perilous threats to his life. In this world, he was a survivor defying fate. Thus, when confronted with an adversary potent enough to jeopardize his existence, he would rather err on the side of aggression than allow it to escape. Had he not sensed the approach of Ice Snow Fairy and the others, he would have already struck down the Demon King. As Shen Mo's assault descended, the Demon King was engulfed by a profound terror. It could scarcely fathom that a being like Shen Mo could exist in this world. How could this be? Its mind screamed in disbelief. First, there was the pseudo-heavenly spirit power, then the strength of divine beasts, the true Dragon Emperor's armor, and now the emergence of celestial artifacts. What manner of creature is this? A child of destiny? Even a child of destiny would not possess such overwhelming prowess. It was utterly unfathomable. As the Demon King recoiled in horror and panic, it attempted to flee, but it was already too late. In its haste and arrogance, it had recklessly charged before Shen Mo without a moment's hesitation. Now, even upon realizing Shen Mo's formidable nature and understanding that he was not to be trifled with, escape was impossible. The anguished wail of the Demon King echoed through the air. It had initially intended to flee toward Ice Snow Fairy, perceiving her as the weakest link, the most promising target for escape. After all, as she was under the protection of the Blue Star Federation and an unparalleled beauty, Shen Mo could not possibly abandon her to peril. Moreover, Elder Foam was present, even if it meant putting itself at risk. It would never allow harm to befall Ice Snow Fairy. Thus, she was the ideal escape route, but now it was too late. Bang! A surge of ancient, formidable light erupted from Shen Mo, a light so pure and primal, akin to the radiance of the Tao itself. Unembellished, yet capable of slicing through the Demon King's protective aura with ease. The sinister energies could not withstand the might emanating from Shen Mo. This was the primordial force of the cosmos, a single strike potent enough to sever the very fabric of chaos. Though Ice Snow Fairy and Elder Foam could not discern the true nature of this power, they felt its overwhelming strength. It was immensely strong, beyond measure. Their own energies shrank back in response. Even Ice Snow Fairy's icy aura, which typically radiated freely, recoiled as if encountering a being of superior status, retreating instantaneously. It was known that even the seals upon her power could not achieve such an effect. Each attempt to suppress this force had required immense effort. Ice Snow Fairy had planned to return to the Imperial capital after this encounter to seek assistance in sealing her internal power. Otherwise, she would inevitably face a shortened lifespan due to power leakage. Yet in that moment, the icy energies withdrew instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Ice Snow Fairy fortified her seals and donned the Snow Command suit once more. Though it had suffered a slight tear from her earlier exertions, it remained serviceable. Under the immense force of Shen Mo's heavenly opening divine axe, the malevolent aura of the Demon King was utterly obliterated. I refuse to accept this. This outcome should not have transpired. The Demon King's voice wailed in sheer agony. It had just reemerged into the world, poised to unleash a wave of carnage. With merely a taste of blood and flesh, it could gradually restore its former might. At that time, few in human society would be able to stand against it. Now, all was in vain. As its piercing screams echoed, the essence of its soul was also completely disintegrated. Shen Mo, maintaining a facade of calm, extracted its soul core and held it aloft, directing his gaze toward Ice, Snow, Concubine, and Old Foam. Just as they were about to speak, Shen Mo's presence vanished before them. After all, the experience card for the first level of the Heavenly Spirit Realm was nearing its expiration. It would be foolish for Shen Mo to linger and engage in idle chatter with them. He had no time for such trifles. Having enacted his plan and eliminated his foes, it was time to depart. However, as he left, Shen Mo cast aside the incriminating evidence he had previously obtained from Liang Siki and others, evidence that old Zhang had procured from the Fu family. Let be a source of vexation for them. To summon such a demonic power and invoke that kind of entity, no matter who it was, they would have to face the consequences. This would provide some diversion for Ice Snow Concubine and her companions, preventing them from becoming too idle and turning their attention toward him. Importantly, Shen Mo intended to leverage their strength to unearth the puppet master behind the scenes. To think they would use Luo Fan's power against me? Shen Mo's expression twisted into a cold smirk. He was eager to discover which celestial being lurked in the shadows. As Shen Mo's figure faded from view, Ice Snow Concubine furrowed her brows, grasping the incriminating evidence he had left behind, a document previously stolen from her possession. Her gaze turned frigid. Once the mastermind behind this scheme was uncovered, it would reveal who conspired with the demonic entities. How detestable! As she spoke, Old Foam coughed violently, his form hunched and weary. He was not the legitimate heir of the Foam family, and having invoked their ancestral treasure twice in succession had taken a toll on him, leaving him struggling to maintain his composure despite the faint aura bestowed upon him by the Foam Patriarch and others. Chapter 68. Shen Mo Lives. Miss Snow, I shall return to the Foam family now. I implore you to take care of today's matters. Old Fang's voice was frail yet earnest. Had the Demon King incident not occurred, he would never have pushed his own limits to this extent. He would have still had the strength to seek out Shen Mo. However, the backlash from the starry energy coursing through him was severe. Fortunately, with Min Hang and others still at the Fu family, he had allies to assist in the search for Shen Mo. Otherwise, he would have been unable to leave. At that moment, Ice Snow Concubine was his most reliable confidant. The recent Demon King incident had cleared her of suspicion. It was unlikely she had any ill intentions towards Shen Mo. Very well, Old Foam. Do take care and return to recuperate swiftly. Ice Snow Concubine could see that he had suffered greatly from the backlash and was barely holding on. Rest assured, we of the Foam family will remember today's events, and our young lady will certainly pay a visit in the near future. Old Foam said little more, as his current condition left no room for pleasantries. Moreover, he needed to hasten back to report to the family head and the young lady. If someone had employed demonic entities to harm the young lord, it was uncertain whether it was aimed at them or the young lady. As Old Foam departed, Ice Snow Concubine's icy gaze deepened, her brows knitted in thought. For some reason, she felt an unsettling dissonance regarding today's events, yet could not pinpoint its source, especially with the demonic king and entities looming so closely. Never mind. She resolved to return and ponder further. Taking a deep breath, she turned and appeared within the Fu family estate. At that moment, chaos reigned within the Fu family. They had sensed the tumult from the outskirts, where the confrontation had occurred. After all, the battle at the heavenly spirit realm was nothing short of harrowing. While they could not perceive the specifics of the scene, they could vaguely sense the terrifying power and the dreadful atmosphere that pervaded the air. As trepidation gripped their hearts, Shen Mo yawned and emerged from the main courtyard. What on earth is happening here? Shen Mo regarded the crowd, who had fallen to their knees, nearly weeping in despair, and remarked, "Has President Fu passed away? What is with all the tears at a birthday banquet? Is there fireworks outside?" As he spoke, Shen Mo glanced upward at the sky. Upon his arrival, those who had been prostrating themselves in shock suddenly trembled with disbelief, exclaiming loudly, "Shen Mo is alive. He is here. Shen Mo is here." The Shen family head and others, guarded by Min Heng and the others, retreated to the front hall, their hearts in turmoil. "It is all my fault. All my fault." He struck his face in despair, lamenting that he should never have allowed Mo to be headstrong and attend such a banquet. Now look, they had lost his life. Wah, my montakia. The Shun family head was nearly inconsolable, for he had doted on Shen Mo beyond measure, granting him everything he desired. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Shen Mo to be so spoiled without the Shun matriarch's influence. After all, most affairs of the Shun family required the patriarch's approval. Yet, he had never once denied Shen Mo anything. Now, the thought of Shen Mo facing peril at the Fu family weighed heavily on his mind. "I was wrong. Wah, I should never have let him come. I should not have," he lamented. "I knew very well that the Liu family likely harbored ill will against him. Wah, I will kill the Liu family. I will kill the Liu family." His voice rose in a furious roar, while the Shun matriarch was left speechless, choked with sorrow. Meanwhile, Fu Changdong sat in a corner, overwhelmed and unable to think clearly. Shen Mo had encountered trouble within their family. Even if he returned alive, the Fu family would still be in deep trouble. "It was my mistake," he murmured. "I should have eradicated the Liu family completely. What of societal norms or unspoken rules? He should have disregarded everything. When the Liu family came knocking, he should have driven them away. He had endangered the entire Fu family." On the other hand, Fu Xian was sobbing uncontrollably, clutching Fu Changdong's arm, exclaiming, "Father, just say it was me who had grievances against Shen Mo, that I was the one who harmed him. Wah, push me forward to take the blame, and our Fu family will be safe. I'm so sorry, Father. I have brought you misfortune." In that moment, Fu Xian had matured for the first time. She remained oblivious to the fact that a single unintentional blunder could precipitate immense losses for her family. At this moment, she had come to comprehend the sensation of causing a calamity, yet she found herself powerless to amend it. How she wished that she had not engaged in any conflict with Shen Mo. Had that been the case, even if Shen Mo were implicated in the troubles befalling the Fu family, they would have possessed the means to exonerate themselves. However, now, it was far too late for such considerations. A palpable gloom enveloped the group, their spirits weighed down by despair. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices erupted from outside. Fu Changdong, consumed by his own frustration, bellowed at the bodyguards beside him. "Are you all deaf? What is this ruckus outside? Those causing the disturbance should be dealt with severely. If anything happens to Shen Mo, they shall not escape retribution. We cannot allow any disorder within the Fu family at this critical juncture." Ah, how imposing Chairman Fu's tone is. "What, do you wish to kill me?" Shen Montak retorted, surrounded by his admirers. Upon hearing this voice, he was struck speechless. Who had he offended to warrant such threats upon his return? The moment his words left his lips, Fu Changdong and the head of the Shen family appeared as though struck by lightning. "Shun!" Fu Changdong's voice trembled, and before he could finish, the head of the Shen family burst into tears, rushing towards Shen Mo. "My son!" Shen Mo's mother wept, her makeup running, while the head of the Shen family trembled, gazing at Shen Mo with a silent but red-eyed intensity, struggling to suppress the lump in his throat. "Montakia!" He strode forward and embraced both Shen Mo and his wife tightly. Shen Mo offered them comfort, his hatred for those who had conspired against him in this critical moment intensifying. He vowed to find the perpetrator and exact a gruesome revenge. Once the reunion between Shen Mo's parents concluded, the head of the Shen family, with reddened eyes, inquired, "Where have you been? Do you have any idea what has transpired?" Chapter 69. Are you infatuated with him? As the words left his mouth, Shen Mo threw up his hands in exasperation. I don't know. Lu Yufei came to me saying that Fu Shuiyin had something to discuss, and she led me to Fu Shuiyin's room. Then she disappeared without a trace. I waited in Fu Shuiyin's room for ages, thinking she was playing a prank on me. When I finally decided to leave, someone knocked me out. He rubbed his head, grimacing in pain. It really hurts. Whoever did, that was brutal. The head of the Shun family and Fu Changdong exchanged incredulous glances. You were in Shuiyin's room? Fu Changdong gasped. Yes. She claimed to have information about my wife, so I went there. Shen Mo insisted. Let me be clear. I have no romantic feelings for Fu Shuiyin. Don't even think about setting me up with a concubine. Moreover, I want to let the incident of being knocked out go unpunished. I told you, Fu Shuiyin would shoot me with a black gun. How could you not keep an eye on her? Fu Changdong and the others were left in disbelief. Shen Mo had indeed been in Fu Shuiyin's room and had been knocked out. How could Lu Yufei be in another location? Was it possible that from the very beginning, Lu Yufei's intention was merely to frame Shen Mo for flirting with Fu Shuiyin? No, it was likely more than that. Perhaps her goal was to create a scandal between Shen Mo and Fu Shuiyin to sever his relationship with Feng Lingwang. Moreover, Lu Yufei and Luo Fan were also entangled in this web. Perhaps she sought to eliminate Fu Shuiyin, preventing her from being with Luo Fan. This way, she could achieve two objectives: exact revenge on Shen Mo and deal with Fu Shuiyin. Everyone sensed that this was highly plausible. As for why Shen Mo had not appeared earlier, it was simply because he had been rendered unconscious. They deeply believed this to be the case. How could he possibly be aware of what was happening outside, let alone know that he had gone missing? Meanwhile, Lu Yufei seemed poised to make her move against Fu Shuiyin, yet somehow failed and ended up in that mysterious room, injured by that monstrous beast. Perhaps that beast was also part of this incident? Some minds speculated, fleeting thoughts flashing through their consciousness. That Lu Yufei's scheme to entangle Shen Mo and Fu Shuiyin would undoubtedly be thoroughly investigated. How could they evade the repercussions? By orchestrating chaos during the banquet. A grand tumult would obscure the truth of Shen Mo and Fu Shuiyin's disappearance, fabricating evidence of their infidelity. Gasp! As these thoughts coursed through their minds. They were struck with awe at the malevolence and cunning of the plotter. It was essential to recognize that the banquet was attended by numerous high-ranking officials from Linhai City. If chaos erupted here, countless lives would be at stake. In truth, had it not been for the timely arrival of Bing Shuifei and Elder Feng, the monstrous beast might have wreaked havoc. Wait, could it be that the appearance of that beast was aimed at Bing Shuifei? No one knew of her presence here. Yet that beast appeared with such uncanny timing. To assert that it was not a deliberate setup seemed implausible. Moreover, had Elder Feng not fortuitously shown up, Bing Shuifei would have faced significant challenges dealing with that beast alone. Even more astonishing was the matter of the Demon Lord. The terrifying aura they had just experienced could only belong to a heavenly grade demon creature. This indicated that the beast from the Fu family was merely an appetizer. The main event lay ahead. As these thoughts swirled, the crowd collectively gasped, each releasing a low hiss of astonishment. The expression on the Fu family head's face grew increasingly grave. The incident had transpired within their household, and it was evident that Lu Yufei could not have orchestrated such a scheme alone. She had likely been manipulated, though the details of how she was discovered and ultimately perished in that place remained unclear. Her presence in that mysterious room was presumably intended to release that beast. Confusion reigned in their hearts as they quickly pieced together Shen Mo's words into a coherent narrative, linking the events seamlessly. This was the outcome Shen Mo had desired from the outset. No one would discern any flaws. Furthermore, he had left a trace of spiritual energy masked by an illusion in Fu Shuiyin's room. This plan was foolproof. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to search Fu Shuiyin's room. Who could have anticipated that Shen Mo was within it? As the crowd marveled, Fu Shuiyin herself stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, at Shen Mo. He was in her room, sleeping on her bed. This. The temperamental Miss Fu stamped her foot in frustration, yet dared not voice her thoughts. In fact, She felt a flicker of gratitude that Shen Mo had merely been asleep on her bed rather than dead. Otherwise, she would have been unable to absolve herself of the blame. Fu Shuyan felt a tumult of emotions within her, both embarrassment and frustration, tinged with a hint of gratitude as she cast a glance at Shen Mo. The latter, caught at her gaze, found himself equally vexed. What was she staring at? Although a trace of her fragrance clung to him, it was merely a remnant from when he had drawn back his soul power. This woman couldn't possibly suspect that he harbored feelings for her. Could she? He held no interest in someone like her. Shen Mo's eyes grew wary as he subtly shifted his stance, determined to prevent Fu Shuyan from misinterpreting his feelings. She was nothing but a nuisance. He had a profound disdain for mindless women, easily manipulated by others. His wife was far superior, beautiful, protective, and prosperous. This woman would never lay claim to his affections. As Shen Mo discreetly moved away, Fu Shuyan's heart surged with anger and urgency. What was this insufferable man doing? Who would ever find him appealing? Even if she were to fancy a pig by the roadside, it would never be him. Fu Shuyan seethed internally, her frustration palpable. Meanwhile, the icy figure of Bing Shuifei descended gracefully. Upon entering the Fu residence, she was informed that Shen Mo had been located in Fu Shuyan's room. Bing Shuifei's eyes narrowed as she instructed her aides to investigate the internal surveillance of the Fu household. If Shen Mo and Lu Yufei had ventured in that direction, there would surely be recorded footage. As she spoke, Bing Shuifei strode purposefully into the grand hall. Schaubte siebt sich, Shen Mo's brilliant sword skyward. Shen Montag? Her gaze honed in on his location. Shen Mo raised an eyebrow, contemplating the impending challenge. This woman was certainly not to be underestimated. Recalling how she had previously referred to him as senior, a smile crept upon Shen Mo's face as he approached Bing Shuifei with an air of arrogance. Surveying her from head to toe, "Greetings, Inspector General Bing," he proclaimed, effortlessly maintaining his carefree persona. Whatever Shen Mo used to be, he remained true to that identity. Only a foolish hunter would reveal his true self, while he preferred to walk alongside his prey, unveiling his icy fangs at the opportune moment. It was said that those who flaunted their talents too openly were bound to stumble. Hadn't that so-called young master from earlier met his downfall? As a character of villainy, Shen Mo possessed a cautious and ruthless demeanor. Upon his words, Bing Shuifei's frosty gaze fixed upon him momentarily before she averted her eyes. "You should consider yourself fortunate to be the fiancé of Feng Ling Wang," she remarked coolly. "Otherwise, based solely on your attitude in our conversation, I would have no qualms about breaking your legs." "Ah, thank you for the compliment, Inspector Bing. I wholeheartedly agree. My wife is indeed the finest person in the world." Shen Mo's expression radiated pride, as if basking in shared glory. Bing Shuifei snorted disdainfully, diverting her gaze. The man of Feng Ling Wang was not one she could reprimand. She dared not do so, lest Feng Ling Huang turn against her. As her attention shifted, Fu Changdong stepped forward and recounted the recent events in their entirety. Upon learning that Shen Mo had been knocked unconscious, Bing Shuifei's brow furrowed slightly as she inquired, "Did you see the face of the assailant?" "No," se multiplied nonchalantly, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "I'm just a useless fellow. How could I possibly catch a glimpse of their face?" "Oh." The assailant was wearing a mask. Shen Mo continued with a grin. "It seemed they bore no intention of causing me harm. Otherwise, I doubt I would still be standing here." As he spoke, he reached to touch the back of his head, grimacing as if still feeling the pain. Bing Shuifei let out a cold huff, her expression hardening as she processed Shen Mo's mention of the masked figure. "You were fortunate. You should be grateful that person spared your life." "To kill you?" she continued. "They wouldn't even need to lift a finger. A practitioner of the celestial spirit realm could end someone like you with a mere glance, and even we, Bing Shuifei, and her allies, would not withstand a single strike." As her thoughts raced, Bing Shuifei's eyes flickered, fixating on Shen Mo once more. "Did the assailant say anything to you?" The fact that they had struck Shen Mo without causing him injury suggested a reluctance to commit indiscriminate slaughter. She pondered whether she could extract some information from him. However, Bing Shuifei was already convinced that Shen Mo had indeed encountered a stroke of luck. The celestial spirit realm practitioner must have been tracking the aura of the demonic realm and entered the Fu household, sensing that Lu Yufei and Shen Mo were together, subsequently knocking Shen Mo out and taking Lu Yufei to that mysterious location. Lu Yufei's presence in that enigmatic room might not have been voluntary. She could very well have been coerced by the Celestial Spirit Senior. This would explain why Lu Yufei had ended up in such a predicament. After all, she had little choice in the matter. With that formidable Celestial Spirit Senior present, all her schemes would have been rendered futile, with the threads of her deductions weaving together. Bing Shuefei turned her gaze towards Shen Mo, eager to glean any information he might possess regarding the Celestial Spirit Practitioner. Shen Mo, smacking his lips, sensed her intent and contemplated whether to share any tidbits of information. Should he divulge something? As he mulled this over, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he devised a plan. Well, I didn't catch much, but during my unconscious state, I did overhear that person mention my extraordinary bone structure and great potential, although my body had some obstacles preventing me from unlocking my true talents. Otherwise, entering the celestial spirit realm would be a breeze for me. It seemed they even contemplated taking me on as an apprentice. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, the head of the Shen family shot him a disapproving glance, raising his hand as if to strike the back of his head. However, recalling the number of onlookers and Shen Mo's recent injury, he opted instead to affectionately ruffle his son's hair, sighing in exasperation. Enough of these fanciful dreams. Do you think we don't know whether your bone structure is remarkable? With that F-grade talent of yours, you should feel embarrassed to even say such things. Although the head of the Shen family thought this, he cast a stern look around the room, ensuring that no one dared to snicker at his beloved son. While Shen Mo himself may have lacked self-awareness, his father would not permit anyone to mock him lightly. No matter how unremarkable, he remained his precious son. As the head of the Shen family spoke, Shen Mo's mother discreetly tugged at his sleeve, signaling him to cease his boasting, suggesting they could resume their tall tales at home, where his parents would listen and applaud his bluster. Caught between his father and mother, Shen Mo felt a wave of frustration. But what I said is true. I am that masked figure. However, Shen Mo was also aware that he could not easily reveal his identity. Yet that did not mean he could not leverage the identity of a masked figure. After all, if he were already hailed as a prodigy, gradually showcasing his skills and abilities would likely go unchallenged. Shen Mo was acutely aware that this world was not as straightforward as other high martial arts realms. Until he grasped the intricacies of his surroundings, he would refrain from recklessly revealing his identity. What a jest it would be, no matter how formidable his cultivation. A mere brick could topple him. He resolved to be the most inconspicuous of individuals, biding his time until he grew sufficiently powerful to emerge and hunt across the heavens. As Shen Mo spoke, others were tempted to laugh. Yet upon observing the demeanor of the Shen couple and recalling the formidable backing behind Shen Mo, they each silently swallowed their amusement. With such a distinguished family background and a remarkable wife, who could dismiss his claims of genius? Even if he proclaimed that pigs were soaring in the sky, they would have no choice but to listen. When Shen Mo's voice echoed, Bing Shuefei's expression remained placid, her brow furrowing for a moment before she turned to him with a light smile, saying, "In that case, you should attend Shanghai Academy. I hear you were expelled previously. If so, I shall write you a letter of recommendation, allowing you to enroll directly. As the fiancé of Fengling Wang, you are undoubtedly entitled to a place. No one would dare contest that." Chapter 71. Is there a grudge against Shen Mo? At her words, those surrounding them were momentarily stunned. Was this truly happening? Shen Mo was to attend Shanghai Academy? What sort of jest was this? That was Shanghai Academy, the legendary talent incubator of the Northwest Province. 80% of the exceptional students from the entire region were furthering their education there. The remaining students had mostly been recruited by the martial departments of the imperial capital or various prestigious families. Under such circumstances, Shen Mo was to be attending classes at Shanghai Academy. Most crucially, was he not of F-class talent? It was said that only those of B-class or higher could gain admission. This was a stringent requirement. But Shen Mo was Fengling Wang's fiancé. Yet even its status did not confer such privileges. The crowd recalled that Shanghai Academy had previously sought out Fengling Wang, offering her extraordinary treatment, seemingly allowing her relatives priority access. However, that was merely a ploy to attract attention. When Fengling Wang's exceptional talent had first emerged, every reputable institution on Blue Star had sought to recruit her. Failing to do so would have implied a lack of prestige. Whether Fengling Wang chose to attend their school was inconsequential. What mattered was whether they had the right to recruit her. Thus, Was Bing Xiuefei prepared to use this as a pretext to send Shen Mo to school? In her letter of recommendation, the crowd found themselves increasingly exasperated. Bing Xiuefei was a graduate of Shanghai Academy, having since shone brightly within the martial department of the imperial capital. In such circumstances, would Shanghai Academy dare disregard her? Yet, would this favor ultimately place Shen Mo in jeopardy? Did she harbor any animosity towards him? Rumor had it that both she and Feng Linghuang possessed extraordinary talent. But Feng Linghuang's prowess surpassed that of Bing Xiuefei. The power derived from such a unique constitution was genuinely incomparable to that of Feng Linghuang. However, there had been no indication of any discord between them. Had matters escalated to the point of wishing harm upon Shen Mo? As the crowd mulled over these thoughts, the head of the Shun family grew increasingly vigilant, directing a wary gaze at Bing Xiuefei. We appreciate the care from Inspector General Bing, but my son possesses F-class talent. Before he could finish, Bing Xiuefei interjected with a calm demeanor. Did he not just mention that the masked elder deemed him to have an extraordinary constitution? A unique bone structure, destined for great fortune. I believe it would be a disservice to let his talent go unnoticed. Moreover, if Feng Linghuang were to learn of this, she would surely endorse it. After all, she can protect you for a time, but not for a lifetime. Shen Mo, you must learn to stand on your own. Bing Xiuefei's words were carefully considered. Shen Mo's talent had been acknowledged by that masked elder, whether the claim was true or false. Sending him to Shanghai Academy could only yield positive outcomes. Firstly, she sensed something amiss regarding the recent Demon Lord incident. Secondly, it would serve as a favor to Feng Linghuang. Shen Mo's involvement in such matters meant that merely leaving him in the Shun residence was inadequate. What if further attacks were launched against the Shun family? This time, they had released a Demon Lord, who knew what might emerge next. She believed Feng Linghuang would make the appropriate decision. As for Shen Mo, her gaze narrowed slightly as she observed him, sensing an inexplicable familiarity about him. He had indeed encountered that masked individual. It remained to be seen if his words held any truth. Bing Xiuefei was indifferent to the veracity of Shen Mo's statements. Yet if they proved true, she could potentially connect with that masked elder through Shen Mo's identity. In truth, Bing Xiuefei had long harbored an obsession with the small herb that resided within Shen Mo unbeknownst to her. The masked individual was Shen Mo himself. Thus, she sought to utilize Shen Mo's identity to reach out to that masked figure, hoping to inquire about the means by which he had siphoned her power. It was a question she could not pose directly in his presence. As Bing Xiuefei's words settled, the surrounding individuals were left in a state of shock. Good heavens! Shen Mo merely uttered a few casual remarks, and they took him at his word. Was it possible he truly had a grudge against Feng Linghuang? Had they competed for the same task, or perhaps hunted the same beast? None considered the man himself. After all, Feng Linghuang's partner was none other than Shen Mo. Yet, Bing Xiuefei appeared decidedly uninterested in him. As Bing Xiuefei spoke, the head of a Shen family found himself at a loss for words. Frustrated, he gave Shen Mo a reprimanding pat, only to recall that the latter had recently been knocked unconscious, prompting him to soften his approach. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "You unfortunate child, I will settle this with you later." Amidst the head of the Shun family's vexation, Min Xing stepped in front of Shen Mo. Addressing Bing Xiuefei with deliberate clarity, "This matter concerning young Master Shun requires the consent of my young lady. Inspector General Bing, please do not impose undue pressure." Given Bing Xiuefei's elevated status, if she truly wished to bestow favor upon Shen Mo, Min Xing's efforts would be in vain. Thus, he could only attempt to delay the situation. At that moment, he felt deeply frustrated. Where was Elder Feng when he was needed? If Elder Feng were present, they would not have to endure Bing Xiuefei's threats. The crowd remained puzzled regarding Bing Xiuefei's intentions when, at that moment, a call from Feng Linghuang came through. "Shen Montak." Feng Linghuang's countenance radiated an intensity of coldness and frost. Her beauty, akin to a blooming peach blossom under the autumn moon, appeared veiled in a layer of ice, yet infused with a resolute aura of lethal intent. Such ferocity and authority would send chills down the spine of anyone who met her gaze. Upon seeing her for the first time, Shen Mo's face broke into a wide smile. "Wife," he exclaimed joyfully. As Feng Linghuang heard his voice, her gaze softened ever so slightly, and then her eyes, reminiscent of icy autumn waters, softened a bit more. In the next moment, her gaze shifted towards the distant Bingshu Fei, the chief inspector of ice. Feng Linghuang's expression was one of indifference. Her figure materialized before Shen Mo. Thanks to the holographic projection feature of the communicator, a luxury possessed by only a few across the entire Blue Star. Shen Mo's device had this capability. The aura exuded by Feng Linghuang seemed to transcend through the projection. Her pink, diamond-studded shoes appeared to tread upon the heartstrings of everyone present, her form swaying gracefully. Skin as delicate as ice and jade, standing before Bingshu Fei. The two figures, one in pink and the other in white, were a striking contrast, as if competing against frost and snow. In that instant, Feng Linghuang's presence even overshadowed Bingshu Fei. Chapter 72, The Protector's Ultimate Demand. Bingshu Fei. Feng Linghuang's crimson lips parted. Shen Mo is my fiancé. This means that no one has the authority to dictate his comings and goings. I understand. Bingshu Fei replied calmly, lowering her gaze slightly under the scrutiny of Feng Linghuang, unable to meet her countenance and formidable presence. The intensity of Feng Linghuang's aura was overwhelming. Previously, when facing her, Bingshu Fei had not felt such pressure. She struggled to steady her mind and then softly remarked to Feng Linghuang, attending Xinghai Academy would benefit him. You must recognize this. Despite the magnitude of Feng Linghuang's aura, Bingshu Fei, being a person of high status, quickly regained her composure. However, she did not confront Feng Linghuang directly, but articulated her thoughts with a dignified demeanor. Yet, in that moment, her stance appeared overly subservient before Feng Linghuang. Indeed, Feng Linghuang's gaze slightly lowered. She understood Bingshu Fei's intentions. She had already received messages from Old Feng and others. Feng Linghuang had previously entered the cultivation secret realm of the Tao Enlightenment Tower, where no one could disturb her. Yet, for Shen Mo's sake, she forcibly broke through the tower before reaching the pinnacle of her training, vanquishing the greatest boss to emerge. At that moment, the immense potential displayed by Feng Linghuang astounded the upper echelons of the imperial capital. However, such astonishment had become almost habitual. Since confirming her relationship with Shen Mo, Feng Linghuang had experienced breakthroughs almost daily. Thus, even those who harbored doubts about their union found it difficult to voice their concerns. After all, if Shen Mo aided Feng Linghuang's cultivation, then whether he was deemed a waste or even a cripple, it would still be worthwhile. Now, Feng Linghuang descended upon the crowd with the aura of one who had just slain a formidable boss, which explained why Bingshu Fei found it challenging to withstand her presence. If he is to attend Xinghai Academy, I have one condition. Feng Linghuang's expression was composed. She was fully aware that Shen Mo's enrollment at Xinghai Academy would indeed be advantageous for him. Not only would he find refuge there, but she could also easily access him through the Academy's teleportation formations, ensuring his safety. Feng Linghuang was far from satisfied with the current arrangements for Shen Mo's protection. However, considering that this situation stemmed from an unforeseen circumstance, and with Old Feng present, they had indeed fulfilled their responsibilities. Otherwise, Feng Linghuang would likely be even more incensed. As Feng Linghuang spoke, Bingshu Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, hesitantly inquiring, "What is it?" She felt a twinge of frustration. Feng Linghuang's attachment to Shen Mo was excessive. A glance at Shen Mo revealed him to be merely an ordinary pretty boy, albeit not unhandsome. However, was Feng Linghuang the type of woman easily swayed by appearances? As a fellow practitioner with a unique constitution, Bingshu Fei believed that Feng Linghuang was not so superficial. So, what characteristics did Shen Mo possess that captivated her? With this thought, Bingshu Fei felt a flicker of curiosity towards Shen Mo. When Bingshu Fei finally spoke, Feng Linghuang's gaze turned frosty as she declared, "He shall be treated as a top-tier SSS-level powerhouse, with all actions at Xinghai Academy unrestricted. No one shall have the audacity to humiliate him. At Xinghai Academy, martial prowess is paramount. Yet Shen Mo shall not be subjected to this constraint. Anyone daring to harm him shall face the wrath of my protective squad. All training facilities and cultivation bases within Xinghai Academy will be made accessible to Shen Mo." At this point, Bingshu Fei gasped in disbelief. Even her composed demeanor faltered, and she spoke through gritted teeth, "This is utterly impossible. You must know that." Bingshu Fei was incredulous. Had Feng Linghuang lost her senses? The very acceptance of Shen Mo by Xinghai Academy was a concession made in consideration of Feng Linghuang and her standing. If either of them lacked sufficient weight, they would have been rejected outright. Now, Feng Linghuang proposed such an outrageous demand. How could this be feasible? Moreover, was this merely a request? It was clearly a multitude of demands. As Bing Fei clenched her teeth in frustration, Feng Linghuang's expression remained unmoved. She met Bing Fei's gaze with calm determination and stated, "This is my minimum requirement of Xinghai Academy. They will comply. I shall exchange the resources from the Tao Enlightenment Tower for Shen Mo's qualification to remain at Xinghai Academy. Furthermore, all his resource consumption will be under my name. Each year, I shall promise to provide guidance there. You may inquire if they are willing to agree. If they refuse, I shall bring Shen Mo back to the imperial capital." However, the academies in the imperial capital posed a higher barrier for Shen Mo. Feng Linghuang slightly raised her elegant brows, a rare expression of seriousness and concern crossing her features. It seemed her strength had not yet reached the level where she could disregard all rules. She still needed to advance further. Currently, her apparent power had reached the 8th level of the Xianling realm, on the verge of breaking into the 9th, yet it was still insufficient. Although at this stage in her previous life, she had only attained the 6th level of the Xianling realm, her current strength was already significantly improved. Nevertheless, it was not enough, far from it. In light of the looming crises ahead and the need to ensure Shen Mo's safety, Feng Linghuang felt a profound sense of urgency. The reason she had refrained from bringing Shen Mo to her side for protection was that her strength had not yet reached the point of disregarding rules. Furthermore, she needed to be vigilant against the traitors within Blue Star who might attempt to undermine her. To put it bluntly, her surroundings posed far greater danger than Shen Mo faced in Linhai City. Although Shen Mo had encountered continual peril there, she had not considered immediately bringing him to her side, for she feared that his presence would only invite greater danger. In the remote locales of Linhai City and the Northwest Province, Feng Linghuang could at least maintain a semblance of control, aware that no exceptionally formidable adversaries dared to intrude upon these territories. Save for that masked figure from before and the Demon King. A flicker of malice glimmered in Feng Linghuang's eyes. Those who dared to confront her man should pray she does not uncover the identity of their puppet master. Otherwise, she would ensure that their entire family met with a tragic end. Chapter 73. Envy to Tears. What Divine Wife. As the hint of ferocity emerged in Feng Linghuang's gaze, a similar shock coursed through Bing Fei's heart. She had not anticipated that Feng Linghuang would go to such lengths for Shen Mo. The resources of the heavenly Tao Comprehension Tower were a coveted treasure indeed. Moreover, for a prodigy like Feng Linghuang, the magnitude of resources and advantages she garnered was undoubtedly unparalleled. Countless individuals yearned for such opportunities, yet could not attain them. To barter these treasures for a spot at Xinghai Academy, while her heart was still reeling from this revelation, Feng Linghuang articulated another irresistible demand. "I shall arrange for Master Chun to teach at Xinghai Academy." Upon hearing Feng Linghuang's proclamation, Bing Fei's irritation dissipated entirely. Truly, Feng Linghuang's connections and resources were beyond her imagination. "Very well, I shall personally discuss this matter with Principal Hong of Xinghai Academy." Bing Fei understood that Principal Hong had been instrumental in her academic journey, always treating her with kindness. Thus, her request would not provoke any resentment. This effectively established a tacit understanding between them. Feng Linghuang's desire to enroll Shen Mo at Xinghai Academy necessitated an intermediary, allowing for a more diplomatic approach. Both parties could retain a semblance of dignity. After all, Feng Linghuang's demands were indeed rather excessive. It seemed that Shen Mo might be the student with the most privileges in the history of Xinghai Academy. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that he was considered a waste. One could only hope his claims of possessing extraordinary potential were genuine. If not, Bing Fei could hardly fathom how to secure Shen Mo's place at Xinghai Academy, let alone attract Feng Linghuang's attention. This was the first time Bing Fei regarded Shen Mo with such seriousness, for Feng Linghuang's concern for him was palpably sincere. Could it be that, as the outside world speculated, Feng Linghuang was indeed infatuated with Shen Mo? As the two women concluded their discourse, an aura enveloped them, lending an air of secrecy to their conversation. In truth, Feng Linghuang was not physically present. She had switched her communication channel to Bing Fei's device for their private discussion. Nevertheless, the onlookers were astounded by her evident regard for Shen Mo, prompting her immediate arrival via holographic projection. Calculating the time, it was clear she must have received news and rushed over without delay. Those privy to the situation were aware that Feng Ling Huang had been engaged in secretive training within the heavenly Dao Comprehension Tower, yet she had hastened to Shen Mo's side, revealing just how much she prioritized him. Curious minds pondered whether Feng Ling Huang could indeed persuade Bing Fei, for it appeared that Bing Fei held a grudge against Shen Mo. Would these two women truly be at odds? Consequently, spectators began to feel a twinge of sympathy for Shen Mo, caught in the crossfire of these goddesses' rivalry. Amidst the varied thoughts of the crowd, Luo Fan, hidden within the throng, observed the unfolding scene with envy so intense it felt as if his eyes might pop from their sockets. Bing Fei and Feng Ling Huang were both embodiments of perfection. How could a dispute arise over Shen Mo? What merit did he possess to warrant such attention? Luo Fan's heart seethed with jealousy, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his insides. At that moment, as Bing Fei and Feng Ling Huang finalized their discussions, Bing Fei recalled something and presented an object to Feng Ling Huang. It was a resource transfer card she had discovered on Lu Yufei. Clearly, someone had offered her substantial benefits to undertake this task. Bing Fei's astute mind had led her to find this card during Lu Yufei's turmoil. In truth, it was not that Lu Yufei had been careless. She had intended to keep the card on her person in case of any emergencies, having already resolved to abandon the Lu family, which explained her ruthlessness toward Shen Mo. Feng Ling Huang's gaze turned cold as she glanced at the resource card. Addressing Bing Fei, "I must trouble you, Inspector General Bing. After retaining evidence, please ensure a copy is sent to the capital. The Feng family shall bear all subsequent medical expenses and required resources for Inspector General Bing's continued care." Upon hearing Feng Ling Huang's words, Bing Fei simply acknowledged with a subdued response. In reality, the resource card had already been severely depleted by that Zhang elder. However, such specialized resource cards were not easily destroyed. Even a fragment could lead to uncovering the family behind the perpetrator. Thus, Bing Fei had presented it to Feng Ling Huang, hoping to leverage the latter's vast network and the Feng family's considerable resources to identify the individuals involved. Colluding with demonic entities was a crime deserving of the utmost punishment. Once their deliberations concluded, Bing Fei dispelled the aura, and Feng Ling Huang reverted her communication channel. IMO. In a few days, you shall commence your studies at Shanghai Academy. Feng Ling Huang's announcement sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Had Feng Ling Huang truly capitulated to Bing Fei? Was she unable to sway her? The crowd's gaze flitted between the two icy goddesses, one expressionless, the other exuding an air of dignified authority, their mere presence compelling the onlookers to avert their eyes. Inspector General Bing is acting in your best interest, Feng Ling Huang stated matter-of-factly. She needed to clarify this matter to prevent any misinterpretations that might target Shen Mo. I have already discussed this with Inspector General Bing. She will oversee your safety at Shanghai Academy, won't you, Inspector General? Feng Ling Huang's eyes flicked toward Bing Fei. The latter could only manage a wry smile. This Feng Ling Huang was indeed formidable. She had never mentioned this before. Yet now, with such a public declaration, Bing Fei found it difficult to refute. After all, she had just accepted a considerable compensation package and medical expenses from the Feng family. Furthermore, she had indeed promised Feng Ling Huang that she would keep an eye on Shen Mo, though she had not yet fulfilled that commitment. With a reluctant hum of agreement, she refrained from contradicting Feng Ling Huang. Her words elicited a murmur of astonishment from the crowd. Wait, is this for real? From now on, Inspector General Bing will be Shen Mo's personal bodyguard? Goodness, Shen Mo is incredibly fortunate. Although this arrangement is limited to Shanghai Academy, isn't he destined to be a lifelong student there? Will he ever graduate? Oh, how envious I am of Shen Mo, the so-called waste. How could he be blessed with such a remarkable wife? They too desire Feng Ling Huang as their wife. The kind who would arrange for beautiful bodyguards, especially those of divine caliber. As the hearts of the crowd shattered into pieces, Feng Ling Huang, on the other hand, uttered little and simply vanished into thin air. However, before her departure, she left a solitary message for Shen Mo, return home. I shall await you at the Shun residence. Chapter 74. the jealous Feng Ling Wang. What? My wife has arrived. Shen Mo was on the verge of ecstatic madness. Upon hearing this, he paid no heed to the murmurs of the crowd and directly addressed the head of the Shen family. Father, I shall return home to recuperate. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, the head of the Shen family and others did not ponder too deeply. After all, given all that had transpired, it was only natural for Shen Mo to be exhausted. Moreover, he had previously been knocked unconscious. The head of the Shen family, recalling this, was suddenly engulfed in a wave of panic. Wait, son, is your injury at the back of your head, all right? Should I call Dr. Lin to take a look? Dr. Lin, the renowned physician of Linghai City, known for his expertise in neurosurgery. Shen Mo felt a vain throb on his forehead as he desperately restrained his father from dialing the phone. Wait, Dad, I'm truly fine. There's no need to call a doctor. I just need some rest. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to Madame Shen and the others. Moreover, how could you leave now? Just think, with so many people present, there must be suspects among them. Please investigate thoroughly to see if anyone is trying to stir the waters. Upon hearing Shen Mo's words, the head of the Shen family regained his composure. All right, he declared, his expression fierce. I will certainly investigate thoroughly, especially those from the Liu family. They will be made to pay dearly. As his words fell, Min Hang and others had already approached, stating, Young Master Shen, I shall escort you home. Shen Mo replied quietly and departed. After his exit, Luo Fan and others also attempted to leave, but were halted by the people from the Fu family and the head of the Shen family. None of you are permitted to leave here. I want a thorough investigation on each of you. Identify those who harbor any suspicion. Moreover, anyone daring to cause trouble at the Fu family must also be brought to light, even those who attempted to incite chaos. Fu Changdong's expression was cold and forbidding. This birthday banquet had truly left him shaken. What kind of birthday celebration was this? It was more akin to a banquet for the king of hell. Fu Changdong had become resolute. Should he uncover anyone who sought to cause trouble, he would deal with them appropriately, especially those who intended to target Shen Mo. Meanwhile, those who had previously aimed their grievances at Shen Mo were now lamenting their miscalculations. They had never anticipated such an outcome. Had they known, they would not have targeted Shen Mo in the first place. Those who had already apologized to the head of the Shen family and Fu Changdong now appeared pale. They understood that this incident could not simply be resolved. Although they had apologized earlier, that was before Shen Mo faced peril. Now that he was in trouble, what favorable outcomes could they expect? A wave of regret washed over the crowd, and the members of various families felt a sense of unease. Yet Shen Mo, like a gust of wind, raced back to the Shen residence. Wife, he called out loudly. Upon returning to the grand mansion of the Shen family, Min Hang and the others retreated to the entrance. Inside, a striking figure clad in battle attire awaited. Feng Ling Huang, still adorned in the training garb from the Tower of Enlightenment. At that moment, she was smeared with blood, her stunning features exuding a captivating blend of fierce beauty and battle-worn elegance. Her aura of dominance was unparalleled. Adorning her head was a tricolored hairpin, her hair fashioned into a bun, with a few stray strands cascading gracefully down her temples and shoulders, embodying both beauty and strength, infused with an enchanting grace. In essence, Feng Ling Huang possessed a magnificent combination of fierce power, sharpness, and gentle beauty. As Shen Mo stepped through the doorway, her gaze shifted towards him. The moment she laid eyes on Shen Mo, it was as if a garden of flowers had blossomed, and the songs of young birds filled the air. Without experiencing such a vibrant scene, one could hardly grasp the breathtaking charm and allure of her smile in that instant. Wife Ling Huang. Shen Mo gazed at her, almost entranced. He had always known Feng Ling Huang was beautiful, yet he had not anticipated her to transcend into such a new realm of beauty, akin to a celestial empress descending from the heavens. At that moment, Feng Ling Huang rose gracefully, her delicate shoes barely grazing the ground as she approached him. Amo, she called softly, her eyes curving into crescent moons as she gazed at him. The instant Shen Mo entered, she had scanned him thoroughly, assuring herself that he bore no injuries. With that, her anxious heart finally found solace. Were you frightened? Her voice was soft as she stepped closer, taking his hand and gently brushing her fingers against the back of his head. Did someone hurt you here? At her words, Shen Mo coughed slightly, feeling the pressure of his fabricated story weighing upon him. However, how could he resist the warmth of her tenderness? What was? But the other party was acting for my benefit. Shen Mo desperately sought to justify his alternate identity, fearing that Feng Ling Huang might confront the other party, which would spell disaster. He could not possibly engage in a conflict with his wife. Feng Ling Huang replied, her tone low, withholding further elaboration. Yet, the darkness in her gaze remained evident. Though the other party had acted without malice, what if they had? Thus, this misstep was unforgivable. This time, it was indeed her negligence. Feng Ling Huang had not expressed much else. Upon her arrival, she had already sensed the absence of Ming Lao's presence, indicating that the Elder Guardian had not been by Shen Mo's side. However, she also detected Ming Lao's lingering aura on Shen Mo, suggesting that he had indeed prepared some form of protection. Yet it was insufficient. If Ming Lao had been present, Shen Mo surely would not have been so easily subdued. Nonetheless, Feng Ling Huang understood that if the masked individual was indeed a formidable being of the celestial spirit realm, even Ming Lao would be powerless against them. Yet, that was one matter. The present situation was another. Ultimately, Ming Lao had failed to fulfill the responsibilities she had initially entrusted him with, and that was indisputable. Feng Ling Huang contemplated this silently, concealing her concerns from Shen Mo, gently caressing the back of his head as she asked, "Does it hurt?" "Not too bad." Shen Mo coughed lightly, grasping Feng Ling Huang's hand, eager to express something. Suddenly, Feng Ling Huang chuckled softly, gazing at him leisurely, her voice gentle as a whisper. "I too believe you're not in pain. After all, it is the most challenging to endure the favor of a beauty. Are you inquiring about my matters with Fu Shuyan? What is it that you wish to ask? Is there anything that cannot be asked directly of me?" As she spoke, her face, as luminous as the full moon and as ethereal as autumn frost, leaned closer to Shen Mo. The piercing gaze of the phoenix seemed to narrow, emanating an air of reproach and chill. Goodness, Shen Mo felt utterly paralyzed. Help! Who could possibly enlighten him on how to confront the relentless barrage of calls from his own wife? Chapter 75. Wife, I have to come clean. I have lied. Ah, my dear wife, it was merely a misunderstanding. Shen Mo silently wiped the invisible sweat from his forehead. How could it be that Feng Ling Huang's focus was so misplaced? He had never imagined that her concern was rooted in jealousy. No wonder she had rushed over without so much as changing her clothes. Shen Mo's mind raced, desperately concocting a justification that could save his skin without triggering Feng Ling Huang's sensitive nerves. After all, one should never provoke a jealous woman. Well, actually, Shen Mo swiftly engaged his brain, but ultimately found himself at a loss. "Wife, I have to confess. Yes, I have lied," he declared with a heavy heart. "I truly deceived you. It was not Lu Yufei and Fu Shuyan who summoned me to her room. Rather, it was that masked individual, with a facade of noble sacrifice." He offered an apology to another facet of himself, then boldly asserted, "In truth, Lu Yufei had intended to apologize to me. However, I pondered as a man of honor. How could I possibly remain alone with a woman? Even whispering sweet nothings would be inappropriate. Thus, I resolutely declined." At that moment, the masked figure intervened, directing me and Lu Yufei to depart, leading us to Fu Shuyan's chamber. "Wife, I swear, everything I say is the truth." As Shen Mo's words escaped his lips, the frost in Feng Ling Huang's eyes thawed considerably. "Do you truly not harbor feelings for Fu Shuyan?" she inquired with skepticism. "You used to be quite fond of beautiful women. Otherwise, how could Lu Yufei have bewitched you so thoroughly?" "That is absolutely untrue," Shen Mo replied decisively. "Back then, I had yet to meet you, my beloved wife. Who could have anticipated the presence of such an exquisite beauty? Now, even if I were to encounter the most stunning women, I would regard them as mere ephemeral shadows, incomparable to even a single hair of yours." As he spoke, Feng Ling Huang drew closer, her delicate lips almost brushing against the corner of his mouth. "Amo, I hope your words hold true. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take. Perhaps it was due to the bond they shared, or perhaps it was because of her deep-seated affection. In any case, Feng Ling Huang felt her love for Shen Mo intensifying. Others may claim he was but a worthless scion. Yet what did that matter? Did her affection for him necessitate concern over his character? From the moment Shen Mo held her hand at Tianhai Tower, she knew he might very well be the only man for her in this lifetime. For the Empress of the Phoenix, love was not a necessity. But if he were indeed her fated one, that would be an exception. No one but Shen Mo could draw within 3 inches of her. She would not permit anyone else's proximity. To her, love was merely a condiment of life, not an essential. Yet, if that person were Shen Mo, she was willing to indulge in a taste of it. Weren't you saying you had a gift for me? Feng Linghuang's expression was calm, no longer dwelling on matter. Regardless of Shen Mo's reasons for visiting Fu Shuiyan's room, it had become inconsequential. She had rushed here not only to ensure Shen Mo's safety, but also to ascertain his true feelings for Fu Shuiyan. Having received a definite answer, further inquiry was unnecessary. Feng Linghuang was confident she would not be outdone by any woman vying for Shen Mo's affection. Shen Mo exhaled a sigh of relief. How fortunate that he had acted wisely, or he would have been doomed. At that moment, he recalled the gift he had intended for Feng Linghuang, the phoenix feather he had discovered, which he had initially planned to present discreetly. Now, he had no choice but to reveal it. Behold, Shen Mo discreetly produced the phoenix feather from his possession. Isn't it magnificent? I stumbled upon it by chance. My dear wife, I believe this feather suits you perfectly, though it is somewhat hot to the touch. He held it in his hands, continually blowing on it as he shifted it from left to right, struggling with the heat. It was only due to his improved constitution, coupled with the suppression of the indomitable Dragon Emperor's armor, that he could even grasp the feather. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to ashes by now. System, Shen Mo exclaimed, wincing from the heat. Is this how it will be whenever I present gifts to my wife? What will happen if I ever acquire something truly formidable? Will I be doomed? As he pondered, the system's calm voice responded within his mind. Rest assured, host, such a situation will not arise. Our system will implement protective measures. When the time comes, it will be indistinguishable from handling ordinary items. Currently, we have determined that this phoenix feather poses no harm to you. Hence, the protective mechanism has not been activated. Oh, Shen Montauk acknowledged softly. While he conversed with the system, Feng Linghuang was transfixed, unable to tear her gaze away from the phoenix feather the moment she laid eyes upon it. Ding! True phoenix aura detected. The cultivation speed of the supreme divine phoenix body has tripled, and the circulation and absorption rate of spiritual energy has increased tenfold. Upon hearing this announcement, the aura within Feng Linghuang surged to its zenith, and with a resounding crack, the previously stagnant 8th level of the Xianling realm ascended. Although her strength could have increased after returning to the imperial capital, the sensation of uninterrupted elevation she experienced now was unparalleled. It was as if the circulation of her spiritual energy had jumped tenfold, with the efficiency of absorption and refinement soaring to unprecedented heights. At that moment, the quality of Feng Linghuang's spiritual energy was exceptionally pure. Having just advanced to the 9th level of the Xianling realm, her strength radiated a presence that surpassed that of ordinary 9th level practitioners. Feng Linghuang's gaze sharpened, her expression solemn as she grasped the true phoenix feather in Shen Mo's hand. What is this? She demanded, her heart racing with astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide in disbelief. Meanwhile, Mingxing and the others outside sensed something amiss within the room. A powerful aura had just erupted. Had the young lady's strength increased? The crowd rejoiced, and then they realized Shen Mo truly was the young lady's lucky star. How was it that every time she was with Shen Mo, her power seemed to elevate? Chapter 76, a tremendous benefit, the overprotective Feng Linghuang. It is no wonder they thought this way. After her first encounter with Shen Mo, Feng Linghuang's strength had soared upon returning to the imperial capital. Not only that, but her subsequent advancements had come swiftly, one minor realm after another. Moreover, the comprehension of realms is immensely profound, devoid of the slightest hint of superficiality often associated with sudden advancements. This visit to meet Shen Mo has resulted in yet another enhancement of strength. If this trend continues, could it be that the young lady will emerge as the fastest growing and most formidable genius across the entire Blue Star? Though she was already recognized as the foremost prodigy, now, the prowess and level of Feng Linghuang, along with her rate of ascension, have created a staggering chasm between her and others. It has left everyone utterly astounded. Meanwhile, as they pondered this, Shen Mo presented himself as a carefree scion, feigning ignorance with a dazed expression, exclaiming, "Ah, I don't know. I just bought it because I thought it looked nice and suited my wife." What? Doesn't my wife like it? Shen Mo scratched the back of his head. glancing at the feather in his hand with an innocent expression. It may be a bit ugly, but the rest of the feathers are beautiful. Why not just cut off that part? He referred to the singed area. However, Feng Linghuang swiftly raised her hand to halt his actions. Her gaze scrutinizing Shen Mo as she inquired, "Don't you find it hot to hold?" "Huh, that's why I'm holding it by the tail," Shen Montauk replied. Yet, Feng Linghuang's expression grew even more peculiar. She was not referring to the heat of the feather itself. Feng Linghuang could sense the overwhelming aura of fierce flames emanating from the phoenix feather, though it did not reveal its terrifying essence. That did not imply that everyone could wield it without consequence. To put it bluntly, had another person been holding the true phoenix feather, it would likely have been reduced to ashes by its searing heat. The ugly part Shen Mo mentioned also exuded an incredibly potent aura of indomitable divine flames, along with a draconic essence. Feng Linghuang genuinely did not expect Shen Mo to present her with such a remarkable gift. Her previous mention of gifts had merely been a diversion. After all, she could not continue to press him on certain matters and had to shift the conversation. She truly did not anticipate that Shen Mo would offer her such a delightful surprise. "Give it to me," she said, taking a deep breath and extending her delicate palm toward Shen Mo. Without delay, he placed the scalding feather into her hand. The moment it touched her palm, Feng Linghuang immediately felt the intense heat of the flames, and an indomitable flame surged into her body. Indomitable life and death flame. Another boon. Feng Linghuang inhaled deeply again, then turned her gaze towards Shen Mo. "Mo, do you realize the immense benefit you have bestowed upon me?" Her eyes lowered as she regarded Shen Mo with a serious expression. "This feather, if you're willing to part with it, could secure your Shun family a century of peace. No one would dare harm your family. You would even need to marry me." Feng Linghuang articulated each word deliberately, wishing to convey just how significant this gift was. He was not, as others claimed, utterly useless. He was her lucky star, her fortuitous charm. "Huh, what use is that?" Shen Mo's expression turned wary. He had not anticipated that Feng Linghuang's first reaction upon receiving the phoenix feather would be to utter such words. "What? That damned system. If my wife has a change of heart and no longer supports me, I will make sure to eliminate that wretched system. Without her, these possessions would hold no meaning." Shen Mo hastily declared his feelings. "Wife, without you, what would I do with these things? With you, I can protect the Shen family and ensure no one bullies me. Do you no longer wish to be with me? Abolish our contract?" "I do not agree." For once, Shen Mo was resolute. After all, he could not afford to lose his wife. The soft life he had led not only formed the foundation of his strength, but also underpinned his ability to care for his wife. He absolutely cannot let that go. "Uft!" Feng Linghuang chuckled softly, her laughter blooming like a garden in spring, leaving Shen Mo momentarily entranced. "You really are foolish." She gently caressed Shen Mo's face, then, with her lips slightly parted, whispered, "I do not wish to dissolve it either. So, prepare yourself to be entangled with me for a lifetime." Her expression was playful, a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. It was the kind of playful shyness and tenderness that a young girl should possess. Unfamiliar with romance, Feng Linghuang was oblivious to the shift in her behavior compared to the past. Shen Mo, wrapping his arms around her waist, was about to say something more when suddenly, a loud voice from the head of the Shun family echoed from a distance. Furious. Those rascals, one after another, wish to trouble my Mo. Just wait until I deal with them. Shen Mo, Feng Linghuang, puffed. Feng Linghuang chuckled lightly, then tugged at Shen Mo's sleeve, saying, "I must return now. There are matters in the imperial capital that require my attention. Additionally, you should attend classes at Star Sea Academy without fear of anyone. I have already negotiated terms with Bingshu Fei and the others. You are there to study, not to seek refuge or be bullied. Take care not to let anyone take advantage of you. Anyone who dares to harm you, it will all be on my account." As she spoke, her gaze turned icy as she looked at Shen Mo. "Do not carry any psychological burdens. Do not fear offending others, and do not worry about bringing trouble to me. My man, Feng Linghuang, is not to be trifled with, understand?" That final tone was sweet, alluring, and intoxicating. Enveloped in love, Feng Linghuang appeared more captivating than any other woman. Shen Mo was utterly enchanted. He adored this strong, domineering, yet bewitching side of her. Wife is the best. Oh, Shen Mo replied softly, having never intended to be low-key. Otherwise, he would not have considered attending Starsea Academy. Yet, his wife was simply too considerate. Woe is me. He could only repay this affection with his entire being. As he acknowledged her words, Feng Linghuang's voice chimed with a gentle laugh, and she donned her cloak, vanishing into the night. Once Feng Linghuang had disappeared, the head of a Shun family and others returned. Humph, furious. He grumbled. Shen Mo felt a surge of frustration as well. His wonderful wife had flown away. However, he understood that Feng Linghuang had pressing matters. Otherwise, she would not have rushed off. It was a blessing that she had come to see him. With all the back and forth, who knows how much time had been wasted. TSK, it seems that once he arrives at Starsea Academy, he must make a solid impression and hasten to the imperial capital to find his wife. That is the most important task. Chapter 77. Greetings to Old Ming. Linghuang stands up for Shen Mo. As Shen Mo contemplated this, Feng Linghuang was already on her way back. She held the phoenix feather delicately, scrutinizing the iridescent plumes and intricate patterns upon it, and soon a gentle smile blossomed on her face, reminiscent of a young girl enamored in the throes of first love. However, her smile quickly faded. The feather was deftly secured into her hair, serving as a hairpin. As long as this genuine phoenix feather remained, the aura within Feng Linghuang would be continuously enhanced. Simultaneously, she accessed her contacts. Old Master, it seems we must revise our previous discussions. Feng Linghuang connected the call with Chun Tongming, who was already en route to Linhai City. Upon hearing her words, he paused, asking, "What's the matter?" Regarding our previous discussions, it appears that once you arrive in Linhai City, you may need to take on a teaching position at Xinghai High School. Feng Linghuang's gaze lowered slightly. This time, she felt she had let Old Master Chen down. Shen Mo had encountered another attack, this time involving a demon of the kingly level. Uncle Feng was in Linhai City at the time, collaborating with the Ice Snow Empress to counter this threat. I intend to place Shen Mo within Xinghai High School for greater protection. If you wish to study that array diagram, it seems your only option will be at Xinghai High School. However, I have informed them that you will serve as an honorary professor, merely needing to conduct a few teaching sessions. Of course, if this proves difficult for you, I will provide appropriate compensation. I will formally become your disciple and inherit your teachings. I hope you will not take offense at my presumption. Upon hearing this, Chun Tongming listened intently. Then with a hint of annoyance remarked, "All right, you little phoenix, do you not know my temperament? If you want to find a protector for your beloved, just say so. Moreover, with a demon of kingly level appearing, whether they will allow me to proceed to the capital is still uncertain. Teaching at Xinghai High School, they might not even be pleased. You are merely securing a retreat for me, while simultaneously providing your lover with a shield, aren't you? Fine, I agree to this matter. But as for your proposition of becoming my heir, let us forget it. I have no interest in a half-hearted disciple." Shen Tongming snorted. This little phoenix spoke so candidly. How could he refuse? However, it was also due to Feng Linghuang's unwavering sincerity and her willingness to confront responsibilities that even though she took it upon herself to agree to the Xinghai High School arrangement, he held no anger. This was not their first encounter. He understood her character well. Therefore, he did not mind her making such a minor decision on his behalf. "All right, finish up this conversation and hang up quickly. I do not wish to chat further, lest you burden me with more tasks." Chun Tongming exclaimed, puffing with indignation. Ever since Feng Linghuang had been with Shen Mo, she had been fiercely protective of her beloved, to the point where Chun Tongming had begun to fear her, worrying she might summon him into yet another predicament involving her lover. Meanwhile, on the other end, Feng Linghuang chuckled softly before addressing Chun Tongming. "It seems you truly understand me, old master. I would like to obtain Elder Ming's contact information, if you would be so kind." Elder Ming was Feng Linghuang's hidden protector, a role that was not publicly acknowledged, hence she lacked his contact details. However, Chun Tongming, with his extensive social connections in the Blue Star realm, was capable of acquiring Elder Ming's information. Indeed, after Feng Linghuang's request, Chun Tongming said hold on for a moment and proceeded to inquire about the contact details. 73986XXX. That is his contact number. What do you need him for? Chun Tongming questioned, curiosity etched on his face. Feng Linghuang's expression remained calm as she replied, "I merely wish to extend my regards to Elder Ming to inquire about his well-being and whether he is faring well." Shen Montauk was facing peril. She was concerned for Elder Ming as well, wondering if he was thriving. Shen Tongming fell silent. Knowing Feng Linghuang well, he understood that her tone carried an underlying gravity. Ahem, my dear Phoenix, you are aware that Ming Tang is somewhat unreliable. When you confront him, do not be too harsh. Shen Tongming lamented, exasperated. That Ming Tang had chosen to provoke Feng Linghuang was indeed unfortunate. Wait a moment. Had he not previously complained about needing to protect a second-generation heir? Surely, that couldn't be related to Feng Linghuang's beloved? This was becoming dire. If anything were to happen to her lover, what fate would befall Ming Tang? Ahem, my dear Phoenix, how about this? Once I arrive, I will ensure your lover is well protected. Anyone who dares to trouble him will have to contend with me. Just be sure to show some leniency towards that old fellow. Do not fleece him too much. Feng Linghuang responded with a soft acknowledgement, refraining from elaborating further. Yet she took his words to heart. If old Master Chun were willing to safeguard Shen Mo, it would indeed be beneficial. However, she would not let the matter with Elder Ming slide so easily. Yet, leaving room for grace was only prudent. Feng Linghuang was not so naive as to overlook that. Addressing grievances was one matter. Excessive reproach was unreasonable. After all, Elder Ming was not Shen Mo's exclusive bodyguard, and his lack of protection for Shen Mo was understandable. With a cool demeanor, Feng Linghuang swiftly ended the call with Shen Tongming, deep in contemplation. Soon after, she dialed Elder Ming's number. Elder Ming, greetings. Her voice was crisp and clear. On the other end, Elder Ming, already aware of Shen Tongming's message, was feeling the weight of anxiety. Hearing Feng Linghuang's voice compounded his guilt. Ahem, hello? Who is this? The signal is poor. Truly. Please hold on. I will contact you later. Elder Ming attempted to hastily end the call, but Feng Linghuang intercepted him. So, Elder Ming, do you wish for me to reach you through the Martial Department, or the Heavenly Tao Comprehension Tower? Feng Linghuang's expression was frosty, her words measured. Elder Ming stammered. Oh dear, I cannot evade this. Ahem, it is you, my dear Phoenix. The signal has been rather poor, now that I can hear you clearly. What is it you wish to discuss? His face wore an expression of resignation. Feng Linghuang's demeanor remained composed. If your communication signal continues to falter, I shall have the Feng family deliver the latest communication device to you tomorrow. I would like to know if you have encountered any fluctuations or difficulties in your recent cultivation. I can request adjustments from the Heavenly Tao Comprehension Tower to address your challenges. All points and contributions will be charged to my account. Chapter 78. The Stirring of the Little Grass. Listen. How one conducts inquiries speaks volumes. Elder Ming felt a pang of frustration. There was no escaping this. It was quite dire. My dear Phoenix, could you refrain from belittling me? I truly did not anticipate that your esteemed one would attract a demon of kingly level. This was unforeseen, and I accept my fault. Please, spare me your divine wrath. You would never dare to truly let Feng Linghuang report the matter upward. If it were to be reported, claiming he had promised to protect Feng Linghuang's beloved, only to flee after losing a breath of life, resulting in her beloved nearly perishing, how could he explain such a debacle? Reporting it would be an embarrassment. I shall immediately position myself beside your esteemed ancestor. I will not budge an inch, even if he goes to the restroom. However, dear Feng, you must consider this carefully, for I am your hidden guardian, and should this proceed, you would be left without a protector. Moreover, escalating the situation would contravene the regulations. If someone were to exploit this, we both would face dire consequences. Elder Ming furrowed his brow. He was not averse to safeguarding Shen Mo. It even afforded him some leisure. But what about Feng Linghuang? Furthermore, this matter, if it escalated, was indeed against the rules. Hence, I am prepared to petition above for an additional Earth Spirit Realm powerhouse to guard me. And you, Elder Ming, shall be exclusively responsible for protecting Shen Mo, Feng Linghuang declared. Elder Ming, what? Could you repeat that? He could hardly believe his ears. What sort of jest was Feng Linghuang indulging in? To request another Earth Spirit Realm protector for herself while he was relegated to guarding Shen Mo? Was she dreaming? Elder Ming stifled the expletives rising to his lips and could not help but inquire. Feng, have you truly thought this through? This is no trifling matter. As he spoke, Feng Linghuang's expression remained calm. I am at the 9th level of the profound spirit realm now. I can apply for the guardian trial. Very well, Elder Ming conceded. He had utterly underestimated her. Feng Lingwang had ascended to the 9th level of the profound spirit realm so swiftly. How astonishing. Hadn't she just been at the 5th level? No, she was at the 4th level before. After a trip to Linghai City, she had reached the 5th level. And now wait, you haven't gone back to Linghai City again, have you? Elder Ming exclaimed in shock. Yes. Feng Lingwang's demeanor was placid, avoiding excessive discussion. She was too concerned about Shen Mo to elaborate on her direct flight there. By the heavens, your beloved is quite remarkable. Wait, Shen Mo, right? Arrange for me to be his guardian immediately. Elder Ming insisted. That fellow must be extraordinarily lucky, being near him. How could one not break through? No, he too must benefit from this fortuitous circumstance. However, Elder Ming's insistence was also to preserve his own dignity. Regardless of his willingness, if the task was assigned, he would have to comply. Protecting Shen Mo was undoubtedly preferable to guarding other second-generation heirs. As for his earlier disparagement of Shen Mo being unworthy of Feng Lingwang, that had been forgotten. What? Has age dulled my memory? Is that not permissible? After resolving matters with Elder Ming, Feng Lingwang breathed a sigh of relief and closed her eyes to rest within the aircraft. Approximately 3 hours later, she descended at the flight plaza of the imperial capital. Miss Lingwang. At that moment, someone was already waiting at the entrance of the flight plaza. The Elders' Council requests your presence. Please, follow us to depart. Very well. Feng Lingwang's expression remained unperturbed, showing no surprise. The elders of the imperial capital were likely there due to her hasty exit from the secret realm trial. However, Feng Lingwang was not intimidated by this. She departed with them without hesitation. Meanwhile, within the Shen household, after Feng Lingwang's departure, Shen Mo conversed with the head of the Shen family and others for a while, then returned to his chamber. He took out the small grass he had on him, examining it closely. Curious, this grass could absorb the power of the ice snow concubine. That was indeed perplexing. Shen Mo reached out to touch the small grass, feeling no significant difference. Yet, previously, he had distinctly sensed something draining the ice snow concubine's strength. It had to be this grass. Moreover, the ice snow concubine had previously sought to keep him, likely due to this grass. How strange. Could it be that the ice snow concubine's unique constitution had some peculiar correlation with this grass? After returning, Shen Mo also researched the ice snow concubine's background, discovering her to be a legend. She awakened her special constitution at the age of 8, but at that time, such conditions were not well understood by the public. Many believe she was a monster, infected by foul spiritual energy. She faced considerable misunderstanding until she was taken to Starcy Academy by Principal Hong, where she rose to prominence, completely unrivaled among her peers, even outmatching some from the older generation. After she ascended to the position of chief inspector, few could contend with her. Yet, her strength and abilities came with significant drawbacks. Once utilized, they could easily endanger her life. Thus, she had rarely acted in recent years. The powerful with special constitutions, embodying the essence of ice and snow, Shen Mo pondered thoughtfully. This ice-snow concubine could not be struggling with an overwhelming amount of ice and snow essence within her, unable to harmonize it, thus being forced to contain it. Could she? If that were the case, it certainly posed a threat to her life. After all, a mortal, if unable to control the essence of fire, would also be burned. The ice-snow concubine's situation resembled this. Her special constitution allowed her to wield the essence of ice and snow, but something unforeseen had occurred, causing her ice and snow essence to exceed her constitution's capacity to control, leading to her current predicament. But what of this small grass? It could absorb the ice and snow essence from the ice-snow concubine, alleviating her burden, allowing her special constitution to regain control over that essence. As Shen Mo contemplated this, he gasped in realization. By the heavens! This matter must not reach the ice-snow concubine's ears. Otherwise, it would spell trouble. However, how had Luo Fan relied on this grass to gain the ice-snow concubine's assistance? Shen Mo was now certain that the noble character mentioned in the book was indeed the ice-snow concubine. So, how had Luo Fan leveraged this grass to forge a connection with her? Had he truly become a mere tool for the ice-snow concubine? That was utterly impossible. The book had not suggested such a thing, and given Luo Fan's character, would he consent to such a fate? Thus, there must be more to this story. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Had he known he would traverse to this place, he would have studied the texts more diligently. While Shen Mo was lost in thought, suddenly, the small grass emitted a peculiar vibration. Chapter 79. Golden Jade, Forging Body, Giant Axe, Phantom, Buzz. As Shen Mo touched the small grass, it began to tremble violently. And then, with a swift motion, an immensely powerful icy force surged into Shen Mo's body. What the heavens? Shen Mo felt utterly dazed. He attempted to retract his hand, but it was too late. The force rushed into him and swiftly radiated throughout his limbs and bones. What in the world is this? Shen Mo desperately sought to halt the relentless spread of that formidable force. Yet his efforts proved utterly futile. In comparison, his own strength was but a mere drop in the ocean. This power was not only overwhelmingly potent, but also imbued with an extreme chill and ferocity. Once it infiltrated Shen Mo's body, it commenced a merciless rampage, leaving chaos in its wake. His entire meridian system teetered on the brink of collapse. What the hell? What sort of ghastly entity is this? Shen Mo exclaimed in a flurry, hastily enveloping his room in an intricate illusion, simultaneously conjuring a silence array. I must burn the midnight oil to delve into the school's history. Please do not disturb me. Seizing a momentary respite from the onslaught of that power, Shen Mo bellowed outward before sealing off all traces of his presence within the room. Meanwhile, Mingxing and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Studying the school's history at night? What on earth is that? Surely, Shun Xiao ISNT researching some combat techniques? Oh, we all understand. It must be that kind of little royal book about two people fighting. They shared an unspoken understanding, yet refrained from further remarks. After all, personal hobbies are personal. Once Shen Mo had muted all sound in the room, he erupted in a frustrated roar. What the devil is this thing? He trembled violently from a frigid grip of the force. Not only that, but his meridians felt as if they were on the verge of destruction. What kind of power is this? So domineering. Wait a moment, why does this power seem so familiar? ISNT, this the strength of the ice and snow Empress? Only then did Shen Mo's realization dawn upon him. It appeared that the power had been siphoned by that little grass and was now being unleashed. What the heck? Oh heavens, are you trying to end me? This force can be released so effortlessly. This is life-threatening. Even a mere fragment of the ice and snow Empress's power is beyond Shen Mo's current capabilities. Setting aside her unique constitution, which rivals that of a celestial realm expert, she is undeniably one of the most formidable beings in the Earth Spirit realm. Few in her tier could defeat her based solely on fundamental strength, even without her exceptional abilities. As her strength surged into Shen Mo's body, it began to wreak havoc with wild abandon. It was then that Shen Mo comprehended the sheer might of the ice and snow Empress. The forces she routinely contended with were of this magnitude. This was a frenzied, catastrophic power that shattered and froze every meridian and bone in its path. If this continued, Shen Mo would be doomed. What the heck, system? Do something about this. What is this monstrous thing? Shen Mo strained to block the advance of the overwhelming forces, but it was utterly in vain. They galloped through his body like wild stallions. Every obstacle was obliterated. Damn it, I'll fight back. Shen Mo bit down hard on his own tongue, spilling a mouthful of blood, while simultaneously unleashing the power of the indestructible Dragon Emperor armor. Boom! A surge of indomitable energy blossomed within him, clashing with the ice and snow Empress's power, merging into an ultimate, pure force. What is this? Shen Mo marveled internally, but there was no time for further contemplation. After all, the second wave of attack was imminent. The energy infused into the little grass by the ice and snow Empress was insufficient, or perhaps the grass had absorbed only a small fraction of her strength. As long as Shen Mo could endure this trial, he would emerge unscathed. Just as he pondered this, the second wave of power from the grass initiated its assault. Rumble! The ice and snow Empress's energy surged forth like a roaring river. Though it was but a wisp, it exhibited terrifying destructive potential. As the forces within Shen Mo collided with it, pure energy spread throughout his body, reshaping his bones and meridians, rendering them as transparent and lustrous as crystal. Akin to ice and snow, should any outsider witness this crystalline quality, they would undoubtedly gasp in awe. For this was the technique known as golden jade bone forging. To put it bluntly, It involved the application of immensely potent forces and exceedingly fearsome methods to refine the bones. The one undergoing this process must possess immense willpower, unyielding endurance, and extraordinary intellect. Otherwise, success would be utterly unattainable. Most crucially, there must be an individual who is willing to invest everything, relentlessly pouring their peak strength into the body of the one being forged. Such a commitment is a rarity. Typically, this forging technique is found within the legacies of ancient martial clans, where the elder generation, upon their passing, expends tremendous energy and sacrifice to aid the younger generation in refining their bones, thus reshaping their constitution, meridians, and skeletal structure. It is a complete rebirth. This transformation is distinctly different from the spirit energy body refining practices, which primarily focus on the spiritual aspect of rejuvenation. While practitioners' bodies may evolve through spirit energy, they do not achieve the level of perfection found in golden jade bone forging. One might say that golden jade bone forging thoroughly replaces the entire body from every conceivable angle, leaving no corner untouched. This bears a resemblance to high monks immolating themselves to become relics, yet it is not entirely analogous. Moreover, only those with exceptional constitutions can achieve such refinement. Remarkably, Shen Mo was now capable of performing this feat. As the battle within Shen Mo escalated, a golden light suddenly erupted from within him. Unbeknownst to him, a phantom had silently materialized behind him, continuously absorbing the pure energy. Most of this refined power, aside from a small portion that entered Shen Mo's body, flowed into the phantom. The apparition sat poised in the air, and before it was the colossal acts of creation that Shen Mo had previously conjured. At this moment, both the axe and the figure were diligently siphoning the essence of that pure power,